You are clearly over 50 years old and illiterate, but you have immersed yourself in the Taoist library for 5 years, even reading each scripture thousands of times. People secretly mock you for overestimating yourself. Even your closest friends advise you to enjoy the rest of your life and not to mess around. But what they absolutely don't know is that in your sea of knowledge, there is a Taoist scripture called the Yellow Court Classic, which allows you to understand its meaning the moment you read the scripture. At this time, a guard pavilion Taoist brought vegetarian food. Senior, why not have a meal first? Replenish your energy before reviewing the scrolls? You waved your hand and calmly said, "The time has come." The time? What time? The guard pavilion Taoist was puzzled. At this moment, you stepped out of the pavilion, the first time you had walked out of here in 5 years. At this moment, as you gaze up at the sky, a stream of vital energy emanates from your sea of consciousness. Above the sky, the sun and moon shine brightly, each sending a mysterious stream of vital energy down, with the purple energy of the rising sun and the lunar radiance of the moon pouring into your body. Countless spiritual mechanisms flow into your body like rivers returning to the sea, penetrating each meridian, nourishing your decaying body, and making your wrinkled skin become rosy. You transform from the inside out, with internal power surging and external spring breeze turning into rain. The Taoist at the gate was dumbfounded, while the young Taoist preparing to enter the gate was shocked. Sensing the aura, several figures flew over, including the head of the True Seekers sect and a few elders. Seeing you breaking through, they were momentarily stunned, then immediately instructed their disciples not to disturb and personally guarded you. And you immerse yourself in the creation of heaven and earth, falling into the realm of enlightenment as described in legends. The insights gained from years of studying scriptures are like the rushing rivers that flow endlessly, blending with the mysterious energy in the sea of knowledge, changing your foundation and enhancing your enlightenment. The enlightenment lasts for an hour. When the visions disappear, you land and open your eyes, feeling the changes within yourself. You laugh loudly. After 5 years of studying diligently, I have finally entered the path today. Not only have I entered the path, but I have also crossed the first realm and stepped into the second realm. The head of the Xuanchu Taoist led the elders forward. Congratulations on successfully entering the Tao. You smiled kindly and returned the gesture. However, it's not appropriate to always stand outside, so you invited the head's younger brother and the elders to discuss in the scripture building. On the first floor of the Tibetan scripture pavilion, everyone sat separately. After another round of congratulations and pleasantries, the conversation returned to the main topic. Xian Yangzi from the Hall of Blazing Fire stood up and bowed, saying, "Junior brother, what you are about to ask may be a bit presumptuous. Please forgive me in advance." As soon as he finished speaking, you calmly said, "Junior brother, are you asking about the method of foundation building from the old Taoist?" The other Taoists immediately pricked up their ears and listened intently, equally curious about this question. You did not reply immediately, looked around, and took in the expressions of the crowd. Although you have been in the scripture pavilion for 5 years without going out, thanks to the nagging of the guardian monk, you have some understanding of the temperaments of these senior brothers who hold great power in the sect. The head of Xuanchu is upright but not corrupt. The law enforcement hall Xian Yu is the most fair. The Lingyao pavilion Xian Yin is black-bellied. The fire residence Xian Kon likes to eat gossip. The dragon spring hall Xian Tong has long sleeves and is good at dancing. The jade maiden pavilion Xian Su is strong and protects the weak. The bright young hall Xian Yang is straightforward and reckless. Looking at it now, this Xian Yang junior brother has been used as a gun again. In my heart, you show no sign on your face, and calmly said, "Only when I met the clear mirror did I realize who I am." 5 years ago, the old Taoist broke through the confusion, woke up one day, then quietly cultivated for 5 years, and finally achieved something. This yin and yang foundation method is what the old Taoist obtained after enduring 5 years of hardships, studying 300 volumes of Taoist classics, and painstakingly practicing alone. The crowd reacted differently to the words, except for Master Xianyang nodding and congratulating. Others did not immediately express their joy. People seemed to be thinking, half believing in your words. You saw the reactions of the crowd, said what needed to be said, and didn't waste words on others who may or may not believe. You wouldn't waste your breath on such trivial matters. In the Tibetan scripture pavilion, in the upper left corner, Xuanchu stood up, bowed to you in a Taoist manner, and said with embarrassment, "With a broad mind, the Tao is long, with a narrow mind, the Tao is short." Senior brother broke through the cage and gained a new life, seeing the world differently from before. In these 5 years, I have been trapped by my own Taoist heart, blinded by a leaf, still using old eyes to see people. Upon hearing this, the Taoists were slightly shocked, then suddenly enlightened. Shan Yin, Xian Kong, and others immediately stood up to confess their faults. Looking ashamed, you waved your hand, smiled with relief, and continued speaking. "I was born in the pursuit of truth, grew old in the pursuit of truth, and sought the path to enlightenment in the pursuit of truth. Up to now, I have not given back half of what I gained from this pursuit. I have nothing of value, only this Yin-Yang Foundation chapter that I can barely present. I will offer this method to the sect for the disciples to practice and for the fellow practitioners to comprehend. Upon hearing this, the fellow practitioners were pleasantly surprised, never expecting that you would be willing to share the Yin-Yang Foundation method. In this way, not only would the foundation of the pursuit of truth be greatly enriched, but they could also gain insights and perhaps improve their cultivation. After a while, you bid farewell to the crowd and return to your residence. Sitting under the sturdy old pine tree, your thoughts surge. Handing over the superior foundation building method was the result of your careful consideration. This world is too dangerous. With the cultivation of the great world, the worldly sword immortals controlling their swords for thousands of miles, the Taoist true men controlling the wind, the Buddhist arhats stepping on lotus flowers step by step, and the deep mountain old demons killing and harming lives, you and the Seek Truth sect each take what you need, mutually benefiting and helping each other, in order to achieve mutual success. Considering this, your mind enters the mysterious gateway. The gateway is quiet and dark, deep and mysterious. As you walk, the 3 volumes of the Tao Te Ching quickly come into view. Although you have never studied the words on it, you know its name the moment it enters your eyes. The Yellow Court Classic is one of the classic Taoist scriptures from ancient times, acclaimed as a wonderful scripture for longevity and eternal life. It is only when one reaches old age that they begin to understand the secrets of health and longevity, all contained within the 3 volumes of the Yellow Court Classic. This book is the golden finger after you cross. Just because the fusion of the soul requires the Yellow Court Classic, you are foolish in the first half of your life, with only an 8-year-old IQ, to protect the innocence until the age of 55. The number of the heavens and 25, the number of the earth and 30, 55, just the right number for heaven and earth. In that year, he thoroughly integrated the Huangting Jing. That year, he broke the cage and realized his true self. That year, his dad accidentally feathered his nest. I thought that after fusing the golden finger, the time would come and fly. But I never thought that using the golden finger would require conditions. The Dharma is not lightly transmitted, and the way is not lightly taught. If you want to flip through the Yellow Court Sutra, you need to accumulate Taoist Qi, cultivate Taoist intent, and realize the truth. The most effective method Xian Ming thought of was to look through the Tao collection and refer to the scriptures, drawing on the wisdom of our predecessors and the spirit of our forefathers. After all, literature is the way of the world, and knowledge is the most valuable treasure in the world. And as he touched the Tao scripture, the Yellow Ting external jade scripture finally reacted, feeding back a message, 300 scrolls of the sutra, and a wise eye to see the truth of the way. Since then, Xian Ming has been turning over the scriptures, specializing in the 300 Taoist scriptures, reading them over and over again, looking at them tirelessly, and writing about them tirelessly. For each Taoist scripture, he had read it 1,000 times with all his heart, understanding, savoring, deliberating, and comprehending it word by word and sentence by sentence. 5 years of wind and rain, 5 years of cold and heat, he dared not slacken off, and was devoted to the way. Finally, today, he entered the Tao, and the Yellow Ting outer scene jade scripture sent down a ray of subtle chi to help him break his own shackles and regain a new life. And he was able to see the new world and the great scenery. 300 volumes. You may turn to the Huangting Weijing Yujing once. This was the creation that Xian Ming had gotten. Except he didn't act on it right away. Those who achieve early may not achieve, and those who achieve late may not fail to achieve. He had long since stopped being an impulsive and reckless brat, and understood that some things could not be rushed. As his mind withdrew from the Xianguan, Xian Ming looked at the seasonally green old pine next to him and smiled faintly. Previously, he saw trees as trees and floated on the surface. Nowadays, with a different realm and a different horizon, he sees the tree differently, and it is a tree that is not a tree. It's pine and it makes sense. It's vibrant life. It's perseverance. It's the pride of not being afraid of the frost and cold. It's the calm ease of being rooted deep in the mountains. Look at other things in the yard as well. It is possible to look beyond the surface and glimpse the inner laws, the flow of spiritual energy, and even some of the more subtle qi. At this moment, Xian Ming realized, one's own Taoist mind is so subtle that one can see the big picture in a small way. In other words, he from see the mountain is mountain. See the water is water realm. Into see the mountain is not the mountain. See the water is not water realm, although just into the threshold, but ultimately different. After thinking it through, Xian Ming stroked his whiskers and smiled. That night, the bright moon was shining brightly, a silver glow for the floating cloud mountain. He burned incense and bathed, changed into a new Taoist robe, and recited the Clear Heart Sutra once before his mind entered the Xianguan. Boom! As soon as the divine thoughts made contact, The yellow court outer jade scripture erupted with radiant light, pulling Xian Ming's divine thoughts into the book. After the sky spun around, Xian Ming entered a world of Hongmeng, with no sun or moon in sight, no four directions, an empty space above and below. Only the words of the great Tao surged into the heart. He was blessed with the sound of the word, and the words came out of his mouth, into his ears, and into his heart. Above there is Huangting and below there is Kuan Yuan. Behind there is UK and before there is Vital Gate. Breathing between the hut into the Dantian, the jade pool of clear water irrigation spirit root. The sound of the road is faint at first, then the sound grows louder. Finally it was like a thunderous boom from the open sky. A little light blooms between the words of the avenue. The heavens were broken and the earth was opened. Woji gives birth to Taiji, and Taiji gives birth to the Tui. He saw the separation of the clear and the turbid, saw the yin and the yang flowing, saw the water and the fire evolving into a continuous stream of vital energy that nourished the newborn heaven and earth. And finally the fetal membrane was formed, and the heaven and earth saw their first outlines. The Hongmeng Qi cannot be extinguished. In a trance, Xian Ming heard a dragon's roar. The heavens and the earth are in their infancy. He saw a clear Qi across the sky and the earth. It was a god, shrouded in endless divine light, not really visible but ancient and great. Just by looking at it, I feel my heart is at peace and my mind is clear. This god disintegrated and transformed into 8 streams of light, evolving a Bagua pattern, with the 5 colors of green, white, red, yellow and black flowing. The mountains rise up from the ground, and the long river rushes now. One of the gods is the most sacred, blossoming with endless earth and yellow divine light, ruling over the 7 gods, maintaining the world, promoting the operation of heaven and earth, and facilitating the fertilization and growth of all things. Xian Ming was immersed in it, until a rooster crows. He snapped back to his senses. Having withdrawn from that metaphysical state, the mind entered the Xianguan, and the yellow Ting outer scenery jade scripture fell silent again. And despite the pity, Xian Ming did not regret it. It's already a blessing to be able to get a creation. If you are dissatisfied and insatiable, you will instead fall into a funk, mediocrity, and trap your own mind. He was always clear-headed on this point. It is only when you are not trapped in your own self that you can always be pure. A night of observing the scriptures and realizing the Tao. Although he was the age of a sun, he did not show fatigue, but was in high spirits. This side of heaven and earth is full of spiritual energy. Cultivation was in full swing, with 100 schools of thought and a variety of dharmas blossoming. Taoist cultivation is divided into 3 major realms: essence training, Qi refining, and God refining, and 4 realms for essence training, respectively. Regulate yin and yang, nourish the essence, and check for defects. The 100 days pass. Take the can and fill in the li, and build the foundation in 100 days. Congealing jade liquid, gas is transformed into liquid, and 100 rivers return to the sea. Open the essence flower, both water and fire, and return the jade liquid to its original form. Xianming is located in the second realm. 100 days to build the foundation is dangerous. Need to communicate with the kidney god, from the true yang and true yin to intercept the creation. Only the yin and yang to qi fusion, in order to produce a constant flow of energy, so that the practice of essence and gas, the essence of the innate into the innate magic power, the process, the desire to block the way. Day by day it gets harder and harder, and the desires multiply with each passing day. If you can't control yourself, you will fail to build the foundation, lose your efforts, and have no hope for the great Tao. Xian Ming is unaffected by the incident, both because he was older and had a stronger fixation, and also because he had realized last night that he had realized 3 dharmas from the Yellow Ting outer scripture, and one of them was the purity secret, originating from the clear air that stretches across heaven and earth. You can use the sword of wisdom to cut down your desires, protect your spiritual platform, and protect the purity of your Taoist mind. Getting up and off the couch, Xian Ming walked out of the room. Toe light point, body as light as a swallow, floating on the top of the pale old pine tree. Toe light point branches and leaves, light as a feather. When you look up, you can see that the east is white, the red sun is rising, and the first rays of light are blossoming from the vast sea of clouds. Xian Ming sat at the top of the tree, running the Dharma, collecting and refining the violet chi of the morning glory. Yesterday, in front of the hideout, the foundation establishment chapter that he had comprehended under the guidance of that strand of chi from the Yellow Court Sutra was known in full as the Yin-Yang mixed Yuan-Yi Chi technique. Woji gives birth to Taiji, and Taiji gives birth to the Tui. This is the supreme principle of the evolution of heaven and earth. The mixed Yuan-Yi Chi skill, however, goes in the opposite direction, tracing back to the roots, using yin and yang as the foundation, further returning to the mixed Yuan, gathering the mixed Yuan-Yi Chi, and once you have survived the 100-day barrier, you can build the foundation of the great Tao, with no leakage, no defects, no dirt, no dust, and purity and nature. No matter if it was the depth or the potential, it was far superior to the same rank. Because of this method is very difficult, and the days are used as years. Every morning, he would pick up and refine the great sun's purple chi, and at night, he would collect the Tai-yin moonflower, and he would also condense it into the mixed yuan chi at the time of the yin-yang intersection. Every time you extracted and refined yin and yang and synthesized mixed yuan chi, it was equivalent to polishing the foundation for a year. While the roots are thickening year by year, day by day, the desires suffered will also increase exponentially, hundreds or thousands of times that of the same level, and the process is arduous and difficult. You must not slack off in the middle of the process, or you will lose all your previous efforts. Most importantly, yin and yang are mutually exclusive and synthesize the mixed qi, which is easier said than done. Shen Ming was able to smoothly reverse yin and yang and synthesize one qi due to the fact that he had that strand of arcane qi from the Yellow Quartz Sutra underpinning him. Other cultivators would die 10 deaths without the aid of qi. That's why he omitted the mixed yuan part and said that what he had comprehended was the yin-yang foundation building chapter. It is both a protection for all the paths, lest the news leak and provoke greater prying eyes, and there exists the possibility of cultivation. Of course, Shen Ming was also saving his hand for himself. After all, you can't do harm without defense. Collecting his thoughts, Shen Ming concentrated on his cultivation. The pure purple gas was pulled down and absorbed by its exhaling, and the purple gas was dense and surrounded the rising body. Taoist robes fluttering, crane hair, immortal bones. At this moment, he was like a true immortal, swallowing clouds and drinking dew. A tea later, after picking and refining the purple qi, Shen Ming landed lightly from the tree. After taking his morning meal, he had just stepped into the hidden scriptures. He saw Master Xuanxu's own senior disciple, Changchun Zi, come with a Taoist child. Chapter 4, Lightning Strikes Date Poem. Bonded by eggs. Changchun Zi pays his respects to his senior. Truth Seeker's View. Second floor of the scripture collection. Changchunzi took the Taoist boy and bowed. He had been under the Xuanxu sect for 20 years, and now he was 35, with a soft face, eyes with a godly look, silkworm eyebrows, a wide forehead, a high nose, and a meticulously tended beard under his jaw. With a steady and shrewd personality, he helped Xuanxu handle a lot of affairs in the sect, and was regarded as the next master of the Guan by all in the Guan. According to the rules of the Truth Seeker's Guan, the Guan master's cultivation is not necessarily the highest, but his ability to do things must be the most outstanding. He is good at taking care of the common affairs and facilitating the practice of all the paths. It's very dolman. No need to be polite. Waving his hand, Shen Ming ordered them to get up. Changchunzi didn't talk nonsense, and after a few simple greetings, he instructed the Taoist boy to place the 2 wooden boxes on the table. Elder Master. Master said that you are new to the Tao and do not have any hand weapons to take advantage of the situation. So he specially ordered my disciple to send these in the hope that they will help you to protect yourself and have a smooth Tao path. At those words, Shen Ming's heart stirred. Understand that Xuanxu is honoring yesterday's promise. Senior brother's thoughts, poor Taoist accepts them, and I'll trouble my nephew to convey my thanks on my behalf. The disciple will certainly bring the word to the table. If there is nothing else, the disciple will take his leave first. Once again bowing his head and saluting, Changchun Zi left with the Taoist children, doing his work in a thunderous manner without any delay. When it really comes and goes. Hidden scriptures. Shen Ming did not immediately check the contents of the box. In the curling aroma of tea, he sips tea and turns over the scriptures. Now being in the scripture building, naturally, the scripture for the top. Anyway, the box can't run away. Early and late to see all the same. Sect continuity. The first in the inheritance. The essence of the inheritance should be in the scripture building. On the second floor of the scripture pavilion, there was a collection of precious Taoist scriptures, many of which were orphaned, and even some of the art texts. For seeking the true view of the heavy ground, only Taoists who have practiced until at least the 100-day mark can enter. Shen Ming chose to ascend the building because the place was less crowded. He didn't want to be treated like a monkey by the apprentices and grandchildren who flocked to the first floor or to be intentionally cozied up and disturbed. The second floor is quiet, making it easier to observe and understand the scriptures. However, Shen Ming didn't move the second floor Taoist scriptures, not because he didn't want to, but because the timing was not ripe. 10,000 feet high. The first floor housed 800 volumes of scriptures, which he had not yet read and realized, and he could not be overly ambitious. People have their heads in the sky and their feet on the ground, and when they are in the middle of it, they should keep their feet on the ground, one step at a time, and tamp down the foundation. In this way, the path can be stabilized, the heart can be at peace, and the roots can be firmly established. As for the scriptures downstairs, There are guarding the cabinet Taoist priest sent up. This son although gossip nagging, but wins in the reliable. Even rarer is to live authentically. Before Xian Ming joined the Tao, he treated him with genuine respect, shushing him and often hunting some wild game to help him improve his food and nourish his body. Although every time this guy has eaten the most, but Xian Ming promise, if the future ability is enough, we'll give it a creation, is to return the favor. Watching, reading, thinking, and understanding the scriptures. Before I knew it, it was sunset. Xian Ming didn't stay up as usual, drinking the last tea and directly collecting the scrolls to get up. Taoist cultivation is about tension and relaxation. Tension and relaxation is the only way to get twice the result with half the effort. Since he had entered the Tao, he could not push himself too hard as he had done in the past, and he had to grasp the right degree. It is the way to combine work and rest, fast and slow, read the scriptures at sunrise and rest at sunset. It's counterproductive to overdo it. Recruiting the round-bodied Taoist Chang Enzi, who was guarding the pavilion, and ordering him to follow him with 2 wooden boxes in his arms. Xian Ming stepped down the stairs and left the Tibetan scripture pavilion. Ask the courtyard. Inside the hut, Chang Enzi was quick-witted. Seeing that it was getting late and his senior uncle had something to do, he excused himself to prepare the evening meal and left the courtyard. This was the point at which Xian Ming appreciated Chang Enzi. Know the time and know how to get in and get out. Sitting cross-legged in front of the table, he opened one of the wooden boxes, and the red and white colors came into view, contrasting sharply. As his eyes fell on the red object, Xian Ming was overjoyed. I can't believe it's this. The red object was a wooden stick, about 2 feet long and only half an inch wide, polished smooth and finely textured. Between the red textures there were vague flashes of lightning patterns, and the spiritual energy was internalized, contained but not leaked. It's lightning-struck date wood. The world knows that door cultivators like to use thunderbolt mahogany, thunderbolt cypress and other artifacts, but few people know that thunderbolt jujube wood is the king of artifacts, and it is the superior thunderbolt wood. It is better to burn a carload of ebony than to give up a lightning strike on a date palm. This wood is the essence of heaven and earth's yin and yang intertwined gas, has the power to cut down the demons, and the ability to command the gods. 200 years ago, the ancestor seeking truth Z traveled the world and had coincidentally bonded with a jujube tree demon, helping it to survive the heavenly thunder tribulation. In return, the date demon sends out lightning-striking date palms. Later, the ancestor set up the truth-seeking view in the floating cloud mountain, and the lightning-struck date wood was made into a magic sword, which is the inheritance token of the head teacher. After the sword is completed, the remaining small section is sealed by the ancestor of the thunder-gathering gas, carefully polished, secret method of gathering spirit, sealed in the treasury. Non-great achievements will not be rewarded for 100 years, but no one was qualified to take it. Xian Ming was only fortunate enough to have seen the true face of the inherited magic sword because his biological father was the previous generation's head teacher. It was only then that I instantly recognized this cut of lightning-struck date wood. 3 years ago, Qingfeng Guan Big Elder had personally door-to-door to beg for this thing, willing to take the Xian class Dan formula exchange, all by the master teacher brother flatly refused. Now this object is delivered to him. When really, goodness, great good, master sect leader is willing to give it up. After lamenting, Zhenmin accepted it with peace of mind. The value of the superior yin and yang foundation building method is far above the lightning strike jujube wood. Looking at the entire seeking truth view, no one is more qualified than him to have this item. Eyes shifted and landed on the white object. Although Xian Ming did not know how to read it, the master teacher's brother was thoughtful enough to attach a pamphlet with an introduction on it. After browsing, he solved his doubts. This item is a heavenly silk. It was spat out by a 300-year-old silkworm demon. Water and fire are not invasive, tough, and as long or short as you want them to be. Although this object is precious, but with the lightning striking date palm jewels in front of it, it will appear to be somewhat ordinary. However, Xian Ming didn't mind, although the material will affect the power of the magic weapon. In the end, it lies in the person. A mountain is not high, but a fairy is famous. The water is not deep, but the dragon is there. Only the user's level of cultivation and the depth of attainment of the great Tao can determine the power of the magic weapon. Xian Ming was old enough to see this through. The other box opened, and inside was a piece of lightning-striking mahogany, large and of the right length to make a mahogany sword. The duster clears the mind, and the Dharma sword protects the way. Senior Xuanxu has a heart. Xian Ming stroked his beard and smiled with his eyebrows. There was no shortage of techniques for sacrificing magical artifacts in the truth-seeking contemplation. Although it was not a superior artifact, it was more than enough to fulfill his current needs. Senior uncle, the rice is here. Naganoko was good at jamming. Xian Ming had just collected his things when he walked in, carrying a dinner plate, pacing a small step, round body with a fat smile face, looking delightful. In the hut, in front of the table, an old man and a young man, sitting opposite each other. Chang Zi looked out the window with thieving eyes, and when he saw that no one had come in, he pulled out two, from his arms as if he were a thief. Eggs. Seek the true view without abstaining from meat. It stands to reason that they don't need to be sneaky about eating eggs. But this egg is different. Slightly larger than an egg, with a white, flawless shell. This is under the spiritual cranes raised by Master Xiankong, which has the effect of consolidating and purifying mana. For the past 5 years, this Chang'anzi has always been able to take food from the tiger's mouth and steal. Every month, take 2 eggs and give him a tonic. Chang'anzi's master died early and had no one to protect him. Xian Ming had advised him not to go there again, lest he be caught by the gluttonous and food-protecting Master Xiankong and suffer chastisement. This son always faced promise, dead unrepentant, but also always bragged about his own theft skills. With his gossip Xiankong master brother counting is not good. Seeing him I do what I want. Xian Ming just listened to it, not wasting words. Anyway, have a mouthful of their own. Enjoy it on the line. The big deal is that after the east window, give this son a bottle of good wound medicine. Elder uncle, eat quickly. It's still hot. 2 words pulled Xian Ming from memories into reality, and he smiled in relief as he looked at Chang Zi, who had peeled the eggs for him. An old man, before he peeled them for himself. Good boy. Tasting the eggs with chopsticks. Xian Ming looked cozy. As for Master Xiankong, once or twice is okay. How could he not know that he had stolen eggs for 5 years in a row? In the end, Xiankong was borrowing Chang Zi's hand to send warmth to him, his senior brother. Chang Zi wit. I'm afraid that also long ago guessed the inside story. Like him, they all pretend to understand. After all, one cannot let down senior brother Xiankong's good intentions. This egg, it's a gig fee. Sacrifice yourself to fulfill your fellow disciples. Master Xiankong, your merits are boundless. Fire Cloud Peak, the back of the mountain. The broad-hearted and simple-looking Taoist Xiankong sat paralyzed on a piece of green stone, resembling the Tai realist from his previous life's magic child Neza, and remembering the 2 spirit eggs that had been taken away by Chang'anzi, he fiercely poured a mouthful of wine. Remembering the 100 or so eggs that had been taken from him in the past 5 years, he covered his chest and continued to pour his drink with a heartbreaking pain. Gobble gobble. After pouring several mouthfuls in a row, Taoist Xiankong said to the spirit crane next to him, "Last time. This is definitely the last time. Elder brother has already entered the Tao and is nourished by the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. This spirit egg should be broken." The several spirit cranes beside him sniffed and rolled their eyes in unison with a speechless expression, each turning around and lifting their hips to soar back to express their attitude. Only the world where the Xiankong Taoist was injured reached. Chapter 5. The Taoist mind is always pure. The sword of wisdom cuts down mortal deeds. Hidden scriptures, house of questions. Eat, drink, and send Naganoko away. Xian Ming sat on the futon, his eyes closed to store his mind. Last night, when he entered the Xianguan and flipped through the Yellow Court Sutra, he had 2 other realizations in addition to the pure secrets. First, he perfected the mixed one-chi technique. That heaven and earth opening scene last night was actually the cultivation process of the essence practicing realm. The Hongmeng is like a human body, mysterious and empty, full of mystery, treasure and great potential. Heaven and earth is Huangting, lower Dantian. The 2 weather signs regulate yin and yang. All things derive as 100 days off. The mountains and rivers appear to be condensed jade liquid. The stabilization of heaven and earth is the flowering of the essence. Now that the mixed elements one chi skill could be cultivated to the perfection of the essence practicing realm, the wonders were infinite and divine. It is one of the top essence practicing techniques in the world. The second is to comprehend the 8 true laws of the outer landscape. It was what was gained from watching those 8 gods stabilizing heaven and earth, fitting in with the 8 gods of the outer landscape and the legends of his previous life. As for the lower true one-view stomach god, his name is Tong Wei Yu, his character Daozhan, yellow color. As for the lower true two-view intestines god, his name is Xiaodong Kong, his character Dao Yu, yellow and red color, etc. Huangting Jing, that the human body, such as heaven and earth, hidden in all kinds of creation, containing thousands of divinity, all kinds of orifices, viscera and bowels, bone marrow meridians, life and death portals, etc. There are gods. Through meditation and storage of the gods, can be long-lived and long-sighted, the same as the Gung sun and the moon. Every time the 8 truths of the outer landscape technique succeeded in depositing a god, it allowed Xian Ming's essence to increase greatly, his innate origin to skyrocket, his qi, blood, qi and breath to multiply, and his Tao body to become even more condensed and strong. It is a superior Dharma discipline for both internal and external cultivation. Sitting on the futon, Xian Ming intended to first deposit his thoughts on the stomach god, causing the stomach god to dominate the two qi of yin and yang, speeding up the birth of the two gods of the left yang and the right yin, and then using the two gods of yin and yang to assist in pulling in the great sun's purple qi and the Taiyin moonflower, refining the true yang and true yin and forming a benign cycle. 1 hour later, he opened his eyes, a hint of a hidden divine radiance running through them. Very faint, but it was indeed there. The fact that he was able to get started so quickly was due to the fact that the Yellow Quartz Sutra had improved his root bone and enlightenment. Getting up and walking out of the room door, his toes lightly pointing and leaping up, Xian Ming sat on the treetop as he did in the early morning, running his Xian Gong, collecting the Taiyin moonflower, and growing his body's Yuan Qi. It was not until half an hour later that he stopped and went back to his room to rest. Early in the morning, lust is at its strongest. The root of trouble is restless and unusually active. Even with Xian Ming's power of determination, it was a bit hard to endure and he had to awaken, especially in this world. He has been a child for a year, and the cultivation method is special. This desire for him, like an old house on fire, fierce drop very, sitting cross-legged, silently operating the purity skill. Xian Ming Xianguan floated an invisible wisdom sword to cut down the delusion in the heart, keeping the spiritual platform clear, just like the real self chopping a knife, cutting off the worrying persistence. When he suppressed his desire, Xian Ming opened his eyes and saw the rising sun outside the window and the bright moon sinking in the west. The sun and the moon changed, and the yin and the yang were intertwined. He first mobilized the power of true yang and true yin, and the yin and yang met, tracing back to a wisp of gray-mooned hybrid qi, which was then transformed into majestic mana. Afterward, he sat in the treetops and collected the purple energy of the rising sun. When you have had your morning meal, you will enter the scripture building and scroll, viewing the scriptures, enlightening the way, collecting qi, cutting desire, refining the law, and preserving the divine. Concentrating on his cultivation and immersing himself in it, Xian Ming gradually realized the subtleties of the great Tao. His body's Taoist qi grew thicker, his heart's reasoning grew, and he naturally developed Dharma intent. Time flows and still waters run deep. By the time he returned to his senses, the 100 days would be over. Sitting on the top of a tree, the white-haired old Taoist exhaled purple qi. Purple mist is dense, like a purple cloud, surrounded by the body, part of which is refined, part of which flows into the three treasures in front of the body. Ending his cultivation and looking at the two pieces of lightning strike wood in heavenly silkworm silk suspended in front of him, Xian Ming smiled in satisfaction. During this period of time, he combined the secret method of the Guanzhong, and often used the essence of the sun and moon and the mixed Yuan Dharma power to refine and purify the three treasures. To this day, the 100 days pass will be a success. The three treasures were also cleansed for 91 days. Lightning struck mahogany, which already had the appearance of a sword embryo. The lightning struck date wood and the heavenly silk qi intermingled, adding an extra layer of marvelous connection. Thinking back to the difficulty of this period of time, even Xian Ming was born in a cold sweat, secretly glad that he had a personal understanding of the 4 words, the great Tao is only difficult. 100 days off is just a general term. Some people build their foundation in January, others in a year. It all depends on the strength of one's innate origin. Generally speaking, a child's innate origin is full of energy, and with a bare heart, it is easiest to survive the 100-day barrier, and he's the one who really needs to stay up for 100 days. The desire to pass is difficult and dangerous every day, not a day more, not a day less. For the first month, it grew tenfold day by day. He was still able to get through it with the secrets of purity and his power of determination. In the second month, it increased 20 times day by day. He beheads himself at least 100 times a day. You also have to go through scriptures such as the Clear Heart Sutra and rely on scriptural reasoning to divert your attention. In the third month, there was a 30-fold increase day by day. You have to chop yourself up at least 1,000 times a day. In addition to reading the scriptures, you must also borrow the cold pool in the mountain to break your desire. If not for the fact that he had successfully visualized the 3 truths of the stomach god, left yang god and right yin god, his physique had greatly increased, and he had the support of hybrid mana. I am afraid that he would not be able to withstand it. The long wind will break the waves, and the clouds will sail through the sea. Xian Ming lamented. The good thing is that it will all be over. It was a good thing that the 100 days hadn't resulted in any dogged drama because he had stepped into the cultivation door. Early the next morning, the sun will rise before it rises, and the waning moon will sink before it sinks. The white-haired old Taoist sat in the treetops with a serious expression. Closing his eyes and concentrating, he silently operated the mixed elements 1 qi skill. The sun and the moon were intertwined, and the majestic qi once again surged into his body. Xian Ming lightly converted it into mana, like a flood breaking down a dam. The sound of rivers rushing through his body resounded, and a large amount of yuan qi surged out from the true yang and true yin, transforming into surging mana that was as vast as the sea. The breeze blew and the Taoist robes flew. A powerful aura rushed out from within him. 100 days to pass into completion. 100 days to build the foundation to end. Xian Ming took advantage of the momentum and, with a burst of energy, broke through the bottleneck and stepped into the third realm, congealing jade liquid. Carrying the circumference of the sky, a large amount of mana flowed down the Rin and Duke veins into the lower Dantian. At True Xian Peak, a figure rose up in the air. Xuanqiu looked in the direction of the hidden scriptures in surprise. Senior brother has broken through. Liang Peak. The same figure went straight to the Tibetan scripture pavilion. With a stout figure and a beard, it was precisely Taoist Xianyang. Whoosh! The sound of breaking air was unceasing. Xianin, Xiankong and the others likewise moved. Half an hour later, the red sun was high in the sky. Xianming collected his qi. His realm was extraordinarily solid, and his aura was even more immortal. Opening his eyes, he rejoiced from the bottom of his heart, both because of the realm breakthrough. Strength doubled, but also because of the 100 days off by the boiled. The Taoist heart is more pure, as if washed out the lead. A new look. Glancing at the crowd of Dao waiting outside the courtyard, Xianming got up, floated down to the ground, and stepped out of the courtyard. Congratulations, senior brother, for successfully passing the 100 days pass. Congratulations, senior brother, for successfully breaking the boundary. But congratulations are sincere. The seeking truth concept is only a small Dao lineage with a short heritage and limited strength. The crowd of Dao also stands only in the fourth realm. The third realm cultivators are already the mainstay of the view. Senior brother Xianming had entered the Dao with the upper multiplication foundation establishment method, and the stronger he was, the better the truth-seeking concept would be, and it would be equally beneficial to them. The old path was merely a fluke breakthrough, so I'm sorry to have you all hanging around. Simple pleasantries. The road each have something to do. Also know that Xianming's senior brother just broke through the realm. Need to control their own power. Have to leave. Sending them away. Xianming sat down in the hut and experienced the changes in himself with his heart. He still needed to work hard in order to control his mana and qi as he wished. Fortunately, the 100-day mark passed. He or she is considered to be a keeper. Later that evening, Chang and Z-Dog sneakily enters the house of asking. The matter of Xianming breaking through the realm. Apart from the sect leader and the elders who had sensed it due to their high cultivation, only he, who lived next door, knew about it. A few moments later, looking at a plate of tender spirit meat and spirit crane eggs on the table, Xianming's eyebrows jumped. You slaughtered Senior Xiankong's spirit crane? Chang and Z immediately cried out. Senior uncle, how dare the little Taoist? Those are Uncle Xuankong's treasures. I haven't lived enough. I bought this from the Firehouse Temple with my personal money. Tapping his fingers on the desktop, Xianming spoke in a deep voice. The old path will give you one more chance. Be nice and tell the truth. Naganoko stammered. Under the pressure of Xianming's gaze, hesitantly said, it was me who stole. It was me who saw that senior sister Chining's chickens on the vegetarian nurse peak were well bred, so I borrowed one in good faith, and specially congratulated senior uncle for breaking the boundary. At those words, Xianming's eyelids jumped wildly. Senior sister Xiansu can be much more difficult than senior brother Xiankong. Changning is its favorite daughter. Since childhood love, this little girl has no other hobbies, is like to eat chicken. The birds are known as the seekers of the truth. No one saw it, did they? I'll do my job. Don't worry. Senior uncle. Seeing Chang and Z patting his chest in assurance, Xianming was temporarily relieved. This kid, he's pretty reliable. He then enjoyed it with all his heart. He didn't steal it anyway. If you come to the door, ask a question and just dismiss the trifecta. Senior sister Xiansu couldn't beat Chang and Z to death. Not to mention, the chicken did taste good. Meanwhile, on the vegetarian girl peak, a young Koan Dao with a delicate appearance counted the spirit birds that had returned to the nest and frowned slightly. How come there's one missing from the count? Did it run to another peak and didn't he come back in time? Or did someone have the audacity to steal the old, poor Rhodes chicken? Inside the hidden scripture pavilion, the aroma of tea curled up, and the fragrance of books overflowed. As always, Xianming turned to the scriptures for enlightenment. He didn't slacken off because of the broken realm, but instead focused more on drawing out the truth of the scriptures, using it as a base to view the mountains and the water, and to realize the mysteries, turning the scriptures, enlightenment, refining the law, and practicing, day by day. Xianming's Taoist skills were increasing and his magic power was deepening, neighboring with the mountains and the water, keeping company with the clouds and the wind. In your spare time, walk on the Floyd Mountain, swim in the mountains, and watch the seasons change, cozy and relaxed, at ease with your mind. He is happy with life today. Most importantly, The law of the traveling protagonist inviting disaster didn't get on his or her nerves. Nothing happens after you enter the path. 100 days off. Nothing happens. Nothing happened after the breakthrough. It's every day and it's good. Taoism seeks purity. And it should be so. Until half a year later, when the snow cleared the sky, the spring thunder sounded at the first time, and everything was hibernating. The floating cloud mountain suddenly shook the ground. Chapter 6. The dragon walks through the water and the Taoist priest comes down from the mountain. The morning sun is shining and the sunlight is coloring the clouds. Xian Ming had just finished meditating when his heart suddenly became alarmed. The next moment, the floating cloud mountain shook the ground. The rocks rolled down the mountain. The grass swayed, and the streams rippled. In the courtyard of the questioning, the old pines shook their branches. The stones jumped. The stone benches and tables shook. The tables and bookshelves in the thatched hut shook. And there was even a gale that whistled up. Qi sinking into his dantian. Xian Ming lightly stomped his left foot, and the majestic mana centered on it and extended in all directions. Hidden scripture pavilion and asked the courtyard. In a moment the wind and the ground stopped stone quiet, as if the scene just now is just an illusion. But Xian Ming knew that things were not that simple. Rising up into the air and floating down to the eaves of the third-floor Tibetan scripture pavilion, he lifted his hand and pinched his knuckles, and his fingertips glowed as he flicked them toward his feet. The stream of light fell into the scripture pavilion, and immediately the scripture building shone brightly, and a large formation centered on the scripture building, stabilizing the hidden Tao peak. This is a formation left by the ancestor, perfected by 3 generations of Taoists from the Seeking Truth view, and its power should not be underestimated. Located on the peak of the hidden way, it protects the legacy. The hidden scripture pavilion was both the object of protection and the eye of the formation. After he had attained the third realm of cultivation, he was taught the method of controlling formations by the sect master, and was considered the guardian of the scripture pavilion. To this, Zhenmei was not averse. He stayed at the scripture building day after day and lives nearby. Could he really stand by and do nothing? It's not bad to be a deep-pocketed scripture pavilion old-timer. The sets are cheesy, but as long as they don't come to bother me with myself. Cheesy is cheesy, and great cheesiness is great. After stabilizing the hidden Tao peak, Xian Ming raised his eyes and looked around. Stand tall and look around. On the fire cloud peak, the spirit cranes took to the air. Restless. On the true Xian peak, 10 feet of sword shadows rushed into the sky as the inheritance Dharma sword manifested its power and stabilized the main peak. On the blazing sun peak, a large tripod hung in the air. On the vegetable peak, 100 lotuses bloom. The rest of the peaks each have their own mysterious ways of stabilizing the earth's veins. As for the mountain panicked birds and beasts, love cannot help. The ability of the road is limited. Can protect the truth-seeking view of an acre of land is good. The ground shaking didn't last long. After about a cup of tea, it subsided. The paths have moved on. Some pacify the disciples. Some probe the cause. Inside the scripture pavilion, Xian Ming boiled tea and watched the scriptures. Who let him have the highest seniority in the seeking truth concept and an idle old Taoist who didn't hold any power? The old arms and legs are not good for great feats. Naturally, he is at ease to read his scriptures and wait for the masters to find out the truth. The Taoist priests of the hidden Taoist peak are scarce. Naganoko was fully capable of handling it. A pillar of incense later, Chang Chunzi came to invite him in person. Putting down the scriptures, Xian Ming stepped out of the pavilion, tapping his toes and leaping dozens of feet in a single bound, heading straight for true Xian peak. White hair fluttered and Taoist robes flew, with a duster in his hand. He is immortal. At this moment, he was like a worldly immortal, floating between the mountains and forests. Zhenshuan Peak, about 500 feet high, pale pines and dense cypress cover, all kinds of large and small buildings are staggered, intermingled. The atmosphere is magnificent. After 6 years, I entered this peak again. The lake of Xian Ming's calm heart rippled, with more than a hint of a sigh of things being different, but that's about it. The hidden scripture pavilion to raise chi and cultivate the mind for 6 years, a year of years precipitation. For many things, he has looked down. What can't you look away from in this life except the path to immortality? Inside the Xuanfa Hall, the crowd of Taoists gathered. Seeing Xian Ming, they all rose to greet him, mutually bowing and saluting. The paths took their seats in turn. Just like in the Sutra Pavilion, Xian Ming was still seated at the upper right head, which was second only to the sect leader's seat. In the past, he sat, because of seniority. Today, he sits, a combination of seniority and strength. Knowing the seriousness of the situation, the Tao did not speak nonsense and their gazes fell on Xianxu in unison. It was he himself who went forward to find out the truth. Xuanxu's face was joyful and worried as he spoke in a deep voice. Senior brother, all senior brothers, the poor Taoist has already probed clearly that this earth movement in the floating cloud mountain is due to a scaly dragon walking through the water. This demon paths through the water vein of floating cloud mountain. The water and earth are one, and the two veins are connected, which is what caused the earth to move. Now that the scaly dragon is far away, the floating cloud mountain has turned into a safe place, and my seeking truth concept is unharmed. The crowd of Tao heard the words, and their hearts were only half relieved. They heard the subtext of the sect leader and understood why he was worried, all because they were in the same mood at the moment. There is no crisis in the mountains. Seek the true view of peace and stability. But what about the bottom of the hill? What about the people? They have no power and no master to protect them. The dragon walks through the water, and good fortune is hard to predict. If the auger dragon is virtuous and uses its magic power to stabilize the current and protect the water veins, even if the water level rises and crosses the embankment, it will not endanger the people and cause casualties. However, if the dragon has no virtue, then there will be floods, the people will be affected, displaced, homeless, and even floating corpses, starving corpses, and human tragedies. Since ancient times, there have been few virtuous augurs, but many amoral augurs, otherwise, there would not have been the name of evil augur. And on this augur, the crowd of Tao didn't feel virtue, only evil. Otherwise, floating cloud mountain wouldn't have trembled violently, and they wouldn't have had to make a move to stabilize the seeking truth view. The evil augur walks through the water, the evil water and the evil waves. The people at the bottom of the mountain are in trouble. Inside the hall of Xuanfa, a thumping sound exploded. Xian Yang was hot-tempered and clapped his hands. This augur is hateful. If the poor Taoist could not defeat him, he would have personally come down to the mountain to cut down the scaly scales and eliminate the evil for the people. The paths nodded and were helpless. Who made it impossible for them to fight? Jiao Dragon is different from the Jiao Snake. This kind of existence has entered the realm of Qi cultivation, can walk the water into a real dragon Jiao Dragon, but also stands at the peak of this realm. Single combat. Even if it is the perfect Qi cultivation of real people are not rivals. Okay, the evil scale has its own high-ranking person to kill it. Whether it's my Tao sect predecessors or the current imperial court, they won't sit idly by. How to relieve the people right now is the key. Xian Ming opened his mouth. Xuanchu nodded. What senior brother said is very true. As the crowd of Taoists agreed, their gazes fell on Xian Su and Xian Tong, who made them good at handling plebeian affairs. Xian Su's eyelids fluttered, and Xian Tong's heart trembled. Despite not wanting to take the blame for this mess, the people are innocent. At this time of crisis, even if no longer willing, can only be hard on the top. Otherwise, the heart of the road is difficult to rest. Going up the mountain to cultivate in times of prosperity, and going down to save people in times of chaos. This is the iron law of Taoism and the spirit of Taoism. The people are in trouble. The people are suffering. As Taoists, they are duty-bound to help those in distress. Xuanchu, senior brother Xian Tong, what do you think? Seeing the sect leader throw the question to himself, Xian Tong lowered his head and rolled his eyes, silently contemplating, then raised his head again with a soft expression and kind brows, holding back his heartache. He returned, enlightened the sect leader. The floating cloud county under the floating cloud mountain 10 years without disaster. From the good fortune longevity of the incense money accumulated 10,000 taels. I seek the truth view planting and raising poultry. Self-sufficient. Only every year on the science rituals to spend some of them. And so far there are still 8,000 taels. What is taken from the people is used for the people. And the poor Taoist thinks that this incense money can be taken out to relieve the people. Xuanchu nodded. Good. Senior brother Xian Tong has a heart. When Xian Tong sat down, the Tao was silent for a moment, and no one disturbed Xian Su's thinking, and after a few moments, he finally opened his mouth and gave orders. Floyd County has always provided for my seeking truth concept. This demonic rebellion, they innocently suffered, really shouldn't. I seeking truth concept must not sit back and do nothing. Senior brother Xian Kong, look at how much grain and oil is still stored in the Guan, and after ensuring the daily needs of the disciples in the Guan, divert the remaining portion and transport it to the bottom of the mountain to open a kanji hut. Senior brother leads the way. Senior sister Xian Su, the nieces and nephews of the vegetable peak are graceful and good at the art of medicine. So I'd like to thank you for bringing them down the mountain to save the people. Don't worry, senior brother. The poor Taoist will do his best. Senior apprentice brother Xian Yin, I'd like to thank you for your trouble regarding the supply of medicinal herbs and other supplies. The sect leader is overstating the case. It is incumbent upon the poor Taoist. Senior apprentice brother Xian Yu, you go down the mountain with the poor Taoist and cast spells to cure the water before the flooding gets out of hand. And senior apprentice brother Xian Yang, you are in charge of vigilance to prevent other demons from taking advantage of the situation. Yes, senior. Seeing that it was finally his turn, Xian Ming took center stage. I'd like to thank you for staying in the Guan to prevent the young and the young from taking advantage of the situation. The other Taoists nodded as they heard this. They had sparred with senior brother Xianming in this half-year. Even though he was in the third realm, the depth of his magical power, the horizontality of his Tao body, and the strength of his strength made it difficult for even them to defeat him. Even the sect leader's senior brother could only fight with him to a draw without using his inherited Dharma sword. If it wasn't for the fact that senior brother Xianming had been in the Tao for a shorter period of time, and his spell attainments weren't as deep as theirs for the time being, I'm afraid that he would have been able to press them into a fight. To this senior brother who had become a late bloomer and was getting more and more dragon-like, the crowd of Tao genuinely admired him. Of course, having seen the strength of the superior foundation building method, they privately spent more time speculating on the Yin-Yang Foundation building chapter, and each gained something. Chapter 7, Gathering the Essence Flower, wielding the sword to kill the demon. Shen Yang was in a hurry and went straight down the mountain. Upon learning that a flood had indeed occurred, all the Taoists were united, and the entire Seeking Truth view moved, busy and organized. Inside the hidden scripture pavilion, the aroma of tea curled up. Xianming held a volume of Taoist scriptures and buried his head in it. Since there is nothing else to do, instead of watching them go about their business, it is better to observe the scriptures and realize the way. Truthfully, Xianming had mixed feelings when he heard senior brother Xian Su ask him to stay on the mountain. There is both the loss of not being able to go down the mountain to relieve the people and the celebration of not having to go down the mountain. It's really too dangerous outside the mountains. This side of the world runs deep. He didn't want to go down the mountain easily until he was strong enough to seek the path to immortality. One must first be alive. Of course, it wasn't as if Xianming hadn't done anything. His father left him some savings in this life, and his eldest sister in this life often sends money and goods. He took out 500 taels as a small token of appreciation. Saving people is like putting out a fire. The truth-seeking view moves quickly. In just 1 hour, all the Tao led their disciples and grandchildren down the mountain, and inside the hidden scripture pavilion, Xianming watched intently. Then, smoothing out the waves in his heart, he continued to flip through the scriptures. Time passes in the blink of an eye in March. The paths of the people remain unreturned to the mountain. The flooding under the mountain was far worse than expected. From time to time, news would come in. For example, Senior Xian Yang killed several man-eating small demons, and also fought a fourth realm snake demon for dozens of rounds, breaking one of its arms. Another example is that the catastrophe was accompanied by a pandemic, and Sister Xian Su is in the midst of an emergency treatment. Xianming sat in the Seeking Truth concept, and other than taking out some more money to fund this operation, the rest of the time he did what he had to do. It's not that he's cold-blooded, but he sees through it, knowing that any further anxiety would only add to the worries, and that in terms of the ability to deal with common affairs, he himself was far inferior to the other senior brothers. In that case, it would be better to view more volumes of scriptures. When his cultivation level rises and he goes farther on the path of the Great Tao, he will be able to stop such things from happening in the future, and directly kill the culprits before the danger comes, solving the problem at the source, turning over the scriptures and tasting the reasoning, enlightenment and cultivation, practicing martial arts to strengthen the body, and refining the law and academics. Xianming cultivation is getting better. In just 3 short months, the Tao had soared. The sun rises in the east and the waning moon sinks in the west. Ask the yard. In the treetops, the white-haired old Taoist sat cross-legged. The mountain wind blew and the Taoist robes fluttered. Xianming closed his eyes and concentrated, drawing on the power of the sun and moon to regulate the yin and yang in his body. When the mixed yuan qi was transformed into mana and flowed through the ren and dudu veins, injecting it into the lower dantian, the calm mana stirred and was pulled up, forming a huge vortex. The sea of Dharma creates a vortex, and the vortex creates suction. Vast mana was sucked into the vortex through and through. The only thing left in the large dantian was the vortex, spinning silently. It's getting faster and smaller. Finally, the vortex disappears. In the silence and darkness, a little light like the sun, releasing a brilliant light that shone through the dantian. It was a dan, round as one. It is also a cultivation medicine, and its color is like jade. It is called the essence flower by Taoist practitioners. Half an hour, Xianming opened his eyes, and there was a Taoist intention in the vicissitudes of his eyes that sank and floated for a moment before it was gone. A breakthrough after 9 months. Ascending from the third realm to the fourth. He was not surprised by this. A day and a night is a year. He himself polished the 100 days pass for 100 years. With deep roots, plenty of nutrients and fertile soil, it naturally flourishes and blooms easily. The 9th month of breaking the realm. Naturally, 9-9-1, cohesion essence flower. As for the 3 flowers will blossom when the top of the flower a few products. It depends on the bottom and the creation. Cultivation breakthroughs are delightful. It's rare that Xianming didn't observe the scriptures and become enlightened. Traveling through the floating cloud mountains, touring the mountains. Climb to the top of the mountain and view the 1,000-year-old glacier. In the valley, you can listen to the waves of the Bamboo Sea. The mood is pleasant and uplifting, because Xuanchu and other old Taoists were not within that, and the other disciples' cultivation was insufficient. Xuanning's breakthrough was not known to anyone other than the next-door Chang'anzi. Hyunmyeon thought that was fine, hiding a few more means. In the future, if there is a disaster, in order to surprise, a few more chances of victory. That night, the moon was dark and the wind was high. Several figures sneaked into the floating cloud mountain. A hazy demonic aura haunts the mountains. The sound of whispered conversations rang out. Elder brother, this floating cloud mountain is the lair of the truth-seeking one, so it is bound to be heavily guarded and in crisis. Is it too risky for us to come in such a hurry? Why don't we think long and hard, and look for spiritual medicine first, so that the severed limbs can be reborn? Waiting to nourish enough spirit, and then come to take revenge and kill the disciples and grandchildren of those newbie old Taoists? A toad demon with a pimpled forehead suggested, and just as he finished speaking, he was interrupted angrily by the brooding man with fair skin next to him. Fart. He spat the snake lightly and spoke in a shrill voice. Labor's revenge never lasts overnight. Nowadays, a few days at night is no longer advisable. The vengeance of a broken arm cannot go unavenged. Thinking that he would still need the small demons under his command to help him out when he infiltrated the truth-seeking one in a while, he turned and said gently, "Don't worry. I'm not acting recklessly in a hot-headed manner. When I came, I had already snooped around and found out that most of the disciples of the seeking truth concept had gone down the mountain, and there were only some young disciples who were new to the Tao on the mountain along with an old Taoist of the third realm. So it's not enough to be afraid of. With our strength, sneaking in will be a breeze, and there will be spirit medicines within this truth-seeker's view. After I repair my broken arm and kill a few Taoist priests to vent my anger, we will leave immediately and never stay, lest the night be long. When we cultivate into a great demon in the future, we'll come back and destroy the entire clan of Mount Seeking Truth to eliminate the hatred in our hearts." After hearing this, the demons were quite relieved, as long as this older brother wasn't completely overwhelmed with rage and leading them to fight for nothing. Seeing that the crowd of demons still had a hint of hesitation, the snake demon compelled. The Taoist is good at alchemy. The Seeking Truth Guan is quite famous within 100 miles of Floyd County, with an inheritance of more than 100 years, and it is bound to be hiding elixirs. And the flesh and blood of the practitioners is also beneficial to our cultivation. If you guys don't go, don't blame me for enjoying this benefit alone. When these words came out, the hearts of all the demons moved. They were originally brought together for profit. If there's a benefit, why not take it? The toad demon looked around, although his heart was uneasy and he still felt that it was not right. But if he refused, he would inevitably be rejected by the other demons. So he could only harden his heart and agree. Seeing that the demons agreed, the gloomy snake man's face looked much better, and a few demons hid their tracks and continued to advance. Just as he reached the halfway point of the mountain, a sword light suddenly arrived. Sword blood splattered as a large good head flew up, showering the air with a little rain of blood as it rolled to the ground. In the midst of the screams, a fish demon was decapitated, transformed into its original form, and died. The change came out of nowhere, and the demons changed color. They looked around warily, their eyes on guard, their expressions grave. A sword light rushed out of the mountains and came again. Only then did the demons see that it was a mahogany sword. It seems that the old Taoist on the mountain found them. Just how did it happen so fast? They haven't entered the truth seeker's view yet. Despite the surprise in their hearts, the demons were not slow in their movements, and they all cast their demonic techniques to defend against the sword light. The toad demon spat out water balls and manipulated the water waves. The two shrimp demons joined forces. The shrimp pincers suddenly became larger, emitting a sharp jingo aura, clamping down on the mahogany sword. Snake demon even spit out a large number of demonic fog diffusion. Grass and trees were corroded, leaves instantly withered and withered. Obviously has a strong poison. At the same time, he fiercely drew out the snake's tail and shot into the air, heading straight for the mahogany sword. The wooden sword crossed the sky and the sword light exploded. The joint strike of all the demons was like papier-mâché under the sword light. The water balloon shattered and the shrimp pincers crushed. The water wave and the serpent's tail were split in two. The demonic mist made a nuisance sound and dissipated into thin air under the sword light. Even the two weaker shrimp demons were piggybacked and decapitated, transforming into two 3-foot crayfish. The mahogany sword turned and came again. The sword light was sharper and the killing chance was stronger. The snake demon's face changed greatly, knowing that it could not be defeated. It turned around and ran, and the toad demon did the same. The sword light was in hot pursuit. The snake demon gritted its teeth, raised its hand to grab the toad demon, and threw it to the back without hesitation. At the moment of life and death, give up the demon for yourself. The toad demon's face changed greatly. In the moment of being pierced through by the sword light, his gray eyes violently erupted with bright light, and with his anger, he opened his mouth and spat out a long tongue, wrapping it around the snake demon. True death won't let go. Terrified and annoyed, the snake demon wanted to cast a spell to cut off the long tongue. However, it was too late. A bright sword light pierced through the chest and decapitated the head again. Before his consciousness completely blurred, he seemed to see a white-haired old Taoist and knew that he had been careless, which is the third realm old Tao. It was no exaggeration to say that it was a chi practicing real person. Complete darkness ensued. Chapter 8, Dragon Stinging Floating Clouds, Sword Lights Descending from the Heavens. Floating Cloud Mountain. Halfway up the mountain, sheathed the mahogany sword, the white-haired old Taoist stood with his arms folded, stroking his beard with a smile. This is his first time in the other world to show power, although the incident was sudden. Play a circle, back to the temple on the way to meet a few small demons, but in the end over a sword-chopping demons and evil high man addiction, even if he was in a good state of mind, when faced with his first time, the lake of his heart would always ripple a bit. Otherwise, it's too pretentious and fake and hypocritical. At the end of the day, cultivating the Tao is nothing but seeking a truth. Shen Ming didn't get excited for long, though. A year of age settles in, and the state of mind is ultimately different. After stabilizing his emotions, he gazed in thought. After being surprised at how he had crisply resolved several small demons, including a fourth realm snake demon with a broken arm, Shen Ming took it for granted. The mixed elements one breath technique was a top-tier technique. The 8 truths of the outer landscape has been cultivated into the 5th truth. He himself was able to fight the 4th realm sect master brother in the first 3 months, let alone after his breakthrough. Today I am not what I was yesterday. Although he had just broken the realm and didn't know exactly how strong he was, but the leaf fell to know the autumn, from the ease with which he killed the snake demon. Not to say that he was invincible to the realm of practicing essence, but it would be hard to meet an opponent. When he has perfected his practicing essence, he may be invincible at the same level. Thinking of this, Shen Ming rejoiced. Only he didn't get carried away and calmed down quickly. There is a world beyond the sky and a world beyond the people. Practicing the essence is only the first major level of cultivation. Not to mention, that evil dragon alone had left Shen Ming helpless. Not to mention, the world's most powerful god refiner, or even the legendary immortals. The mountain is dangerous and the world is deep in water. He has a long way to go, a high mountain to climb. This old mountain road, right now it's only just departed. It's a long way to go. After lamenting, Shen Ming's state of mind improved slightly. The demon's body was huge and difficult to move. He tapped his toes and leaped out 100 feet in one step, like a dusty immortal in the air. White hair flying, Taoist robes fluttering, Taoist aura. After returning to the view, he recruited Naganoko. When he heard that a demon had sneaked up the mountain, his expression was horrified. Hearing that the demon was killed by Shen Ming, he was relieved. As for the master uncle into the Tao only more than a year, can kill the 4 realms of the demon thing? Chang'an Zi accepts well, and even gave birth to a crowd of drunkenness I wake up alone arrogance. Looking at the entire seeking truth concept, the only one who knows the true strength of his senior uncle is himself. The rest are all fools. Hearing that Shen Ming had given himself such a good thing as carrying a demonic body, he was ecstatic. Thank you, senior uncle. It's still senior uncle who cares for me. Hearing Chang'an Zi's voice suddenly clip up, Shen Ming's beard-straining hand shook and ripped off a beard. He blew his beard and glared, the tiny whisk in his hand tapping his cheap master nephew's forehead. A certain person is going to be a monster, so don't go yet. Nagayoko feigns pain, wailed and ran out. The breeze blew and sent its shouts. Senior uncle, you can rest assured that I'll do my job. Shen Ming shook his head and laughed. Brat, on the 2nd floor of the hidden scripture pavilion, turning the scriptures to enlightenment. Tea is fragrant and books are refreshing. Shen Ming immersed in it. The reasoning in the sutra was extracted from the cocoon. From the shallow to the deep understanding and then remove the essence. Choose the good and use it, such as a trickle of small streams into the heart of the sea of the Dharma. 3 and 3 are endless. 6 and 6 are infinite. 9 and 9 are 1. The last time he had been enlightened by the Xianguan, he had already clarified the rules for touching the yellow quartz scripture outer scenery jade scripture. 3, 6, 9. In Taoism are all infinite, and each of them has its own emphasis. 3, a starting point. 6, it's the process. 9, the end. It's a new beginning and a retroactive return to unity. After the last creation, Shen Ming's enlightenment had surged and had surpassed most people in the world. In the past, it took 5 years to comprehend 300 scrolls of Tao scriptures. Now, he had already gone through more than 260 scrolls of Tao scriptures, and in 3 months at most, he would be able to finish reading 300 scrolls and reach 600 scrolls. When that time comes, one will be able to become enlightened again. He was looking forward to getting something. Of course, Xian Ming didn't pin his hopes entirely on his golden finger. An iron needs to be hard. One could not wait for the Yellow Quartz Sutra to be fed. Otherwise, even if one would realize the truth of it, how different was it from a sutra brushing machine? What's the point of having outstanding enlightenment? Just to brush the scriptures faster? The most valuable thing about people is their wisdom. How to utilize his subjective initiative. Turn the Tao scriptures reasoning into sustenance, and then apply it to reality. Trying to perfect the truth-seeking concepts, laws and techniques, or even trying to create his own techniques on his own, perfecting his own laws, and exploring his own Tao, was what he should do. A volume of Taoist scriptures had just been flipped through, and Xian Ming closed his eyes to digest it. It was a habit he developed of reading the scriptures. Soon, a footstep came hurriedly. Immediately afterward, Chang and Zi's fiery voice came into his ears. "Seen your uncle. It's not good. That snake demon corpse is gone. Do you think he faked his death to get away?" At those words, Xian Ming opened his eyes, a touch of dismay appearing on his kind face. That snake demon was pierced through the heart and decapitated by the poor Taoist's peachwood sword. It's impossible for him to live. Can you check it out? Chang and Zi didn't dare to slack off and hurriedly replied. "Seen your uncle." Disciple led the people to turn over the nearby mountains and forests, almost digging up the ground. There is no trace of the snake demon at all. Only some remnants of blood and scales remain in the original place. Frowning slightly, Xian Ming stared. It seems there is something else going on in this matter. Ordering Chang and Zi to fetch the remaining blood from the scales, Xian Ming flexed his fingers and tapped, casting the Seeking Truth View Trace Finding spell. The two things flew up and merged with each other. Snapping his fingers, he struck a stream of light that fell into the scales, then lightly waved his duster, and the scales suddenly shook and spiraled out. Xian Ming immediately followed. Night fell and the bright moon was in the sky. The white-haired old Taoist, holding a duster and carrying a mahogany sword on his back, leapt forward, 100 feet in one breath, 100 feet at hand. The scales followed the remnants of the snake demon's chi, and Xian Ming wandered through the mountains and forests. A pillar of incense later, at the foot of Floating Cloud Mountain, the scales suddenly dimmed and fell to the ground. Xian Ming stopped and stepped on the treetop, looking out at the deep night color outside the mountain. His pale eyes surfaced a touch of gravity, and said in a deep voice, "Things are in trouble. I thought I'd get something, but it was a wasted trip." He was very sure that the snake demon was dead through and through, the kind that was cold through and through, but now this demon's whereabouts were unknown. Did this demon really have a subtle golden cicada shelling technique that could hide it from its own senses? Or was there another reason? Whatever. Soldiers come and go. Contemplating for a moment, Zhenmin looked away. The ship will be straightened out at the end of the bridge. If that snake demon, who was seriously injured, was bound to spend a lot of time recuperating from its injuries, and when it accomplished a great chi-practicing demon and came to take revenge, I'm afraid that he himself would have already gone farther in the chi-practicing realm. After all, he's the man who opens the door. One step forward, one step back. If there was something else going on, as long as he was strong enough, he would be able to handle it with ease even if a crisis came. It comes down to strength. At least for now the crisis is away from the Floating Cloud Mountains. After thinking it through, Xian Ming turned around, took a step of 100 feet, and returned to the truth-seeking observatory. A small chopstick-thick green snake sneaked out of the hole in the ground, looking at the old Taoist's distant figure and lightly spitting out its snake letters, then turned and looked out over the mountains. Intense hatred emanated from his pupils. Thinking of his own this time to transform into a dragon failed. Flesh and most of the soul was sealed. After 1,000 hard work, only to disappear a wisp of residual soul. A touch of killing opportunity from his body flashed away. When this demon body that has been taken over cultivates to the chi cultivation realm, he will slaughter this Taoist temple to vent his anger, which is considered to be asking for some benefits from those newbie old Taoists. Just as the green snake was planning to hibernate in the Floating Cloud Mountain, a sword light descended from the sky. Chapter 9, Karma is Bound. One strike determines victory. The sword light appeared. A mahogany sword fell from the sky. The green snake was cholerically staggered. The chills are due to the sharpness of the sword's light. Stunned, was not expecting the old Tao to go and return. The anger of being fooled. Suppressed resentment. The superposition caused the green snake to explode. The human race, truly treacherous. The snake's letter hissed as he opened his mouth and spat out a large amount of cold air. The temperature at the foot of the Floating Cloud Mountain suddenly plummeted. Snowflakes fell from the sky. Frost was born on the grass and trees, and the ground froze. The sword light was frozen and cracked by the cold. The mahogany sword clanked and broke through the ice, flying into the hands of a white-haired old Taoist who wore a gray-coated Taoist robe and was immortal. It was Xian Ming. Looking at the snake demon below, Xian Ming's heart sank. When reading novels in his previous life, he saw that many old-timers had used this trick, plus the snake demon was injured. Its speed should not be as fast as his own, and it was impossible to escape from the mountain forest so quickly, so he took a chance and tried it, but he never thought that there would be a real unexpected gain. Only, Xian Ming's heart sank instead of rejoicing. All because the green snake has a strange aura. Although it was faint and hidden in the snake demon's breath, it could not be hidden from Xian Ming's perception. His spiritual awareness had been strengthened by the Yellow Court Sutra and he had perfectly built his foundation. His essence had increased greatly, and he was completely superior to the essence practicing realm cultivators. Also because the green snake was intact, the decapitated head was fused, the severed snake's tail was renewed, and its strength was not 1.5 stars stronger than before. Even he felt a pressure. Cold eyes gazing at the snake demon. Xian Ming didn't waste his lips. The wine is not as good as the words. He had nothing to say to the snake demon. Raising his hand, the sword light was cold. The mahogany sword flew out again. Instantly 1 becomes 2, 2 becomes 4, and 4 becomes 8. In an instant, all 8 swords were fired. Each sword light was 10 feet long, bright and piercing and sharp. This was the basic sword art of the seeking truth concept, the 8 trigram sword. After entering the Tao, he didn't rush to cultivate high-level spells, but instead practiced from the most basic sword and spell techniques. While observing the scriptures and exhaling spiritual energy, he practiced these basic arts over and over again. In Xian Ming's eyes, these basic teachings that had been modified and perfected by the 3 generations of Taoists of the truth-seeking one were thousands of times better, with even fewer breaks. It's more worth polishing than high-level spells. It makes the most sense to practice it to perfection, and then switch the cultivation method from shallow to deep and watery. And now, he was going to use the snake demon to verify the results of his own cultivation. The sword light fell like a waterfall, the cold air was cut off, the cold ice was chopped up, and the snow was drowned. The 8 sword lights were unabated and headed straight for the snake demon. The green snake was indignant and opened its mouth to spit out cold air again. A greater cold current erupted. He twisted the snake body. The river under his feet even rose up a vast wave of water. The cold current rushed with the water waves, transforming into 8 hideous ice snakes, opening their bloody mouths, revealing their sharp fangs, and swallowing the 8 sword lights. Click, click. The sword light and the ice snake shattered at the same time. As the mahogany sword flew backward, the green snake's feet created waves and headed straight for the nearest mountain stream. Vertical leap, holding a wooden sword. Xian Ming in hot pursuit. Since the not karma should be today, karma today. Let the tiger return to the mountain thing. He will not do. A step of 100 feet. Xian Ming body fluttering, right hand throwing mahogany sword. The sword light is swift. See the wind to grow to 3 feet. 3 feet of sword light chopping to the water waves. The left hand waved the duster in his hand, and the 3,000 silver threads skyrocketed dozens of feet, rigid and flexible, heading straight for the green snake. At the same time, he opened his mouth and spat out a mixed chi. A gas instantly transformed 5 illusory deities. In the water waves were chopped. The green snake was entangled in the dust whisk moment. The 5 spirits town 5 parties, laid down the seeking truth concept's 5 elements demon ceiling formation, blocking the green snake retreat. Stinking Taoist, do you really want to kill everyone? To tell you the truth, this body is only a wisp of this king's residual soul taking over. As long as this body doesn't die, sooner or later I will make a comeback. And at that time, it will be the day that seeking truth concepts is overthrown. If you turn a blind eye and are willing to let me go, this king promises that he will never make things difficult for you in the truth-seeking one, or else you will bring about the end of the truth-seeking one. Sensing that the old Tao was difficult to deal with, green snake colored. This wisp of residual soul in order to break through the seal, waste a lot of power, all the way to escape to here, after seizing the body still warm snake demon, in order to repair the body, and waste part of the power. Now, the residual power is limited, can only play out the strength comparable to the cultivator of the chi realm, and use a little less, can reduce the number of times it is used, and get out smoothly. The snake demon does not mind lowering its head for the time being, after helping the main body to break the seal, then in front of the old Taoist. It is not too late to slaughter the whole of the seeking truth view. Anyway, he's done a lot of backtracking. Dignity is worthless in the face of profit. However, Xian Ming was deaf and unmoved, and without any nonsense at all, he swung out a sword with all his might. The sword light increased dramatically to 3 feet 3. 5 illusory deities merged into it. The sword light grew even longer, increasing to 4 feet. It was his full strength. To the snake demon's words, Xian Mingxin didn't believe all of them. It's just a wisp of a split soul taking over a snake demon. He believes there is the honored one, and he believes in it, but he didn't believe the snake demon's promise. It is impossible to make him throw in the towel and tie his hands just by pulling the tiger's skin and pulling the flag with a few words. It's not like he's young enough to be bluffed easily. 6 years in the scripture pavilion. He read books, and occasionally read some cultivation secrets and miscellaneous records, especially after entering the Tao, the scripture building canonical books for him to taste and read. Xian Ming insights greatly increased. Although he didn't know about the split soul subtlety, he knew the importance of soul integrity to the practitioner, and citing one example, he speculated and dispersed his thoughts to understand that unless it was absolutely necessary, the practitioner shouldn't easily perform the split soul technique. Even if the snake demon was powerful in its own right, it was highly likely that it would be temporarily restricted in its movements, or even trapped. Otherwise it would be impossible to take over the body. This snake demon appeared to be smart, trying to use his own body to intimidate himself and cause him to retreat. But in reality, there was no silver in this place, exposing many problems. Of course, these were all Xianming's guesses, how true or false. Let's scrap the snake demon first and then check. The snake demon was furious. I can't imagine that this old Taoist is a stubborn one. A word is not enough to make a move. Since we can't talk, we'll fight. He is a dragon. Even if the dragon swims in the shallows, he can't be teased by the newbie old Taoist. The waves of water were soaring as the snake demon mobilized more power. Both felt the terror of this sword, but also wanted to fight quickly and kill the old Taoist, so as not to have a long night's sleep. After all, this place is the main field of the truth-seeking one. Who knows if there will be any backhandedness? The mountains and forests were filled with howling winds and lurid waves, forming a 10-foot dragon with teeth and claws. Boom! The dragon collided with the swordlight. Grasses and trees were strewn across the ground. Earth rolled up and sand flew, fiercely exchanged and simultaneously abraded. White hair fluttered. Taoist robes bulged. Xian Ming pinched his knuckles. Peachwood swords flew, and Bagua sword art was displayed. The 4 feet of swordlight formed an 8 trigram sword array. For a time, the sword light stirred. The fine sword chi was in the hundreds. Moving according to the subtle trajectory, the sword network was dense, the sword chi was sharp, and the sword light was radiant. This basic sword formation of the seeking truth concept had the power to destroy mountains and break rivers in his hands. The snake demon looked grave, hissed, and the waves of water were 1,000-fold. One outweighed higher than the other. With a dragon's roar, 100 feet of auger dragon overturned the river and killed blatantly. A snake and a man. Both decided to strike a blow. Chapter 10. Presumption. Landscape nurture. Boom! There was a big collision in the mountains. The grass turned to ash and the mountains crumbled. Xian Ming retreated several steps in a row, one step at a time, his imprints ranging from deep to shallow, dislodging the force of the recoil. When the dust and smoke cleared, a 2-foot deep pit came into view, and the snake demon was heavily injured, lying in the pit with blood flowing. The mahogany sword was stuck in his 7 inches, strangling his lifegate, making it difficult for him to operate his mana and unable to escape. The more he struggled and twisted, the deeper the wooden sword stuck. Seeing this, Xian Ming sighed in relief. This demon is difficult and mysterious, but it is good that it is finally restrained. Lightly waving his duster, Xian Ming traveled to the edge of the pit, stood with his hands in the air, looked at the snake demon below, and faintly said, "Half a month ago, news had come from under the mountain that several real people from the Zixia sect had left the mountain and headed straight for the Kanglan River. If the poor Taoist's expectations are correct, you should be the split soul of that water-walking evil augur, and your main body will most likely be suppressed." Being exposed to the secret in his heart, the snake demon's pupils quaked. Even though the panic flickered and passed incredibly fast, it was still captured by Xian Ming, who had been watching him closely. "I can't believe I guessed right." Xian Ming was secretly shocked. In fact, he couldn't tell if it was an augur split soul or not. Just think of the recent only happened a big event of the dragon walks in the water. As a part of the soul, the snake demon's strength is far more than the practice essence. The body is bound to be not ordinary practice realm existence. Plus this demon is good at controlling water, and the last few rounds of fighting were even more water condensing jiao, so he was bold enough to swindle him. I can't imagine it's really related to that dragon. Solving the doubts in his heart, Xian Ming's killing intent blazed in his heart. The peachwood sword blossomed with piercing swordlight, directly laying down a vicious hand. The snake demon didn't have time to scream before he died, raising his hand to recall the peachwood sword. Looking at the pit of minced meat, he stroked his whiskers and nodded his head, satisfied with a smile. This time this demon really can't die again. He doesn't believe that it can be resurrected again. As for the scaly dragon, although Xian Ming was worried and scornful, but not to the point of talking about it. The Zixia sect was a great Taoist sect in Qingzhou, with several real people in attendance and 1,000 years of inheritance. This time they went out to subdue the devil and suppress the augur. It should be difficult for a long time for the augur to break the seal and come out of the world. Otherwise, this demon wouldn't have bothered to separate a wisp of soul and take over a snake demon. Obviously he wasn't sure of breaking the seal himself, and only then did he intend to cooperate inside and outside. In this way, Xian Ming had a long period of time to cultivate and grow, and with his own accumulation and the subtleties of the Yellow Court Sutra, he was certain that he would step into the chi practicing realm next year and achieve the status of a real person. When the augur breaks the seal, he will only get stronger. At that time, even if he wasn't a match for Zhao Long, it shouldn't be difficult for him to keep the truth seeker's view. Of course, if he was capable enough, Xian Ming would not hesitate to wield his sword to cut down the augur and remove the hidden danger. Besides, could he really let the snake demon go? If one were truly to show mercy to the snake demon and let it go out of fear of the Jiao dragon, Xian Ming would be the only one who would have trouble getting his thoughts through, and his Taoist mind would be clouded, making it difficult for his mind to break through and hindering his cultivation. As for suppressing or subduing the snake demon, he had once had this thought, but he overturned it just as it appeared. Suppressing the snake demon. Wouldn't it be a blatant way to leave a coordinate or handle on the floating cloud mountain? As for taking in the snake demon, the dragon has lived for an unknown number of years. These old monsters have treacherous and elusive minds, and their cards are endless and unfathomable. Although the snake demon is only a split soul, but the essence has not changed. The heart is deep. I do not know how many means to hide. Rather than be on guard or battle of wits, it is better to directly chopped. Xian Ming just wanted to concentrate on his cultivation and didn't want to be distracted by hooking up, so he directly chopped it down. Plain and simple. What will be, will be. Before the dragon breaks the seal, it's up to him to fight for it. Several figures were leaping through the mountains and forests. These were the young Taoists who stayed behind at the Seeking Truth concept, attracted by the movement of Xian Ming's fight with the snake demon. Upon meeting and seeing the wretched scene, they sucked in a breath of cool air and looked towards the white-haired old Taoist standing on the treetop with his hands in the moonlight. A touch of awe and admiration that was hard to hide surfaced on their faces. I can't imagine that this uncle has skyrocketed after joining the Tao. His cultivation is like a breakthrough, and now he is even more terrifying. I'm afraid that he is already one of the strongest in the Guanzhong. Greetings, Master. All the Dao bowed and saluted, and Xian Ming nodded and returned the salute. Leaving the aftermath to them, he tapped his toes on the treetops, rose into the air, and turned to leave. Dusty and ethereal. Hidden Scripture Pavilion. Inquirer's Court. Inside the hut, Xian Ming sat on the futon, closed his eyes to review the proceeds. Today's matter has a twist and turn. He killed several demons in a row, and even killed a great demon subsoul. It is considered to be a fall, although there is no fish in the net, but exposed a lot of problems. Need him to sort out the details. To summarize, check the gaps, will be turned into their own growth of food. It was only after half an hour that he began to meditate and practice. The crow flies, the rabbit walks, and the stars turn. Half a month later, all the paths returned to the mountain one after another. They were nervous when they learned that Floating Cloud Mountain had been infiltrated by demons, and they were relieved to know that it was Xian Ming who had stepped in and killed the demons. Afterwards, they have entered the Tibetan scriptures to pay their respects. To Xian Ming, killing a few small demons was nothing. As a Taoist priest of the Seeking Truth Observatory, he was just doing what needed to be done. The first 2 times we met in good spirits. The third time, he just closed the door and asked Chang and Z to send a message. If there is anything else, you can meet in the cabinet. If you come to thank, hit the road. We're all our own brothers and sisters, so there's no need to be polite. It's okay. Don't disturb the poor Taoist scripture observation. The crowd of Dao shook their heads helplessly. It was clear to them that the last sentence was the point. Elder brother is disgusted with them for disturbing the purity. Since this is the case, it is natural that the many paths are not at the door. As Sifu said, don't be blindly polite. Taoist practice place should be less complicated rituals and pedantry of the world, more quiet and honest. When Xianyin and Xiansu, who were responsible for the aftermath, returned to the mountain, Seeking Truth Quan resumed its previous life. The practice of all paths, the Xian Ming Quan Jing, morning bells and twilight drums on the mountain. It is quite a dashing meteorology of the Taoists who do not adore the red dust. The people of Fuyun County also rebuilt their homes under the arrangement of the Minister of Qin, with more smiles on their sorrowful faces. While praising the court, he occasionally looked up at the cloud-covered Floyd Mountain with gratitude in his eyes. If not for the timely assistance of the mountain Taoist priests, they could not survive the court to come. This point, the people of Fuyun County know very well. A month and a half later, the people at the bottom of the hill had resettled, and the county was gradually regaining its strength. Tibetan Scripture Cabinet. The mountain old Taoist finally turned over the realization of 600 volumes of Taoist scriptures. The heart of the reason gradually clear. Taoist clarity and openness. From the inside out, exudes a free temperament. More and more immortal-style Taoist bones. That afternoon, it was rare that he didn't stay at the Tibetan scripture pavilion, and he walked out of his room and through the mountains. At times, he took a bamboo pole and swam downstream in a canoe. At other times, he got dusty in order to chase a rabbit without using the slightest bit of magic power. Sentiment in the landscape. Cultivate the temperament. Nourish the body and mind. Seek a natural simplicity. That night, he returned from his fun. Ask the courtyard. Inside the hut, Xian Ming used his morning meal, burned incense and bathed. The essence of the spirit reached its peak as he sat on the futon, calming his mind and mobilizing his mind to enter the Xian Pass. In a haze, 3 Taoist scriptures emerged. The Tao Chi was dense, the reasoning intertwined, and the Tao rules were dazzling. Chapter 11, Authorization of the Sword. The Court's Visit. Boom! The yellow Ting external scenery scripture releases light and slowly turns the pages. Just as his mind entered the scripture, Xian Ming's ears heard a loud boom and saw a terrifying scene. Above the firmament, electricity flashed and thundered. The tide of chaos began to recoil against the newborn heaven and earth. The world diaphragm is compressed and deformed, creating cracks. The newborn heaven and earth are faced with a catastrophe of annihilation, where chaos collides with heaven and earth and breeds annihilating thunderbolts. Electricity dances with silver snakes and purple thunder roars. Mountains are crumbling and rivers are backing up. The 8 true deities reappeared infused with earth, wind, water and fire respectively, sacrificing themselves to mend the tire membrane of heaven and earth. When the heavens and earth were stabilized again, the thunder that ravaged the Qiankuan was instinctively wrapped by the will of the world. After a long period of time, 5 deities were birthed, each surrounded by black and white, red, green and yellow thunder. They run through the 5 directions and sort out the 5 elements. With the help of heaven and earth, yin and yang are separated. The sun and moon are born. The 5 elements rotate, and the mountains and rivers have spirits. The earth gives birth to fertile soil and is rich in virtue. Grass breaks through the ground and sprouts green. The river rushes on, and the atmosphere is vast. The heavens and the earth have colors, colorful and splendid. The world is renewed and new gods are birthed. The 8 truths reappeared and descended anew, guarding the 8 directions of heaven and earth in accordance with the directions of the 8 trigrams. The sun and the moon compete with each other, and the yin and the yang are intertwined. The innate yin and yang collide, giving birth to 12 gods, 6 yang and 6 yin. The 12 gods flew into the firmament, each hidden, regulating the clear and turbid chi of heaven and earth, and combing the yin and yang spirit of the universe. Heaven and earth become more and more spiritual and alive. For as long as the world evolved, Xian Ming watched. On this day, heaven and earth shook. The stars in the circumference of the sky emerged, one after another, revolving around the sun and the moon, a total of 360 of them. The 12 exalted gods and the 5 directions thunder god manifested, interpreting the yin-yang and 5 elements truths, and Xian Ming immersed himself in them. Hoo-hoo! The sound of the rooster's crow awakens the basilisk. Through the window, I saw a hint of fish belly white in the sky. He got up and got off the couch, took a step outside the window, and sat on the treetops as he was used to. After collecting the purple chi of the rising sun and having his morning meal, Xian Ming didn't go to the scripture pavilion as he did in the past, but continued to stay in the inquirer's courtyard. Under the pale old pine, the white-haired old Taoist sat in a cross-legged position. Close your eyes and concentrate, and realize with your mind what you gained from last night's sutra viewing. This time, he entered the yellow court outer scenery jade scripture, and saw the scene of heaven and earth evolving again. He comprehended all kinds of truths, and like last time, he also had 3 comprehensions, and in addition to perfecting the mixed elements and 1 chi skill to the point of practicing chi, he also comprehended 2 powerful art techniques. It's just that he wasn't in a hurry to practice. In the way of cultivation, the Tao is fundamental. Compared to divine techniques, Xian Ming was more concerned about reasoning and gong skills, which was the foundation of his quest for immortality. As the sun rose and the moon set, in addition to accumulating mana, for 3 days in a row, Xian Ming was digesting the reasoning and turning it to his own use. Until the 4th day, when the sun rises, after collecting the purple chi, he was about to practice his jutsu when he suddenly saw Chang and Zi poking his head outside the courtyard. "Brat, what are you doing sneaking around out there? Get your ass in here yet." When Chang and Zi heard this, he immediately ran his ass into the courtyard, and after bowing his head, his eyes were glowing, and he wanted to say something, revealing a look of "you quickly ask me" expression. Having lived together for 6 years, this cheap master-nephew reacted this way every time he had a melon to eat, and Xian Ming had long since become accustomed to it. Only, one doesn't intend to spoil him. The more Chang and Zi did so, the less Xian Ming asked. Raising his hand, the peachwood sword on the tabletop vibrated and flew out of the hut. landing in his hand as he raised his hand and began practicing the 8 trigram sword art. The sword goes with the heart, as if it were an arm. The sword moves were transformed in a natural way. The Bagua sword art was flowing in his hands. Every move was filled with the rhythm of the Tao, and there was a kind of metamorphosis that transformed his body, as if he was transformed from a dead thing into a living thing, and the whole set of sword arts had a life, full of spirituality. Actually, it does. Through observing the 8 true gods evolving the 8 trigrams, returning to reality, and digesting what he had learned, Xian Ming had more knowledge and a deeper understanding of the 8 trigram subtle principles. Bagua's sword art rose, also occurred qualitative change, not only more perfect, art close to the road, power doubled, but also full of mysterious and wonderful. If the Bagua sword array is bound to be more unpredictable, if he encountered another strong enemy with similar strength to the snake demon, he would not have as much trouble cleaning up as he did that night. Over and over again, Xian Ming practiced his sword relentlessly. Chang Yanzi had once existed in the 3rd realm of practicing essence, and even now that he had fallen to the 1st realm, his eyes were still there. Even if his senior uncle did not use his magic power, he still felt the difference in the sword technique. His face was less cynical and more solemn, and he was unconsciously engrossed in it. It wasn't until Xian Ming tapped Chang Yanzi's forehead with his mahogany sword and ate the pain that he woke up. Covering his forehead and eating the pain, Chang Yanzi looked at Xian Ming with surprise and admiration. The Bagua sword art was the basic sword art of the truth-seeking concept. The more basic it is, the less broken it is. He had practiced the 8 trigram sword art, and his attainments were quite deep among all the disciples, and even compared to the elders in the Guanzhong, he thought that he was no match for them, and because of this, he understood how powerful this set of sword arts performed by his senior uncle was, and how rare it was to perfect this set of sword arts. The stance is just a slight change, but the overall spirituality in Tao rhythm has increased by several times, and there is a difference between what seems to be the case and what is not. It can completely be used as the seeking truth Quanstown sword art. Even if it was placed in a great Taoist sect like the Zixia sect, it was estimated that it was all classified as superior. Senior uncle. This. Xian Ming waved his hand, interrupting Chang Yanzi's next words. There are some things that are good to know in your own mind. He didn't intend to make the new 8 trigram sword art known to everyone. Not that he didn't want to, but he couldn't. This sword art contained profound truths and could only be cultivated by practicing the old 8 trigram sword art to perfection. Looking at the entire truth-seeking view, only Chang Yanzi was qualified. In the past, senior brother Xian Knight was most adept at the 8 trigram sword art. Ever since his accidental fall, Chang Yanzi had practiced this and only this set of sword techniques day in and day out. After years and years of this, it has long since come full circle. After his initiation, Xian Ming had seen him perform in the courtyard next door, and with one move, he already had his own style. Naganoko had a quick mind. How could one not understand that senior uncle was deliberately imparting such subtle sword arts? A warm current crossed his heart as he bowed solemnly. Disciple thanks senior uncle for teaching him the art. Xian Ming waved his hand carelessly. No need for that. You've taken care of the old Taoist a lot these past few years. I'm just throwing in the towel. Putting away the mahogany sword, Xian Ming prepared to enter the house. Chang Yanzi turned around and prepared to leave, and just after taking a few steps, he suddenly remembered the purpose of his visit, and hurriedly turned around again, running to Xian Ming's body, and taking the initiative to open his mouth with great interest. Senior uncle, there are people coming down the mountain. That minister who was ordered to provide disaster relief personally came to the door and visited the palmist master's uncle, in place of the imperial court, to commend the seeking truth view. What do you guess besides yellow and white things with herbs? Seeing Chang Yanzi squeezing his eyebrows, not only intentionally selling out, but also smiling triumphantly, Xian Ming's hands were slightly itchy and wanted to smoke something, and he saw that Chang Yanzi's status would be appropriate. Uncle Smoke's nephew, to put it mildly. Wait, identity. Thinking of Chang Yanzi's other identity, Xian Ming's eyes lit up and he slapped Chang Yanzi lightly on his forehead. Brat, deliberately whetting Master Uncle's appetite. The next time, I'll directly throw you to the vegetable maiden peak and place you at the disposal of Master Changning's nephew. The words just fell. A pleasant sound came from outside. What was handed to me, Master? Chapter 12, Little Kundo Power wielding Big Wolf's teeth. Ask outside the courtyard. A slender figure peeked out. The face is delicate, with long, thin eyelashes and an ethereal temperament. The slender figure was hidden under the blue Dao robe. This woman is none other than Chang Ningzi, Xian Su's own daughter, seeking a truthful view of large chicken farmers. Most importantly, Xian Ming and Chang Yanzi had eaten 3 of this woman's spirit chickens before and after this period of time. Now that the debtor suddenly came to the door, both of them were a little bit weak, just that both ways are very human. One with a flexible mind, horribly false on the inside, and a smile on the surface, more and more relatable, not the slightest hint of it. One is old and refined, full of chi cultivation kung fu, with white hair and Taoist robes on the outside, and an unassuming, immortal style, like a Taoist true cultivator with a high wind and a high level of purity. Disciple C Senior. The gate was open, so I came in. I hope that Senior will forgive me for my rudeness. Lightly waving his duster and striking out a magical power to lift up the young female crown who bowed in salute, Xian Ming said amiably, Changning master nephew do not need to be polite. Old Tao this courtyard few people to. I do not know what you came here for. Take the man's hand and eat the man's mouth. He was quite kind in his manner. And, of course, genuinely curious. All the paths in the view know that he prefers purity. The junior disciples did not dare to disturb them easily, and the peer congregation of the Dao would not come to the door without business. Xiannu Peak is far away from Hidden Dao Peak, and he has no interactions with this woman. Changning door. Is there another reason? Or really found some clues? Know the truth of the loss of the spirit bird. Come to ask for punishment? That's not right. The chicken was stolen by Naganoko and eaten by him. It's time to go outside his yard door. What does it have to do with myself? A pure and innocent old Taoist priest who was forced to eat chicken. It's not like he stole the chicken. Thoughts churning in his mind. Xian Ming was unmoving and calm on the surface. Senior uncle. Senior nephew previously comprehended a myriad technique and gained a little bit, but numerous doubts have come and gone. Mother praised master uncle for his profound attainments in this method, and as she is less than a match for her, it is only then that my disciple came to the door in haste to ask for guidance, lightly stroking his long beard. Rest assured. Xian Ming slightly nodded. Doubtful asked, young people hard work for life, not to the light of day lazy inches of work. You have this heart to learn. Poor road very comfort. Just, does senior sister Xian Su know about this? The wonderful method that Changning had mentioned should be the Yin Yang Foundation building chapter. Before the new 8 trigrams sword art was revealed, he was unique in this method only, crowning the seeking truth view. It's not a problem to ask him to instruct Channing. Teachers are inherently responsible for preaching and teaching. He, the master's uncle, could not bear the name for nothing. It's just that shouldn't senior sister Xian Su give him a heads up and say hello in advance? Chang Ningzi, who was a woman with a delicate temperament, heard the implication and confessed, don't be offended. It's not that mother intended to be slow, but she had a recurrence of her old illness, and the incident was so sudden that she had to close the door to heal her injuries. Senior nephew came here without my mother's knowledge. If I can break through the myriad laws, and my cultivation goes up to a higher level, I might be able to help her cure her old illness and save her from suffering. Xian Ming came to a realization. 15 years ago, when Xian Su's senior sister Hui Changning encountered a demonic disaster, although successfully escaped, but was seriously injured. Not only does Changning have a congenital deficiency that requires careful recuperation, to this day, she has not stepped into the second realm, but senior sister Xian Su has also left behind roots of her illness, and every year her old illnesses recur, and she needs to remain in seclusion for a period of time. After so many years, all the paths have become accustomed to it. It's not that they don't want to help, but the numerous paths are not as proficient in medicinal arts and medicine as senior sister Xian Su, and since she can't do anything about it, they are even more helpless and powerless. Well-behaved children are always a favorite. Xian Ming didn't discourage the little girl, not to mention pour cold water on her, saying she couldn't do it and promised to teach. 100 good things come first. It's a good thing that you have the heart to do so. Every 3 days, you may come to the Tibetan scripture pavilion, and the old Taoist will answer your questions and solve your problems. Channing rejoiced. The voice was as cheerful and clear as a yellow warbler out of the valley. The whole body is full of a youthful vigor. Thank you, Master. Xian Ming smiled broadly, stroking his beard and nodding. When he left, he immediately changed his face and blew his beard and eyes at Chang and Zi. Don't go to Sunui Peak again in the future. Bullying such a good child. How can you bear it in your heart? If I let the old Taoist know that you are unrepentant, I will make you copy the 800 scrolls of scripture with your own hands. In addition, the appropriate set of sword skills, to practice diligently. If you dare to slack off, the poor Taoist will not spare you. Why don't you go now and stay here? Looking at the uncle who flipped his face like a book and started to drive people away, Chang and Zi's heart let out a groundhog-like frenzy. His expression was aggrieved, and the bit of emotion in his heart that had been there before was gone. Say it like you haven't eaten. You eat more than I do and are more aggressive than I am. But seniority is like a mountain, and senior uncle's reasoning is hard. Chang and Zi didn't dare to retort. Spitting on the inside, well-behaved on the outside. After saluting, he left in a hurry. Looking at Chang and Zi's back, Xian Ming laughed and cursed to himself. Brat! Don't think I don't know that you're stealing curses from poor Tao in your heart. See Changning stop Chanan. He immediately waved his sleeve. The wind rose from the flat ground, and the door of the questioning courtyard closed with a bang. Naganoko, who happened to turn her head for help. "You're such a good uncle to me." Slowly twisting his head, Chang Zi grinned and asked dryly, "I wonder why senior sister stopped poor Tao." Humming softly, the 6-foot Changning casually took out a 9-foot wolf-tooth rod from the rui pouch on her waist. Her eyebrows arched as she smiled sweetly. "Senior brother Chang'an, why did senior uncle say that he wanted to hand you over to me? Don't think you've forgotten about it." She had a keen sense of smell since she was a child. And from Chang Zi, Chang Ning smelled a touch of familiarity. "The scent comes up every time you throw a chicken. It is clear who the chicken thief is." Thinking of his hard-earned spirit bird being eaten by the dog thief in front of him, Chang Ning's tender white little face revealed a fierce expression, his little tiger teeth glistening in the sunlight. Naganoko's scalp went numb. Hidden scriptures, house of questions. To Chang Zi's miserable screams, Xian Ming pretended not to know, turned around and went back to the house, sat down in front of the bookcase, picked up a scripture scroll, and flipped through it silently. Soon there was nothing outside of his mind and he was immersed in it. The pleas for mercy and the shouts went away, as if the two worlds were separated by a wall. Outside the walls there was a hustle and bustle, men and women chasing and fighting. The walls are quiet, and the Taoist reads the scriptures and realizes the truth. A movement, a stillness, between the young and the old. All is the way, all is reasonable, and there are a few years of peace. The sun sets and the moon rises, and day and night alternate. Early the next morning, after collecting the purple chi of the rising sun, Xian Ming reappeared on the second floor of the scripture pavilion. "Make tea and burn incense, and enjoy your scrolls." He resumed his old life. Tea aroma, book fragrance refreshing the heart. Xian Ming internal and external peace. Taoist mind is quiet, watching the scriptures to understand the Tao, gradually into a good state. Later that evening, the clamor came. Being interrupted in his thoughts, Xian Ming was not annoyed. All because it was Chang Zi who was directing the Taoist priests to move the Taoist scriptures. These are one of the court commendations. In the morning, Chang Zi has already checked. More than 200 of the 500 scriptures overlap, but there are also more than 200 scriptures that the truth-seeking koan collection just does not have. It is considered to be half to half. The Dao collection was one of the underlying strengths of each Dao lineage. It is so that Chang Zi and all the paths are joyful. Xian Ming was happy because he was able to read more Taoist scriptures. The many paths were happy because the sect was prospering. When he finished carrying the Taoist scriptures, Chang Zi limped over to Xian Ming, showing his teeth. "Half of it really hurts, half of it is pretend." Seeing his senior uncle burying his head in the scriptures and ignoring himself, it was clear that his old man didn't eat his set, so he didn't pretend. Came over to the tabletop and said mysteriously, "Senior uncle, do you know what that imperial court official promised my seeking truth view yesterday before he left?" Lightly glanced at the cheap master nephew who remembers to eat and not remember to fight. Xian Ming stretched out his finger, gently poked through the 3-inch thick table, and probed his palm and gently flicked it over, recovered in an instant, and then continued to observe the sutra. Gulp. Swallowing hard, Chang Zi immediately stopped selling and honestly said, Chapter 13, Dao Yuan Fest, 5 Thunders of Justice. Today's Holy Emperor is clear. The court rewards and punishments are clear. Because I seek truth view this time to go down the mountain to relieve the people, contribute a lot. That minister of the imperial court on behalf of the court promise. At next year's Fengyang County Dao Yuan Fest, as long as my seeking truth concept doesn't perform too mediocrely, we'll be given 2 places. Xian Ming sniffed, his gaze temporarily leaving the scriptures, his expression astonished. This matter was indeed unexpected. This side of heaven and earth is special. Spiritual energy was abundant. Dharma veins were numerous. And there were many cultivators. Jianghu martial artists open mountains with a single punch. Taoist true monarchs travel thousands of miles in the gods. Buddhist Luohan's golden body is undefeated. Confucian sages export their weapons. And Mahist rangers appear out of nowhere. In order to prevent cultivators from violating the ban, lest they bully the weak, and also to deter the world's demons and devils. 5,000 years ago, the imperial court joined forces with all the Dharma veins to create the God sealing list, promulgate laws and decrees, and set up the heaven and earth courtyard, Bodhi Hall, Hall of 10,000 gods, and Shankuan building to join forces with the imperial court to control the power and authority, assist in the sealing of the gods, and manage the cultivation world. Even though the world later fell apart, by the Great Qing divine dynasty split into the Great Jin, the Great Xian and the Great Qian 3 divine dynasty and many small countries. The world is thus divided into 3. The countries in chaos and 3 tripods for 1,000 years. This cooperation remains unchanged. Seeking Truth was located in Fengyang County of the Dashuan Divine Dynasty. and the Daoyuan Conference was an event jointly organized by the Dashuan court and the Taoist sect once every 10 years, aiming to select outstanding talents from the Taoist sect to serve and cultivate in the Academy of Heaven and Earth. True to the way, no one is chosen, no matter how high or low, rich or poor. The Taoist sect is not too particular about the 3, 6, 9, 9, 9, 9, 9, 9, 9, 9, 9. Both large and small Dao veins and scattered cultivators can participate in the event. However, the small Dao veins and scattered cultivators were shallow, making it difficult for them to stand out in the fierce competition. In the 100 years of the Seeking Truth concept, only one person had succeeded in joining the Grand Xian Heaven and Earth Academy, and that was Chang Enzi's master, Xian Knight. He is senior brother Xian Ming, amazing talent and hopefully real people. He is the most outstanding disciple of the truth-seeking Quan in the past 100 years. As a result, 10 years ago, suddenly fell, although the academy gave the reason. But the crowd do not want to believe, always feel that this matter has another reason. After all, Xian Knight's senior brother has always been stable. How could it suddenly die a violent death? This matter has always been a knot in Chang Enzi's heart. For this reason, his mind regressed, depressed, secretly went down the mountain, wanting to explore the truth, and as a result, he met with an accident and suffered serious injuries. He was saved, but his cultivation fell. Although this kid looks cynical and heartless, he actually has a deep bond with senior brother Xian Knight. Now there was an opportunity, and he certainly didn't want to miss it. Glancing at the excited Chang Enzi, Xian Ming asked knowingly, "You want to participate in next year's Daoyuan conference?" Chang Enzi nodded solemnly. Yes. In the face of his affectionate senior uncle, he didn't want to lie, and he also knew that in the entire Seeking Truth concept, it was the only one who could help him. Once a teacher, always a father. I grew up fatherless and motherless, brought up by my master, and I want to enter the Academy of Heaven and Earth. Wanting to discover the truth of my master's fall, I implore my senior uncle to help me. Waving his sleeve and a piece of manna to lift up Chang Enzi, whose knees were bent, intending to perform a bowing ceremony, Xian Ming impatiently said, "Old Tao is most annoyed by people kneeling to me. You kid win this kind of pretense. Hurry down. Do not disturb the poor Taoist view of the scriptures." As the words fell, he directly drove the boy down to the second floor. At the entrance to the second floor, the downcast Naganoko had just descended the stairs when she was hit in the back of the head by an object. Ouch! Eating a cry of pain, he covered the back of his head and turned his head. Seeing a bottle of ointment hovering in front of him, a voice came into his ears immediately afterward. "Kid, the old road to point up cannot be merciful. Tomorrow dawning time to get up. The first will be in the view of the water tank are filled. Not to use mana. In the middle of the even more cannot give up. Or else, do not blame the old road is not polite. Disciple obey." Naganoko perked up, glanced toward the second floor, grinned, reached for the vial, and muttered in a small voice, "Tough-talking old man with a soft heart." The years flowed by. Half a month later, floating cloud mountain. Thunder and lightning flashed, stirring up the layers of forest. The white-haired old Taoist pranced across the room, lifting his hand as his palm surged with thunder. Black and white, red, green and yellow, 5 colors intertwined. A 3-foot mountain stone shattered under the thunder, turning into dusty debris that spilled out. Thunder like a snake, surrounded by square inches, with the old Taoist mind wandering. Control into the subtle, not to leak the slightest energy. The mountain wind blew when the Taoist robes hunted. The body was erect and the white hair flew. The old Taoist was like a deity in charge of punishment, holding the thunder, majestic and domineering, supreme. This old Taoist was none other than Xian Ming. After testing the power of the thunder, he waved his hand and dispersed his magic power, looking at the ground that was only left with a deep pit, stroking his beard with a smile. The second time he flipped through the Huangting outer scene jade scripture to view the Tao. The other 2 methods he comprehended. Besides perfecting the mixed elements 1 chi skill, were the 5 thunder positive method and the yin-yang atlas. One is gained by observing the thunder of the opening of the heavens. One is realized by observing the 12 gods of the sun and moon. Both methods were body protection methods, one rigid and one soft, showing the truth of heaven and earth and manifesting the mysteries of the Tao. Thunder is rigid and overbearing, killing first. Yin and yang are mutually reinforcing, attacking and defending. In this half-month, apart from observing the scriptures and understanding the Tao with his daily practice, Xian Ming had been practicing the 2 methods, and now he had finally gotten started. With the 2 laws at his side, he had a little more power to protect himself in this world, and could cultivate the Xianxian with greater ease. Not in a hurry to return to the truth-seeking observatory, Xian Ming stooped down, picked up a stone from the ground, traveled a distance forward, and raised his hand to strike in one direction. An incense stick later, A mountain chicken on the campfire was roasted to a golden brown color and oily. He skillfully turned it over, sprinkled it with condiments, and continued to grill it. Wandering in the mountains, realizing the nature and tasting the mountain treasures is not a way to cultivate the mind. Food that is delightful, the scenery, amazing. Xian Ming already had the tendency of integrating cultivation with daily life, and when getting up, sitting down, and lying down were all cultivation, that would be the time for him to break the bottleneck, advance to qi cultivation, and achieve the status of a Taoist real person, filling the temple of the five viscera and skillfully extinguishing the flame. Xian Ming got up and left, tapping his toes, moving 100 feet between long strides, as if Fengshu was riding the wind, the hem of his clothes fluttering, his posture dashing, observing scriptures and understanding the Tao, practicing cultivation and practicing Dharma, tasting tea and practicing calligraphy, instructing Chang and Zi and Changning, and in his spare time, walking in the Fuyun Mountains, visiting the mountains and playing in the water, and practicing the teachings of nature. Watch the grass grow and blossom, see the waterfalls fly, watch the birds spread their wings, and see the beasts multiply. Xian Ming tension and relaxation. Cultivation is getting deeper and deeper. Mana is growing. The more reasoning in the heart, the more thick and heavy, but the body of the Tao gradually convergence. There are a few points of the flavor of the return to the truth. Chang and Zi and Changning also improved rapidly. The former had already gotten started on the new 8 trigram sword art, and the latter's participation was indeed the Yin Yang Foundation building chapter. Little girl perception is good, witty and cunning, at a young age, familiar with more than 200 volumes of Taoist scriptures, although because of her delay in the cultivation of the second realm, had to read the Taoist scriptures to pass the day, but also for the laying of a deep foundation. She cited a 3. On the Yin and Yang Foundation building chapter comprehension is quite fast. According to this, although cannot fully cultivate this method, but comprehend a 7. Borrow the sun and moon Yin and Yang power, make up for the innate deficiencies, so as to break the shackles, step into the second realm. To build on the foundation of the top grade should not be too much of a problem. As for mountain trivia, Xian Ming didn't care. Even when the sect master's brother came to his door and asked him to take up an important position, he was flatly refused. Power and fame are like floating clouds to him. Having lived a lifetime, Xian Ming had long since looked away. The only thing in his heart is the Great Way, and at most he adds a truth-seeking view, and unless he encounters a big event. Otherwise, normally, he would just like to be an idle old Taoist, observe the scriptures and understand the Tao, and plant flowers and plants. He is in his prime and should not be fighting on the front line, when he should be enjoying the old age of retirement with all his heart. As for the other senior brothers and sisters, they were not too far apart in age, and 50 was the right age to be in their prime. Besides, there were so many disciples and grandchildren that there was no need for him, a mediocre old Taoist, to labor. The senior brother was reluctant, so Xuanqiu had no choice but to stop. He didn't want to push the elder, never because he couldn't beat him, he was just honoring the old man. The weather is late in the fall after fresh rain on the empty mountains. The moon shines between the pines, and the clear spring flows over the stones. Summer to fall, Fuyun Mountain is covered with a layer of red, yellow and green clothing. After a few autumn rains, the summer completely disappear. Coolness gradually. Seek the truth and ask for the courtyard. Xian Ming was not invaded by cold or heat, still wearing a thin shirt and Taoist robe, which became more and more ethereal in the seething autumn wind. This year, due to absorbing the Taoist rhythm emanating from Xian Ming's cultivation, the pale old pine flourished and was evergreen in all seasons. The trunk of the tree was thicker by a circle, and the crown of the tree was twice as big, shaped like a huagai, shrouding the entire questioning courtyard. Today he rarely did not enter the scripture pavilion to read the scriptures, all because of the young Kundo sitting under the tree. After 3 months of teaching, Changning was finally going to build her foundation, and Xian Ming was both surprised and unsurprised that she was progressing so quickly. No surprise, is because Xian Su's senior sister to this daughter as a treasure. Weekdays feeding numerous elixirs, but also perennial eating spirit chicken spirit eggs to raise, the body has accumulated a large amount of energy. In these 3 months, under his guidance, this little girl diligently cultivate unceasingly, daily absorbing the sun and moon spiritual energy. Xian Ming will occasionally put in a wisp of yin and yang qi to assist. Changning innate origin grows a lot. Unexpected, because in just 3 months, she'd made up for the shortfall too quickly. If it was really so easy to make up for the shortcomings, why would Sister Xian Su have had a headache for more than 10 years? Thinking about it, Xian Ming always felt something odd. Letting Changning break through the realm at the Inquirer's courtyard was not only convenient for him to protect the Dharma, but Xian Ming also wanted to see if he could use it to see something fishy and clear up his doubts. Chapter 14, Half Demon. I'm sorry for your trouble. Ask the courtyard. under the old pines. The bright-eyed young female crown sits cross-legged. On the stone bench, Xianming flipped through the scriptures. The sun and the moon are as good as out of them. The stars are as bright as if they were out of the sky. When the rising sun rose and the waning moon sank in the west, the female crown that was sitting still finally stirred. A mountain wind rises out of nowhere and blows the tops of the pine trees. Branches and leaves swayed and rustled. With the questioning courtyard as the center, the aura of heaven and earth surged, rushing like a tidal wave and flowing into Changning's body. Morning and night, the sun and the moon, the yin and yang between heaven and earth were dense and briefly vaporized. The two supreme stars simultaneously draped a wisp of qi, one gold and one silver, which rotated around Changning and was absorbed by him. Click, click, something was broken inside. The aura on Changning's body continued to rise high. When she was about to step into the second realm, her brows suddenly furrowed and a fine cold sweat broke out on her white forehead. As if she was suffering from severe pain, her body trembled slightly. But he didn't stop practicing, let alone giving up on breaking the boundary. Gritting his teeth and enduring the pain, he continued to pull the yin and yang spiritual energy. At a young age, he is strong-willed. Click, click, click. More shattering sounds rang out. Putting down the scroll, Xianming frowned slightly. There really is something odd about little Changning. It seems that a seal is being broken. The yin and yang spiritual energy running routes were also a little different. As if there were two meridian systems in operation. One sucks in yang energy and the other draws in yin energy. Then follow the theory of yin and yang, running at the same time, constantly collision. In the process of hedging off the body contrary to the things, seeking common ground while reserving differences, intermingling and separate. Yin and yang were forming a delicate balance with a subtle trajectory. And whether or not it would succeed would depend on Changning's perseverance and his attainments in the yin-yang foundation building chapter. Click, click. The crushing sound was unrelenting. It even travels directly from the body to the outside. As the seal was broken, a special aura filled out from Changning's body, a mixture of clear and turbid. Xianming's face changed. In this moment, earlier doubts were resolved. He knew why Changning had not entered the second realm for 15 years, why there was a seal on her body, and even more clearly why it had two meridian systems, all because she is human, a half-demon. After watching the scriptures, in order to change the brain, Xianming will read some miscellaneous books, increase the text to see the wisdom, to pass the time, mountains and rivers, geography, history, medicine, ancient legends, etc., are involved in a wide range of content, a wide range of types. Anyway, it was a blind look, so naturally I had no qualms about it. Because of this, he knew something about half-demons. This type of existence was not a demon or a human, and was both a human and a demon. A special type of existence between heaven and earth. It's already not easy for a half-demon to be born, and it's even harder to embark on the path of cultivation. In addition to the fact that he is not allowed to live in the world and is disliked by all parties, the more important reason is that he has both demonic and human connections. The two types of meridians, like water and fire, conflict with each other, and are difficult to be compatible, which leads to the average life expectancy of half-demons greatly reduced, and also makes it difficult for them to make achievements on the cultivation road. Throughout history, there have been very few half-demons who have embarked on the path of cultivation, and even fewer half-demons who have been able to successfully build their foundations. The heavens are unpredictable, and the world is a changing place. I can't believe the truth is like this. Xianming stroked his whiskers with emotion. No wonder Changning had made up for more than a dozen years of congenital defects in just 3 months, all because she wasn't congenitally defective at all. And this was just an external excuse for senior sister Xiansu. Changning had been subjected to a special kind of seal by him, and even he had been kept in the dark. If not for this time when little Changning had broken through the realm, Xianming would still have been kept in the dark. At this moment, Xianming was somewhat glad that he had allowed this little girl to break through the realm in the Inquirer's courtyard. Otherwise, good fortune and bad luck would be hard to predict. Waving the duster, mana flowed like water, forming a bowl of light that held the questioning courtyard upside down, preventing others from prying. He then continued to sit on the stone bench, making no other movements except to gaze at Changning. What's done is done. This is a hurdle that she can only break through on her own. If you succeed, the sea is wide open. If you fail, you are obliterated. The two meridians were the test of heaven and earth for half-demons. If he offered to help, it would backfire and add to the situation, making it worse. What goes around comes around, and what goes around comes around. Heaven and earth are just and give all beings a ray of hope. Xianming believed that this cheap master-nephew would be able to break the limits, break through, and turn a disaster into a blessing. Whoosh! Several air-breaking sounds rang out. Xuanxu, Xianyang, and Xianin all sensed the change at Hidden Dao Peak and arrived here one after another. Except for Xiansu, all the paths are complete. They stood outside the Shroud of Light, staring at each other. Senior brother Xianming actually set up a heavy light shield. Could it be that senior nephew Changning broke the boundary and built a foundation? Or is it senior nephew Chang'an who breaks and establishes himself? Zhenkong patted his belly and offered a guess. The fact that Changning and Chang'an had been spotted and instructed by senior brother Xianming was not a secret in the truth-seeking contemplation. While envying his good fortune, all the Taoists wanted to stuff their disciples in. After all, senior brother Xianming was not what he used to be, and he had a skill that they admired. If the disciples under his tutelage are instructed by him, they will surely benefit. Unfortunately, they were all rejected by senior brother Xianming. In its words, senior brother Xian Knight fell. Chang'an Zi had no teacher to teach him, and he took good care of Poverty Road for 6 years, so it's considered fate. In the past, senior brother Xian Knight took good care of me, and the two overlapped, and the old Taoist teaching Chang'an Zi is returning the favor to the karma. It is highly likely that little Changning is the one with the destiny for the Yin Yang Foundation building chapter, and it is only then that the old Taoist instructed him. The rest of the disciples have you masters to teach them, so why do they need the poor Taoist to laboriously instruct them? I'm at the age of a flowery man, and my energy is limited, so if there's no big deal, don't disturb the old Taoist's purity. Thinking about this, the hearts of all the paths were mixed. Fortunately, they were all elders in the Guanzhong, and quickly dismissed their distractions and refocused their attention on who exactly had broken the boundary. Xian Yang laughed brightly and explained, "Senior brother Xian Kong, there's no need to think about it. The poor Taoist saw Chang'an Zi on the road. That kid was carrying a big tree on his back and hiking up the mountain, so tired that he was sweating profusely and his body was skinned. This time it should be Master Changning's nephew who was breaking the boundary and building a foundation. But then again, senior brother Xianming is truly ruthless. In these 3 months, Chang'an Zi has been tossed around enough, going out early and coming back late every day, working and practicing with all the brute strength of his flesh. Not only often fall to the nose and face, all body without a piece of good meat. That body fat also fell off fast. The whole person has lost a circle. See, I have some heart." Xuanqiu spoke. Senior brother very much. Senior brother Xianming's move must have a deeper meaning. The 8-foot-strong man like Xian Yang subconsciously shrunk his neck and smiled sardonically at Xiansu. "Elder brother. I know this since I know this, but I'm just looking at the fact that everyone is waiting here and I have nothing to say." At this time, Xian Kong heatedly smiled and took over. Xiansu's senior sister's nature is cool, and so on it's out of the gate. Found that the baby daughter even make up for the innate origin. Into the foundation realm. I'm afraid it will be shocked. The expression is certainly interesting. When the time comes, the poor Taoist must go to the scene to watch, and use a projection stone to record senior sister Xiansu's expression. Glancing at the gossiping Xian Kong, Xian Tong said enviously, "If you don't fly, you'll fly." Although Master Changning's nephew has had a mixed fate, if he can successfully break through the realm this time, he will be able to build a superior Dao foundation, and will surely have his time come and go, and his future achievements will be far above yours and mine. The poor Taoist is somewhat envious of senior sister Xiansu. With these words, Xian Kong was dumbfounded. All the Dao were silent at the same time, even Xiansu. After a long time, Xian Yang said, "If little Changning successfully establishes his foundation, the poor Taoist will just take a beating from senior brother Xianming, but he will also stuff his disciple in." The Dao nodded, one voice louder than the other. "Senior Xian Yang has a point. It has to be. I'll come with you in good times and bad. The poor man joins you. I am the sect leader, and I should have been first in this matter. If senior brother is to blame, I am willing to bear it with my strength." Xian Yin immediately said, "Thank you, senior brother." The Dao immediately understood and thanked them. Those who can work hard. Senior brother has worked hard. No wonder senior brother is able to be the sect leader, courageous enough to shoulder the burden. Senior brother admires that. Don't worry, senior brother. I will prepare the spirit medicine. Metaphysics. Shouldn't it be lawless? The poor Taoist is just going along with what you and others are saying. For a while, this sect leader of the truth-seeking Guan was bitter and stressed out in his heart. Chapter 15, She in Heaven. Formation on Earth. Ask the courtyard. On the stone bench, the corners of Xian Ming's mouth twitched slightly as he rolled his eyes in dismay. These unscrupulous stinking bullnoses. There was no way to hide the movement outside the door from him. This is something that the house roads know very well, and deliberately shouting so loudly is clearly meant for him to hear. "Do you really think I can be swayed by you?" Teaching 2 cheap master nephews had already distracted some of his energy, but a few more, wouldn't it exhaust him? A common old man? The path is important. The way is tight. No one should disturb the old Taoist scripture turning practice. Without paying any more attention to these dog brothers who did not sympathize with their senior brother and still presumed to give additional burdens, Xian Ming's eyes resettled on Changning, his gaze burning with flashes of wisdom from time to time. Heaven and earth create all things, and all things are divided into yin and yang. There is yin and yang in every living being. In other words, yin and yang, the essence of life. Different species, different yin and yang. Half demons are special, and their yin and yang are equally special. The demonic chakra is yin. The human chakra is yang, and within the two chakras there is a division of yin and yang. The greater yin and yang set the lesser yin and yang. Observing Changning's broken realm, experiencing the changes in yin and yang therein, and comparing the subtle differences with the yin and yang of a human being was equally beneficial to his understanding of yin and yang. Accompanied by Changning's gradual smoothness in breaking through the realm, Xian Ming watched more intently. Mixed yuan mana infused into his eyes. Relying on the characteristics of the same root and source with mixed yuan chi's unification of yin and yang, he used his chi as a guide to gain insight into the flow and rise and fall of yin and yang spiritual energy within the half-demon's body, and projected it into his eyes, which was a yin and yang diagram that was slowly forming. Xian Ming couldn't take his eyes off the ground, and soon there was nothing outside of his mind. Nothing outside of his mind. Nothing outside of his mind. No righteousness outside of his mind. Immersed in reasoning, his body gradually permeated with Taoism, and his chi became even more mysterious. Demons eat the turbid air and humans cultivate the clear spirit. Therefore, demons are yin and humans are yang. The clear and the turbid rise and fall. The yin and the yang nurture and transform. The separation of the clear and the turbid at one time is a yin and a yang. Yin and yang are transformed one at a time, which is a balance. The small yin and yang balance leads to the large yin and yang balance. Seeing the smallest of things and working from the bottom up. Yin and yang are born and clear and turbid are divided. Yin and yang coincide while clear and turbid coincide. The rise and fall. The yin and the yang. It is because the solitary yin is not born. The solitary yang is not long. All things negative yin and embrace the yang. The impulse gas thought to be together. Yin and yang, in heaven, are chi, and on earth they take shape. Changning was immersed in cultivation and was bound to break himself. Xian Ming sees the big picture in the small, and he recognizes the mystery of yin and yang. Inside the house of inquiry, a small and an old man, each with his own. Outside the courtyard of inquiry, the crowd waited patiently. Half an hour later, under the pale old pine, the young Koandao's body shook slightly as the spiritual energy of heaven and earth dissipated and a powerful aura filled the air. Changning managed to break through the realm. She opened her eyes. Her bright eyes were bright and radiant. Her palm-sized face had a wide smile, and her temperament was even more spiritual, just like a mountain elf. However, a flash of doubt soon appeared in her eyes, all because a pale finger probed into her brow. A mysterious power surged into the Xianguan, fleeting, but made her body soothing. Senior, this is? Xian Ming waved his hand to interrupt Changning's words, looking at the hidden 8 trigrams mark on her brow. He smiled with satisfaction, then flicked his duster and said lightly, "There are some things that you should not inquire about," and also asked in vain. Which exactly? The old road is not clear. If you want to know, and so return to the Vegetable Maiden Peak, directly ask Xian Su's senior sister. To this day, you have successfully built your foundation, so I'm sure there are some things that she won't hide from you anymore. Changning, intelligent and clever, nodded her head seemingly in understanding, and immediately got up, saluted earnestly, and said with gratitude, "Disciple thanks senior master for his renewed kindness. If there was no master's guidance, disciple would never have broken through the bottleneck so easily. This favor is something that disciple keeps in mind, and I will definitely repay it generously in the coming days." Waving his sleeve to help Changning up, Xian Ming stroked his beard and smiled. A man is a man of will, and the way is constant. You survived this calamity. Before practicing qi, the road will be much smoother. I hope you quit being arrogant and impatient. Don't slack off on your cultivation. Otherwise, the old road will not spare you. Senior teacher's teachings, disciple will keep them in mind. Changning had a serious expression and made a solemn promise. Nodding his head, Xian Ming flung his duster and withdrew the heavy light shield, and the long-waiting crowd of Dao entered one after another. See little Changning really into the second realm, although the road was prepared, but when really see, they still cannot help but rejoice, not only because this girl doll is they watched grow up, but also because of the truth-seeking view of the inheritance is in order. There are successors. Senior sister Xian Su is going to be so happy this time. Changning breaking the boundary is also a blessing for my truth-seeking one. Congratulations to senior nephew Changning, and hard work to senior brother Xianming as well. All the Taoists congratulated each other, and Changning hurriedly returned the greeting. She didn't stay in the questioning courtyard for much longer. and was quickly sent away by Xian Ming on the pretext of consolidating her realm. When he left, the crowd of Taoists first complimented Xian Ming, and then their gazes fell on Xian Su. The smile on Xuanxu's face stiffened, and in his heart, he cursed these senior brothers for being unorthodox, but one must keep one's word, not to mention that he is the headmaster of the Seeking Truth Observatory, and he can't easily go back on his word. As he hardened his head and prepared to speak, his words were cut off first by Xian Ming before they could be uttered. The new bamboo is higher than the old bamboo branches, and it all depends on the old trunk for support. Your thoughts for the sake of your disciples are known to the old Taoist. Just now, outside the door, wasn't it already discussed clearly, and arranged the old path in a clear way? The crowd of Tao sniffed, their expressions snapping. Just to let you all disciples disappointed. The old Tao energy is limited. Watching the scriptures and enlightenment is still not enough time. How can you spare more time to point out the younger generation? Chang and Zi and Chang Ning are in a special situation, so I've taken the trouble to instruct them, and the disciples can accept this reason. But if Lao Dao agrees to the requests of all the senior disciples, which disciple do you intend to have come to the hidden Dao Peak to seek instruction? The reasoning of not suffering from scarcity but from unevenness is not to be forgotten by all the senior brothers. Seeing the crowd of Dao's expression suddenly changed, obviously listening the words in, Xian Ming continued. Furthermore, the old Tao is used to purity. Teaching two people has been the limit. Other disciples, really love cannot help. Seeing the disappointment of the crowd of Dao, Xian Ming's words turned, continued. However, in the end, they call the old Tao a senior uncle. It is not good to be too generous. Half a month later, the poor Taoist will leave 3 sword traces on the west side of the cliffs, where my Seeking Truth View disciples, all can be enlightened. In addition, if in the future, if you and other pro-disciples under your disciples gain something on the Yin Yang Foundation building chapter, the poor Taoist can instruct them once, one only, no more. It's settled. Don't force it anymore, and don't mention this matter again, or else I won't blame the old Tao for teaching you and the others a lesson in front of your descendants. When the words were said, the Pads did not dare to refuse, and it has been for the best. On second thought, it also seems that they acted a bit too much and demanded something outrageous. Elder brother Xian Ming was already old and didn't have enough time for his own cultivation, and if it wasn't for the special circumstances of Chang and Zi and Chang Ning, I don't think he would have bothered with this more. Can't because the disciple bring tired of the senior brother cultivation, they are the master. For the disciple plan, rightfully so, but the senior brother is only the senior uncle. Pointing out is the love. Do not help is the original. And now, senior brother is willing to leave behind the sword marks and make a promise, which is already earned by the Seeking Truth View. If he gets any more out of line, I'm afraid elder brother will really use his peachwood sword to reason with him. As for who would get the chance to be instructed by the senior brother, it would depend on whoever was the first disciple under the door to compete. First come, first served. Relatively fair. It's still elder brother who is considerate. Many thanks to senior brother for pointing out that it was we who were like persistent. Indeed, we are paranoid. Crowd Road frankly admits its mistakes. This heart and mind satisfied Xian Ming. Cultivation of the way is a truth. It is true that they know their mistakes. It's also true that he doesn't want to teach his juniors anymore. When you're wrong, you have to admit it. If you don't want to, you have to say so. Otherwise, all of them are prone to have their Taoist hearts clouded. When the Tao left, Xian Ming began his seclusion. This time, the benefit was not small, and it was necessary to chew on the yin and yang reasoning a few more times, thoroughly transforming it into one's own use and increasing one's own accumulation. Chapter 16 Tu Shu Shao Chang 3 Sword Marks, White Clouds in 3 Days Snap of the Fingers, Floating Cloud Mountain, Seeking Truth View, Vegetarian Girl Peak. A charming middle-aged Kundo came out of the gate, and just after leaving the quiet room, he saw a young girl swooping in. The middle-aged Kundo was none other than Xian Su. Seeing Changning, she arched her eyebrows. Her expression changed from cold to soft, but the next moment, Xian Su suddenly pupils earthquake. Wide-eyed, a hand clutched her daughter's lapel. Alarmed and panicked. How did you break through? What the hell is going on here? Give a full account at once. Changning had never seen her mother this panicked before. She immediately nodded her head, not daring to hide it, and was about to speak when her mother covered her mouth, only to see Xian Su waved his sleeve. A cold light flew to the side, accompanied by a clicking sound. A piece of projected petrified into pieces. Coldly grunted. Looked at the fire cloud peak. Coldly grunted. I'll get back to you when I'm done with business. As the words fell, she pulled Changning and stepped into the quiet room, and waved his hand to set up a ban to prevent prying eavesdropping, and only then interrogated his daughter. The truth was that this was a major matter, and once it was leaked, it would be harmful to both the truth seekers View and Changning. so she couldn't help but be attentive to it. Hidden Dao Peak, questioning courtyard. Xian Min had no knowledge of Xian Su's reaction. He concentrated on his retreat and combed through the proceeds. Half a month later, deep within the floating cloud mountain, the waterfall rushes and roars. 100-foot waterfall cascaded down from the cliff, like a heavenly river dropping down to the 9 heavens. It's vast and majestic. Under the waterfall, the white-haired old Taoist's robes fluttered. He stepped forward, and an illusory yin and yang diagram suddenly appeared above his head as he walked, black and white, transforming into 2 yin and yang fish, swimming with each other, chasing and jostling, and mingling with each other. When he stepped under the waterfall, the powerful flying stream was transformed from rigid to soft by the yin-yang diagram, diverting towards the 2 sides. The splashes and dense rainbows are beautiful. A moment later, Xian Ming turned around and left the waterfall, unharmed throughout. Standing again by the waterhole, he smiled with a wide brow as he looked down at the cascading waterfall. Today, I left the gate, and the yin-yang atlas was completed in a small way. He himself had just made a small test run, and the power was good. In conjunction with the 5 thunder positive technique and other means, coupled with his deeper and deeper cultivation, Xian Ming thought that it would be hard to meet an opponent in the essence practicing realm. However, he didn't get carried away. The practice of refinement is only the starting point of the way. On top of that, there were Qi practitioners, God refiners, and even the legendary true immortal Buddhas and gay demon saints. The road is long and the way is long. He has a long way to go. There is no room for carelessness. Thinking of the promise he had made not long ago, Xian Ming turned to leave, tapping his toes and floating up like a feather. White hair flew and his clothes hunted. 100 feet at hand, like an immortal, near the Seeking Truth View, a mountain peak on the west side. Xian Ming stood at the top of the tree, looking up at the 100-feet cliff in front of him, peachwood sword in hand. Swinging the first sword, a 10-foot sword light appeared. The ground shook, earth and rocks crumbled, and dust flew. The 100-foot cliff was flattened by a sword, and the vertical surface was cut flat and smooth as a mirror. This change has long been brought to the attention of the truth seekers. The sound of breaking air rang out as Xian Su and the other fourth realm existences were the first to arrive, just in time to see Xian Ming swing his second sword. Phew! Sword whistles rose, and the sword light became even more magnificent. The nearly 20 feet long sword light transformed from 1 to 8, leaving an 8 trigrams pattern on the vertical smooth cliff. The sword marks are rough and the pattern is crude. However, it made all the paths suck in a breath of cold air. Ask themselves, they couldn't do this step. Not to mention 20 feet of sword light, or even 10 feet of sword light. The strength of senior brother Xian Ming was evident, just as the crowd of Taoists were shocked. Xian Ming produced his third sword, holding the sword in his hand. He gently swung the mahogany sword. His movements were slow and uneventful. There was no terrifying sword light, no sharp sword chi, no terrifying sword intent, and no other visions. However, it was this ordinary sword that made all the paths feel as if their backs were covered in cold sweat, feeling great terror. It was as if they were facing a real person practicing chi. In the center of the 8 trigrams pattern of the cliff, there was an additional dot. It looks like just ordinary traces made by an axe, but all the Taoists don't dare to take it lightly. Looking at the third sword mark, their spiritual senses were shocked, as if they saw a huge sword plunging straight into the sky. After only a few breaths of looking at it, his spiritual senses tingled and he didn't dare to continue gazing at it for enlightenment. At the same time, Xian Ming put away his peachwood sword and came to the crowd of Tao, admonishing, the poor Taoist body is not long, but also on the sword art can barely take the hand. These 3 sword marks are closely related to the view of the 8 trigrams of the sword art. In order to prevent the disciples' eye high and low, over-ambitious, the old Tao and the sword marks on the set up a ban. Disciples below the third realm can only see the first sword mark. Third realm disciples can view the second, and fourth realm existences can view the third. When the many Tao heard this, led by Xian Su, they immediately bowed their heads and saluted, sincerely saying, Elder brother works hard. We thank senior brother on behalf of the disciples in the Guan. Indifferently waving his hand, Xian Ming said, the old Taoist is also a Taoist of the truth-seeking observatory, and since I hope that my younger disciples will learn something, and now that the sword cliff has become a reality, I have honored my promise, so if there is nothing to do in the future, don't disturb the old path's purity. If you can, try to collect as many Taoist scriptures as you can. The old Taoist has no other hobbies, he just likes to rummage through scriptures. In addition, as the wood shows in the forest, the wind will destroy it, before the old path achieves a real person. Don't reveal the fact that I have stepped into the fourth realm, lest I be targeted by my enemies and cause trouble. After a few words of explanation, Xian Ming turned to leave, treading on the wind. His back is dashing. Xuanqiu led the way, and the paths bowed again. Greetings, senior brother. Xian Ming left, and the many paths fell to the bottom of the sword cliff. Looking at the sword marks in front of them and feeling the abundant sword intent, they were overwhelmed with emotion. I can't imagine that senior brother Xian Ming is already this strong. If we were to spar again in the future, I'm afraid that the poor Taoist wouldn't even be able to carry a single move and would be easily crushed. They then looked at each other and smiled. The disciples in the view are blessed. Yes, senior brother Xian Ming's sword intent flows with layers of mysteries. It's easy to draw people into the path. As long as the disciples aren't too stupid, they can more or less gain something. They're treated much better than we were in the beginning. More than that, this third sword mark will also be of great benefit to us. If we can succeed in comprehending it, our strength will definitely be able to go to the next level. The crowd of Dao discussed a bit, then remembered something more important. All of them were excited. Xian Yang was the first to open his mouth. I can't imagine that senior brother Xian Ming has long since stepped into the fourth realm. If it weren't for today's incident, I'm afraid that we would still be kept in the dark. Xian Tong's brain was bright, and it became clear after a little thought. It must be that when we went down the mountain to relieve the people, senior brother Xian Ming gained a slight advantage, and that's how he broke through the realm. None of us were on the mountain at the time. That's why we didn't know. At those words, the paths nodded. This explanation does make sense. Xian Su even added, senior brother Xian Ming has never wanted to hide. Otherwise, this time, he would not have taken the initiative to expose it. It is we who did not ask and perceived not to be able to do so. At those words, the paths nodded their heads. They indeed could no longer probe the depths of their senior brother. Shen Kong laughed loudly and said, senior brother, possessing a superior Dao foundation, now that he has stepped into the fourth realm, the achievement of a real person is just around the corner. At that time, my truth-seeking concept will be able to surpass the time when the ancestor was alive, and prosper by the luck of the bell. Xianin smiled in agreement. Seeing how senior brother Xian Ming looks, he should have a plan in mind. I think that in the most number of years, we will be able to witness the history of the truth-seeking observatory. When these words came out, the faces of all the Dao were filled with smiles, their hearts filled with longing and anticipation. If the seeking truth concept could really produce a true person, the status would be very different, and it would be very beneficial to them and their disciples. Since all of you have a clear idea in mind, then from this instant onwards, do not disturb senior brother Xian Ming's cultivation. The drudgery is more than enough to leave him alone. Before senior brother achieves true manhood, we must give him our full support and create a pure environment for him. In the future, this is the top priority of the truth-seeking view. If anyone goes against it, don't blame the poor Taoist for being unsympathetic. Xuanqiu fixed tone. The paths didn't object. An agreement was reached. At this time, Xian Yang asked curiously, senior brother, if you use the inheritance Dharma sword, it may be possible to slash out magnificent swordlight like senior brother Xian Ming did just now? The rest of the Taoists were equally curious and looked over. Xuanqiu shook his head helplessly and turned around. Not a word is spoken, but no sound is better than sound. It dawned on the Dao that they looked in the direction of hidden Dao Peak. Their gazes in awe. Senior brother Xian Ming was already the #1 strongest person in the truth-seeking contemplation. This time, even without the sect master's instructions, they didn't dare to disturb them easily, lest they be beaten up. There was a rustling sound, and seeing that the disciples were about to arrive, all the Taoists took out their swords and took up their stance. Even Xuanqiu went and returned, taking out his magic sword. This is the result of their deliberations. Before elder brother Xian Ming achieved true manhood, it was said that this sword cliff was the result of their joint efforts. Chapter 17, 100 Years of Blight and Glory in a Dream. The sword cliff comes out and ignites the truth-seeking view. The disciples were sensationalized by it. Any free dowser went over to take a look. He marveled at the greatness of the masters and elders in breaking the cliff with a single sword, praised them for their boldness in opening the sword cliff, and rejoiced that he had gained an additional treasure place for enlightenment and sword practice. There are disciples of good understanding. The first look under the gain. On the spot rehearsal gossip sword art. Break the bottleneck. Will be this sword art from the entrance to a slight success, and even integrated. Sword attainments greatly increased. There are disciples who are in the 100 days of foundation building. Observe the body under the cold. As if there is a sword directly stabbing them. White tiger ancestral root. A sword 2 breaks. The incision is flat. The most critical thing is that this kind of ruthless swinging the sword self-centered person is actually their own. And suddenly the mind desire to greatly reduced. There are long-initiated Taoist priests observed to the second sword mark, waving the sword gas whistling, the sword light divided, comprehended the sword meaning, the 8 trigrams of the sword art is accomplished, the strength of the sudden and rapid progress. Of course, these lucky people only account for a minority, and can have comprehension, and their daily accumulation. firm beliefs and so on cannot be dissociated. 7 points of hard work, 3 points of luck. The sword cliff is just a primer. Accidental and inevitable coexistence. One cannot be avoided. Initially observing the sword cliff sword mark, most disciples gain nothing. This is the norm. Want to gain something? Need their own efforts and perseverance of enlightenment. Even so, there were a few disciples who were jewels in front of them. And while the other disciples were stimulated, they were also encouraged. And once Sword Cliff was born, it became a small reputation in the seeking truth view. Witnessing Xian Ming opening up the sword cliff with his own eyes, Xian Kong, Xian Yang and the other 3 generations of Taoists were even more benefited. After the introduction of the sword cliff and the announcement of the rules, they left one after another. They had to seize the time to go back and close their doors to realize what they had gained. Even sect leader Xuanqu was no exception. However, there was one who did the opposite and did not return to his residence, but went straight to the hidden Dao Peak. Hidden Dao Peak, hidden scripture pavilion. The tea is fragrant and heavenly and refreshing. Holding a Taoist scripture in his hand, Xian Ming read it with all his heart. For him, the sword cliff is just an episode, despite the cost of some of their own means and thoughts, but also did not bother too much effort. In the final analysis, this is just a place for disciples to practice sword. Things have their own weight, things have their own priority. Cultivating immortality, observing the scriptures and participating in the mysteries is the big thing, and everything else is just a side issue. Half an hour later, looking at the uninvited senior sister Xian Su, Xian Ming was not surprised. Parents who love their children plan far and wide for them. Changning's secret was exposed in front of him, and now that he had already left the gate, according to how much senior sister Xian Su cared and valued Changning, she would definitely come to the door and ask herself to keep the secret. See you, senior brother. Xian Su bowed his head and saluted, putting down the scroll. Xian Ming rose to return the salute. At his gesture, the two paths sat opposite each other. Tea rolling, white steam, dense fog, tea curls nose. Neither one of them said anything, and the atmosphere was silent. Hyun Myung patiently makes tea, and Hyun Su wants to say something. This is the old road leisure self-ride mountain tea, although it is the mountain wild things. Not good tea, but there is a different flavor. Senior sister may wish to taste. Wash, warm and brew. Pushing a cup of clear tea in front of Xian Su, Xian Ming was the first to break the silence before drinking the tea on his own. Xian Su lightly blew his breath, revealing the turquoise tea soup. The tea leaves were like a light boat, floating on the water, quite beautiful and flavorful. Sip, tea inlet, sweet and bitter taste, while blooming in the tongue, a warm flow into the body, as if the spring breeze whisked the hillock, full of natural breath, people through the body comfort, although not famous tea, but the taste is good. Fragrant wild tea scent, chatting to eliminate earthly sorrows, or elder brother will enjoy it. Xian Su sighed heartily. After a cup of tea was consumed, her apprehension subsided quite a bit, and she put down her teacup, finally not hesitating. Changning was able to break through the realm thanks to senior brother's careful guidance. Senior sister hereby pays her thanks. Xian Su rose and bowed. Xian Ming did not pretend, nor did he say any crowning words of politeness, sitting in front of the case, frankly accepting. After all, it's unquestionably true. And many thanks to senior brother for not poking holes in Changning's identity, and for taking the trouble to reinforce the seal for him. Xian Su bowed again. Xian Ming remained open to it. Subsequently, Xian Su resumed his seat and did not beat around the bush. Getting straight to the point, senior brother is wise beyond his years. I think he must have guessed why I have come. Since senior brother already knows Changning's identity, I won't hide it. Changning is. Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Xian Ming waving his hand. Renewing a cup of tea, he asked rhetorically, can Changning and senior sister jeopardize the seeking truth view? Xian Su shook his head. Decisively. We mother and daughter are since childhood long in the truth-seeking view. The master's door to us gracious as a mountain. I and she will never do the thing of enmity and revenge. If the master's door has the need in the future, we mother and daughter are willing to do our best, even if to give up their lives. All have no hesitation. Xian Su's expression was serious and his sentences were sincere. Xian Ming nodded and continued to ask, if the old Taoist wants Changning not to leave the mountain until he achieves the status of a chi practicing real person, I wonder if senior sister would be willing to agree, and if Changning would be able to do so? Xian Su seriously assured. Senior brother, don't worry, I already have this intention. Half a month ago, Changning understand, after knowing their own identity, also promised senior sister, ready to do not ask the world, old age and die in the mountains and forests of the intention. Lightly sipping a mouthful of clear tea, Xian Ming leisurely said, in that case, you go back. All beings in heaven and earth, each has its own way, each has its own life. and each has its own story: sadness and joy, birth, old age, sickness and death, love, hate and hatred, intertwined into a messy and complicated. As long as it does not jeopardize the division, the old road is not interested in probing into your old stories. As for Changning, the old Taoist only knows that she is the elder sister's own daughter, the nephew of the old Taoist master, and a disciple of the seeking truth concept. The rest of the others, irrelevant. Xian Su froze slightly, then reacted with surprise and emotion, quickly getting up and saluting again. Thank you, Senior. Xian Ming waved his hand carelessly. When Xian Su left, he drank the tea in his cup and continued to flip through the scriptures. The words just now were from Xian Ming's heart. He had little interest in senior sister Xian Su's past. 100 years of the size of the blight and glory of the matter. The passing of the eye is like a dream, and there is no major event outside of immortality. As long as one does not delay one's cultivation, everything else is just skin deep. Little Changning is a human or a demon. Things can be big or small. If she goes down the mountain, there is a risk of exposure, which is naturally important. If she does not go down the mountain, the matter can be minimized. Taoist cultivators, the pattern should be large, open-minded. Open-minded. Changning as a half-demon is not false, but the origin is not her choice, and never made a mistake. Why should we be catty? Half-demon cultivation is more difficult, and when Changning achieves the real person who practiced Qi, he is afraid that he has already refined the gods, and at that time, not only does this girl have a certain degree of self-protection, even if her identity is exposed, he can also cover it. There's no need to tie your hands on a lot of things. Glancing at senior sister Xian Su's figure gradually shrinking into a black dot out of the corner of his eye, Xian Ming transmitted his voice. Young people are active. Changning age is still small. All day trapped in the vegetative peak is inevitably bored. A long time, the body and mind is easy to be confined and suppressed. As long as not out of the floating cloud mountain, casually she wandered around, scent the landscape, tempering the body and mind, but also help cultivation. With the double band between the old Taoist and you, no one in the seeking truth view can recognize his identity. Xian Su's body shook slightly at his words. Turning his head to look at the hidden scriptures, he transmitted his thanks. Chapter 18: A heavy sword without a blade. A great dexterity. The white mist buries the cloudy ravine, and the Danxia helps the dawnlight. Floating cloud mountain. Seeking truth view. Hidden scripture pavilion. It's cold and frosty outside in the fall. Inside, it's warm and spring-like, with the aroma of tea. The fragrance of the sky awakens the mind and the fragrance of the book refreshes the heart. The white-haired old Taoist ambled to observe the sutra. His eyes focused, and he forgot both things and himself, sitting for 2 hours at a time. When he had eaten through the Taoist scriptures in his hands, he got up to move his arms and legs, took a step and marched to the window, and climbed into the distance to relieve his fatigue and relax his body and mind. See the color of the mountains from afar and hear the sound of the water up close. Looking at the western side of the sword cliff, he lightly stroked his beard. More than 2 months from the opening of the sword cliff, when the late fall, the autumn wind, everything is depressed. Floating cloud mountain grass and trees withered, leaving only the pine and bamboo forest is still verdant, showing strong perseverance and vigorous vitality. Equally as vital as they are the disciples of the truth seekers Guan, whose enthusiasm is undiminished in the freezing cold, and who often stay at the foot of the sword cliffs, or they sat on the ground and concentrated on observing the sword marks, or they practiced the sword on the spot, hoping to resonate with the sword marks, either practicing individually or against each other. The atmosphere of sword practice is strong and the disciples are in high form. There are also disciples under the sword cliff waving swords or practicing other blades. Young people think out of the box, very thoughtful. In their words, all changes do not change. Blades will always have similarities. They practice martial arts under the sword cliff. Perhaps they can touch the same thing, some understanding. There were even disciples holding sutras and reading scrolls under the sword cliff. They felt that the sword cliff was good for cultivation. The noisy sound of people was good for refining the heart, and the atmosphere of catching up with each other could stimulate their fighting spirit. These were all things that he had heard when he listened to the conversation of the disciples who had entered the pavilion during the gap between his scripture observation, and he was somewhat surprised by this. I didn't realize that the sword cliff had such a role. Not only is it a precious place for sword practice, but it has also disguised itself as another monastic resort of seeking truth. However, Xian Ming and the other 3 generations of Taoists didn't stop it and were happy to see it happen. Hundreds of barges competing for 1,000 sails, riding the wind and waves at the right time. The disciples are young. It is the time to forge ahead. As long as they are up and coming, where is not the dojo? Besides, the denser the atmosphere of cultivation under the sword cliff, the more beneficial it would be for the disciples, and the more favorable it would be for the inheritance of the seeking truth view. Xuanqiu even took the opportunity to order the construction of the sword cliff under the Enlightenment Pavilion, the sword platform, the fighting field, etc. The idea of building the sword cliff into the truth-seeking view of the practice of the Holy Land. In terms of seizing opportunities and handling common affairs, Xuanqiu deserved the name of sect leader, and was indeed very good at it, with outstanding abilities. The mountain breeze was gentle and white hair flew. Xian Ming stood by the window, looking out over the sword cliff for a while. His ears twitched slightly, and his gaze landed on a figure at the hidden Dao Peak. On the steep mountain path, the young Taoist was hiking up the mountain with a millstone-thick 10 feet of old wood on his back, sweat dampening the ground, veins protruding from the corners of his forehead, and his Taoist robes clinging to his body. Despite his exhaustion, he never stopped to rest, much less give up and grit his teeth, climb the mountain with a slow, firm gait. It wasn't until he ascended the marble plaza in front of the cache and lowered the heavy load on his back to be stacked with the other huge logs that he sat down in a disheveled heap, panting for breath. When he regained some of his qi, the young Taoist gritted his teeth and got up, starting to carry the huge log down the mountain again. This young Taoist who was walking with a heavy load was none other than Chang Yanzi. Looking at this kid, Xian Ming smiled with satisfaction. Under his own almost harsh conditioning, Chang Yanzi did not use the slightest bit of mana every day, carrying water and chopping wood, weight forging his body, and wielding a heavy sword. At first, he was bruised all over, so tired that he didn't want to talk. His arms were sore, his body was swollen, and he hid under the covers and cried every night. But on the next day, he appeared under the peak of the hidden path, on time, to pick up water and carry things to learn the sword. Up the hill and down the hill, over and over, week after week, the weight is heavier and heavier every day, and the sword is heavier and heavier every day, but he is steadfast and unrelenting. Because of this, he just half a year will be the image of a big change. A fat meat into a strong muscle, stout body, features hard, became a hard man Taoist priest. Looking at the busy Chang Yanzi, Xian Ming sighed lightly, not through some bone-chilling cold. How to get the plum blossom fragrance? Brat, want to get rid of the bones, which is so easy. Slowly simmer. After lamenting, he turned and resumed his seat. Lifting his hand, a Taoist scripture flew up from the bookshelf and landed in front of the table. 800 scriptures on the first floor. Xian Ming has read them all. The second floor originally had 100 volumes of precious Tao scriptures, and the last time he was rewarded by the court, there were more than 200 more volumes, and now there were more than 300 volumes, which was enough for him to continue to flip through and refer to for a period of time. It would not be too late to find a way to seek out other Tao scriptures after all of the more than 1,000 volumes of Tao scriptures in the scripture building had been comprehended. When the car gets to the mountain, there will be a way through, and when the boat gets to the bridge, it will naturally go straight. At that time, he should have already achieved Qi practitioner reality, and it would be much easier to do things. Observing the scriptures and understanding the Tao, practicing the law and sword, collecting Qi and exhaling, participating in the Xuanbu formation, practicing writing and tasting tea, tempering Chang'an, sending mountains and landscapes, and learning from nature. Xian Ming lived a busy and fulfilling life. While being well organized, he also combined work and rest, fast and slow. His Tao line, Dharma power, and physical body all grew steadily, and his Tao heart became clearer and deeper. Quite a kind of any red dust, daytime busy as fire, but the clouds are not worrying about the serenity of self-contained. Snow covers 1,000 mountains in white, and ice seals 10,000 miles. In a flash, the snow closed the mountains and covered them in silver. At the hidden Tao Peak, a figure walked forward with a heavy load. Looking at the hidden scripture pavilion looming in the distance, Chang Yanzi took a deep breath. His eyes were firm, and he continued to climb the mountain. 3 millstone-thick giant logs were carried on his back, and he walked slowly and powerfully with steady feet, his white face becoming dark, and his expression resolute and subdued. When he finished carrying 100 giant logs, he ran down the mountain to a 100-foot waterfall, and stood under the waterfall with gritted teeth in the cold winter months, letting the wind and snow pierce his bones, and letting the water wash over him. This is after the winter. The master uncle increased the practice of coursework. At first he did not know what is useful, but out of trust, Chang Yanzi just listened to the order to act. Buried in the hard practice, even if it is frozen to the body bruises, internal organs are damaged, and constantly coughing up blood, have not complained or suspicion. Thunder and lightning, adhere to the end. All because he knows. Uncle Shifu wouldn't harm himself. All because he is clear. He himself wants to discover the truth about his master's fall. Before accomplishing this obsession, he would never let up. Even if there is a gale pulling up from the ground, I will also ride the wind to break 10,000 miles. When you meet a mountain, you open a mountain. When you meet a river, you break a river. And when you meet a wave, You cut the wave. For this reason, he is willing to undergo any training, to suffer any price, to have a heart of iron, and to never give up. Besides, Naganoko wasn't stupid. With this self-mutilation way of practicing for several months, together with the body forging method passed on by his senior uncle, he obviously felt his own progress. And to this day, his fist can break a piece of Jack Mountain stone. An hour later, Chang Zi ended his forging, pulled up the heavy sword stuck in the stone, stepped into the water pool, and began to swing his sword. The heavy sword is not a big trick. This is the essence of the way of the sword is taught by Shifu. Although Naganoko's understanding was shallow, he could sharpen it the stupid way, practicing his sword over and over again. The heavy sword in his hand also accompanied the growth of his strength, increasing from 30 pounds to 50 or hundreds of pounds. Sword practice in the water is also a trick that was passed down from my senior uncle. With only half a year left before the Taoyuan conference, he had to work harder to stand out. Chapter 19, Brokenness and Dawn's New Life. Hidden Tao Peak, Hidden Scripture Pavilion. Looking at Chang Zi practicing his sword in the pool, Xian Ming, who was looking out the window, had a pleased look on his face. He knew the boy could. It seems to have been unusual to see. The surface is not bright. You look carefully, gold and jade in the middle. Some people are so. Look at the cynicism. In fact, the inner strength. Naganoko is one of them. With its obsession with senior brother Xian Knight, the intensity would probably be able to carry it if it doubled again. It's just that rigidity is easy to break. And even if the heart is willing, the body doesn't allow it. So you can't fool around with it, let alone rush it. He adjusted the intensity of his training each time to be stuck just at the limit of what the boy's body could take, slowly increasing it. Going from weak to strong is the way to go. To this day, just based on the physical body, this kid's strength is straight to the third realm cultivator, barely counting from the mage to the warrior. However, wanting to overwhelm the crowd and stand out at next year's Taoyuan conference was not enough. It's also some distance away from the Xianming target. Luckily, there was still half a year of light left, enough time for him to train Chang Zi into a multifaceted Taoist with dual cultivation of Dharma and body. The mountain wind whistled as a white horse broke through the air. In the water pool, Chang Zi reacted quickly, raising his hand and flinging his heavy sword. Powerful sword intent accompanied by overbearing force surged out. The two collided, and the waves were a foot high and splashing. The heavy sword was like a mountain. The white practice was like water. One used force to break all laws, and the other one used 4 or 2 to pivot 1,000 pounds. One rigid and one soft, evenly matched. In a few short breaths, several rounds were exchanged. The white train rolled backwards and landed in the hands of a young girl. Changning wore a Taoist robe and had a delicate appearance. Looking at Chang Anzi, who had resisted her sneak attack, she blinked her eyelashes and let out a cold snort as she tapped her toes and rose up in the air. Striking again. She must beat this nuisance down. Who made him steal his own chickens once? Who made him more favored in front of his master's uncle? On the hidden scripture pavilion, Xian Ming stroked his whiskers, and the engagement between Chang Zi and Chang Ning was considered to be noteworthy. He had long been accustomed to Chang Ning's appearance at the hidden Tao Peak. This little girl was a superior Tao foundation built with the yin-yang method, and her desires were powerful and her desires were difficult to pass. Senior sister Xian Su still had a method in the early stages, but later on, she could only turn to Xian Ming for help. Chang Ning was the only possessor of a superior Tao foundation in the seeking truth concept, and it was impossible for Xian Ming to watch her fail in her endeavors. From then on, this girl began to run between the 2 points of the vegetarian girl peak and the hidden Tao peak. After contacting for a long time, Xian Ming also knows that Chang Ning has a fox demon bloodline, which is why she likes to eat chicken, and because of this, her desire is also more powerful, and the 100 days pass is more difficult. Of course, the path is important and the heart is private. There was no way Xian Ming would let this matter delay his cultivation. He followed the old tradition of instructing the little girl once every 3 days, granting her half of the clear heart technique and ordering her to go to the cold pool from time to time to abstain from sex. In this way, Chang'anzi and Changning bumped into each other from time to time. One is unreasonable and the other has a small heart. Plus Xian Ming asked them to cut. Over time, there was a cold pool of excitement. This kind of cutting was something Xian Ming had long been accustomed to. Relaxing his mind, he resumed his seat, took out the scriptures and flipped through them with all his heart, quickly immersing himself in them, his body filled with Taoist rhythms. His heart was dense with Taoist qi, and his mind's reasoning was intertwined. He has read more than 800 volumes of Taoist scriptures. I have gained more knowledge and insights about all things in the world, and I have studied and realized more about natural landscapes. Look up to the universe and see the fullness of all things. Although not out of the floating cloud mountain, monasticism in a corner of the sky, but not like a frog in the bottom of the well is shallow and ignorant, but through the Taoist books and scriptures, in the square inches to see Qiankuan. To see the big and small, see the micro-knowledge. Foot does not go out of the mountain, will know a lot of truth, gradually and steadily moving forward on the path of seeking. For Xian Ming, sutra watching was not just a practice of enlightenment, but also became an indispensable part of his life. Even more than just observing the scriptures, his unconscious breathing while resting gradually fit into the Taoist method of exhaling. Hunger comes with food, sleep comes with sleep, cold comes with a coat, heat comes with a thin shirt. Xian Ming goes with the flow. Life and practice are more closely integrated, rather like a kind of starting, walking, sitting and lying are all practice, walking and sitting can be practiced, and everything in sight is a dojo. As his Tao and state of mind improved, his cultivation was twice as effective with half the effort, and he had already reached the perfection of practicing essence, and was getting closer and closer to practicing Qi realm. Time flies like an arrow, and winter turns to spring. The warm spring breeze brushes across the mountains and fields, and the spring rain moisturizes the earth, sending warmth and bringing vitality. Floyd Mountain ice melts, accompanied by spring thunder explosions. All things hibernate. Weeds break through the ground and turn green. Trees sprout and show their vitality. The time of year is spring. The world is a big place. Hidden Path Peak. Under the waterfall, Xian Ming stood at the edge of the water pool, with crane hair and a kind face, holding a duster and wearing a Taoist robe, showing his Taoist bones and immortal style. He rarely did not live in the hidden scripture pavilion. His eyes fell to the depths of the water pool. 100 feet of cold pool under a stout figure is sitting at the bottom of the pool, running the Seeking Truth View secret method of tortoise breath technique. This secret art had been improved by Xian Ming and was several times more subtle, allowing living beings to temporarily fall into a state of false death. The person in the pool was none other than Chang'an Zi. The powerful vitality of his physical body and the decaying qi of his meridians and internal organs collided, intertwined, and fought with each other within his body, permeating a life and death intent. Xian Ming ordered him to hibernate at the bottom of the pool for his own purposes. When the sun set in the west and the bright moon rose at the beginning of the month, and the sun and the moon were intertwined, he flicked his duster, and the qi of the sun and the taiyin was pulled down, as if it were two swimming fish, swimming around Xian Ming. He operated the yin-yang atlas, and the yin-yang qi poured into it, making it more like a swimming fish, alive and vivid. After tugging for a moment, about when the taiyin sun qi was sufficient, Xian Ming pinched an arcane spell. The taiji gives birth to the two yi, and the clear and the turbid begin to take shape. An illusory yin and yang diagram emerged behind him, black and white intertwined. Yin and yang, you have me and I have you, both independent and interdependent. Go! Xian Ming flung his duster again. The yin and yang diagram behind him moved along. Like a dragon entering the sea, it plunges into a pool of water. On the shore, the mixed yuan qi infused into his eyes. Xian Ming's eyes glowed with radiance, and his Dao intent sank and floated through the heavy waves of the water, watching the yin-yang diagram dive deeper and deeper, and finally wrapping around Chang'an Zi and injecting it into his body. Under the bank, Chang'an Zi's body was slightly shaken, and the life and death qi, which was originally incompatible with water and fire, changed under the coordination of the yin and yang diagram, intermingle in collision, intersect in friction, mutual dissipation, mutual devouring, mutual transformation. Chang'an Zi's physical body was strong. A year of frantic practice was not in vain. The vitality soon overpowered the dead gas, and even pushed back the internal organs and meridians. Like seawater pouring in, Chang'an Zi's body shook more and more, enduring immense pain, his entire body arching like a limp noodle. When despite this, he still didn't wake up. These are instinctive reactions when traumatized. Looking at the cheap master nephew who was suffering from heart-rending pain, Xian Ming not only did not worry, but also stroked his whiskers with a smile, not so much gloating as rejoicing. Between life and death there are great horrors and great creations. Xian Ming allowed Chang'an Zi to polish his physical body for a year in order to break it. This kid's organs are damaged. His realm has fallen, and it is difficult to recover by ordinary methods. Xian Ming thought about it and came up with this method, borrowing a false death to simulate the innate chaotic state of the matrix. The qi of Taiyin and Sun with yin and yang atlas is used as a guide to stimulate and micro-manipulate the qi of Chang'an Zi's life and death. Like a cross-training master, it works from the outside in, repairing the skin-damaged meridians and dantian. The fleshly body's vitality is the foundation, and the two qi of yin and yang stabilize it. With the combined efforts, it may be possible to break down and dawn a new life, but there is no such thing as a free lunch. There must be a gain. Want to get, spread wings again, first to bear the pain. This remodeling of their own pain is like 1,000 cuts like lingering. If it wasn't for Chang'an Zi's strong will after a year of brutal training, I'm afraid he would have collapsed long ago. Being able to hold out until now, Xian Ming was naturally pleased. Through the storm, you will see the rainbow. After trials and tribulations, blessings come. Chapter 20, The Chen Mansion and the Upper Order. Hidden Road Peak, by the waterhole. On the shore, Genmei couldn't take his eyes off the ball. Under the bank, Naganoko suffered severe pain. A large amount of dirty blood oozed out of the skin, staining the pool of water. Even so, he still doesn't wake up. The state is peculiar, non-living and non-dead, struggling in pain and suffering. The body is slowly changing dramatically. The meridians and internal organs were breaking and reorganizing. The deadness is fading and the anger is growing. Time flows slowly like water. Seeing that Chang and Z had recovered 90%, and the remaining 10% only required a few days of careful recuperation, Shen Ming waved his duster 3 times. The 3,000 silver threads changed from short to long, as they wished, turning 100 feet in an instant, like a spirit snake entering the water, with a clear target, straight into the bottom of the pool, curling up Chang Anzi and lifting him out of the water. Flexing his fingers, a bolt of mana was injected into Chang Anzi's body, and with a jolt, the severe pain disappeared, and he withdrew from his peculiar state, waking up leisurely. An unprecedented sense of relief surged through his heart, and Chang Anzi realized, it worked. The disease is gone, and he is reborn. The damaged meridians and dantian had been restored as before. In his excitement, he tried to run his mana, and the previous tingling sensation disappeared cleanly, flowing as easily and smoothly as a mountain stream flowing freely in a flat river without any hindrance. Sensing the change, Chang Anzi got up and flung himself on his knees, intending to bow down, but he was held in place by mana and could not pay his respects. He looked up to see his senior uncle blowing his beard at him. Bastard! Forget that the old road is most annoying to kneel? Chang Anzi immediately confessed. He was so excited that he forgot his inhibitions. Chang Anzi got up, bowed his head and performed the Taoist salute, weeping with joy, and said in a sincere tone, "Disciple thanks senior uncle. I'll never forget the gift of rebirth. When the matter of master is resolved, disciple will be at the head of master uncle from now on." His heart pleased, Shen Ming stroked his whiskers and smiled. "Brat, if you really want to repay, cultivate well and don't slack off. Seeking the Tao is like climbing a mountain. The farther you go and the higher you climb, the heavier this gift of thanks will be, and the more joyful the old Taoist will be." After thinking about it, he continued, "If you really want to show it, when you have the chance in the future, just get a few more Taoist scriptures for old Tao." Naganoko nodded her head in solemn assurance. With this matter out of the way, Shen Ming didn't stay long and quickly left, but didn't return to the hidden scripture pavilion. Happy today, he wanders the mountains, climbing high mountains to enjoy the snow. See the snowy peaks even show, snow-capped, white out of the dust, such as the Taoist heart without dirt. Into the steep mountains through the forest, see the quiet bamboo forest, branches and trunks upright, frost and snow, like the road bone clanking. In the evening, more lying on the bamboo raft, with the waves. Close your eyes, listen to the murmur of the mountain wind, holding the evening sunshine, the realization of the joy of the landscape, relaxation, physical and mental, labor and leisure, between navigating the natural scenery. His breath changed, less twilight and more spontaneous and free. Only the water and bamboo smoke and clouds shing, said with the wind and flowers and snow and moon no. Hidden Dao Peak, hidden scripture pavilion. Early the next morning, Shen Ming continued to observe the sutra. Occasionally, he instructed Chang Anzi to cultivate the Yin Yang Foundation building chapter. This kid had good qualifications among the 4th generation disciples. Otherwise, he wouldn't have stepped into the 3rd realm before he was a weak crown. Although it's not as amazing as senior brother Xian Knight was at the time, he still has superior roots and understanding. Now that he was broken and had the hope of cultivating the Yin Yang Foundation building chapter, if he could build the superior Dao Foundation and break through the realm to ascend and step into the 3rd realm before the opening of the Daoyuan festival, with his strength of dual cultivation of law and martial arts, he had a great hope of displaying his skills at the Daoyuan festival. There is a fundamental difference between joining the academy through the back door and joining the academy squarely on one's own, and the status, treatment, and future of the academy are vastly different. Either you don't do it, or if you do it, you go all out and try to do the best you can. This was Xian Ming's consistent style of behavior, observing the sutras and enlightenment, practicing the Dharma and participating in the mysteries. Xian Ming concentrates on monasticism. Naganoko practiced hard. Changning breaks the boundary to condense the jade liquid. The rest of the Seeking Truth viewers also practiced with their hearts. The disciples either meditated and exhaled, or practiced their swords in front of the cliff, and the elders rolled up likewise. Don't want to be outdone by the next generation. I don't want to be pulled down too far by senior Xian Ming. I also want to fight for my own path. With all the reasons superimposed, they practiced diligently, observing the sword cliffs and sword marks, comprehending the yin and yang foundation building chapter, sometimes sending the mountains in water, sometimes sitting and discussing the Tao, together with Xian Ming teaching them the improved version of the Seeking Truth concept's body forging technique. Xian Su, Xian Kong, Xian Yin and the other Taoists all increased their cultivation and strength to a greater or lesser extent. The mountain people are quiet and monastic. The mountain people were busy counting. After more than a year of construction, Fuyun County has been restored to half. Rich families to rebuild their homes. The people piece of tile to cover their bodies. The city wells have a cargo man walking the streets. The market stores gathered yell constantly. A rich smoky atmosphere dispels the gloom. In the west of the county, the pavilions are scattered. The rich in the east and the wealthy in the west. This place is full of big families. A luxurious mansion was the most eye-catching, covering 100 acres of extremely large area. Exotic flowers and grasses grow luxuriantly. Pines and cypresses are tall and lush, and jade buildings are lined up one after another. Can't say enough about how gorgeous and beautiful it is. There is even a small lake of 10 acres, 3 acres of islands and a small mountain of dozens of feet, with maids and servants shuttling in and out, and the head of the nursing staff coming and going, showing their heritage and status. This land is exactly where the Chen Mansion, a major household in Fuyun County, is located. 3 generations are gates, 5 generations are valves. The Chen Mansion had been passed down for 5 generations and was a floating cloud cultivation sect. At this time, the luxurious and atmospheric hall, the Chen Mansion's group of power holders were all in one place, and their cultivation levels were all in the 4th realm of essence practicing. The old man at the head was wearing a blessed brocade robe. His temples were white, his eyes were sharp and gleaming, and his breath was even more obscure and terrifying. Just like a perfected existence of practicing essence, this is none other than the contemporary elder of the Chen Mansion. Though retired, he still speaks his mind. Seeing the people arrive, he said aloud, "For this year's Fengyang County Daoyuan Fest, the Seeking Truth Guan on the mountain was licensed by the imperial court and promised 2 places. The old man would like us to take a place." When these words came out, the crowd exchanged words and whispers, and then each expressed their own views under the leadership of the Chen Mansion's family head. Ancestor, last time the evil Zhao rebellion, my Chen house and the Seekers of Truth view of the joint treatment of the water, although not as much as their efforts, but also have merit in the body. The court rewards and punishments are clear. Licensed to my Chen house a quota. The clan's sons and daughters can be in the Chenkuan building when the practice. There is no impermeable wall under the sky. We can know that there is a quota for the Seeking Truth Observatory, and they can also know that there is a quota for my Chen Mansion. Although my Chen Mansion worked hand in hand with the Seeking Truth concept during the water treatment and got along well, but the quota concerns the future of the Seeking Truth concept, so they may not agree to it. Big Brother has a point. Those Nubizi Taoist priests on the mountain are not stupid. For this matter to come to fruition, I think it's difficult. Indeed, if this matter is not handled well, I'm afraid the relationship between the 2 families will deteriorate. For thousands of years, it has been a fixed and unchanging rule for Taoists to enter the heaven and earth courtyard, and for the children of the worldly families to enter the Chenkuan building, even if those Nubizi nodded their heads in agreement. Those real people of the heaven and earth courtyard who are true monarchs won't just sit back and do nothing. The others nodded. The matter is fraught with obstacles and difficult to ascend. Although 1 more quota will result in 1 more outstanding son or daughter in the clan, the payoff is too great, the cost is too much, and the breakdown is a bit too much. Master Chen has become an old man with rich experience. How can he not know this reasoning and understand that the pros and cons of this matter are half and half? But there are some things that can't be helped. With this in mind, Elder Chen said in a deep voice, "Where there's a will, there's a way. In this matter, my Chen Mansion shall go all out," said he, in a low voice. "That's what it's all about up there." There was awe and helplessness in his tone. The others immediately stood in awe and turned to change their attitudes, echoing the motion. The difference was that there was a little more awe in their tone. Chapter 21, 900 Taoist Scriptures. Entering the Sword Immortal Sect. The setting sun colors the sky, and the evening sun shines on the fiery clouds. Floating Cloud Mountain. Seeking the Truth View. A figure walked out of the hidden scripture pavilion. The wind blew through the treetops and whipped through the mountains. White hair flew, and gray Taoist robes hunted. Xian Ming stood at the top of the mountain with an upright posture, looking up at the brilliant red remnants of the sun on the horizon. His heart was filled with a sense of grandeur. 900 volumes. He had finally gone through 900 volumes of the Tao scriptures and was able to comprehend the Yellow Court outer scriptures again. As long as they do not care about foreign affairs, less trouble. Focus on scripture cultivation. From the book of heaven and earth to draw the truth. From the scripture of the Qiankuan reference to all things. Do not stain the dust of the mountain man. The heart of the road will be clean. The road to a bright, white clouds, yellow cranes and Taoist homes. A cup of tea with a sword. The feathered coat often carries the color of smoke and haze, and does not mess with the peach and plum blossoms on earth. Thinking about it, Xian Ming mood, Xing Ji Ji, gently raised his hand. The second floor of the Tibetan scripture pavilion on the bookcase, the peach with sword buzzing, suddenly whistling out, flying over 100 feet, fell into the palm of the hand. With a sword in his hand, he swung it and danced. The sword follows the heart follows the sword. The mahogany sword was as smooth as an arm, with one move connecting naturally as if it was flowing in the clouds and water. At first it was formal and sequential. Later jump out of the shackles and do as you please, using whichever move he thought of, using whichever style he wanted. A cloud of sword light soon enveloped the cliff. Sword chi was rampant, sword intent was rampant, and sword winds were whistling, mighty, but none of them are out of a square foot of ground. The Taoist dances with his sword at sunset. Each sword was like a gazelle hanging from a horn. Every move is like a divine stroke. Each style was like a heavenly horse. No one was sure what his next sword move would be, where it would land, and where it would come from. It is difficult to speculate without a trace. The sword moves that were clearly unconnected were made by Xian Ming without any sense of incongruity, but instead, they blended into each other. The sword intent was contained but not leaked, and was as round as one. The sword light was condensed but not dispersed, as dense as rain. Accompanied by the passage of time, Xian Ming entered a kind of mysterious realm. Sword intent, sword chi, sword light, etc. all stepped into a new world, as if they were washed away and had a transformation. His understanding of the 8 trigram sword art had never been deeper, and with this opportunity, he stepped into the door of the sword Tao, appreciating the true meaning of the sword Tao and seeing the scenery of the sword Tao. In the end, the mahogany sword and Xian Ming were not separated. There was a sword in the hand. There was a sword in the heart. The human sword was united and intermingled with each other. The heart of the Tao was pregnant with the heart of the sword. The heart of the sword was strong in the heart of the Tao. The two hearts were connected, and the hearts of the two hearts were intertwined. As he flicked his wrist, the mahogany sword hummed and emitted a resounding sword sound, and the sword intent, sword light, and sword chi suddenly contracted and suddenly dispersed, and between the retractions and releases, there was an additional 8 trigrams pattern on the ground, 3 feet deep into the ground. Strong and powerful yet ancient and vivid, permeated with rich Taoist rhythm, flowing heavy sword intent. Whoosh! There was a sound of breaking air, and the sword flew 100 feet. The mahogany sword landed in the courtyard of the questioning, landing firmly on the bookcase near the window of the hut. The light is restrained and simple and muddy. It was as if it was no different from an ordinary mahogany sword. After collecting the sword, looking at the sunset evening light scenery, Xian Ming stroked his beard, hale and hearty, smiling happily. I can't imagine that this time I have no intention to become a shade of willow, but because of a sword dance on the spur of the moment, the thoughts are clear, the Taoist heart is clear, the sword art attainments thus soared into the threshold of the sword way. Truly the great Tao is subtle and mysterious. When the opportunity does not come, racking the brain and exhausting the means are useless. When the opportunity arrives, watching the scenery and dancing with the sword, every move may lead to enlightenment. Most importantly, from now on, he was barely considered a Tao cultivator who had mastered the sword immortal avatar. Although his power was currently limited due to his cultivation level, he would certainly be able to blossom when he achieved true manhood. He came with a sword on the wind, eliminating demons in the world. Even if you don't come down from the mountain, you can still fly your sword and take someone's head, and that day is not far off, especially after this epiphany. Xian Ming's bottom line had increased greatly, and he was much closer to the chi practicing realm, with half a foot already stepping into that door. With half a step left, he planned to polish it up a bit more. The deeper the roots, the more stable you can walk in the future. Waiting for the night to hang low, Xian Ming only tapped his toes, crossing 100 feet in the air, like an immortal walking idly and leaving, with a dashing and elegant demeanor. Before leaving, he looked into the distance, the corner of his mouth slightly raised, and smiled. You 3 are lucky. Gazing through the mountains and forests, 3 figures were approaching at great speed, namely Chang and Zi. Chang Ning and Shang Chang Zi. They in walk and cut. The 3 of them are so good at going back and forth. To be precise, it was Chang Ning and Changqing who joined forces against Chang'anzi. Changqing is a disciple of Taoist Xianyang. He has good bones, and not long ago he realized the way under the sword cliff and stepped into the third realm of essence practicing. On the day of the breakthrough, Chang Ning happened to be there. The 2 men broke their bottlenecks back and forth, and then they faced each other and sparred several times. Although Chang Ning had a superior Tao foundation, Changqing's sword Tao attainments were not bad, and her understanding of the Bagua sword was among the best among the young disciples. Although she had the upper hand, it was difficult for her to defeat Changqing. Instead, a few times down the road, there was a friendship. Then they came together to deal with Naganoko. Over time, the three paths competed regularly. It had always been Changming and Changqing who had teamed up to beat up Chang'anzi, but each time, they couldn't take the slightest advantage and instead, they were at a disadvantage, being pressed by Chang'anzi. If it wasn't for the fact that this kid hadn't yet stepped into the third realm, a few more wouldn't be enough for him to beat him up. Since they fought here today, it meant that they had a connection with the sword intent and Tao rhythm that was dissipating at the top of the mountain. How much it can be comprehended depends on its creation. With this thought, Xianming's speed was even faster. A few leaps and he disappeared. White training like snakes, long swords in the air, heavy swords slashing horizontally. The three paths fought more and more fiercely, arts and moves at their fingertips, and soon fought to the top of the mountain. In the next moment, there was a sudden movement, and they felt something in their hearts and ran to one place without a second thought. A few breaths later, looking at the gossip pattern near at hand, the three spirit of a shock, look at each other, reach a tacit understanding, each means, observe. Changning sat with his eyes closed, most proper and abstract. Chang'anzi sat directly in the center of the 8 trigrams pattern, increased by less, pulling the sword intent into the body, belonging to the experienced school. Changqingzi, on the other hand, took out a piece of wood from his accompanying rui pouch and slowly carved the 8 trigrams pattern with the sword in his hand, belonging to the copying school. Hidden Dao Peak, questioning courtyard. Xianming had no interest in knowing what the 3 juniors went through. After returning to his residence, he didn't immediately flip through the Yellow Court Sutra. A good meal is not afraid of being late. Xianming intends to flip through this book after he achieves a chi practicing real person. At that time, his cultivation level was higher. He could see all things in the heavens and earth more thoroughly, and see the workings of the universe more clearly, so he might be able to obtain greater creation. Because of this, he came back and fell asleep. The bright moonlight fell through the window and onto the ground, illuminating the room floor and the table. Moonlight overflowed from the silver moonlight, lingering on the tip of his nose, and as Xianming exhaled, it was inhaled, instinctively refined and turned into mana, and between breaths, it had its own mysteries. This was the sleeping method that Xianming had delved into. Previously, conscious manipulation was required. Nowadays, it has become a habit. There was no need for him to deliberately maintain it. The circumference of the sky operated on its own when he was resting, and even when he was sleeping, his mana could still grow. Early the next morning, after collecting the sunrise violet energy, it was a rare occasion that Xianming didn't go to the hidden scriptures. It was hard to go through 900 volumes of Tao scriptures, so he decided to rest for a few days. Under the pale old pine, the tea had just been brewed when Xianyang hurriedly came. Chapter 22, Who forgives the Taoist streams when the Puritan is unrestrained? What is the reason for Master's visit? Marble stool under a pale old pine. The two dudes sat opposite each other, serving a hot tea. Xianming asked curiously, since the opening of the sword cliff, these senior brothers and sisters have been extremely measured, easily not bothering the door. What's more, Xianyang was in a hurry this time. Anyone with a normal brain would be able to guess that he must have come here for something. Indeed, it does. The tea is fragrant and white mist is steaming. Looking at the emerald-colored tea soup, Xianyang did not care about burning his throat, picked up the teacup, and drank it like a cow chewing peony. The movement is bold and the face is flushed. I don't know if it's urgent or hot. Looking at Xianming, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and he hurriedly lowered his head to sip his tea, hiding the breathless and upturned corners of his mouth. Knowing that, you're drinking tea. If you don't know, you think you're sparring. Spitting in his heart, Xianming's face did not show it, both because he was used to it and because Xianyang came with a heavier intention. Fortunately, Xianyang master brother has always been quick to speak, did not beat around the bush, put down the tea, straight to the point. Senior brother, there are people from the Chen mansion at the bottom of the mountain. Early this morning, the contemporary head of the family, Chen Liang, personally brought his son with him along with heavy gifts to the door, to pay a visit to the sect leader, hoping that his son would be able to worship in the seeking truth concept and join the sect of the sect leader. At that time, I happened to go up to Jinshuan Peak for a matter, and was told about it by Changchunzi, and received a message from the sect leader, asking me to speak with you first, so that I wouldn't be caught off guard. The Chen Mansion is a cultivation gateway of Floyd County, and over the years, it has not had any faults or conflicts with my seeking truth concept. The last time the water was treated, the two families had cooperated fully, and this time they have lowered their stance and are sincere. Master sect leader can't not give face. I'm afraid it won't be able to be delayed for long, and will soon order Changchunzi to come and invite Master sect leader. Whether it's acceptance or rejection, elder brother has to plan ahead. Xianming didn't reply right away. Picking up the teapot, he refilled a cup of tea for Xianyang. The white mist is dense and the tea is fragrant. As this cheap senior brother served his cup, and was about to gulp down the drink again, he glared fiercely. Xianyang's heart jumped and reacted quickly, immediately sniffing the tea aroma, blowing the tea mist, seeing the tea broth, and then lightly sipping a mouthful of clear tea, slowly enjoying the pleasure of tasting tea. Tea is bitter. Taste buds bitter. Xianyang's heart was even more bitter. He really wasn't tea-tasting material. Never understood what's so good about this stuff when it's so bitter, so elaborate, and so much trouble. The tea is even more bitter, especially when the senior brother is old and has a strong taste for strong tea. He was not a fan of sweetness either, although it would return later and wash out the bitterness. Compared to tea, Xianyang preferred wine. The longer the vintage, the better the aroma, and the stronger the flavor, the more refreshing it is. There is wine in life that must be drunk, and a drop of it takes the clouds up to the 9 heavens. It's a pity that Sifu was good at tea and doesn't understand the beauty of wine. Every time he came himself, he was forced to drink tea. There are several times because of the action is too bold, by the senior brother to teach a lesson. Even drink 3 pots of tea? A cup of taste 3 flavors. Return to the strong sun peak. The body is tired. The spirit of exuberance, sleepless all night. After a few times, he learned his lesson. This time it was because things were so sudden and I was so busy reporting that I forgot the rules. Now being reminded, Xianyang immediately slowed down the speed. Sip slowly, drink. Face does not show, but the body is not allowed, but had to be patient. Do not dare to blow up. Who pardons the flow of the Taoist family? People of the Taoist sect prefer to follow their hearts and detest constraints. Xian Ming was of an open-minded nature, and having lived another year, he was more open-minded in many things, not caring about rules and red tape, or tea drinking steps and postures. Thousands of people share the same tea with different flavors, and 10,000 people share the same path without heart. If it were any other Taoist, Xian Ming would not have deliberately emphasized that it was fine to drink as much as one wished, and it was fine if one did not. The only exception was Xianyang, this cheap master brother character, impatient, do things windy, easy to head. The tea ceremony can be pleasant and smelting, sharpening the state of mind. Every time you meet when cooking tea, Xian Ming have taken the opportunity to simmer Xianyang Taoist heart. While Xianyang sipped his tea, Xian Ming looked down in deep thought. The Chen Mansion and the truth-seeking concept were the 2 major cultivation forces in Floating Cloud County. One downhill, one uphill, one in, one out. A family, a sect, a bloodline system, a master and apprentice system. They have different emphases, different paths, different aspirations and different fields, with little overlap in many areas. Some places are even more diametrically opposed. Because of this, the years have been peaceful. This time, the Chen family head suddenly came to the door and even allowed his son to worship the seeking truth concept, which was already enough to stir up people's thoughts, and then deliberately proposed that you want to worship under yourself. Anyone who is not confused knows that there is something odd going on. After all, the first 55 years of his life, pure as a naked child, known for his innocence in the world, the latter 5 years of fame is not obvious, hidden in the hidden scripture pavilion, ignoring external affairs, bitter study of the Taoist scriptures, the Xianxian comprehension of the truth. It's only since last year that she has risen to fame, taking off her naive hat and becoming a late bloomer. On the surface, he was only a third realm cultivator, not as good as Xiansu, Xianyang, Xiansu and the others, belonging to the middle of the not so smooth. It's better than the top, it's better than the bottom. It's simply not qualified to accept the Chen family head's own son as a disciple. Xian Ming then breaks down his own bright side advantages, the highest rank among the living Taoist priests of the Temple of Truth, the youngest son of the previous headmaster, old uncle of the Su family in Sanyue County, the Yangs of Tianhe County. The latter 2 are the in-laws of 2 of Hyunmyeong's sisters in this life, a strength similar to that of the Chen Mansion, only with a longer heritage, deeper roots, and wider connections, a powerful, deep-rooted, wide-ranging force with 500 years of inheritance, a strong Qi practitioner sitting in the town, and many capable people. It was a genuine cultivation family. Hidden Dao Peak, questioning courtyard. Xian Ming's mind wandered, speculating carefully. For a short thoughts raced through his mind. When the cup of clear tea was at the bottom, he pondered several purposes, each of which was strong combination. The children of the Chen family entered the Seeking Truth Quan. The 2 families then have a bond of connection, a powerful combination of strength and watchfulness. Both family spheres of influence could touch outside of Floyd County, and even occupied a small place in Fengyang County. Theft of authority. He himself was the person with the highest seniority in the Seeking Truth Quan, and he was the only one of the 3 generations of disciples who had yet to take on a disciple. If a son of the Chun clan occupied the slot of the first disciple under his seat, he would immediately stand out from the crowd of fourth-generation disciples. Together with the full support of the Qin mansion and the legacy of the previous generation of patriarchs, the status of the Qin family's children would be even more special. In the future, it is highly likely that he will hold great power in the truth-seeking Guan and become a pivotal elder. If conditions allowed, there was even a chance to compete with Chang Chunzi for the position of sect leader. Curve socializing, compared to the seeking truth concept, the Yang and Su families, who were also family forces, were much more helpful to the Chen family. If the Chen family's children worshipped him, the Chen family could use him as a springboard to take the opportunity to befriend the Yang Su families. Thus, interoperability and mutual support. Refresher places. Why did the son of the Chen family, who was interested in worshipping the seeking truth concept, not strike while the iron was hot after the success of the water cure and had to wait for half a year before coming? Why didn't he come to pay homage when he advanced to the third realm? It can be seen that it is not sincere. In all likelihood there is another purpose. And the truth-seeking view can be missed by the Chen family. Not many things. If you want to plot, before you can plot. Compared to earlier, the biggest difference between the truth-seeking observatory was that there were 2 heaven and earth courtyard access slots. In the past, when he was tired of flipping through the scriptures, Xian Ming had approached Xian Su to talk about the situation. Knowing that the Chen mansion had obtained a quota to enter the Qiankuan building, could it be that he was greedy and wanted to take up another quota for further training? With his own background and status, it was indeed possible for a Chen clan disciple to obtain a place if they worshipped him. What a 1-2 punch! After thinking about it, Xian Ming darkened his mind and smiled coldly on his face. Even though these were just guesses, they still made his heart tremble and chills ran through his body. The benefits of worshipping him as a teacher are too rich. However, he would not take on a disciple just to verify the truth. At the moment, Xian Ming had no such plans. A teacher is a person who preaches and teaches. He's not practicing enough. If one were to take on an apprentice, it would be both a mistake and a distraction, consuming time and delaying one's own cultivation. On balance, there's a bit more to gain than to lose. More importantly, Xian Ming was unwilling, and as long as he refused to take on disciples and didn't take up the offer, no matter what the Chen mansion was plotting, and no matter if the speculation was true or false, there was no need to agonize over it. The problem was solved, and the hidden dangers were not solved. Even if the guess is wrong, it is Xian Ming who thinks too much, taking the heart of a small man to measure the heart of a gentleman. And the children of the Chen Fu sincerely worship the master without mixing other calculations. It can only mean that they do not have a master and disciple destiny. There are countless things in the world that are not as good as they should be. Not one person worships and one person has to receive. It's a mutual double choice, and it's about what you want. After thinking through, Xian Ming thought through the heart of a few points less calculating and disturbed, a few more points of stability and calm, more relaxed body, temperament more out of the dust free. Out of the corner of his eye, he glimpsed that Xian Yang's tea was at the bottom. Xian Ming picked up the teapot and did not hesitate to refill the water and add tea. Xian Yang, who just finished sipping a cup of tea with difficulty. If I can't beat you, do you believe I'll make you pour 3 pots of liquor and show me on the spot? Give poor Taoist a strong drink. You can't leave without getting drunk. Of course, Xian Yang only dared to think about it in his heart. The reality was that he grinned, revealing large white teeth, matching his lanky body and beard, and smiled like a cutie. Said aloud, "Many thanks, senior brother." Picking up his teacup, he continued to sip his tea slowly and methodically. The poor Taoist is suffering in his heart. The poor Taoist dares not say. To Xian Yang's understanding, Xian Ming was satisfied. Otherwise, if he let his own thoughts go unanswered, he would definitely have to fee his hand to reason with this cheap senior brother. Refilling a cup of tea for himself as well, Xian Ming slowly savored it until 3 teas later, when Chang Chunzi came to invite him. He got up and walked out of the courtyard of inquiry before lightly tapping his toes and skimming the air. Seeing his senior brother walking away, Xian Yang was relieved. Raising his hand to pour the remaining tea to the old pine tree, his wrist just slightly turned, and then immediately retracted. Closing his eyes and drinking the remaining tea in one gulp, he footed, quickly left, as if there was a flood of beasts chasing behind him. He's going back to drinking and soothing his wounded soul. Never stop until your thoughts are through. Chapter 23. Unfortunately, you and I are not meant to be. True Xian Peak, Xuanfa Hall. When Xian Ming came in, Xian Su and a middle-aged man were talking to each other. The latter wore a brocade robe, full of heavenly court, the earth's cabinet square and round, the face of the circumference. Stay 8 beard, looks like having 4 eyebrows, speak with a smile and kind. People cannot help but be close to the heart. Behind the man stood a young green guy, straight spine, handsome face, in the transition stage from teenager to youth. 3-dimensional features but soft contours, unique temperament, both juvenile vigor and youthful sharpness. These two people were none other than the Chen mansion's family head and his heir. As Hyun Myung watched them, they watched him, and in the eyes of the father and son, Hyun Myung sold out. Pale beard and white head, gray robe, radiant, old and strong, a pair of eyes of vicissitudes and depth, as if carrying time, but also seems to contain endless wisdom. People cannot help but want to explore. Together with a duster, it looks like a fairy wind, Taoist bones, as if it is really the descent of the banished immortals. The people first met, after Xuanqiu introduction, mutual salute and their respective seats. The truth-seeking view of the head teacher pretended not to know that the elder brother has received the news, said the Chen family father and son to come to the intention. Senior brother, the Chen family master has come here because he wants his son to worship under you to listen to the Tao and participate in the Xianxian. Xuanqiu said 2 sentences in a concise manner, then shut up and silently acted as a backdrop, temporarily handing over the main stage to Xian Ming and the Chen family's father and son. It's up to the master brother to accept the apprentice or not. People had near and far affinities, and he would not talk too much and praise the Chen family's children indiscriminately, lest he interfere with his senior brother's decision. What's more, he privately didn't want this son's worship to go smoothly, so he would be even less likely to harp on it. Success or failure depends on the creation of the Chen family boy. Chen Liang had a wide smile on his face as he ordered his son behind him to come forward and salute, saying in a warm voice, "This is my dog's son, Chen Qingshu, the 6th in line at home, who has been studying outside and returned to the family only a short while ago. This kid has good bones, and is usually quite interested in Taoist legends and canonical books. This time, when he returned from his studies, he had the idea of becoming a monk to seek for the lineage, and had the intention of worshipping in the Seeking Truth Guan. After learning of Taoist Master Xuanming's dedication to the Tao and his late success, he was so impressed and admired that he specially begged me to bring him here in the hope of worshipping the master as his teacher," said Chen Liang. Opened the wooden box placed on the table. Continued, not afraid of Taoist jokes. Canine son of a young boy left home. I owe it a lot. Has always been the heart of the guilt. Now he is this one request. Chen Mao, since I have to find ways to meet. He continued with a twist in his words. The Tao is not lightly transmitted. The law is not lightly taught. And masters and disciples are even more in the same breath. So the selection of a disciple should not be done without caution. Mr. Chen is well aware that it's hard to impress a Taoist master with just a few words. This is my carefully prepared gift to pay respects to the master. 3 500-year-old elixirs along with a Yuhua Dan. Chen Liang rose and bowed. The words come from the heart. Mr. Chen is sincere in wanting his canine son to worship under the Taoist master. I hope that Taoist master Xian Ming can fulfill his wish. Chen Qingshu was quick-witted and immediately flung himself on his knees. With a serious expression and a focused gaze, looking sincere and sincere Tao, I implore Taoist master Xian Ming to be able to accept me as a disciple, so that my junior can have the opportunity to listen to the teachings. I will definitely concentrate on seeking the Tao and serving with all my heart in the future, and I will not let the Taoist master down. Xuanfa Hall. On the upper right seat, Xian Ming raised his eyebrows slightly. The 3 500-year-old elixirs all had a miraculous effect on the 4th realm of essence practicing, and the Yu Hua Dan was even a realm-breaking elixir. Not only can it allow the 3rd realm cultivator to step into the 4th realm without side effects, but it can also strengthen the foundation, purify the mana, and make the 4th realm cultivation smoother. This kind of elixir is not worse than the 500-year-old elixir, and even slightly better. Strike the snake 7 inches, dig the tree to dig the root first. This Dan was extremely attractive to 3rd realm cultivators and could be called a killer weapon. Even in the Qin mansion, it was estimated that the stock was scarce. For this worship, the Qinfu did have a heart. In the place of a true 3rd realm cultivator, he would have been moved long ago, and even if he had misgivings, after deliberating, he would probably agree. But he was different. This 3rd realm of his is false. The name is not what it appears to be. It's hard to loosen up Hyunmyeong with these gifts. Besides, he had already made up his mind. The Chen family's father and son saluted in unison. Xian Ming sidestepped and avoided it, returning another salute towards Chen Liang. The visitor is a guest. There is no need for resident Master Chen to be courteous, waiting to be seated again. Xian Ming did not beat around the bush and said bluntly, parents who love their children plan far and wide for them, and the sentiment of Chen Zhuzhu's love for his son is touching. Unfortunately, I have to let you down. My Taoist disciples are concerned with creation. Although your son is good, he is not destined to be with the poor Taoist. The words fell, and Xian Ming didn't stay long. Shaking his head regretfully, he excused himself and rose to leave, resolutely not giving the Chen family's father and son the chance to open their mouths again. As long as he, the party in question, is gone, no matter how prepared you are and how many tricks you have. So what? He just won't take the trick. He just won't take on an apprentice. Let your fists hit the cotton. and you have no place to put your strength. Upper left. Xuanqiu sits a little waxed. Despite his brother's refusal to take on an apprentice, his heart blossomed. But looking at the ugly expressions of the Chen family's father and son, Xian Su suddenly had a headache and looked at Xian Ming's distant back with a grim expression. Elder brother, you're out of line. To screw up and leave by yourself and leave the mess to me is a pitiful brother. With even more grumbling in his heart, Xuanqiu had to fight to give his senior brother the benefit of the doubt. Who made him a junior? Who made him the head teacher? Who made him responsible? Squeezing out a smile, Xuanqiu began to soothe. Descending the true Xian peak, Xian Ming turned his head to gaze at the eaves of the great hall, the corners of his mouth rising. Those who could do more, and he was confident that senior brother Xuanqiu would be able to handle the follow-up. As for whether the relationship between the seeking truth concept and the Chen mansion would deteriorate as a result, Xian Ming was not worried. Worship. It's the Chen family's father and son. Accepting disciples was Xian Ming's own business. Whether there is a reckoning or not, it is explicitly a private matter. Even if the Chen family father and son are not happy in their hearts, they have to hold it in, and they can't make a public-private distinction in the open, making enemies for the Chen family. Otherwise, he'd be the head of the family for good. So did the people of the Chen mansion. Otherwise, the reason for the two families to be hostile would be laughed out of the room if it were to be rumored. The Chen family is going to get a reputation for being petty. As for the calculations and retaliation that might exist in the shadows, as long as there was no real person in the Chen mansion, Xian Ming would have nothing to fear. Soldiers come and go. Water comes and goes. It would be even less of a problem when he achieved true manhood. After leaving True Xian Peak, Xian Ming did not immediately return to Hidden Dao Peak. Since he had come out, he should wander around the mountain and enjoy the floating cloud scenery, cultivate his sentiment, relax his body and mind, and learn from nature. Walking dangerous cliffs to see the snow mountain lotus, into the empty valley to see the silence of the orchid, walking the mountainside to see the grass and trees compete for spring. Sit idly on the ridge and watch the sea of clouds tumble and tumble. Lying on the side of the boat, see the rolling peaks stacked like a cluster. Breeze, grass scent, mountain stream, bamboo forest, flowers, birds, plum deer. Xian Ming's body and mind wandered through it, and his understanding of heaven and earth and nature was subliminally enhanced, washing the Taoist heart and nourishing the spirit. Estimating that the Chen family's father and son had left, he turned around and went back up to True Xian Peak. On top of the mountain, two figures stood side by side, looking out at the Chen clan's group descending the mountain. Xuanqiu said doubtfully, "Senior brother, is this Chen Fu's worship sincere, or is there another plan?" The two homes were so close that he had to think about it more. As for the reasons Chen Liang gave in the Great Hall, although they were facts, they were somewhat like pretexts. Going out to school is real. It's hard to tell truth from falsehood when it's intentional to the doctrine. The two families were close neighbors. If Chen Xingshu really had the intention to seek the way, why didn't he come before and wait until now? Looking down at the mountain, Xian Ming stroked his beard. Genuine or not, whether one really wants to become a monk, or whether one is a drunkard, one will never enter the old Tao's door. There is nothing in the world but mediocrity. We don't have to worry about this. The figure is poor. If they really have some plans, they will definitely come again. At that time, open the door. Everything will be clear. The words turned to Xian Ming Dao. Shidoshi is the master. If the Chen Fu comes again, I'll be obliged to ask you to take more trouble. By the way, for the quota to enter the Heaven and Earth Academy, remember to reserve one for Chang and Z. It's best if he gets in on his own merit. If it doesn't work, there are still spots guaranteed. Senior brother Xuanya treated us well back then, and the cause of his death has always been a thorn in the throat of my seeking truth view. In any case, we'll have to ask for an explanation. Chapter 24, The Human Sobriety of Old Man Chen. Fuyun County, Chen Mansion. Inside the Hall of Gathering, the top brass were gathered. Elder Chen sat firmly on the first seat at the top, looking at the listless Chen Liang father and son, without having to ask. Know that this worship is not good, but if you know yourself and your enemy, you will never be in danger. To find out more, they pressed for details. Chen Liang's father and son also knew the importance of the matter, endured the remaining anger in his heart, and told what happened. One presenter, one supplement. Let the Chen Fu cultivators here know the truth. When they resumed their seats, there was immediately a quick-tempered Chen clan elder who clapped his hands in anger. Outrageous! My Chen family's first-line heir went to pay homage to the master, and the family head personally came to the door with a heavy gift, giving enough face to the seeking truth concept, but they refused like this. Does he, the seeking truth concept, have a superiority over my Chen clan? The fifth elder has a point. That Xian Ming old Nubizi, but only a mere 3 realms, if not for his special identity, behind the more involved, My Chen house direct descendants will not worship him as a teacher? To go so far as to dismiss my Chen clan's family head and descendants with a sentence of having no destiny is really too much of a deception. In my opinion, although he is not in a demented state, he is also old and confused. Otherwise, would he dare to be so arrogant and cocky? Don't be angry. Both of you. Be at ease. Let Qingshu into the truth-seeking view. Worship Xianming as a teacher, through which to plan the quota and other creation. This plan is not very clever. The key in the heavy gift and sincere. Cannot be. Originally in the two can be. But there are dates without jujube hit to try. Success, naturally, pleases all. Failure, too, was expected. Since we have not impressed old Taoist Xianming, we should not be here to consume our emotions internally and complain in rage. The plan for today is to think of another countermeasure. How to make the seeking truth view hand over a quota is the most important thing. Third elder's words are reasonable. It's not like we're just now learning about how those bullnoses in the Dao sect are tempered. These people outside of the mountains, although not like the Jianghu martial arts like rough language, but the same attitude directly, most of the time will not beat around the bush, only to seek the heart of the pleasure. It's even worse than my family speaking of courtesy and leniency, taking care of the face, really want to calculate, anti-falling down, appearing to be narrow-minded. The priority is to obtain the quota, the other are put aside. You can't say that. It's that's lost. The crowd expressed their own views and talked about it. Some are even more quarrelsome. Elder Chen watched silently without uttering a word. He didn't make a move until the argument started. LOL. Putting down the tea light. The sound of the teapot colliding with the table was slight, but it silenced everyone in the room, and they immediately sat upright. Elder Chen's gaze was like electricity as he swept across the room before asking in a deep voice, "Is my Chen clan great? Is it true that in the future, whenever someone is not as good as my Chen clan's heart, you and the others will have to make this kind of noise?" The crowd was silenced by these words. Since you go forward to worship the master, you must be prepared to be rejected. If you can't even accept this and don't have the courage to admit defeat, I don't think you and others need to cultivate. All of them go to open branches and extend heirs for the family, so as not to go out and disgrace themselves, and to save wasting resources and wasting time, as well as being prone to causing trouble for the family. As the words fell, the person who had just made the noise recognized his mistake. Shame on those who speak ill of the truth-seeking view. Chen Liang brought Chen Qingshu to confess his guilt. He waved his hand, causing the crowd to rise. Elder Chen sighed slightly and continued. Although my Chen family has been inherited for 100 years and is honored in Floy County, when looking at Fengyang County, it is merely a small clan that is isolated in a corner, barely counting as a third-rate power in the entirety of Dexian. It is even less worth mentioning. Even in this Floyd County, one can't do nothing but speak one's mind. Although those Taoist priests on the mountain are people outside the square, but not stupid, and even because they do not dye the red dust in vulgar things, their minds are relatively pure, intuitive and sharp. Some things on the mountain than under the people to see through. You and others, if you underestimate them, will only move a stone to stone their own feet. Worshipping old Taoist Xianming as a teacher was originally a fluke with more failures than successes. The old man would agree to this plan. In addition to wanting to run into great luck, he also wanted to take the opportunity of failure to give you and the others a chance to wake up your brains, and to eliminate the restlessness that has been present in the clan in recent years. The universe is vast. There are crouching tigers and hidden dragons. There are green mountains beyond the mountains. There are tall people beyond the people. And there is a sky beyond the sky. So you and others must not be frogs in a well. The crowd sniffed and hung their heads. Some contemplation. Some guilt. Some leapt to their senses. Some didn't think so. As the head of the family, Chen Liang, with a guilty face, stood up and stated, "Many thanks for the teachings of our old ancestor. We bear this in mind and will alert ourselves to broaden our horizons, let go of our hearts, and magnify our thoughts." The others followed suit, saluting and stating their position, taking in the reactions of the crowd. For those who were masculine, Elder Master Chen swept a glance and silently made a note of it. These people can't be in the right state of mind, but also disobedient to discipline, keep a waste of resources, but also easy to become a scourge, can't be cultivated in the future, not to mention can't be entrusted with important responsibilities, can only be reduced to the family cannon fodder, to do some dirty work, sacrifice their lives and dedication to the family when necessary. Silently made a division for the people in the hall. Elder Chen's face did not show, not anxious and not slow. Since the path of worship doesn't work, let's change it. As long as the two families haven't torn their faces apart, there's still a way out after all. If you treat a man with sincerity, you will repay him with sincerity. In the world, there are 100 plans and 1,000 schemes, but attacking the heart is the most important. 3 days later, The old man intends to personally go up to Floating Cloud Mountain and frankly tell the truth-seeking audience path, first revealing his sincerity and then promising heavy benefits to show his sincerity. If they are unwilling to grant a quota, then it is not too late to be courteous and forceful. The crowd nodded, having no objection to this plan. The slightly fierce-looking third elder, on the other hand, had a brainwave and said in surprise, "Could Uncle have seen that threshold? Only in this way can we suppress those Taoist priests on the mountain." Old Master Chen smiled and nodded. The gaze towards the third elder was full of admiration. The Chen clan finally had people who understood. "I have been practicing hard for more than 70 years. Finally I have not wasted my time, and I have not let down the expectations of my ancestors. I have already crossed the threshold with half a foot, and at most, I will be able to enter the Qi practicing realm in a year." The third elder was overjoyed. "Congratulations, uncle." The others also rejoiced and congratulated in unison. No wonder they were so excited. In addition to the coolness under the big tree, but also because the standard of measurement of the family, in addition to prospering for 9 generations, need to have a strong Qi practicing realm sit in the town. Of the two conditions, the latter is the heavier. When one man gets a government position, he gets a government position. Once he broke through the realm and was promoted, the Chen clan's resources, territory, power, fortune, and potential would all multiply, and the people's paths would also likely advance greatly. When the family was again among the ranks of the lineage, its strength would double again, and it would have a place even in Fengyang County, becoming a second-rate power. Because of this, looking at the happy crowd, old Master Chen was infected by the atmosphere and laughed aloud. When the crowd dispersed, he walked out of the hall of collecting, stood with his hands in the air, looking out over the cloud-covered Floating Cloud Mountain in the distance. His eyes narrowed slightly, flashing with a ghostly light, and said in a meaningful way, "I hope that you will recognize the time, and don't refuse to eat the wine and make the old man still reason with you at his age." Chapter 25, Anemia. I've been waiting for you for a long time. The crow flies and the rabbit walks. 3 days passed in a flash. Hidden Dao Peak, hidden scripture pavilion. The white-haired old Taoist got up and walked over to the bookshelf. He had just put back the Taoist scripture he had finished reading and pulled out a new book when his ears twitched slightly and he heard familiar footsteps. Stairs sound. A bored square figure into the eyes. Face square. Not angry and majestic. It is the head teacher Xuanqiu. Xian Ming was surprised. This one is busy and understanding. Compared to other Taoists, nothing would disturb his purity easily. After bowing to each other, the two Taoists sat opposite each other in front of the table, with pots of water boiling on the fireplace, bubbling up into clouds of white mist. Xian Ming reached out, wanting to carry the pot to make tea. I'm not sure Xuanqiu is one step ahead of the others. Lift the teapot and make tea attentively, warming the cup, weighing the tea, filling the water, and dispensing the soup. The movements are skillful, smooth and natural. The expression on his face was serious and focused, and the temperament of his body was warm and calm. Xian Ming was used to this scene. Each of the 3 generations of Taoist priests of the Seeking Truth Quan has its own distinctive characteristics. Xian Kong is good for eating, Xian Yang is good for drinking, Xian Tong likes money, and Xianin likes to grow medicine. Xuanqiu is as good at tea as he is. In the past, they have had tea together. Every time Xuanqiu grabbed the first work, very eye-catching and well-versed in the world of people. When the tea was ready, Xian Su handed the first cup to Xian Ming before keeping the second cup for himself, lightly sipping a mouthful of clear tea. Xian Ming spoke. Is senior brother here for the Chen clan, or is there something else going on? Tea into the throat, first bitter and then sweet. Xuanqiu face comfortable and cozy, hearing the question, not surprised. Xian Ming's senior brother has always been intelligent, and recently only the matter of the Chen mansion troubled the truth-seeking view, with the but can guess that his intention may be related to the Chen mansion. Xuanqiu didn't make a show of metaphysics and said truthfully, senior brother, that old master of the Chen clan personally went up to the mountain today. The Chen clan does have other plans. Eyebrows slightly raised. Xian Ming eyes signaling him to continue. Receiving the signal, Xian Su did not have a long speech, picking the key points, divided into the main and secondary. In 3 words, he finished telling what happened. The Chen clan is intent on a place in the Heaven and Earth Academy. I hope that I, Seeking Truth View, will let one out. Even though old Master Chen was open and honest, and this time his attitude was frank and sincere, I still refused. There are many wolves and not enough meat. I, Seeking Truth concept, don't have enough to share myself, so how can I give it to outsiders? What's more, the Chen clan already has a place in the Qiankuan building, yet they don't know enough and are somewhat insatiable. Xian Ming didn't make an immediate comment and bowed his head in contemplation. Xuanqiu had an eye on him and didn't make a sound to interrupt. Sip your tea in silence and wait patiently. A few breaths later, Xian Ming asked, seeking truth concept has twice refuted the face of the Chen clan. I'm afraid that the two families are going to be at loggerheads. People's hearts are in the wrong place. We have to take precautions early and plan for the worst, lest we be caught off guard when things come to a head. At those words, Xuanqiu agreed. What elder brother said is very true. The poor Taoist is doing the same thinking. A trace of apology appeared on Xuanqiu's face as he said, "It's just that. When I was observing the Yin Yang Foundation building chapter yesterday, I gained some slight results, and the chance is hard to find, so I can't miss it. So I'm afraid I'll have to be in seclusion for a period of time, and that's why I had to disturb senior brother's purity. Elder brother has strong magic power and high strength. He is the first person in my seeking truth concept. I'm afraid that during this period, I'll have to trouble elder brother to help out, guarding the seeking truth concept and watching out for the Chen clan. It's best to be safe and sound before the poor Taoist leaves the gate. If not, senior brother doesn't have to be merciful. Anyone who offends my truth-seeking observatory will be beheaded." Xuanqiu got up as he spoke. He was stopped by Hyunmyeong as he prepared to salute. "Senior brother is overstating things. Why do you need to be so polite between you and me? Furthermore, Lao Dao is also a member of the truth-seeking observatory. Guarding the division is supposed to be the right thing to do, even if senior brother doesn't come. If the truth-seeking one encounters a crisis, I will still come to help." Xuanqiu sniffed. "Understand that you are exoteric." Seeing what seemed to be a hint of annoyance on Xian Ming's face, he confessed, not being polite. After resuming his seat, Xian Su voiced a reminder. Elder brother was born and raised on this mountain, and has not been off the mountain for a year, so he does not know the perils of the earth. The hearts of people are more complicated down the mountain than they are simple up the mountain. The family power much hide dirt, behind the back of even more dirty, on the surface of all the light. Robbing the quota is disgraceful. Spreading the word will only cause shame and damage to their reputation. If the Chen clan holds a grudge and intends to bully and force their way in, they will most likely act in secret. In order to avoid being hit by the Chen clan upside down after killing someone and catching a thief by shouting, we must be more on guard. During this period of time, I hope that senior brother will carry the projection stone with him. If the Chen clan jumps over the wall in the future and throws dirty water on the seeking truth concept, putting down his tea, Xian Ming stroked his beard and nodded. Senior brother, don't worry. The old Tao will definitely not give the Chen clan an opening to drill. If they give up on this, then so be it. If they want to take it by force, the poor Taoist will make them have no return. With these words, Xian Su was completely relieved. In the time that followed, this sect leader of the truth-seeking one sought to teach him a lot of yin and yang truths, and Xian Ming knew it all and earnestly solved the puzzles. He is not so narrow-minded, and will not be stingy in pointing out, but rather the pattern of atmosphere. In addition to being an open-minded character, it is also because of the knowledge of Genmai, one's own honor and disgrace with the truth-seeking view. The more prosperous the sect was, the smoother his cultivation could be. The higher the cultivation of Master Xuanqiu was, the more he could enjoy purity. If senior brother achieves the status of a real person, the Tao collection in the Sutra Pavilion will also grow richer. It's mutually beneficial. If used properly, they will go hand in hand. There were many things that he didn't need to come to the front of the stage, but the way of the seeking truth audience would be able to arrange. For example, resources, dojo, and so on. The Dharma land couple wealth. The teacher's disciples are his companions on the path of cultivation, and can temporarily walk with him for a period of time. When they couldn't keep up, it would be the turn of Changning, Changganzi, and other descendants with superior Tao foundations, generation after generation, hand in hand. An hour later, Xuanqiu left. As the sect leader, he had a busy schedule of affairs and a great deal of responsibility, and there were many things to explain before he closed his doors. Eyeing Xian Su's distant figure and thinking of his instructions, the corners of Xian Ming's mouth rose. It was a good thing that the sect leader's mind was alive and well. With a lot of heart and calculations, the better he was, the more stable the truth-seeking one could be, and the easier it would be for himself. Not afraid that the head teacher is excellent, but afraid that the head teacher's brain is not good and still fooling around. So far, it seems that Xuanqiu, this head teacher, is very competent. Drinking the rest of the tea in his cup, Xian Ming discarded his cluttered thoughts, cleared his mind and gazed at his heart, and continued to flip through the Taoist scriptures. Aroma of books and a tranquil environment. He quickly entered the state, immersed in it, reading the words and sentences in the book, trying to understand the reasoning therein, removing the clutter and keeping the essence, turning it into his own use, using the Tao collection as fertile soil and rain, planting and nourishing his own Tao seeds. That night, Xuanqiu closed the door. 3 days later, on the hidden Tao peak, Chang'anzi used the yin-yang method as his main focus to reshape the foundation of the Tao and re-enter the second realm. 5 days later, Xian Su's participation in the Yin Yang Foundation building chapter yielded some results, and he similarly closed the door. 7 days later, the Xianming Five Thunders orthodox method was accomplished in a small way. On the 8th day, the night was dark and windy. At the 3rd hour of the night, when all was silent, a figure sneaked into Floating Cloud Mountain and headed straight for True Xian Peak. A T later, the sword light flashed. Looking at the black shadow that was forced back a few steps, Xianming slightly stretched and stood up from the treetop. White hair flew and robes beckoned. He stood with his sword in his back and withdrew his sword finger. The breath around his body erupted like a volcano that had been building up for a long time, and it seemed to be rushing like a shocking wave. Seal off the perimeter and block the black-clad man's retreat, Yo-Yo said. Elder Abbot Chen, the poor Taoist has been waiting for you for a long time. Chapter 26, Two old men fighting, one sword chopping the enemy. The night was deep on a moonless night. Darkness shrouds the thousand, obscuring the world. Floating Cloud Mountain, True Xian Peak. Xianming stood tall and looked down on the visitor. Since Xuanxu's seclusion, he had been guarding Jinshuan Peak every night, sleeping on his side on the top of a 100-year-old ginkgo tree, 8 days in a row. Finally, at this moment, Xianming was excited and helpless. Excited for the arrival. There is no help for it, and also because people come. As for the identity of the visitor, he was also guessing, thinking differently. If he was at the helm of the Qin clan, since he was going to secretly mess things up, he would definitely want to take down and bully and control the sect leader of the truth-seeking Guan in one fell swoop, forcing him to agree to give up a quota. Otherwise, it would startle the snakes, steal the chicken but not the rice, and put the conflict between the two families directly in the open. And then, when the news spread, the public opinion situation would be unfavorable to the Qin clan. As a result, in order to ensure the chances of victory, or even infallibility, the strongest members of the Qin clan would definitely have to make a move. Moreover, Xianming has half a foot into the threshold of qi cultivation, and is no leakage of foundation. In the 1 day, 1 year accumulation, the depth of the foundation, the strength of the strength is far better than the same class. Although he hadn't used his weapon, his sword finger was not something that an ordinary cultivator of the 4th realm of essence practicing could resist. Those who remain unharmed are even more rare. Looking at the Qin clan, only old Master Chen is feasible. Of course, even if you guess wrong, there's no shame in it. This man will die tonight anyway. Being broken through the identity, the black-clothed man's eyes were surprised, but on second thought, he felt normal. These Taoist priests on the mountain are not stupid, plus the mysterious old Taoist waiting here in front of him. Obviously, he was wary of his Chen clan. Evidently these stinking bullnoses are smarter than they think. With the current situation of the two families to see, guessed his identity although unexpected, but reasonable. But Master Chen did not recognize. The main fight is self-deception. As long as it is not stripped off the mask. Dead. Looking at the old Taoist in front of him, he was even more fearful. Leaves fall in the fall. Flowers bloom in the spring. In a simple collision just now, he was actually forced back several steps. Although the incident was sudden and hastily responded to, but still can see that the old man in front of him is strong and powerful, not below himself. The truth-seeker's Guan even has such a base as the Taoist master. Old Master Chen opened his mouth, purposely gruff. Don't know the number of the long road? Old Taoist Xianming. How is this possible? Old Master Chen was taken aback. Wasn't Xianming a 3rd realm cultivator? Why did he transform into a 4th realm existence? Also accumulated deep. The strength is no better than his own, I'm afraid. Obviously has long stepped into this level. A possibility occurred to him suddenly. Muffled and loaded. Mixed with a pig in a poke. I'm afraid that this old Taoist as early as 55 years old that year into the Tao, and in the truth-seeking view of the last generation of the master teacher's legacy under the auspices of the cultivation sword, but deliberately low-key, has been cited but not hair. That previous breaking of the realm to build the foundation was clearly a stunt, falsely spreading news, hiding the realm, and fooling the world. The truth-seeking audience elders all cooperated with the show. The purpose was to surprise the strong enemy and give them an unexpected blow when the truth-seeking view was in crisis. And he was unlucky enough to be exactly that strong enemy. It forced old Taoist Xianming to make a move. No wonder. Old Master Chen gritted his teeth. No wonder he didn't move in the face of the Yuhua Dan. Turns out it wasn't needed at all. No wonder he had the nerve to reject himself. Turns out there is a bottom line. No wonder it's waiting here. Turns out it's just people getting old. Everything doesn't make sense in tandem. In a flash of lightning, Chen Laohai's mind thoughts tumbled, thinking that he was going to fall short of his plans tonight, and even the quota was going to be lost, not to mention being unable to explain to the above. He couldn't help but curse out. What a cunning old bullnose. Phew, how old Master Chen's mind was. Xianming had no time to pay attention to it, and he even turned a deaf ear to his angry shout. Taking advantage of his shock, Xian Ming, without further ado, leapt down from the treetop, his index and middle fingers together, merging his fingers to form a sword. Striking first, the sword wind whistled and sword chi erupted. A terrifying sword intent came like a monstrous river. Old Master Chen was chilled all over his body, suppressed the thoughts in his mind, did not dare to be careless, raised his hand and took out a large knife. The blade is thick and heavy with a golden color. The sharp blade welled up, the majestic blade intent pressed down like a mountain. When a lion wrestles a rabbit, it also uses its full strength. Moreover, he had already had evil intentions and impure motives when he went up to Floating Cloud Mountain at night, and he was on the territory of the truth-seeking Guan. It would have been fine if old Taoist Xian Ming hadn't blocked the way. Now that they are blocked, their opponents are not weaker than themselves. It is equivalent to breaking into the dragon pool alone and entering the tiger's lair alone, and the danger grows exponentially. If he couldn't get away as soon as possible, he was afraid that it would be a long night, alerting the other Taoists in the mountain and encountering a siege. It is hard to beat four hands with two fists, and a tiger is afraid of a pack of wolves. At that time, it was highly likely that he would encounter a life and death crisis. Therefore, without testing the waters, Old Master Chen did his best to get rid of old Taoist Xian Ming as soon as possible. Sword chi collided with the blade, and the roar shook the ears. Mountains and rocks shattered, trees sprawled, and sand flew. One dribbled his fingers like flying, and the other swung his sword like rain. The two of them went back and forth without giving way, exchanging several rounds in a matter of moments. The sword intent was unceasing, and the blade intent was continuous. For a short moment, Elder Chen was terrified and angry. Fear, only because the battle until now, Xian Ming had not drawn his sword, holding a duster in his left hand, and transporting his sword finger in his right hand. Out came the finger and out came the finger, and the sword aura increased again and again. This old Taoist's strength was beyond expectation, far above him, terrifying and unfathomable. Anger, because whenever he was about to draw back, old Taoist Xian Ming bullied his way in, forcing himself to give up, as if he was caught in a quagmire, sinking deeper and deeper into the quagmire, unable to fight and unable to run. Master Chen felt that he was gradually being reduced to a green fish in a net. The body is at the mercy of the people. The peaks of the Seeking Truth Observatory. The crowd of Fourth Realm Downlords were startled. At Blazing Sun Peak, Xian Yang, who was drinking to himself, copied the wine pot and ran out of the Blazing Sun Hall, rushing straight to True Xian Peak. At Spring Snow Peak, Xian Yin, who was studying the Yin Yang Foundation Establishment chapter, tapped his toes and flew towards True Xian Peak like a goose sweeping through the air. At Heart Cleansing Peak, Xian Yu, who had just finished inspecting the offending disciple's record of repentance, walked out of the law enforcement hall and left with a serious expression. Fire Cloud Peak, the spirit crane spread its wings and flew into the air. Xian Kong, who had just finished a late-night snack, landed on the spirit crane in an airy manner. The spirit crane's body sank under the enormous weight, almost falling from mid-air, and Xian Kong's face suddenly darkened. It wasn't until the spirit crane made an effort to shake its wings and fly up that his face turned from cloudy to clear, the clouds clearing. Meanwhile, on True Xian Peak, Xian Ming and Elder Master Chen had already exchanged hundreds of rounds, and the latter's face was becoming more and more sullen, as dark as ink, all because he could see that this old newbie in front of him was treating himself as a free sparring partner. He clearly had the strength to crush him, but he had to collect his strength to fight, and let him off the hook several times in the moment of life and death. For a while, old Master Chen was mixed with joy and anger. Joy, because you get to live a little longer. The reason for the anger is that a man can be killed and not dishonored. This guy Xian Ming was cutting his meat with a blunt knife, trying his best to squeeze his value, and deceiving people too much, diametrically opposite to Elder Chen's bad mood. Feeling his combat experience soar, his combat skills becoming more and more skillful, and being able to use less mana to exert the same amount of power, with less output and high effect, Xian Ming was glowing. Phew! Another sword chi came on strong. Old Master Chen couldn't dodge in time and was wiped across his face by the aftermath of the sword chi. The masked black scarf shattered into ash. A bloodstain appeared on the old face. Seeing that his identity was completely exposed and he couldn't even cover his ears, old Master Chen was on fire. Performing Chen's signature jutsu, he could deny it. Using Chen's lifeless golden blade, he could deny it. All provided that no true colors are shown. As long as they don't show their faces, all others can be excused by finding reasons, such as Chen's mastery in golden sword being stolen or Chen having a traitor outside, which belongs to the family scandal. But now the veil has been removed. Old Master Chen had no last resort. Seekers of Truth is officially hostile to Chen. He was so angry that his nostrils bubbled and his whiskers flew. Old man Xian Ming, I'll fight you. Old Master Chen shouted angrily, rose up in the air, waved his golden saber and slashed down fiercely, chopping out magnificent saber light. An illusory saber mountain emerged and suppressed. The air shook, the peaks roared, the mountains trembled, the falling rocks rolled, and the grass and trees were reduced to debris. It was clear to him that he was in trouble tonight. In that case, Elder Master Chen wanted to eliminate the greatest threat to the Chun clan and die with old Taoist Xian Ming. In this way, the family will be able to obtain a respite. Although it will be located in the downside in the future fight, the situation is difficult, but will not be uprooted by the truth-seeking view. Outside of True Xian Peak, all the paths rushed in. The sight of senior brother Xian Ming, whose clothes were fluttering, also saw the hysterical old Master Chen. They had the intention to help, yet the vastness of the blade intent made it difficult to approach. After only getting close to the edge of the battle between the two, he was slightly injured and had to retreat to the side. You can only be a spectator and witness the two old men brawling. This was a battle between the truth-seekers View and Chen's strongest man. The gazes of all the paths burned, fearing to miss a trace. As for senior brother Xian Ming's safety, they had no worries, who made him not even produce a weapon. When the 100-foot blade mountain appeared, the crowd of Dao could not help but exclaim, Dharma intent half congealed, half-step practicing Qi. No wonder old Master Chen dared to go up to Fuyun Mountain at night. It turned out that he saw the threshold of Qi practicing, and that's why he was strong and bold. Unfortunately, there is a mountain to climb. When he met senior Xian Ming, he could only be hanged. In that case, senior brother Xian Ming has also seen the threshold and may be closer to the Qi practicing realm than old Master Chen. Xianin opened his mouth. Others have thought of this as well. The faces of all the Dao could hardly hide their shock. Calculating it down, senior brother Xian Ming had been initiated into the Dao for less than 2 years, but he had unknowingly come this far. The crowd of Dao were surprised and sweating. Compared to their senior brother, they had cultivated tens of years of practice to the stomach of a dog. The rock rises with the wind in one day, rocking up 90,000 miles. Senior brother Xian Ming is trying to dive into the abyss. Xian Kong lamented from the bottom of his heart. Xian Yang nodded his head in great agreement. Elder brother Xian Ming's Dao foundation is extraordinary. It's no surprise to the poor Taoist that he can see the threshold. I thought that I would have to wait for several years, but I never thought it would be so fast. Xian Ming had no intention of paying attention to how the crowd of Dao reacted. Seeing the mountain of blades coming, he retracted his sword finger and a hint of seriousness appeared on his face. But it was only a hint. It's time to end it. Xian Ming's tone was flat, but through his voice, the mahogany sword hummed and clanged out of its sheath. Holding the sword in his hand, he went all out and gently stabbed forward. A seemingly light-hearted sword that erupted with terrifying might. The 100 feet of swordlight was like a vast river, flowing against the current, washing away the sword intent and crumbling the mountain of swords. Old Master Chen was engulfed by the sword river. His body was scaly and broken. His eyes were wide open. Disbelief was written all over his face. His eyes gradually dimmed, and the last murmur before his death was pale and feeble, which attracted reverie. This can't be right. No way. What? It was impossible to be decapitated dryly yourself, without dragging your enemy with you to your death. It was still impossible that Xian Ming was even this terribly strong, not like a fourth realm existence. Or it was impossible for Xian Ming to have a battle power that far exceeded a great realm and was comparable to that of a Qi practicing realist. Who knows? Anyway, Xian Ming had no intention of exploring. Waste of time. Chapter 27. The Way has a heart for the world, but also a thunderous rage. Floating Cloud Mountain. True Xian Peak. The wooden sword was returned to its sheath. Xian Ming first waved his sleeve to put away the golden sword, then took out the projection stone and threw it to Xian Kong, commanding, "The Way has a heart for the world and a thunderous rage. Although I seek truth concepts as a Taoist sect, I don't like to fight, and I am good with people, but I don't allow others to bully and humiliate and count on me. Since Chen won't comply, I seek truth concepts don't have to be polite, and it's time to shine a light on the front. Right now, Elder Master Chen is on the mountain. I'm afraid that the Chen clan is waiting anxiously. While the time is still short, they have not yet guessed that Elder Master Chen is dead and can't react in time. I, seeking truth concepts, should act swiftly and catch the Chen clan off guard. I would like to thank Master Xiankong for setting out overnight, riding a crane into Fengyang County, explaining this matter to the Guang FAC, and requesting an order of execution." Xian Ming looked to the others and continued to command, "If you don't cut the grass, it will grow again in the spring. I'll trouble you all to come down from the mountain, besiege the Chen mansion, block its retreat, prevent the Chen clan from escaping. Since they are at war with each other, they should be uprooted as soon as possible, so as not to follow up to seek revenge. Trouble on the doorsteps, disturbing my seeking truth concepts purity." The various paths also knew that the matter was urgent and immediately took a stand. "Don't worry, senior brother. I'll move immediately. We will also gather our disciples and go down the mountain at once. Xian Ming nodded in satisfaction. As all the paths moved and went about their own business, he stood with his hands on his head, looking out over the floating cloud county below the mountain, his eyes showing a cold light. There is no time to lose, and we must fight for it. And now the fight is a time suck. Of course, Xian Ming's decisive decision to go after Chen was also selfish. The clan has been inherited for 100 years, but collection of books must be abundant. Since a grudge has been made and cannot be settled, it is necessary to include these books in the mountain as soon as possible, lest they be burned or transferred. Maybe there is a Taoist collection that is not found in the Sutra Pavilion. Retracting his gaze, Xian Ming took a step of 100 feet, and also leaped away. What needs to be said has been said, and the multitude of Taoists are reliable and will not drop the ball at critical moments. Nothing else needed to concern him. That's the group advantage. Hidden Dao Peak, questioning courtyard. The lifeless golden sword was casually thrown on the tabletop, and Xian Ming sat cross-legged, silently reviewing the battle he had just fought. Family members know their own business. He rarely fights and is inexperienced, regardless of whether it was the last time he beheaded a demon, or this time he exterminated Elder Master Chen. All of them relied on powerful strength to win by pushing across. Although it was cool to crush and push horizontally, Xian Ming didn't have a high eye. Having lived for 1,000 years, he was clear-headed and thoughtful, and wouldn't be easily swept away by victory. Therefore, after each fight, he seriously reviewed the details of the fight, analyzed the advantages and disadvantages, summarized the experience, and tried to fill their own shortcomings. It was only after an incense burner that Xian Ming went to sleep on his side. Spiritual energy comes in and out and surrounds the body between one breath and the next. Can make a deep rest. The breath returns to its roots. Each time he breathed, the mana and the underlying energy in his body would grow a tiny bit, and his essence would grow by 1 point. With the passage of time, Xian Ming sleep to a good state. Na Qing spit turbid, dense fog, like a fairy wang, sleep soundly in the clouds, unconsciously more than a few points of immortal, ethereal and dusty. The matter was urgent, and the Taoists were scrambling for time. At this moment, time is the first opportunity. In the silence of the late night, the entire Seeking Truth view moved. A chubby figure rode out of the mountain on a crane, followed by a backcorpse crane. Dozens of large and small Taoist priests were awakened and assembled urgently, carrying their swords and descending the mountain under the leadership of the master teacher, with the lowest having the cultivation of the second realm, and Chang'anzi, Changqingzi, and so on were clearly listed. Xian Yin's mind's eye was alive, and before he left, he went into the house of inquiry and begged to see Xian Ming, and when he came out again, he walked briskly and had an extra mahogany sword on his back. Fuyun County, the land of the Chen clan. Inside the hall of gathering, the top management of the Chen clan gathered in one place. They stayed up all night, sitting on pins and needles and worrying ever since their old ancestor left home. It is really a matter of great importance. If successful, Chen would be able to overpower the Seeking Truth concept, and from now on, there would only be one voice in this Floyd County. If it fails, the Chen clan will instantly be in a critical situation. Not only will they be targeted by the truth seekers Guan, but they may also be chastised by the above, affecting the rise and fall of the Chen clan, so there is no way for them not to be concerned. Seeing that at 4 o'clock, the old ancestor still had not returned, the crowd was panicked, exchanging words, whispering, and an atmosphere of anxiety filled the air. Although Chen Liang was a bit impatient after returning from the floating cloud mountain last time, as the head of the family, he had a few real talents, and at this moment, Chen Liang made a decision and gave orders. The old ancestor has not returned so far, so I'm afraid he's in a bad way. Before considering the victory, first consider the defeat. Before considering the gain, first consider the loss. At present, this kind of situation, no matter what the result is, we must be prepared for the worst. We can't put all our hopes on the old ancestor. In order to protect the family inheritance, we need to do a two-handed preparation. When immediately transfer some of the young clansmen out, there is no fear of having no wood to burn. It's fine if the old ancestor returns successfully. But if something bad really happens to his old man, they are the hope for the continuation of my Chen clan. The crowd agreed with this statement. In times of crisis, they are united, not bickering, not to mention dragging their feet. The slightly fierce-looking third elder got up and added, if old ancestor really died 9 times, then the truth-seeking concept is even more terrifying than we imagined. And I'm afraid that it's harboring a strong person not weaker than old ancestor or other unknown and terrifying means. There is no lack of intelligent people in the mountains. At this moment, these Taoist priests may already be on their way here. We must save for a rainy day and take extra precautions. Transferring the clan is not enough. We need to divide this part of the clan into 2 more groups. One group fled to the outside of Floyd County, and one group ran to the Divine Division of Floyd County, taking the initiative to give up their places in the Qiankuan building, and begged the court for shelter on the grounds of their family's inheritance of heavy treasures and their achievements in the last water treatment. A two-pronged approach is more stable. Otherwise, even if the clan escapes, they will be caught up and it will be hard to escape death. All of them nodded their heads like garlic. Each then moved quickly in their own way. It was a matter of family survival. They didn't dare to be sloppy. In the early hours of the morning, the Chen clan was lit up. Some people are in charge of defense. Some people are in charge of carrying. Some of the young people were gathered. They were physically strong and swift, and had a better chance of escaping. As for the old and sick, they could only stay in the clan. This world is very realistic and cruel, and the weak can only be at the mercy of the weak before a life and death crisis. What's more, having enjoyed the family's patronage, they would need to sacrifice for the family when necessary. Everything is about family continuity. Looking at the busy clansmen, Chen Liang had a heavy heart. He handed over his heirs, including Chen Xingshu, to the third elder, hoping that he would lead his clan away. Although the two men usually fought for power, Chen Liang had to admit that the third elder saw things thoroughly. His tactical wisdom was better than his own, and he was a rare person of understanding in the clan. It would be best to leave the clan in his hands. Unfortunately, it was rejected by the third elder with a wave of his hand. He stretched out his right hand, which only had 4 fingers, and said, "In the past, I was a young and foolish man, and I was so arrogant that I underestimated the world and got into trouble when I traveled outside. Later, the strong enemy door, all rely on the family shelter, give up a lot of money and a lot of heavenly treasures, only to save his life. After this matter, I cut off a finger, as a clear will. The rest of his life will be prudent to do, think twice about everything, but also will be this body will be promised to the family. Now, knowing that my uncle went to take risks, as a junior, I have not advised him in time, which is my fault, having a lucky break and violating the oath, which has put the family in a difficult situation, which is my fault. In reason, the old man's sin is unforgivable. I am already in my waning years, not much younger than my uncle. If the Chen clan is really in great trouble, let me use my broken body to shield my descendants, and sink together with the clan and the land. I was born in the land. I grew up in the land. I grew old in the land. I grieved and rejoiced in the land, and I shall be rewarded in the land. And it is a great comfort to me to be able to bury my bones in the land of my people." Looking at the third elder who was genuinely emotional, Chen Liang's heart was complex, touched and ashamed. However, the world is unpredictable. Although the Chen clan reacted quickly, but it was still a step too late. Some of the clans have not yet been evacuated. The clan protection formation has not yet been opened. The Taoist priests of the Truth Seekers Guan then rushed over. Dozens of Taoist priests swung their swords in unison, performing the same sword art, the 8 trigram sword art. Large and small sword chi swarmed, and strong and weak sword intent erupted. The 8 trigrams of sword chi swam like swimming fish, forming a dense sword net, using the mahogany sword in his hand as the base, laying down the 8 trigram sword formation. A mahogany sword was stuck in the ground, arranged around the Chen mansion, one every 3 feet. Dozens of Taoist priests were guarding each place, standing by, and anyone who broke into the formation and wanted to escape was injured by the sword chi. Some had their arms chopped off, some were stabbed through the chest, some had their hands broken, some had their feet broken, and some coughed up blood. Shen Yin, Shen Yang and others each stood on one side, guarding the main road, while looking at the 8 trigram sword array, smiling. Chapter 28, Sword in Space. Sword formation shatters gold bowl, big chapter. High Eve set up a labyrinth. Gossip clearly a gas in. Bagua sword formation. This is the basic sword formation of the truth-seeking view. It can be accompanied by the opening of the sword cliff and the realization of the sword by all the paths. Some watch sword marks day and night. Some pen to draw gossip. Some bury their heads in the scriptures to perform trigrams. The seeking truth viewed the Bagua sword art anew up and down. The raindrops are tiny, but they wash away the dust. The firefly is faint, but it lights up the night. Bagua sword art. They refreshed their knowledge. The basic sword art also contains a huge potential. If practiced properly, digging, perseverance, have the power to destroy mountains and break the power to cut off the river and split the sea of power. The Bagua sword became a mandatory sword art for the seeking truth view, while Xuanchu and Xianin were happy for the flourishing cultivation atmosphere in the Guan. They were also successful in comprehending the sword marks, and their respective 8 trigram sword techniques were successively perfected, giving rise to a mysterious weather. Once all the Taoist sparring, each show gossip sword art, each other against each other, found that although the sword art has been the exclusive characteristics of each person, but the sword chi echo each other, and even resonance. The discovery surprised and delighted them. Subsequent years. The road to study. and on the hidden Taoist peak to ask Xian Ming, please point out, combined with the power of the road, exhaustion of wisdom, exhaustion of effort, to gossip sword art, gossip array in peachwood sword as a base, push the envelope, creating a new gossip sword array, the 1R8 trigram sword formation. This formation has infinite potential. The strength of the power is determined by the person who set up the formation. The higher the cultivation level, the greater the number, the stronger the power. When the formation was first formed, the Taoists had set up the formation. Xian Ming occupies the Qian position, Xian Su according to the Kuan position, Xian Yin is Sun, Xian Yu is Jin, Xian Su is Can, Xian Yang is Lei, Xian Kong is Burgundy, Xian Tong is Tue. Between the operation, heaven and earth, wind and thunder, water, fire, mountains and zephyrs emerge. All the mana borrowed the power of the formation, converge into a gas through the 8 trigrams, through the sky and through the earth, unceasingly. All the Taoists multiply mana, complement each other. The strength of the great progress, sword movement, gas walk 8, evolving gossip, traction 8 poles of power, more 8 poles of power to complement their own. Unless the 8 people are defeated at the same time, otherwise, the big formation is difficult to break. Strong as a real person, if there is no powerful means, but also to be trapped, difficult to get out of the cage, and ultimately consumed to death in it. Formation is only the first to be completed. The weather is magnificent. Not to avoid triggering a big commotion, caused by prying eyes, all the Taoists immediately suppressed their cultivation in the 3rd realm. Even so, the power is still terrifying. Xuanchu admitted on the spot that if he entered the formation with his inherited magic sword in hand, it would be difficult to break free, and he could only drink hate in a life and death match. As for senior brother Xian Ming, he smiled without saying anything, not explicitly saying how long he could actually last. Thinking of this, looking at the 8 trigram sword formation that first showed its power, Xian Yin and the other 3 generations of Taoists had their hearts pounding. 52 Taoists set up this formation. Even if the 4th realm 3rd generation Tao Lords were missing, with the assistance of the disciples, the power was equally powerful, enough to trap the Qin clan. Even if old Master Qin came back to life and was trapped in the formation, it would be difficult as hell to lead his clan out. Unfortunately, the absence of senior brother Xian Ming makes it difficult to draw the finishing touch, and the power of this formation is 70% weaker. Xian Yin regretted. Only the 1Qi 8 trigram sword formation presided over by senior brother Xian Ming had the power to resist Qi practicing real people. Just thinking about that kind of style makes me excited. Receiving the voice transmission, Xian Tong, Xian Yu nodded outside of no other reaction. Only Xian Yang and voice said, kill the chicken, don't use the knife. If senior Xian Ming made a move, why would there be a need to set up a formation? One sword can sweep away the Qin clan. Right now the order of execution has not yet been issued. Senior brother is trying to take this opportunity to let the disciples have some training, to raise the formation by battle, to experience a wind, frost, and sword, lest they are always in the mountains and lose their youthful sharpness. Xianyin silently rolled his eyes. In the words of your simpleton, don't I know it? But it's just a feeling. You're a fool to take it seriously. How could it come so fast? In the courtyard of the Chen mansion, Chen Liang was alarmed. The 3rd elder gritted his teeth, his face grim. The rest of the executives were either panicked, scared, determined, or angry, showing all kinds of life in front of life and death. The clansmen were even more terrified, looking up at the sword array above, feeling the sharp edges and powerful sealing power within it. The 3rd elder said, it seems that the truth-seeker's view is guided by someone high up. Even if uncle doesn't die, I'm afraid he'll be seriously injured and captured, and he'll be a prisoner, and we'll be a step too late. For today's solution, we can only open the clan protection formation to protect our clansmen first, and then we will look for the weak nodes of the formation and combine our efforts to find a chance to break the formation and kill a bloody path. Even if we die out at the 4th realm, or even the 3rd realm, we will still leave our roots for the Chen clan. There is determination and sadness in the resounding words. As the words fell, a wave of sadness passed through the men, women, and children of the Chen clan. Helplessness was written all over the child's innocent face. The woman hides her face and weeps, and the boy is indignant and resentful. The youth gripped his blade tightly, and the old man sighed in sorrow. Chen's clan's injuries. Xianyin saw it in his eyes. His Taoist heart was cold and hard, and he didn't show the slightest bit of compassion. Fortunes and misfortunes have no doors. Only people call themselves. The reward of good and evil follows the shadow. This is a Taoist commitment. If it wasn't for Senior Xian Ming's great display of power tonight, the one who would have suffered would have been the seeking truth concept. Those who have sinned before them will suffer for those who come after them. Since the Chen clan has enjoyed the blessings, they have to bear the karmic debt of old Master Chen. With this in mind, Xian Yin's face was cold. Raise hand, pinch knob. A little bit of light from the fingertips into the sword array. The sword array suddenly launched. A gossip shadow emerged. Sword gas dense as rain. Rustling down. Kill order has not yet arrived. Although it cannot kill. But wounding is always possible. Now wounding, the more ruthless the more. After killing to save time and effort. Seeing this scene, Xian Yang's body trembled. No wonder when we talked once. Senior Xian Ming said that Senior Xian Yin was the one with the hardest heart of the Tao among his peers. I used to know half of it, but now I realize that it's this hard. Despite this, but Xian Yang did not resent it. He who kills, man kills, as long as the reasoning stands up, and it is not an unjustified and indiscriminate killing of innocents. A hard heart is better than a soft heart. The Buddha has an angry Vajra, and the Tao also has a protective venerable deity. Besides, Master Xianyin hasn't killed anyone yet. Old Master Chen disturbed the purity of the mountain, causing the hearts of all the Taoists to catch fire and hindering the passage of thoughts, a crime that cannot be pardoned. And under the theory of commitment, the Chen clan is not innocent. In the land of the Chen clan, miserable screams rose and fell, unceasingly, as one clan member after another was injured. Ordinary clansmen were fine, cultivators were focused on. The third elder led the family cultivators to defend extremely hard, or raised their hands to support the light shield, or waved their swords to cut off the sword chi, or offered a three-zhang shield, or opened their mouths to spit out the flames, and each of them used their own means to show their abilities. Chen Liang, on the other hand, quickly offered up the family inheritance seal, and a palm-sized golden blade hovered in the air for 3 feet, dripping and spinning, blossoming with brilliant golden light and flying in all directions. Mighty saber intent rose up from all parts of the Chen clan's mansion, and gold spread out over the 100 acres of courtyard, as if it was a golden temple, glittering, and finally gold rendered the sky, forming an inverted golden bowl. The darkness of the night is like a bright sunshine that illuminates the darkness. The sword chi fell on the golden bowl, and the collision inspired a multitude of sword chi, and the sword clashed, and the two chi dissipated. The two great formations fought several times and were evenly matched. Xian Yin and the others knew that the sword formation was strong, but there's no concrete idea of how powerful it is. Witnessing this scene with their own eyes, they were considered to have a clear cognizance, and at this moment, Xian Yin and the other 3 generations of Taoists were heartily convinced of senior brother Xian Ming. A chi gossip sword array can be born. This senior brother credit, if they say, they out of 30% of the force, he out of 70%. Its understanding of gossip sword art and gossip sword array, the whole seek truth view no one can out of its right. When they thought of senior brother Xian Ming's amazing talent, they were thrilled. Unfortunately, the gossip sword array is, after all, a source of water. Not as good as the Chen family to protect the family array to occupy the geographical advantage. The operation of 100 years, coupled with the Chen family of many cultivators out of the joint efforts of the array, the power of the sword array has increased dramatically. After several rounds, the golden bowl is as solid as a golden soup. Unbreakable. The power of the 8 trigram sword array weakened, began to trap mainly. Take this opportunity to hurry up and find a break to break the formation. The third elder reminded. Rate some of the cultivators to act immediately. Outside the formation, Xian Yin and the other 3 generations of Taoists looked as normal. The 8 trigram sword formation was unable to shatter the golden bowl and break open the big formation, but the latter could only passively defend and could not actively attack. They could not enter and could not come out from inside, and the purpose had been achieved. It's good to be stagnant like this. When senior brother Xian Kong returns, then he will offer up senior brother Xian Ming's sword, and together we will be able to break the formation. But plans can't catch up with change. After a long time, there was a clicking sound. Cracks appeared in the 1 chi 8 trigram sword formation. Xian Yin's face suddenly changed and he hurriedly checked. The same goes for Xian Yang, Xian Yu and Xian Tong. The 8 positions of the 8 trigrams, the 4 of them occupied 4 directions, and the other 4 directions were each occupied by 8 third realm disciples in teams of 2 or 2. Although it is a weak link, but there is a big formation to add. These disciples have the strength of the 4th realm. Under the joint hands, not ordinary 4th realm cultivators can be compared, can cross the realm to fight, weak to win the strong. By all rights, it shouldn't have gone wrong so quickly. At a glance, they realized that the third elder of the Chen mansion had actually led several old men to sacrifice themselves and perform the technique of blood sacrifice to collaborate in attacking one of the weak links of the grand formation. The heart is in the right place and the strength is in the right place. Before dying, the third elder used his last strength to hiss with all his might, his old voice echoing in the night sky. The golden sword is passed on to the world, and Chen is at peace forever. Several third realm elders who went to their deaths also roared with force. The golden sword passes on to the world, and the Chen clan is forever at peace. The hearts of the Chen clan were in a state of solidarity, and likewise could not help but shout in unison. The golden sword passes on to the next generation, and the Chen clan is forever at peace. The tone of the voice was sad and the shouts were loud. It resounded through the night sky and echoed in all directions. It's parasitic. It's hopeful. It's painful. It's hopeless. It's hopeful. It's resentful. It's terrified. 8 big words that intertwine a variety of emotions. In the sound of generosity and sadness, their bodies exploded and turned into blood mist, fusing into a blood knife. Coming in a fierce manner, the knife intent stirred. Killing aura. Cracks appeared in the 8 trigram sword formation. The disciple who pressed the formation spat out blood. His pupils clenched, his face was terrified, and his wrists trembled. Seeing that they were in danger, Xianyan's heart was anxious, and he was about to offer up senior brother Xianming's matching sword, when the mahogany sword on his back hummed, one step ahead of him, and automatically came out of its sheath. A magnificent sword light appeared, illuminating the night, dazzling and blinding, so that many people could not help but close their eyes. To open their eyes, the blood knife into ash dissipated with the wind. 2 disciples came back from the dead. He was quickly replaced by a fellow rusher. The mahogany sword didn't return to its sheath and let out a resounding sword roar. Heading straight for the center of the 8 trigram sword formation, the majestic sword intent poured in, and the power of the sword formation multiplied. The sword chi was dense, changing from rain to hail, smashing on the golden bowl, making a sound of gold and iron clashing. The sword chi became more and more prevalent. In the end, it converged into a long river of sword chi, resembling the Milky Way falling from the 9 heavens, and collided with the Chen clan's protective clan formation with a loud bang. After only a few breaths of persistence, cracks appeared on the golden bowl. Chen Palace compound. He couldn't care less about the heartache of the 3rd elder's sacrifice. Seeing that the big formation could not carry it soon, Chen Liang's face changed greatly, and on the spot, he fiercely hammered his chest for a bite. A mouthful of blood fell onto the 3-inch golden blade in the void, and he recited an obscure incantation. His hand techniques changing rapidly as he attempted to recall the lifeless golden blade through the golden blade in his hand. A large and a small knife were a set of magic weapons, forged from a piece of yin-yang iron, a treasure inherited from the Chen clan. The 3-foot golden sword has no life, and is the master of killing. With death and no life, the 3-inch golden sword has life, and is the master of guarding, with life and no death. The 2 knives can sense each other and summon each other. The 2 swords were combined, attacking and defending as one. In order to completely utilize the power of the clan protection formation and carry the attack of this 8 trigram sword formation, hidden Dao Peak, questioning courtyard, the golden knife on the table trembled, and there was a hidden tendency to break the window and escape, but it trembled 3 times and then came to an abrupt end. It turns out that the magic weapon has a spirit, a ball of silver silk wrapped around the golden sword. The duster struck, suppressing the lifeless golden sword. Lightning strikes on the handle of the datewood duster flickered with lightning, blue arcs of electricity, along the 3,000 silver threads, wandering on the golden sword, suppressing the power of summoning, such as burning firecrackers, crackling and popping. On the bed, Xian Ming frowned slightly, without opening his eyelids. A wisp of grayish mist emerged from his nose and landed on the golden blade, following the meditative perception and attacking in reverse. When the gray mist disappeared, his brow stretched and he slept soundly and more soundly, and the mist around him became even thicker, as if he were lying on a cloud. Fuyun County, Chen Mansion. Blood spurted and splattered all over the place. Chen Liang was revolted and instantly turned as white as paper, paralyzed like a lump of mud, suffering a heavy blow and losing his battle power. The 3-inch golden sword wailed and fell to the ground. The power of the clan protection array is greatly reduced. This is a long time. The golden bowl exploded into countless fragments. The knife light and knife will all be washed away. The sky falling sword rain, covering 100 acres. All of the Chen clan members were wounded, no longer able to resist, and the mahogany swords were returned to their sheaths. Xianying took some of his disciples into the Chen mansion and first bound and imprisoned the Chen clan members, then asked from a timid Chen clan member about the book collection and treasure trove, and began to carry them. It would be great to have the order of execution. If you cannot, you must also empty the Chen mansion and use its 100 years of heritage to grow the truth-seeking view. Only then will the thoughts be able to get through. The fire of the heart can be extinguished, and the mind can be smooth. More than an hour later, the red sun was rising. Its path was greatly illuminated, and the 2 spirit cranes spread their wings and swept into the air, leading their necks to sing. Chen House Compound. The people look up, follow the sound and look. A naive fat Taoist wearing a haze, riding a crane to come, the red haze in the back, white clouds in the front, his clothes fluttering, like the 9 heavenly fairies really walking in the mortal world. Out of the dust and ethereal, Taoist chi is full of. Looking at Xian Kong from far and near, Xianyin rolled his eyes. Xian Tong's smile converged. Xuanyu's corner of the eye was slightly drawn. Xian Yang was the most straightforward, and said the heart of the crowd, "Immeasurable Heavenly Father, the poor Taoist is jealous. I can't believe this guy got it. This dead moon half is too good at pretending." With all the attention, Xian Kong was a bit fluttery and immersed, and without noticing for a moment, the spirit crane had landed on the ground. He was caught off guard. The inertia of his body previously, even though he was running his mana and protecting his body, he still rolled out like a ball, flopping down in front of the 4 Xianyin people, in a big shape, 5 bodies on the ground, and the execution order in his hand was almost flung away. The compulsion is instantly all gone. The immortal energy turned into flying dust, vividly explaining what is called the falling hair phoenix is not as good as a chicken. Xianyin wilted and flirted. "We haven't seen each other in just 2 hours. Why is senior brother Xian Kong performing such a big salute?" Xian Yang couldn't help it and puffed out a laugh. Seeing Xian Kong and Xianyin looking over, he immediately covered his mouth and said, "Sorry, you guys continue." Chapter 29, Knowing Black and Keeping White. Xian Tong enlightened. "Have you heard? The Chen mansion has been swept away. 100 years of inheritance gone in one go. Last night such a big battle. I'm afraid that half of the cultivation world in Floyd County knows about it. It's just that I didn't dare to get close for fear that the city gates would be on fire and the fish would be caught in the pond. I live close, but no 1 or 2. I heard that it is the mountain seeking truth view those cattle. Taoist priests did. Please put down the order to kill." Since then, the Chen clan completely become the past. Yesterday's splendor, today's downfall. Life is impermanent. It's better for us to have wine today and drink in time. This is a difference in words. Those who climbed the steep precepts lie in poor heights, and those who were in deep trouble were born in the heavy boat. In recent years, Chen's sons and daughters have been rampant in Fuyun County, and this day's destruction is entirely due to the fact that they climbed the heights and fell down the weights and were blamed for their own actions. You all didn't talk about the key. My Chang family in Fuyun County is second only to the Chen clan. Counting some insights and heritage, last night grandfather personally said, seeking the truth view of the sword array is not trivial. That breaks the Chen clan to protect the family array of the sword has touched the threshold of practicing qi. The mountain Taoist can't be messed with. More than that, my grandmother once said that Elder Master Chen has long been a perfected existence of the 4th realm, and is powerful. This time he did not show up when the Chen clan was in trouble. In all likelihood, he went up to Fuyun Mountain at night and plotted against the Chen clan, pissing off the group of Taoist priests and hitching himself up before bringing disaster to the Chen clan. Although this sword array is not small, but to set up the array need to make sufficient preparations, gather manpower. If old Master Chen was found, seek truth view simply too late to set up the array to kill the enemy. I'm afraid that this floating cloud mountain is hiding a high-level person who saw the threshold of qi practicing, and that's what made old Master Chen drink his hate. And the seeking truth concept may be about to produce a real person in the future, and it's going to really take off. Heroes see the same thing. My Liang family's old ancestor also shares the same view, and last night he gathered his children and grandchildren overnight to warn us not to mess with the truth-seeking view. His old man guessed that this tall man was the mountain's deep-rooted underbelly for many years, either a third-generation Taoist who had been secretly cultivated, or a fruitful but deep-rooted last-generation old-timer. Even guessed that last night that sword array is that unknown high person created, now cannot hide before revealing. Otherwise, so many years why did not hear this array half-wind? With the dawn and the destruction of the Chen mansion, similar talk appeared in the restaurants and tiles, and on the streets and alleys. The entire Floyd County is buzzing with activity. Even ordinary people can talk about it. To the truth-seeking view, the people worshipped even more, saying outright that there were gods and immortals above, and the cultivators were even more reverent and did not dare to offend so easily. West of Fuyun County, Chen Mansion Compound. Looking at the burned corpses, looking at the rolling black smoke, the Xian Channel man who had always seen people smile 3 times had a serious face, and a few hints of confusion surfaced in his eyes. Senior brother, although according to my Taoist commitment, the Qin clan should be punished, but there is a saying among the people, called the disaster is not as bad as the family. My Taoism also have to spare people and spare people. I say, we are like this to drive to the end, whether it is right or wrong. Xianyin sniffed and didn't reply right away, glancing at Xian Tong, speechless in his heart. Just now when you start, I see you old boy hesitation, procrastination, now kill, thought the sea is wide open. I cannot imagine that you even began to doubt yourself, self-trapped hard off, when it's really going to give me something to do. Nonetheless, but his own senior brother, can't not care, lest he binds himself to his heart, falling deeper and deeper, gazing at the blazing fire in front of him, contemplating for a moment. Xianyin solved the confusion. Senior brother Xian Tong, You are responsible for the incense in the guan, receiving the good fortune lifers from outside the mountain. You are exquisite in all aspects, and you are the most intelligent of the many senior brothers. It's a good thing and a bad thing. Smart people think too much, and it's easy to be smart. Xian Yin's words continued. The poor Taoist knows what you want, but if we have a moment of compassion and spare the Chen clan, afterwards the grudges will be entangled and the grievances will be repaid, and for generations, there will be endless strife, but instead, it will bring more trouble to the truth-seeking concept. It is better to disturb the water of 1,000 rivers than to disturb the heart of the Tao. The heavens and the earth are large, my Tao is the largest. If a moment of intolerance, a world of difficult peace, then the Tao heart like iron, from the root to cut off the annoyance, lest it affect their own cultivation. Kill all the Chen clan members and get rid of them once and for all, so that they don't have to be burdened by hatred, and the seeking truth concept can be cleansed. Killing two birds with one stone. Why not? In a way, when we kill them, we are saving them instead. At this point, Xianyin asked rhetorically, if it were the Chen Fu besieging the Seeking Truth Observatory today, would they be merciful? As the words fell, Xianyin looked at the disciples who were carrying the tome, spirit materials, spirit medicines, and other things, and shook his head with a smile, thinking of the Chen clan elders who had generously died last night, and then looking at this current situation. They did look a bit like villains. Goodbye. Shen Tong bowed his head, pondering. He turned his head to look out over the floating cloud mountain and continued to solve the puzzle, before descending the mountain. When poor Taoist traveled to the hidden Dao Peak to borrow a sword, he had the same doubt and sought advice from senior brother Xianming. Is it too cruel to behead the Chen clan? He once said, the way of heaven has no relatives and is always with the good. What is a good person? Do not mess with my heart for good. Mess with my heart for evil. My Taoist cultivation is different from others. Do not have to suppress themselves. No need to worry. Taoist commitment. Do not speak of the past life and the next life karma. Only the importance of good and evil rewarded in this life. By reason. It all depends on the heart. If the mind is comfortable, if the thoughts are clear, if there is no reason and there is reason, killing is good. On the contrary, if there is reason and there is no reason, saving is evil. When it comes down to it, ask for a smoothie. And there is never a definitive black and white right or wrong. This heaven and earth is not black or white. And there is no fundamental right or wrong in all things. Absolute light is darkness, and absolute darkness is light. The world's cultivators are walking between black and white. Taoist cultivators hold the heart, is to seek a true between the two. Learn to know the guard, know the black and white, know the male and female, find a balance between the two, and the light and the dust. Take this eradication of the Chen clan as an example. When you make a break, you get a break. Don't you understand? Senior brother? Shen Ton's body shook slightly, his mind reeling with thoughts. I felt like a swimming fish hovering between the clear and turbid waters, not knowing where to go. And senior brother Xian Yin's enlightenment was like a yellow bell, causing him to see the sun and become enlightened. Water to clear there is no fish, water to turbid there is no life. As long as the heart passes, not ever kill innocent people for no reason. Why should be entangled in other good and evil, right and wrong? The key is to be comfortable in your own mind and have a clear conscience. Looking at Xian Tong, who had broken through the barrier of confusion and had a more pristine temperament, with mana surging around him, vaguely higher up, Xianyin was delighted and sour. Rejoice, because Xian Tao's lineage has been refined and his Taoist mind has become clearer. Sour, because although he had also gained something from the reasoning described by senior brother Xian Ming, it was not as immediate as senior brother Xian Tong's. Could it be that his Tao was not in the knowledge of the guardian? Seeing Xian Tong wake up, Xianyin collected his thoughts and bowed his head. Congratulations, senior brother. Xian Tong was overjoyed. The smile on his face was from his heart, even brighter and warmer, and he bowed his head to return the salute. Thanks for the guidance, senior brother. Xianyin hurriedly said. The poor Taoist is only relaying the teachings of senior brother Xianming from last night, and does not dare to take credit for it. I can hear the strings and know the meaning of the song. Xian Tong looked away from floating cloud mountain and bowed. Many thanks to senior brother Xianming. Not far away, Xian Yang saw this, rolled his eyes, and muttered, smart people are trouble. What's the point of thinking about it? They say that mediocrity is the best way to go, but I see that intelligent people are no better. And, thee is articulate and clever, like a sword gaze shot. Xian Yang's body stiffened, first with a sardonic expression, then grinned revealing 8 white teeth, smiling curtly at Xian Tong and Xianyin, quickly striding and leaping to Xian Kong's side, attempting to use his physique to cover himself, but forgetting that he was 2 heads taller than Xian Kong, and couldn't block it at all. Hidden Dao Peak, hidden scripture pavilion. The bottom of the mountain is boiling, but the mountain is always clean. The fragrance of tea, The aroma of books warmed the heart. The fragrance of heaven cleared the mind. Xian Ming sat by the window and concentrated on flipping through the scriptures, as if the destruction of the Chen mansion had nothing to do with him, even less interested in the reactions of the people down the hill. Both because as long as one has a brain one can guess that it is nothing more than words of shock, scorn, awe, admiration, anger, or a rabbit's death, or a clap of the hands. And because of the real life, Xian Ming gradually looked down on the matter of fame and fortune. Do not talk about his business, laugh and point to the white clouds to come and go, to the mountain of things to go with the flow of nature. In short, nothing is more important than his own cultivation, as long as he is not disturbed, regardless of the wind and rain outside, or stormy weather. All clamor is banished. He cultivates a pure heart and guards his own clarity. Of course, Xian Ming did not go through the whole process of observing the scriptures and turning over the books. Every hour, he will take a break, either looking at the green peaks of the Jade Belt, to ease the fatigue, or looking out of the window on the mountain road. Car after car was pulled up the mountain of supplies, stroking his beard with a smile. When the sun was setting and the evening sun was filling the sky, Xian Ming had just left the Tibetan scripture pavilion when he met up with Xian Yin, Xian Tong and Xian Kong. Xian Yin is here to return the sword. After collecting the mahogany sword and exchanging a few simple pleasantries, and seeing Xian Yin's departing back, Xian Ming's eyes opened up. This senior brother has a flexible mind and can carry things. Last night, although he ordered the road down the mountain to besiege the Chen house, but Chen's heritage for 100 years, some of the heritage, 3 generations of Taoist and temporarily not all, only went to 4, even if there is a gas 8 trigrams of the sword array to help. This trip may not be safe, have to prevent. Although Xian Ming did not go down the mountain, but also did not want to stand idly by, with his strength comparable to Qi cultivation real person, cannot do the sword 100 miles, but within 100 miles is not a big problem. Without leaving his home, he can control life and death, defend the enemy outside the floating cloud mountain and kill people in the floating cloud county, enough to protect the safety of small and large Taoist priests. But I didn't expect that. In order to protect the eventuality, Xian Yin will come to beg for the sword. This move for Xian Ming to share the worry, but also let him exceptionally joyful. The more excellent the senior brother, the more he can put down the burden, easy to cultivate. Retracting his gaze, he saw Xian Tong bowing to himself. This time is to thank senior brother Xian Ming, this time down the mountain. Xian Ming was staggered. Xian Tong changed as he watched, knowing that he had come down to the mountain this time. I was afraid that he had gained something else, but I didn't expect to be involved with myself. Xian Yin had actually used the reasoning he had granted himself last night to enlighten Xian Tong, so it was really no coincidence. Xian Ming spoke. By the same token, how much is gained varies from person to person. Some think nothing of it. Some get into their ears and hearts. Some see the dust. Some see the stars. Senior brother has realized something. After all, it was you who fought for it and seized this lead to break the heart barrier and gain the creation. The old man just bothered to say a few words, but he didn't do anything else. Seeing Xian Tong's clear gaze, mana agitation, affecting the flow of qi around his body, not far from practicing essence consummation, and black and white colors vaguely appearing behind him, transmitting a hint of faint yin and yang qi, Xian Ming reminded, when senior brother goes back, while composing his mind and polishing himself, he might as well take the opportunity to flip through the yin-yang foundation building chapter, and perhaps see a different landscape. Xian Tong understood and thanked him gladly. Seeing that Xian Kong had not left, knowing that he had something to do, he did not stay longer and said goodbye and left. Looking enviously at Xian Tong, seeing senior brother Xian Ming's gaze fall on himself, Xian Kong looked around and didn't immediately make a sound. Xian Ming understood in his heart and stepped forward to bring Xian Kong into the questioning courtyard. Chapter 30 Duty Magus, Desire to Break the Realm. Ask the courtyard. Inside the cottage, the two Taoists sat opposite each other. Xian Kong took out a token and placed it on the table. It was palm-sized, black and heavy, made of special mineral iron, with arcane patterns outlined on both sides, and a single word punishment in the center, with iron paintings and silver hooks, and dragons and phoenixes flying, revealing a strong murderous and overbearing aura. It's the order of execution. If you want to know what is straight and level, you have to be on the right track. If you want to make a circle, you have to follow the rules. The Grand Xian Divine Dynasty had united all parties to govern the cultivation world, establishing various organizations and promulgating rules and regulations. One of the articles, that is, shall not arbitrarily destroy the cultivation forces. If a life and death enmity, need to be reported first. After the evidence is confirmed, please put down the order to kill. In order to end the enmity, the Guang FAC is the law enforcement court, specializing in the fights between practitioners and the issuance of wanted notices in the Grand Xian Divine Dynasty. The personnel are not recruited externally, and are drawn from the Heaven and Earth Courtyard, the Qiankuan Building, the Bodhi Hall, the Hall of 10,000 Gods, and other magistracies, which are then under the jurisdiction of officials dispatched by the Grand Xian Divine Dynasty. When dealing with matters, mediation is the mainstay. If it is impossible to settle the matter, the dominant party has a strong attitude and refuses to bow down. The Guang Fac verifies the authenticity of the evidence, and then issues an order to kill the two conflicting parties to attack each other. Life and death are not responsible. The order of execution is further divided into 4 classes: gold, silver, copper and iron. The iron execution order, targeting third-rate forces and essence practicing realm cultivators. The copper system execution order, targeting second-rate forces and chi practicing realm cultivators. The silver system execution order, targeting first-class forces and practicing god realm cultivators. The gold system execution order, targeting the top holy places with the more terrifying powerhouses. The level of the seeking truth concept was limited. It was only a small force that was isolated in a corner. And of the last, Xian Ming knew very little. Even the composition of the Broad Law Division was known because senior brother Xian Knight had been admitted to the Academy of Heaven and Earth. Looking at the order of execution on the table, Xian Ming's eyes signaled Xian Kong to open up. He was curious. Could it be that there's some kind of change in the middle? Or is there something wrong with the execution order? Xian Kong didn't sell himself short and opened his mouth. Senior brother, this trip to Fengyang County, the Guang Fac side seems to be intent on delaying. As he recounted his own experiences, Xian Ming made things clear. After Xian Kong arrived at the Guang Fac, the on-duty magistrate didn't arrive immediately and delayed for half a pillar of incense before showing up. In the face of the mountain of hard evidence such as the projection stone and the corpse of Elder Master Chen, the magistrate still wanted to mediate, advising Xian Kong to be calm and not to get angry, said what grievances should be resolved. Monks should have compassion. Do people leave a line of good to meet later? Etc. I do not know whether it is really do not want to see the killing of the good advice, or in the process. At first, Xian Kong didn't care. He only felt that he was unlucky to have met a magus with a bad brain and confusion, until he insisted on requesting him to issue the order to kill the magistrate on duty as if he did not understand. Still nagging, words outside are permeated with the culprit is dead. Chen's loss of the protection of the old Master Chen will be in the doldrums. There is no need to kill all the people in tension. It was only then that Xian Kong felt something was wrong. Is this cleric talking too much? Too much control? Or are you deliberately stalling? Or do you really don't want to issue a kill order? It wasn't until he pleaded again and again that divine sovereign issued an order of execution with an iron face, complaining that the truth-seeking concept was too heavy in killing, too desperate in doing things, and too hostile. Xian Kong held back his temper and accepted the execution order and hurriedly left the Guang Fac. On the way he kept thinking. The more he tasted, the more he realized that the on-duty magus was doing it on purpose. Who made him stall for time before and after? But Xian Kong had difficulty determining this, so he asked Xian Ming for advice. Only chi practicing realm cultivators were qualified to serve as divine magistrates of the Guang Fac, and this was a mandatory requirement. It was a matter of such existence and great importance that he could not afford not to pay attention to it. If it's just him worrying about nothing, it's okay. If not, why did the magus stop us? What's his relationship with the Chain Mansion? Is he a friend or foe of the truth seekers? These have to be figured out. If there is really a grudge, we have to make early preparations, lest things come to a head. Confused. How to be pitched to death do not know. Confused to the netherworld. Stupid to the ancestors do not recognize themselves. Inside the hut, mountain spring water boiled. Xian Kong stopped his mouth for a split second, and the pot of water just had to be used. Xian Ming reached out and was about to pick it up when Xian Kong snatched the action. Senior brother, let me have it. Retracting his right hand, Xian Ming was not polite. For one thing, it's too hypocritical to push for politeness. Secondly, Xian Kong is good for food and drink, better at making tea than he is. He was served, and he was happy to enjoy it. Lightly stroking his beard under his jaw, Xian Ming contemplated with all his heart. What Xian Kong was worried about had to be prevented. It was necessary to find out whether the on-duty cleric was a foe or a friend, unintentional or intentional. Waiting for Xian Kong to serve a cup of tea, Xian Ming spoke. What senior brother is considering is very true. Prudence can catch a 1,000-year-old cicada. This matter concerns the safety and security of my seeking truth concept. No amount of prudence is too much. Since the matter was started by the Chun clan, let's start the investigation from that clan. Tomorrow, the old Taoist will order it down, and have Xian Yin and Chang Chunzi carefully line up the residences of the senior management such as Elder Master Chen and the Chun clan's family head, and look for secret rooms and hidden compartments. and whether there are any traces in the letters that have been sent to and received from them. There's also checking out the 100-year history of the Qin clan, pulling the threads out of it, combing through the current and past connections, and seeing if it has any affinity with the various forces within Fengyang County. In addition, I'll trouble senior brother to rush to Fengyang County again tomorrow and secretly inquire about news of that divine magus who was on duty last night. After thinking about it, Xian Ming instructed, if there is an opportunity, senior brother might as well inquire if the magus on duty last night switched duty with someone else. Shen Kong wasn't stupid, and after a little thought, he guessed one or two, and couldn't help but ask, is senior brother suspecting that divine magus is being used as a gun? Xian Ming, this possibility cannot be ruled out. If the divine magus on duty at the Guangfa division intends to make things difficult, the traces would be too obvious. There are three possibilities for this matter: either the magistrate's brain is not thinking strangely, and it is done intentionally; either the magistrate is being utilized and has not noticed it, or the magistrate's character is alternative, and the good intention is bad, and we are asking for trouble. Xenon, think well indeed. Drinking tea to moisten his throat, Xian Ming continued, we'll do what we need to do first, and if we find nothing, we'll have to wait for senior brother Xuanxu to come out. My ancestor of the Seeking Truth Guan once had an old relationship with the fifth-generation ancestor of the Heavenly Seal sect, and that sect's Yuan Ji Jinjinjin is serving in the Guangfa division of Fengyang County, so perhaps this time, we need Master Xian Su to make a trip to use to this fragrant relationship. Shen Kong nodded, just as elder brother said, we'll do our best first. If we can find something, naturally it's best; if not, we'll have to do it. He was equally aware of the origins between the Seeking Truth concept and the Heavenly Seal sect. The Heavenly Seal sect was a great Taoist sect in Fengyang County, inherited for more than 500 years, with endless generations of real people, and this generation was even more prosperous, with 2 real people sitting in the town. Because of this, the truth-seeking view will not use this favor easily. Good steel should be used on the blade. A magistrate of the Guangfac was enough for them to consume this incense. After the business was finished and a few words of casual conversation, Xian Kong left. Before he left, Xian Ming reminded him to seek out Xian Yin and others to discuss and brainstorm some more. Ultimately, he is not good at such matters. Ask the courtyard. Inside the cottage, drinking the rest of the tea in his cup, Xian Ming sat by the window, looking out at the curved moon rising in the night sky and muttered, it's time to break through. He had hoped to polish it up for a few more years, but the world was changing, and the matter of the Magi interrupted his plans. Although his own strength is comparable to a Qi practicing real person, but after all, he is not a Qi practicing realm cultivator. Only if he achieves a real person, he will be more confident in the face of risks. It would be just a coincidence if the clergyman's block was just a coincidence. If there really was a calculation in it, no matter which was possible, it would be unfavorable to the truth-seeker's view, indicating that there was an even greater crisis. His strength had been exposed through the projection stone, and his secret enemies might not be willing to see him achieve true manhood. Taking all things into consideration, Xian Ming must take advantage of the moment when all parties were concerned about the truth-seeking concept and the strong enemies explicitly did not dare to make any rash moves to break the realm first in order to gain more advantages in the matchup. After all, a far-flung cutie of his own. Seeing the threshold of Qi cultivation after only 7 years of cultivation was already amazing enough, and it was hard for the other party to think that he could break through the realm at any time. It was too out of the ordinary. This was precisely the opportunity for Xian Ming. With this in mind, he hung a closed door sign towards the entrance and silently streaked towards the depths of Floating Cloud Mountain. Before leaving, he also called away Xianyang. Floating Cloud Mountain is just an ordinary branch of the Tsanglong Mountain. The latter is 1,000 miles in circumference, stretches for 10,000 miles, vast and sprawling, with an area of 1/5 of the previous life's planted flowers, many deep mountains and dense forests. Rare. The breakthrough of practicing Qi is more dynamic. Xian Ming decided to break through in the depths of the Floating Cloud Mountain. At the junction of the branch vein and the main vein, even if there were demons and devils, they would be of lower strength. And with the addition of Xianyang as his protector, it would be relatively safe and unobtrusive. Maybe I can play the role of a pig to eat a tiger once again. In a strong enemy, the formula is not afraid of the old, as long as it works. Did not tell Xian Kong. In addition to the crowded mouth, one more person knows, one more crisis, but also because he is too gossip, the loosest mouth. The addition of Xianyang was due to his general ability to deal with common affairs, and it was the same with or without him when it came to the aftermath of the Chen clan's affairs. Instead of playing the sauce, you should guard the law for yourself. Chapter 31 Achievement of a Real Person. Birth of a Deer Demon. The warm sunlight passes through the gaps in the branches and leaves of the ancient trees, casting a dappled halo that dispels the darkness. Xianyang sat in front of a mountain wall, his stout body blocking the cave behind him like a mountain. His expression serious, not daring to be careless. Lush vines climbed the mountain walls, lush and green, and in the sheltered natural cave, the white-haired old Taoist sat cross-legged with a focused expression, moving the circumference of the sky, and the mana in his body was constantly being compressed, gradually coalescing into a vortex. The vortex grew larger and larger, spinning faster and faster, like a dragon scroll that had been building up for a long time, finally exploding under Xianming's traction, heading straight up into the sky, forming the magnificent spectacle of a dragon sucking in water. The water attached to the dome of the sky, shifting and vibrating and roaring. The momentum was majestic and vast, and the entire lower Dantian was rattled. The vortex is like a dragon, out of Guanyuan, lower Dantian, traveling along the Rin and Duda veins, and every time it travels around, a layer of yin and yang power is superimposed, and after 9 laps, the mana dragon rejoins the lower Dantian. 9-9-1, yin and yang gas return to the source. Synthesize the mixed yuan gas. Mana dragon violently grow several times. The power increased greatly. A drum. The target is clear. Straight to the middle Dantian Danzhong point. The 5 viscera roar. Out of the 5 elements of thunder. And agitated with the 6 internal organs. Nourishing the yin and yang thunder. The 5 elements combine with yin and yang. And yin and yang with the 5 elements. The 5 elements of yin and yang are synthesized into the great thunder. Lightning strikes mana dragon. One after another. Unceasingly. Layers of weakening vortex, such as a huge mountain blocking the torrent, is bound to weaken and block it, so that it has no way out. At the moment of crisis, Xianming did not panic. His expression was calm, and with a thought, 8 illusory deities emerged within his body. He had long ago cultivated the 8 true laws of the outer landscape, and after flipping through the yellow cord outer landscape jade scripture for the second time, he saw that the 8 gods combined with the 8 trigrams to set the 8 poles of heaven and earth, and had a great realization. And afterward he dived in and cultivated. And he even cultivated the 8 true laws to a great completion, which was as powerful as he wanted it to be. The 8 truths moved in unison, forming a Bagua diagram that fell onto the mana dragon as if it was covered in hard armor to block the thunder. Thunder falls like rain, 8 trigrams like a mountain prime. 1 is as powerful as a bamboo. 1 is indestructible. The 5 elements of yin and yang multiply greatly, and the wind and thunder of heaven and earth are all splendid. Yin and yang, the 5 elements change, and water, fire, mountains and swamps transform. The 2 were evenly matched, battling within their bodies, evolving all sorts of subtle Tao images, and every time they carried through a thunderbolt, the reasoning was imprinted in their flesh and bones, transforming it into an underpinning. At the same time, thousands of desires surged through his mind, and Xianming was caught up in an illusion, and it was difficult to distinguish between truth and falsehood. In the magnificent palace, he became the supreme emperor, waking up in charge of the world's power, drunkenly lying on the knees of a beautiful woman, life and death, all at his whim. Within the lofty and majestic immortal mountain, he became a cloud-driving immortal, traveling towards the North Sea and Twilight Kangwu, free and easy, jumping out of the 3 realms, not in the 5 elements. In the heavenly palace, he became an immortal heavenly god, living the same life as heaven and earth, with the sun and moon, worshipped by 10,000 gods, overlooking the multitude of beings. The scene turns again. He returned to the modern era. His name 100 buildings, thousands of houses, hundreds of millions of dollars. Is the court's attention of the elite? Is the luxury businessman chasing the guest? Born is the peak. Wine, sex, and money come thick and fast. Wealth and power and fame and fortune. Being in it, Xianming's mind is always clear, passing through all the flowers, not touching a single leaf. The Xianguan gives birth to the sword of wisdom, and the sword falls to cut down delusions. The palace collapsed and the emperor was crushed to death. Immortal mountains withered, and immortals went to the ruins. The heavenly palace was split and the god of heaven was worn out. At the end of the world, plutocrats become beggars. One desire grows and breaks. In this process, Xianming's idea of seeking the Tao is more and more firm. The heart of the Tao is more and more clear. Quite a kind of washed out of the lead to see the gold. Fading away the flashy return to the true trend. Time is like water, flowing silently. 3 hours later, the waning sun set and the bright moon rose. The sun and the moon will be removed from the darkness of the sky when the sun and the koan are in harmony. The Taiyin sun descended into creation, encircling Xianming and forming a yin and yang pattern, with the sun giving birth to a golden radiance and the Taiyin blooming with silver light. Gold and silver are intertwined. Xianming sat in it, his beard and hair flying and his Taoist robes bulging, like a holy god who held the sun and moon and picked the stars. At the same time, his body shook slightly, and a booming sound was emitted from within his body, echoing throughout the cave. The mana dragon had gone through the test and refinement of thunder, completing the ultimate leap, blasting open the gate of the middle dantian with its vast mana in one fell swoop. Just like the parched earth ushering in the sweet rain, the middle dantian roared with life, and also with infinite hope and infinite potential, just waiting for the lord of this land to properly manage and take care of it, gradually transforming it into a land of abundance. Mana entered from the lower dantian and exited from the middle dantian, impacting the other meridians. The belt vessel was opened and the charge vessel was penetrated. Xian Ming's chi surged, breaking the boundary to a critical moment, when the mountain wind suddenly rose, and a large amount of heaven and earth aura surged into the cave. For 100 miles, the wind rises and the grass grows wild. Xian Yang's spine is straight. A small bronze tripod emerges in his left palm. His right hand holds a sword. His eyes watch the 6 roads. His ears listen to the 4 directions, not daring to have the slightest carelessness, concentrating on protecting the law, doing his duty, vowing not to let any living creature influence his senior brother to break through the realm. A rustling sound came from the bushes. The bushes trembled, and Xian Yang was serious, his gaze electric. A merganser was the first to run out, its fur bloodstained and scaly, its breath unsteady and its eyes panicked. It's a doe, still a pregnant doe. Immediately after, a gray wolf leaped out, as large as an ox, showing teeth, grimacing, fierce face, fangs and sharp teeth, with blood on his face but no wounds, obviously stained from hunting a doe. Xian Yang did not hesitate and took the lead, because both are demons, although they have not been transformed. The demon power is weak, but it is about the senior brother to break through the realm. He dared not take the slightest risk, lest one move is not careful, the whole plate will be lost. Swing the sword with your right hand and throw the tripod with your left. The tripod grows into the wind and snaps upside down to trap the doe. The sword slashed down brazenly, decapitating the gray wolf's head. Blood splattered and drenched the grass, and the gray wolf fell in a pool of blood, his body separated. Whoosh! Several more demonic beasts were attracted. Xian Yang swung his sword and did his best. The sword light stirred, the grass and trees were bent horizontally, and the demonic beasts were awarded their heads. Xian Yang's killing intent was soaring, from demonic beasts to half-transformed demons. Those who dared to advance would have their blood spilled on the spot. After killing the 3rd mountain demon of the 4th realm of essence practicing, with no demons coming for the time being, he turned around and walked towards the cauldron, raising his hand to recall his magic weapon. He was about to raise his sword to decapitate the doe when his movement stopped abruptly, his expression slightly frozen. All because the doe was in the middle of giving birth and was having a hard time moving. A pair of wet eyes looked towards Xian Yang, full of supplication. The yodeling of the deer resounded with pain, sadness, and pleading and despair. Xian Yang's hand holding the sword trembled, being pleaded with by the doe. He was heartbroken. The tiger's poison does not eat the child, and the leopard's fierceness does not protect the child. There is no greater love in the world than that of a parent. This life instinct of protecting the calf has long transcended racial boundaries, and the licking of the calf is true and sincere. Just as he hesitated, the 2 demons were attracted to him. Xian Yang sighed in relief and waved his hand to sacrifice the tripod, which suddenly became larger and once again held the doe upside down. The poor Taoist isn't sympathizing with their mother and son, it's to prevent accidents from disturbing senior brother from breaking the boundary. Xian Yang had a hard mouth and a soft heart. Raising his eyes to look at the 2 demons in front of him, he cursed angrily and was about to raise his sword to kill the enemy, when a huge pressure erupted with the cave as the center, and the 2 4th realm of essence practicing demons were so alarmed that they couldn't escape in time before they were crushed and exploded. The powerful aura swept through the mountains and forests. The grass and trees swayed and collapsed in the direction of the cave, and the expressions of the group of demons who had thought that there was a treasure out of the world rushed to the cave changed in shock and quickly withdrew. Bang! 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 The explosions were unrelenting. Blood rains down and stains the earth red. The closer demon burst open. The slower demon died. See this scene? The beasts run away. The birds fly in fear. The other demons cannot wait to grow a few more legs, a few more pairs of wings. Scared ass. Fleeing in a mess. Afraid to step in the dust. The body died. The pressure came and went quickly. The vines automatically parted toward both sides, and a white-haired old Taoist slowly came out of the cave. His waist straight, his head high, his back carrying a long sword, his hand holding a duster, his crane hair, his long beard like satin, silky smooth, even wearing ordinary cloth and gray robe, pedal no pattern of ordinary shoes, still can't cover his dusty and elegant air, wide sleeves fluttering, no wind automatic. Congratulations, senior brother, on achieving true manhood. From then on, the Taoist lineage advances greatly, the magical power increases greatly, the longevity rises greatly, and you get to enjoy 200 years of spring and autumn. Xian Yang was excited and bowed. The corners of his mouth grinned in an exaggerated arc on his simple face, his white teeth neat and reflective of the moonlight. From now on, there will be real people in the truth seeker's view. Back he went to offer incense to the ancestors of the past generations, thanking them for their blessings and incidentally asking for one for himself. Many thanks to senior brother for protecting me. The fact that the old Taoist was able to successfully break through the realm is a credit to senior brother. Xian Yang's heart blossomed. The smile on his face was even wider and exaggerated. The sound of an agonized deer sounded, and Xian Yang reacted by immediately putting away the cauldron. The doe was attacked by the wolf demon and suffered a serious injury, losing too much blood and injuring her origin. This time her labor was not smooth and her chi was not sustained. In other words, she had a hard time giving birth, and it was very likely that both mother and child would die. Although Xian Ming was closed, he was not oblivious to the outside world and always retained a trace of his mind to guard against accidents. Be careful when you go out. Therefore, the arrival of the doe was not a surprise. Gazing at the doe, he cupped his fingers and counted. This is the truth-seeking view of a divination art. Counting is not smart. Before Xian Ming, not divination, both because of low cultivation, but also because of the high threshold of entry. Want to be proficient, more difficult. Right now, he accomplished a real person, breaking the realm of the moment, deeper cognition of all things in heaven and earth, more thorough understanding of the past reasoning, and even gave birth to a new idea, accumulated to the point that the water into the door of divination. Divining the same rank may be difficult, but divining a deer demon with shallow cultivation is easy. So it is. Heaven and earth are selfless and wide open. You are seriously injured. Life is not long to go, but overcome the fear in your heart, ignoring the danger, with the instinct to avoid harm. Strong drag the injured body, rushed here, for the fetus in the womb to find a ray of hope, for the mother is just. This feeling can be compassionate. The poor Taoist will help you, and whether or not you can seize the opportunity to produce an heir will depend on your will. Xian Ming waved his duster and a magic power was injected into the doe's body, and the latter, like a tonic, gave birth to more chi in an instant. Glancing gratefully at Xian Ming, enduring the severe pain and concentrating on giving birth. Senior brother, although we are at the junction of the two mountains and have not penetrated deep into the Canlong mountain, but Poverty Road just made a breakthrough. The commotion was quite large, and just now, in order to deter the demons, and blood-stained the mountains, it is inevitable that it will attract the attention of the great demons. You go ahead and collect some usable materials, and when the deer demon gives birth, you and I will leave. Xian Yang only looks up to Xian Ming. Move quickly to select materials. Chapter 32, The Mysteries of Life and Death. The Four Realms of Qi Practicing. The night was hazy and the bright moon was bright. Outside of the vine cave, Xian Ming was uninhibited, sitting on the ground, with two minds, grasping the time, closing his eyes and digesting what he had gained, while guarding the doe and waiting patiently. The world in his spiritual sense perception was different from the physical eye, especially after he had achieved true manhood. This specialness was even more amplified, somewhat the beginnings of the Dharma eye's view of heaven and earth. Spiritual awareness resembles a mirror, reflecting all things and casting them to the metaphysical gate, a process in which the appearance of all things is stripped away, reflecting what is more inner. For example, aura, rhythm, and reason. In Xian Ming's spiritual perception, the doe is a contradiction of yin and yang. The doe's body surface is thickening with death, while the fawn in her belly is becoming more and more angry, and she is using her life to protect her offspring. And even the deer fawn itself is also born of yin and yang, and its strong desire for survival makes it instinctively fight against death. Life and death are transformed in childbirth, and yin and yang alternate between life and death. This is the most genuine touch of life, and the most simple yet profound truth in the world. Xian Ming felt fortunate to have encountered this kind of chance just after leaving the gate, and he felt unfortunate, all because behind the chance was the withering of life. A tragedy was unfolding. Deer demons are very competitive. Perhaps sensing the time constraints and urgency of the situation, she did her best to give birth to two fawns. Xian Ming felt it and woke up at that moment as well. Opening his eyes, the yin and yang fish in the depths of his pupils were hidden, and seeing this, he stroked his beard and said, "What a blessing." Mergansers usually only give birth to one deer at a time, and deer that become demons follow this law even more. All because the higher the bloodline, the tougher the air. But the deer demon in front of him gave birth to two. From the point of view of the strength of the yin and yang breath around him, it should be a male and a female. Yin and yang, Qiankuan coexist, better meaning, but if you want to wear the crown, you must bear the weight. The better the moral, the greater the crisis. It is because the doe could not bear this blessing that she was killed when she was in her 6th year of pregnancy. The day she gave birth was also the day she died. Fortunes and misfortunes. The ways of heaven are unpredictable. Hearts silently sigh. Xian gaze fell on the two small deer.
Worthy of being the son of a deer demon, different from the mortal deer, just landed on the ground to stand up, although staggering, but reveals the extraordinary.
The two fawns grunted as childishly as they could.
Humanized love and sorrow appeared on the doe's face, half paralyzed on the ground.
She used her last strength to lick the mucus fluid from the fawns, arched her head over the one that came out first, and yowled to Xian Ming, pleading in her eyes, face, and voice.
It's a mother consigning an orphan. Plan for your child and do your last best. Sighing,
Xian Ming didn't refuse, promising, this deer was born because of the poor Taoist and has a destiny with me. Don't worry, the old Taoist will take good care of it. There was an extra flash of light in the doe's gray eyes, and she gratefully glanced at Xian Ming, twisting her head to arch another fawn,
once again chirping and begging. Unfortunately, it was flatly rejected by Xian Ming. When the water is full, it overflows, and when the moon is full, it loses. Blessings cannot be taken up to the fullest extent, otherwise, what goes around comes around, and it is harmful. This deer is not related to the poor. It's going to be a disappointment to the guru. The doe looked lost, her expression mournful. That's when the excited voice came. Senior brother, the harvest this time is not small. I got several good materials. After I go back, I will be able to practice a good magic weapon. Like the sound of an immortal voice, the doe's eyes lit up, looking at Xian Yang, who was approaching from afar with a red face, and arched her head over the other fawn. Xian Yang. A moment later,
seeing Xian Yang agree to tend to the other deer, Xian Ming stroked his beard and nodded. He gave the mother deer a magic power before the two fawns were successfully born. Xian Yang killed the wolf demon and showed mercy to the mother deer, similarly giving the two fawns a chance of life. Every pack and every drink is fixed. Master and brother each share a deer, as they should. Taking one last look at the child, the doe let out the last call of her life, and with endless longing and reluctance, she died a miserable death, the light in her eyes completely dissipating. Mother and child. The two fawns chirped instinctively.
The yodeling is moving. Xian Ming waved 3 sleeves in a row.
His mana stirred, digging the pit, burying the corpse, and filling in the soil. After burying the doe, he felt something in his heart, frowned slightly, looked at the depths of the Tsanglong mountain, tapped his toes and flew up in the air. One step. It was hundreds of feet, just like the legendary shrinking ground. At the same time, he waved his duster, and the 3,000 silver threads rolled up Xian Yang, who was holding the two little deer, and left like a kite. A short while later, 2 figures broke through the air. A hawk transformed into a man in black with a grim face. A silver wolf transformed into a young man in white with a handsome appearance. Both of them suffused with demonic aura. They were great demons in the mountains, corresponding to human chi practicing realm cultivators. Looks like we're a little late. The white-clothed wolf demon opened his mouth, his voice warm. Seeing the eagle demon move to chase, the wolf demon's gaze is cold, reminding, at the moment, there are people cultivators here closed to break the realm. Since the people know the rules, did not rush into the mountains, and has left, I advise you not to make trouble. Killing this person is small, but affecting the unification of the Tsanglong mountain demon race is big. If this person has another involvement behind him, and if you take action on your own, attracting the attention of the human race and delaying the great king's great cause, you will not be able to survive. The black-clothed eagle demon coldly grunted. Of course this father knows the importance of lightness. I have memorized their scent, and next time if I come across them in the mountains, I will make sure that they have no way to come back. 2 figures crisscrossed the mountains. Xian Ming took a step of hundreds of feet and sped along. He didn't stop until he entered the truth seeker's view. Finally, Xian Yang said as if he was relieved. He had been let go all the way and his eyes were blown open by the gale. At this moment, he had an intuitive feeling of awe at the speed of chi practicing real people. This time senior brother has worked hard. The poor Taoist still needs to consolidate his realm. When the old Taoist comes out of the gate, you and I will talk about it in detail. Xian Ming left in the air and went straight to the hidden Dao Peak. As for the 2 fawns, he suggested that Xian Yang temporarily give them to Chongning to feed, both because the woman is meticulous and because she has experience in farming, and there is always a similarity between raising chickens and deer. Ask the courtyard. Inside the cottage, Xian Ming sat down on his knees and closed his mind to digest the proceeds, controlling mana, adapting to chi, comprehending the reasoning of heaven and earth, and observing the imprints of the Dao marks within the body. Appreciate the difference between practicing essence and practicing chi, clarify the changes in size, and understand yourself in a detailed and nuanced way. The years are short on earth, and there is a lot of smoke and haze here. 3 months later, Xian Ming came out of the gate. Inside the questioning courtyard, he raised his hand to imperialize his sword. The mahogany sword clangs, flies up from the table, rushes straight up to the 9 heavens.
pierces through the clouds and fog, flies out of the 100 miles of the floating cloud mountain, flies through the 100 miles of the floating cloud county, until 300 miles when a sword lords the head, beheads several robbers who stop the road to rob and kill people before returning. In just 3 breaths, it was resheathed. Looking at the power of his small test, Xian Ming was satisfied to the extreme and glowing. His mixed Yuan Dao foundation was the perfect Dao foundation of the 9 nines returning to 1, yin and yang returning to Yuan, plus the reinforcement of the mixed Yuan I Chi skill and the 8 true laws of the outer landscape, the experience of comprehending the Huang Ting outer landscape jade scripture twice, and the accumulation of reading and comprehending the 900 Dao scriptures, with the advantages stacked on top of each other. Xian Ming broke through the realm this time, thick and thin, benefiting far more than imagined, and in an unprecedentedly good state. Dao, mana, physical body, spiritual awareness, etc. Metamorphosed from the inside out, with different degrees of Dantian development and different increases. The lower Dantian developed early, so the mana and physical body increased the most. Mana changed from a lake to a sea, increasing by hundreds of times. The physical body had the sign of icy skin and jade bones, and chi and defense increased by tens of times. The upper Dantian is only driven by the 2 major Dantians in a smooth manner. The spiritual sense benefits minimally. Even so, also breaks the limit of 100 miles, can cover 300 miles of land? This is a qualitative leap. Not to mention, the length of the sword distance is closely related to the strength of the spiritual sense. As in this test, the first time he entered the chi cultivation realm, he could use the sword for 300 miles between his thoughts, to cut down the demons and kill people. Sword mastery was elevated to sword mastery avatar. An avatar was one of the reasons why practicing chi overrode practicing essence. The living beings in this realm have a deeper cognition of the truth of heaven and earth, and have already stepped through the stage of recognizing the way, entering the way, learning the way, and knowing the way, and stepped into the stage of understanding the way, and clearly understood their own way, and took a solid step forward. And the legal will is not in form without God, but has its own characteristics, and the legal will is in both form and God. The art had morphed into a divine ability under the nourishment of Dharma intent. In other words, the practice of essence is to seek the way and practice the art for the leaves. The practice of Qi is the Mingdao cultivation method for the branch. The Tao of Xian Ming is the mixed Yuan, which is tracing the roots, transforming from 9 to 1, from complexity to simplicity, and exploring the always, that is, a circle. Thanks to the creation of the Yellow Quartz Sutra, he had a good idea of his own Tao as early as the beginning of his initiation, and practicing God should be the root of concentrating on the way. Leaves, branches and roots, from shallow to deep, from the surface to the inside, make up the cultivator's tree of the way. Of course, this was Xian Ming's own understanding. Whether it was right or wrong would need to be known after communicating with other Qi practicing realm existences. Since the founding of the seeking truth concept, no real person had ever been born. Even the founding ancestor, the seeking truth Taoist, had never really stepped on which step, and no one was able to instruct him. The fact that the Sifu would have a Qi practicing cultivation method was due to the fact that ancestor seeking truth had received the inheritance of a 4-elephant realist before he entered the way. Unfortunately, this real person came from a casual cultivator, ordinary, with limited natural talent. His cultivation during his lifetime only reached the first realm of Qi cultivation, and his cultivation method only reached the first realm. It was good that he had extensive knowledge, and what he had kept in mind to show Xian Ming the way, recorded the specific division of the 4 realms of Qi practicing. The great circumstance, which penetrates the 8 meridians, allows the practitioner to live up to 200 years, returning to the innate, the latter returns to the innate, and the cultivator's lifespan increases by 100 years, condensing the golden Dan and forming the dragon tiger golden Dan. The cultivator's lifespan increases by another 100 years, gathering sacred fetus, Qi and spirit first become a spiritual fetus. The cultivator can go through 500 spring and autumn changes. Taoist cultivators are not good at fighting, and are good at nourishing and prolonging their lives. Qi practitioners have longer lifespans, and can live dozens or even hundreds of years longer than cultivators of the same rank. The canon left by the 4-elephant realist also recorded the 3 multiplied Tao bases, allowing Xian Ming to have a clearer perception of his own strength. The way begins at 1, is established at 3, becomes 5, flourishes at 7, and ends at 9. The Taoist foundation is divided into the upper, middle, and lower levels, and there are 9 grades. The first to 3rd grade for the lower level of the Taoist foundation. Such practitioners have no hope of achieving Qi cultivation real people, limited potential, although the control of subtle spells, but still counted as a mundane person. 4 to 6 products for the middle multiply Taoist base. Such cultivators have the hope of achieving Qi cultivation real people. The higher the grade, the greater the hope. can really transcend the ordinary?
Have the power to destroy mountains and break rivers. The 7th to 9th grade is the superior Tao foundation. Such cultivators have the hope of accomplishing practicing God true monarchs, and likewise the higher the grade, the greater the hope of destroying the heavens and the earth, and being able to move mountains and seas. In layman's terms, the stronger the Tao foundation, the greater the potential, the more one benefits from each breakthrough, and the stronger one becomes. A cultivator of the great circumstance Qi practicing realm with a middle majority Tao base has a spiritual awareness of 300 zhang, or 3 miles. Those who are on the foundation of the upper path grow tenfold. For a perfect foundation builder like Xian Ming, it would grow another 10 times, or 300 miles. Just by looking at the spiritual sense, it was enough to rival a real person of the Qi practicing realm who had condensed Jin Dan. This was the strength of the perfect foundation builder.
He is proud to be in the same class and has unrivaled potential.
Although Xian Ming had no desire to fight for supremacy and was more concerned about his own cultivation and Tao path.
In this unfathomable world,
strength was definitely the stronger the better. The house of asking was closely watched by all the paths. Shortly after the retreat sign was removed, the 3 generations of Taoists caught wind of the situation and gathered at Hidden Tao Peak. Even Xuanqiu and Xuansu were out of the gate.
Chapter 33 Backstabbing. Zhou Shan Wang family. Ask the courtyard. Inside the cottage, the paths were gathered and each took his seat. After greeting each other, looking at Xuanqiu and Xuansu, who were filled with spiritual chimes, Xian Ming joyfully said, "Congratulations to senior brother Xuanqiu and senior sister Xuansu. They are one step closer to being a real person." The 2 paths didn't dare to slack off and immediately returned the salute.
With the help of senior brother,
if it weren't for the Yin Yang Foundation building chapter, we wouldn't have been able to gain any insights and move up in our Tao, or even see that threshold.
They sincerely appreciate it. Both Taoists had been precipitating at the perfection of practicing essence for a long time, and had reached the apex with no way of advancing. I had thought that I would stay in this realm like my master's elders, wasting away my years until I died of old age.
Unexpectedly, the peak turned around and senior brother Xian Ming's sudden rise brought them hope. After 2 years of comprehending the Yin Yang Foundation building chapter,
they finally achieved something and saw the scenery that their ancestor had once seen.
Self-siblings, no need to be polite.
Xian Ming stroked his beard. He was happy to see the multitude of Taoist practices come to fruition.
The higher their cultivation level, the less trouble they would save themselves. Without lingering too much on the matter,
the house road soon changed the subject and returned to the topic. Xuanqiu glanced at Xian Yin,
who understood and explained. Senior brother, although there is a mezzanine in Elder Master Chen's room, there are no secret letters, so I think that even if there were such a thing, he would have seen it and destroyed it, and wouldn't have left any evidence behind. However, wherever done must leave traces. We carefully checked the Chen family tree and family history, combed through the family's 100 years of human relations,
and found that old Master Chen had a younger brother in the past, although he died young. But when he was young and traveling, he stayed in Fengyang County for half a year to work as a book boy for a collateral son of the Wang family in Zhoushan.
And after he returned to the family,
he seemed to have no contact with the Wang family, but in combination with the other incident, it was a bit intriguing.
Xian Yin looked towards Xian Kong,
who immediately took over and explained.
Senior brother,
during this period of time, I went into Winsun County to scout for news, and I happened to run into senior brother Xian Knight's old friend from the past. From his mouth,
he knew that the magistrate on duty that night was surnamed Yao, named Nan Kuei,
and came from a Confucian family, the Yao family.
He has a nickname, Yamato Shinjun.
The clan has always been known for peace,
and this Nankwai Shinjun is following his roots. That night should have been inadvertent. Xian Yang sniffed and couldn't help but spit out. What's with harmony? Isn't it just making peace?
After getting a few blares, he immediately stopped talking, straightened his back, sat upright and played dumb.
Xian Ming didn't make a sound. Xian Kong continued the story.
One had to admit that this senior brother's ability to gossip was indeed suitable for prying. Although he didn't dig out much material that had Nan Kuei after he advanced to the Qi practicing realm, he got quite a lot of news from when he was in the essence practicing realm.
He had been gifted since childhood,
comprehending the true meaning of the word peace, and had advanced to practicing Qi in his prime, and had been given high hopes by the aristocrats he had in order to persuade the peace.
Was Lin Yu two big family heir to the same enemy mixed doubles? After the two family heir to become friends, the family heir to the bruises and swollen face,
recuperating from injuries for 2 months, but he was also due to persuade the fight success,
cultivation breakthroughs, and is still a legend in the community.
He has a good relationship with the direct line heir of the Wang family in Zhoushan, and the two had been ridiculous for a while when they were young,
following the example of their elders,
and went to the greenhouse in company,
saying that the scholar's style flow,
and traveled all over the 12 flower houses in Fengyang County.
A painting for the flower girl, lifelike and delicate. Jade Lady's tale is still privately circulated in band, and is held as a treasure by many denizens and veterans, and has jumped to become a guest of honor at the flower workshop, one in the major flower building to persuade the fight, earnestly teaching, so that men do not fight for women to hurt the peace, and do not throw money, waste of money at home, by the major flower shop boycott, so far not allowed to enter the house. Xian Ming raised his hand, stopping the chattering Xian Kong. The words are ready here. The point has come out that Southern Kuei divine Magus and the Zhou Shan Wang family knew each other when they were young and had a good relationship. When his senior brother gave the word, Xian Kong had to listen. TSK 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 TSK, with a look of intent. The many paths were not taken to heart. He and Xian Yang are the two major odd people in the truth-seeking view, and they have long been used to it. Xian Ming's gaze fell on Xian Su. Since Xian Kong couldn't probe for more information, the breakthrough was in this sect master. Taking the hint, Xuanqiu opened his mouth. Unlike Xian Kong's nonsense, it goes straight to the heart of the matter. Senior brother, half a month ago, the poor Taoist personally went to the Heavenly Seal sect and visited realist Yuan Ji to inquire about this matter. The Guang FAC has always been 12 magistrates on duty in turn, representing the clans, the families, the 100 schools and the scattered cultivators, and then by the court-sent magistrates in charge, each magistrate on duty in turn for 1 month, corresponding to the 12 hours of the day, the 12 months of the year. That month it was Magister Wang Sheng of the Wang family in Zhoushan who was on duty, and he was the very person who had befriended Magister Nan Kuei, and that night something came up temporarily, and he asked Magister Nan Kuei to cover the shift for himself. Xian Ming sniffed with a serious expression. It's true that on its own you can't connect the dots and just think it's a coincidence, but when you connect the dots, you have to think about it more. Perhaps the Chen family has secretly become a subsidiary family of the Wang family in Zhoushan with the Chen family's brother as a link, and the two families have been in contact ever since, with the Chen family guarding Fuyun County for them and doing some dirty work. That was why, when the Seeking Truth concept overthrew the Chen clan, the Wang clan Magus used the sword to kill the Nan Kuei Magus to persuade Xian Kong. Success would be best, and failure would delay it for a while, leaving some time for Chen Fu to survive. Even if it failed again, the truth-seeking Guan would only take it out on the Southern Kuei Divine Magi when they reacted afterward. If they were smarter and secretly investigated, and knew what the Southern Kuei Magi were like, they might not even be able to take their anger away, and would only recognize their own bad luck and feel that they were having a bad year. The Wang family was able to successfully hide and stay out of the way. It was just that Magister Wang Sheng didn't expect that the truth-seeking Guan was more meticulous than he had imagined, and that his mind had turned a few more corners, considering more possibilities and examining them one by one. It is better to believe it than not to believe it, and he went to great lengths to consult the 100-year history of the Chen clan, looking for clues from the nooks and crannies. What's more, I never imagined that Seeking Truth has such a crooked talent like Xian Kong, who has first-class melon-eating ability, and also has some affinity with the Heavenly Seal sect, probing for more information, and lifting the clouds and fog to find out the figure of the Wang family. As for why the Wang family would know in advance about the truth-seeking Du's intention to request a kill order, Xian Ming was not surprised. As a family, there are always some strange and wonderful techniques. Of course, these are only Xian Ming's speculation, is subjective. The truth is how, can only be in the future slowly explore and uncover. Regardless of how true or false it is, we will have to secretly watch out for the Wang family in the future. There are some things that cannot be trusted in full and cannot be disbelieved. Defense is not jealousy, it is for self-preservation. Xian Ming opened his mouth and said his conclusion. I, Seeking Truth view, have done my best. The Wang family is powerful. If we probe further, we will only startle the snakes and attract the other party's attention, which will backfire and invite trouble. This matter ends here. All of you can just know it in your hearts. Two things are important at the moment. One of them is that you and other cultivation. I seek the truth view as the Taoist lineage. When the main focus is on cultivation, if you can cultivate into a real person, seek the truth view set up. No matter how the attitude of the Wang family, how the truth is, it does not matter. The second is that the Daoyuan conference is approaching, so all of you should properly take care of everything in the Guan, carefully teach and select disciples, and make good preparations for my Seeking Truth Guan to produce a few more places. It dawned on all the Taoists that they rose and bowed their heads. What elder brother said is very true. If he is strong, let him be strong. The clear wind brushes the hillock. If he is horizontal, let him be horizontal. The bright moon shines on the big river. As long as I, Seeking Truth concept, keep getting stronger and stronger, there is no mistake on the surface, and there is the shelter of the divine dynasty's law. The Wang family would not dare to bully people too much if they are malicious in their heart. Xuanqiu made a statement on behalf of all the paths.
Xian was satisfied that it would be best if the many paths could figure it out. The Wang family is a family of 1,000 years, and there are numerous Qi practicing great scholars in their clan, making them the top force in Fengyang County. He was afraid they were jittery. Taoist cultivation is based on the heart. When the heart is not bound, the road can be smoothed out. When the heart is not bound, the path is far to reach. Nowadays it's like this. It's fine. The multitude of paths are not weighed down by fear, so that they can overcome their fears and move forward, so that they can find the opportunity to break through in the midst of their slim hopes, and so that they can achieve a real person in the future with the 4th grade of the Taoist foundation. When they left, Xian stood in the courtyard with his arms folded, raising his head to look up at the blue sky and white clouds, his mind churning with thoughts. If it was the Wang family behind the Chen family, was the Chen family's move to occupy a place in the heaven and earth courtyard of the truth-seeking observatory self-intentioned or authorized? Or both? If the latter too, what is the purpose? Despite his doubts, Xian would not risk his life to satisfy his curiosity. The ship would naturally straighten out. As long as he was strong enough to carry the storm, there would always be a day when the water would come out. Taoist, one should focus on cultivation. This will never waver. Chapter 34, Opening of the Congress. The 3 Talents. Early the next morning, the morning light was bright. Xian walked out of the Inquirer's courtyard and went into the hidden scripture pavilion. After more than 3 months, and then into this place, although he has been practicing Qi real people, but did not complacent, not to mention nonsense feelings, the heart lake ripples not. All because he was clear that no matter what his identity was, after entering the Tibetan scripture pavilion, he had only one identity, a seeker of the way. Sitting cross-legged in front of the case by the window, Xian raised his hand and a scripture flew out from the bookshelf and landed in his palm. Fingers flicked as he flipped through the scriptures and tasted them. The aroma of books and tea intertwined, and the old path was immersed in it. The rabbit flies and the time changes. Xian resumed his previous habits and concentrated on his cultivation. Daily observation of the scriptures and wisdom. Wake up in the morning to practice the sword and refine your divine powers. Spit out the sun and moon day and night, and pick up medicines to nourish your path. To his delight, the Chun clan had a rich collection of canonical books, excluding all kinds of books and duplicate Taoist scriptures. There were 100 volumes of Taoist scriptures, which Seeking Truth Quan had not previously included, and the Taoist collection in the scripture pavilion was more numerous and more complete. Of course, there are slight changes. After attaining the status of a true man, Xian was no longer able to fulfill the needs of his own cultivation by simply turning over the scriptures and understanding the Tao. The method of cultivation changed from living in the pavilion of the sutra all day long to observing the sutra as the main thing, observing the sky and observing the earth as the supplementary thing, and began to go out of the sutra and see the heaven and earth and all living beings from the intuitive experience. In other words, he entered the transitional stage of reading thousands of books and traveling thousands of miles, a two-pronged approach to help cultivation. Xian would set aside an hour each day to wander the mountains, paying attention to the things around him, seeing the waterfalls flying, watching the weather cloudy and clear, watching the birds and beasts flourish, and looking at the growth of grass and trees. Since the bamboo breaks the rock, realize the toughness of life. By the raven's reflexes, the continuation of life is comprehended. From the falling red to the mud, to realize the cycle of life. Shallow truths become profound. Stale reasoning breeds newness. All of these are transformed into Taoist seeds that take root in the heartland and thrive, truly becoming their own underpinnings. He both observes and sows the word. In this process, Xian see all things in heaven and earth more thoroughly. In the sea the mountain is not a mountain. See the water is not water level to go deeper. The Taoist practice is gradually rising. The body breath is more natural and comfortable. Hands and feet, pleasing to the eye. Half a month later, a lanky figure entered the Inquirer's courtyard. The visitor was imposing, with hard features and bulging muscles vaguely visible under his Taoist robe, containing explosive power. This young Taoist was none other than Chang'an Zi, disciple Ci's senior uncle. Looking at his cheap master nephew who bowed, Xian was satisfied in his heart and slightly raised his hand, ordering him to get up. After his release, this son often came to ask for advice. To this day, Chang'an Zi had stepped into the third realm of practicing essence, condensing jade liquid, and had even condensed a superior Dao foundation of the 7th grade. The potential is second only to yourself when you look at the truth-seeking view. The spirit phase body refining method had also been practiced by this son to a small degree of success. This method was originally the Seeking Truth conceptual forging technique, which was not very colorful, but was later improved by Xian and upgraded to a higher grade, focusing on the combination of the mind and the physical body, and through contemplating the spirit and flesh melded together, refining the qi and blood, and strengthening the physical body, and it had 1/5 of the effect and power of the outer 8 truths technique. The entire Seeking Truth Quan Chang and Zi and Xian Yang practiced this technique the best. The former practiced it through brutal self-mutilation, and the latter was born with a strong physique, which was compatible with this method. After Chang and Zi sat down, Xian Ming spoke, caveat emptor. Don't underestimate the people of the world in such words. The old Taoist is not nagging. I'm sure that Master Xuanxu didn't have a lot of ears for you disciples who are going to participate in the meeting. This time will you call? Is the poor Tao calculated that you and others this time down the mountain, auspicious with evil, fortune and disaster? Although I granted the Xuanxu master brother some means, but in case of emergency, need to make more preparations. You are the old Tao hidden backhand. Just means some pain. Naganoko immediately took a stand. The master's sect has raised me and taught me, and has shown me great kindness, so I'm willing to bear it, so please do as you please. Seen your uncle, lightly stroking his long beard under his jaw. Xian Ming was satisfied and raised his hand as his fingertips glowed and his mahogany sword hummed. After half a cup of tea, Chang and Zi bowed his head and left the questioning courtyard dripping with sweat. The morning light is as red as fire, and the sunset comes from the sky. Early the next morning, Xian Su led the group. Xian Yang, Xian Yin, Xian Su and Xian Kong followed, leading 10 disciples down the mountain and set out for Fengyang County. Xuanxu was going to go because the small power headmasters are not qualified to pose, and to participate in the Dao Yuan event. It is inevitable that they will be there in person. Xian Su is thus line has female disciples. Xian Kong was there because he was familiar with Fengyang County and was also able to ask for more tidbits of information during the conference. Xian Yang was due to this participation of Changqing Zi. In his words, he wanted to see his own disciple make a name for himself. Xianyin was due to his top-notch ability to share Xian Su's worries in case something changed in the middle. Hidden Dao Peak, seeing off the distant figures of the many paths, Xian Ming looked at them for a moment, turned around and entered the hidden scripture pavilion, continuing to observe the scriptures and participate in the Xianxian. What should be taught has been handed in. What is to be accounted for has also been accounted for. Planning is in the hands of the people, but accomplishing is in the hands of the heavens. How this trip turned out depended on Xuanxu's luck and their fortune. Enlightenment and cultivation, guarding the family and protecting the mountain is what he, an old Taoist sitting idly in the mountain, should do. The Grand Xian divine dynasty was vast, with 36 states and 72 counties, with the smallest county being 10,000 miles wide. Fengyang County was medium-sized, with a circumference of 300,000 miles and a large area of 30,000 miles, with 100 counties under its rule. Floating Cloud County is moderately located, only 300 miles away from Fengyang County. In addition to Xian Kong, Xian Su and his group descended the mountain and traveled by horseback in Floating Cloud County, arriving at the county in only half a day. Because of the Taoist Yuan festival is imminent, at this time the county is more lively and prosperous than usual. The streets and alleys vendors gathered. Stores are open. Vermilion sand, peace talisman, heart mirror, bagua disc, mahogany swords, cloud brocade pouch, and other kinds of Taoist supplies in abundance. Some are real, some are fake, some are wholesale from Taoist temples, some are homemade, some are dug from the earth. The quality varies, the sources are many and varied, and whether you can get a good deal or not depends on your luck. The county city was crowded with people, shoulder to shoulder, and there were many Taoist figures of all sizes, with different identities. Some were casual cultivators, some had power, some came from large Taoist sects, and some came from small Taoist veins. In addition, there were other people pouring into the county, martial artists of the rivers and lakes, children of clans, disciples of the 100 schools, casual wanderers, monks and disciples of monasteries, and so on, with all sorts of identities. Some came to join in the fun, some came to get a better understanding, some traveled here, some came on purpose, and some came with their elders to observe the ceremony. Through the streets and alleys, crossing the river and boarding the bridge, Xuanxu took his disciples to the west side of the city and stayed at the Xianlin Pavilion. This place covers an area of 500 acres, surrounded by mountains and water, bamboo forests, a quiet environment, pavilions and pavilions, a variety of small courtyards sparse and dense, is the Tiandi Yard name of the property. Every time the Dao Yuan assembly opened, the participating Dao sect forces would be arranged into this place. Because the distance is different, the road to the General Assembly to 3 days before the official opening. It is rare to come to the county. Xuanxu is also young over, with the disciples after the registration. Let them wander around, just not allowed to cause trouble. Chang and Zi and Changqing Zi traveled in pairs, wandering among the store vendors, one wanting to bring gifts to Uncle Xian Ming, the other wanting to honor his master, and the other disciples also traveled in pairs with each other. The older generation went to look for old friends to catch up, live for decades,
there are always some close friends. Xuanxu went to have a good time and show off his cultivation. Xian Yang went to spar with wine. Xian Kong went to gossip. Xian Yin went to cut and exchange planting ways. Xuansu went to exchange alchemy. And the main fight was a thing of the past. And the people were divided into groups. 2 flowers bloom, each with a branch. The second day after Xuanxu and his party left, the morning of the floating cloud mountain was still hot and sunny, but in the afternoon it was covered with clouds. The sky was dark, lightning and thunder, vividly illustrating the vagaries of summer weather. Boom! With a thunderbolt illuminating the sky, heavy rain poured down, washing away the dust and dryness to dispel the summer heat. In the seeking truth contemplation, Xian Tong was taking care of the common affairs, and Xian Yu was comprehending the Yin Yang Foundation building chapter. On the top of the mountain, the white-haired old Taoist sat cross-legged, the wind and the rain. His robes hunting, he did not use mana to shield himself from the wind and the rain. Let the wind blow and the rain fall, drenching himself into a drenched chicken. He was enlightening himself and experiencing nature in a way that can only be empathized with by experiencing it firsthand. The clouds roared, thunder exploded, and electric snakes danced wildly, so close to Xian Ming that it was as if they were exploding right above his head, and the fire trees pierced through the darkness and illuminated the rain curtains, showing the power of the thunder. Bright, furious, powerful, dominant, masculine, allowing the thunder and lightning to wreak havoc. Xian Ming sat peacefully, his face calm and fearless, concentrating on observing this heaven and earth evolution. In his spiritual sense, this thunderstorm was the Tao, containing the mysteries and laws of the workings of heaven and earth. Qi flow changes to create wind. It is the flow of spiritual energy. Water vapor that cools into rain is a material transformation. Clouds collide to transform thunder. A yin and yang collision. Xian Ming's gaze was focused, and there was an arc of thunder lingering and traveling in his palm, sometimes coalescing, sometimes dispersing, sometimes tyrannical, sometimes docile, sometimes 1 becomes 5, sometimes 5 and 1. The handling is light and easy. It was all because since his release from the prison, every thunderstorm day, he would enlighten himself here, blowing the wind, watching the rain, and listening to the thunder. Seeking Truth Concepts' wind defense art and rain summoning spell had thus improved quite a bit, and the 5 thunders technique had even become a minor success. Blending in, as a superior Tao method, the 5 thunders method would be refined so rapidly, and in addition to being related to listening to the thunder, the thunderbolt that he encountered the last time he broke through the realm was also a credit to him. Heaven has 3 treasures, the sun, the moon, and the stars. Man has 3 treasures, essence, vitality, and spirit, and thunder also has 3 treasures, heaven, earth, and man. Ray is the product of the collision of yin and yang. Human thunder is an amplified bioelectricity in the organism. The 5 viscera are yin, the 6 viscera are yang. Viscera collision diffraction of thunder. To advance from essence practicing to chi practicing, one needs to cross the human thunder tribulation. To advance from chi practicing to spirit practicing, one needs to cross a landmine robbery. As for the higher realm, Xian Ming guessed that it was to cross the heavenly thunder tribulation, and this 3 thunderbolts corresponded to the upper, middle and lower dantian, and the 3 souls of heaven, earth and man, which he called the 3 talents thunder tribulation. Perhaps it is only after surviving the 3 talents tribulation that one can transcend the mortal world and attain immortality. It was precisely because he had survived the human thunder tribulation that Xian Ming had gained a deeper understanding of thunder, yin and yang, and the 5 elements, and it was only because of this that the 5 thunders method had skyrocketed, catching up to the way of the sword, and becoming one of his strongest divine abilities. Boom! The rain was sharper and the thunder and lightning more violent. The heavens and the earth were dim and dark, and the vision was blurred, as if the gates of heaven were open and the rivers of heaven were pouring out. On the top of the mountain, Xian Ming's slightly raised chin was suddenly set squarely, his gaze was set far away, and there were Lei Wen living and dying in the depths of his vicissitudes eyes. Flexing his fingers, the mahogany sword in front of his knees, absorbing the scattered thunder aura between heaven and earth, clanked and sheathed itself abruptly, rising against the rain, straight up into the sky, and disappearing into the depths of the thunderclouds. Chapter 35. One punch is invincible. The old Taoist has become a real person. Black clouds were pressing down on the city, and the 4 fields were dimly lit. A tall figure marched forward against the wind and rain. The rain falls no closer. The wind blows no closer. An invisible force blocked the wind and rain. 1 step, 100 feet into inches. Tall figure striding with his head high. Black clothes and strong clothes, with decent features, thick eyebrows and big eyes. A scar on the left side of his cheek, extending from the corner of his eye to the corner of his mouth. Not only not vicious, but also added a few points of manliness and unruly style to him. Into the floating cloud county, he did not rest his feet to avoid the rain. and his gait is steady, from west to east, through the county. Looking at the floating cloud mountain covered by the wind and rain, the man took a step to climb the mountain, and in a few steps, he arrived in front of the gate of the Seeking Truth Observatory. Clasping his fists and saluting, he introduced himself. Chu Yunfei of the Fengyang County Chu family has come here in admiration to challenge Taoist Master Xianming. Please inform me. The guardian disciple froze slightly. Over the years there have been many people who have gone up to the mountain to pray for blessings, and fewer who have taken the initiative to come to the door to challenge them. And there are even fewer who have challenged Senior Master Xianming by name. And this is the first one in front of us. The matter was so important that they did not dare to be slow, leaving one to watch the visitor and the other to go forward to report. Receiving the news, Xiantong didn't dare to be slow, immediately descending the mountain to meet him, calling out to Xianyu on the way. Unlike the disciples who were shallowly informed, they knew the terrifying identity of the visitor. Chu family, is the Win Sun County big family? Inheritance more than 800 years, is a rare martial arts family. The family acted brightly and openly. In the whole Win Sun County have a reputation, whether it is the temple, or the Jianghu, all respect them 3 times, and Chu Yunfei in the Windyang County fame is not small, built on the martial arts road multiplying Taoist foundation, only the weak crown year to see the threshold of Qi practice. He is good martial arts into obsession, 3 years in a row to challenge all parties strong, repeatedly winning, proud of the same level, so far not tasted a defeat, broke down a fist invincible name. This kind of heavenly pride came to challenge their senior brother, and while they were like enemies, they didn't dare to be slow. Xiantong, Xianyu, has met Chu Jusher. Chu has met the 2 Dao masters. Chu Yunfei's temperament is brash, acted sharply, after seeing each other, did not overly polite, once again bluntly for the challenge of Xianming Taoist. Martial idiots are one-dimensional. To this kind of existence, refusal is useless. Xiantong understands this reasoning, coupled with the fact that on the road, he received a transmission from senior brother Xianming, therefore, he did not bullshit, decisively lead the way. This made Chu Yunfei have a good impression of the truth-seeking view, since he became famous. Every time he came to the door to challenge, the other forces are chirping a bunch of words of refusal. If not for his repeated insistence, will there be a fight? This Taoist priest of the truth-seeking observatory is quite refreshing. Boom! Thunder roars and rain pours down. The crowd ascended the hidden Dao peak, raised their heads and looked up to see the grey-clothed figure seated on the peak of the mountain. That would be senior brother Xianming. Climbing high is easy to be struck by lightning. Your sect's senior brother did the opposite, even stepping on top of the mountain on a rainy day to listen to the thunder, acting in a different way. Xiantong smiled as he heard. Senior brother Xianming once said, to be a tiger in the mountain, one must first enter the mountain. To be a whale in the sea, one must first swim in the sea. To realize nature, one must first get close to nature, and only by getting close to the Tao can one realize the Tao. Silently repeating the 2 sentences, Chu Yunfei's eyes lit up and he couldn't help but appreciate. To want to beat someone up, one must first be beaten up. Taoist Xianming is insightful. The corners of Xiantong's mouth twitched, and Xianyu looked at the son of this worldly family beside him with odd eyes. Though the talk is coarse, the analogy, fruity is truly a martial artist. At this time, a shocking thunder appeared at first, split on the mountain top, fell next to the old man, looked at the old man who did not dodge and did not flash, did not hold up the slightest defense, nor any action. Chu Yunfei face surfaced a touch of appreciation. Your senior brother is so bold. Regardless of the outcome of this challenge, this heart of old Taoist Xianming was worthy of admiration. Senior brother is devoutly devoted to the Tao, and his Tao heart and temperament have always been far superior to ours. Xiantong was polite and courteous, and Xianyu had a proud face. Without much delay, the group ascended to the top of the mountain. Looking at the white-haired old Taoist who did not use magic power to withstand the wind and rain, Chu Yunfei did not feel contempt for Xianming's downtrodden image at the moment, revealing a good upbringing. He cupped his fists and saluted. Chu Yunfei has come to challenge. I hope that Taoist Master Xianming will not be stingy with his teachings. Returning from his enlightenment, Xianming gazed at the young man in front of him with a strong aura that completely outshone old Master Chen. Lao Dao has never come down from the mountain. Thin name not out of the floating cloud county, but also rarely out. Only beheading the old Master Chen to see the threshold of practicing Qi existence. Chu Jusher but through the projection stone know that Lao Dao exists? Xianming got up and opened his mouth to inquire. Chu Yunfei nodded his head and acknowledged. Chu Mao serves in the Qinkuan building, and not long ago, when I entered the Guangfa division to run an errand, I happened to overhear 2 petty officials talking, praising Taoist Master Xianming for his superior sword skills and strength, which can be considered the number 1 under the Qi cultivation realm. Chu was curious, went to the 10,000 Scrolls Pavilion,
obtained the volumes of the Case of the Destruction of the Chen clan, watched the projection stone, got to see the style of the Taoist master's one-sword beheading of Chen's old master, and was delighted by the sight of the hunt, and after completing his official business, he came straight to Floating Clouds Mountain, hoping to fight with Taoist master Xian Ming. Looking at Chu Yunfei and glancing at the worried Xian Tong and Xian Yu, Xian Ming thought for a moment and said frankly, "I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint Chu Jusher. Not too long ago, the old Taoist luckily stepped into the Qi practicing realm, so I'm afraid that it's not a good idea to win the competition with Jusher." When these words came out, all three of them were shocked. The difference was that Chu Yunfei was disappointed in his surprise, and Xian Tong and Xian Yu were carrying joy in their shock. "Elder brother, you've really accomplished a real person." Xian Ming nodded. Would have liked to play pig in a poke one more time, but Chu Yunfei's challenge had disrupted his plans, and he could certainly pretend to be confused and defeat Chu Yunfei after answering the battle. But this is so self-defeating that it seems so fake. Seeking the way and cultivating the mind is, in the end, nothing but seeking the word truth. With the enemy, it doesn't matter if it's a pit stop, but to Chu Yunfei, who had come to the hall, cheating would be against the Tao. It's easy to lie to people, but it's hard to lie to yourself. Compared to the Taoist heart, all other calculations are irrelevant. Xian Tong and Xian Yu were thrilled, bowing their heads and saluting with a solemn attitude. "Congratulations to senior brother for achieving true manhood." With a serious expression, Xian Ming also returned the salute. 3 months ago, the old road closed. Is for the breakthrough thing? Just then the situation is special. Not to avoid extraneous. It is hidden. And now smooth breakthrough. Have not informed the brothers in time. Is the fault of the poor road. Xian Tong and Xian Yu were solemn. They hear the meaning of the words, knowing that he was on guard against the Wang family, which was suspected to be an enemy and not a friend. Looking at the senior brother who spoke with abject sincerity, the two of them, while moved, once again returned the salute and said with the same sincerity, "Elder brother is overstated. The weight of it, we know. This time, senior brother is willing to tell us. We are too happy to do so, so how could we blame him?" Seeing this, the three Taoists looked at each other and smiled. Neither is being polite, or it would be out of place. The late generation thanks senior for telling us frankly. Chu Yunfei cupped his fists and saluted. He's met a lot of Taoists. There are those who are unkempt, and there are those who sell their names. However, it is rare to find someone as sincere as Xian Ming Jinjin. The poor Taoist is merely being truthful. Xian Ming asked back with a smile. "In that case, little friend still wants to challenge?" Chu Yunfei decisively said. "Since I've come, how can I walk in vain? And how can I live up to the secret person's hard work and planning? Please enlighten the real person." Looking at Chu Yunfei, Xian Ming was filled with admiration. Little friend has made up his mind. So the old Taoist will suppress his cultivation to the same rank and battle you. However, he said with a twist of his voice, before that, it would be good to settle some of the small people who are hiding their heads and tails. The air rippled slightly as the words fell. A figure suddenly appeared, dressed in black with a black mask covering his face. The moment this person appeared, he was only 3 feet away from Xian Ming, raising his fist to kill. A powerful pressure was far above that of the practicing essence, and it was clearly a Qi practicing realm existence. Xian Tong and Xian Yu were forced back 3 feet. Chu Yunfei was forced back a foot. On the top of the mountain, the wind and clouds changed, and the falling rain hung in the air, forced by the strong aura to make it difficult to fall. Chapter 36, 2 Fingers Clip Invisible. Whisker House Killer. Senior, look out. Michinoku. Xian Tong, Xian Yu and Chu Yunfei were all shocked. The change came too unexpectedly. No one thought that there would be a Qi practicing powerhouse hiding in the dark, waiting for an opportunity to move. 3 feet away, the killing machine is straight to the throat. The black-clothed man's eyes were sinister, confident in his punch. Even a real person of the same rank had a great probability of dying. Between the flashes of lightning and fire, Xian Ming unhurriedly probed 2 fingers. After the first, powerful breath stagnation. Between 2 feet away from him, a thing was caught in the clip, forced to show its shape, but it was an invisible cone, hidden in the fist. Xian Tong sucked in a cool breath. Xian Yu pinched. Chu Yunfei's body tensed. Sneak attack and assassination and hide the blade. Really insidious and poisonous. On the contrary, it was Xian Ming who looked as normal, and in the black-clothed man's stunned eyes, he flicked his left-handed duster and directly knocked the opponent away. Against the blood surged up, mouth sprayed out, sprinkled in the air. In an instant, the situation changed. The man in black was seriously injured. Chu Yunfei's breath was not yet loosened, but immediately lifted up, all because the man in black even violently flipped in the air, forcibly endured his injuries, and killed towards him regardless. The pressure of practicing Qi attacked. The icy killing machine was approaching.
Although Chu Yunfei was surprised, he was not afraid of the danger. He shouted angrily, mobilized all his chi, and raised his hand to make a punch. He hadn't battled to practice chi yet, so he just took this opportunity to try and see the gap between the two. Feverish blood instantly burned, and the will to fight boiled over in no time. Chu Yunfei's will to fight was strong. A majestic aura was instantly released. Swinging his fists and striking out, the air exploded. The aura of heaven and earth and invisible chi were all gathered in one fist, carrying the sky full of wind and rain, and coming straight at him. The momentum is strong. The storm is strong. The fist intent was overbearing, and the fist deity was fierce. One punch invincible. As the name implied, Chu Yunfei never went all out in battle and only threw one punch. A punch is thrown, and the fight is divided into life and death. One punch to the other. The fight will see the highs and lows. It's clear who's strong and who's weak with one punch. If the man in black was intact, he would have no fear of this strike. Now that his strength was damaged, he should have avoided this punch. However, he did not dodge and let the wind of the fist pounce on his face, and even intended to carry this strike. Fight for his life, and fight for his life, and fight for his life, but also want to kill Chu Yunfei. Xian Tong and Xian Yu changed color, seeing the identity of the black-clothed man, and this stance was obviously a killer. Senior, Xian Tong exclaimed urgently, Chu Yunfei must not die in the floating cloud mountain. Otherwise, the seeking truth concept would be in big trouble. Xian Ming naturally saw it as well, and as early as when the man in black killed Chu Yunfei, he had already moved. Waving the duster lightly, 3,000 silver threads wrapped around the man in black, and the hybrid mana was injected into his body along the silver threads, strongly sealing his mana and making him powerless to fight back. In the black-clothed man's incredulous gaze, Chu Yunfei pounded his fist down, striking directly at his face. There was a clicking sound. This chi practitioner powerhouse directly cracked his skull and bled from his 7 orifices, and before he died, his eyes stared straight at Xian Ming, his eyes gradually losing their luster, and he died without resting in peace. Retracting his duster and ignoring Chu Yunfei's one-word grumpy eyes, Xian Ming stroked his whiskers and looked at the sky, pretending to be confused. On the top of the mountain, there were no words for a while, until the rain fell again. Chu Yunfei's lips moved, cupped his fists and bowed. Many thanks to the real person for saving his life. He's not an insensitive person. In that strike just now, if realist Xian Ming did not make a move, he could certainly fight with practicing chi, but the result would only be that both of them would be injured, or even die together. Although he is not afraid to die, but also do not want to die. Just the incident is just a hasty instinctive survival reaction in defense. Attack is the best defense. Even though it was like he had fought a fake chi practice due to the real person's meddling, with no semblance of accomplishment, it was a fact that he was saved. Turning his head to look at Chu Yunfei, Xian Ming sidestepped this salute and explained, although the little friend came uninvited, but acted frankly, since it is a guest, as such, escorting the little friend. This is the responsibility of my seeking truth Guan. Not to mention the fact that this person is committing an act of murder in my Guan. The old road is even more incapable of sitting back and watching, regardless of whether the real person recognizes it or not. I, Chu Yunfei, recognize this saving grace. Chu Yunfei said frankly. Xian Ming wasn't pushing his luck. Anyway, I have already explained. Words will not be said a second time. You are willing to recognize it. Then recognize, and then push back instead of appearing to be the old-fashioned way to do. The first son of the Chu family's gratitude. If you want to send it, I'll take it. Looking at the 1-foot pointed cone in his hand, Xian Ming pondered. Could it be that this is the rumored formless cone? Xian Tong and Xian Yu stepped forward. The former was resourceful, thinking of the black-clothed man's ruthlessness of the jade and stone, agreeing, what senior brother said, should be correct. Rumor has it that the rules of the Whisker House are that there is death and no life, and that once an assassin sheathes his sword, he will not rest until he is dead. Either the target dies or you die. The man in black is too similar. This invisible cone is one of the 7 killing weapons of the Whisker House. Xian Tong and Xian Yu's gazes both landed on Chu Yunfei. Seeking Truth Guan had never seen a Whisker House assassin in the past, and this black-clothed man could only have been brought by this son of the family. Just now, the black-clothed man's desperate attempt to behead Chu Yunfei was proof of that. Killing senior brother Xian Ming was a brazen move because he was the greatest threat and had discovered his location. Chu Yunfei also thought of this point. His face deeply sank. Whisker House could not be messed with. Being targeted by it, it would even be dipped like a cowhide. Putting away the invisible cone, Xian Ming spoke. Perhaps it's not just for Chu Jusher, but the person behind the curtain wants to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Seeing Chu Yunfei's pensive face, after receiving Xian Ming's eye gesture,
Xian Tong understood and began to talk about the various entanglements of seeking truth. Quan's request for the execution order as well as the origins of the Chen family and the Wang family of Zhoushan. Does the real person suspect that it was the Wang family that set up the trap and lured me here? And also that it hired the murderer to kill? Chu Yunfei asked in a deep voice. Xian Ming rationally analyzed. The Wang family is only suspect. Maybe it's not the Wang family, maybe it's someone else who is doing something from it. Although the Wang family is suspected, other possibilities are not ruled out. This is a big deal, and he will not take it personally. Seeing Chu Yunfei nodding, Xian Ming continued. Moreover, it's not only a double whammy. If the old Tao had not achieved true manhood, think about it, young friend Chu, what would have happened to you and I in this engagement? Although Chu Yunfei was a martial arts nerd, he was not a one-track mind. Accepting the orthodox upbringing of the family, he was coarse and meticulous. Otherwise, he would not have suspected that someone had deliberately set up a trap to lure him here. Chu Yunfei still chose to come to Floating Cloud Mountain. Apart from seeing the hunt and really wanting to fight with Xian Ming, he still wanted to use his body as a bait to lure the snake out of the hole. Wanting to see who was actually behind the calculations. Thinking along with Xian Ming's thoughts, Chu Yunfei's face sank even further. If Xian Ming real estate has not broken the realm, the two fight, full force, either evenly matched, both lose, either he injured Xian Ming Taoist, so that its foundation is damaged. No hope of practicing qi, either he lost, can be cited to kill Xian Ming real estate. The text is not the first, the martial arts is not the second. The challenger is bound to be a continuous stream of people. Tile pots don't break from the mouth of the well. Generals can't avoid dying in front of the battlefield. Xian Ming is no longer strong, but there is also a time when he dies. And if he himself died on the way down after challenging Xian Ming, not only would it cause the Chu clan heartache to lose a promising heir, but it would also cause the Chu clan to relocate their anger towards the seeking truth concept. And at that time, this Dao lineage would be buried for him. Thinking about it in another way, if the order that the Whisker House assassin received was to behead the two of them, him and Xian Ming, it would likewise kill two birds with one stone, cutting off the hopes of the truth-seeking one in the Chu clan. It is really well calculated and vicious. After thinking about it, Chu Yunfei was jealous of the person behind it, and solemnly said, "Many thanks to the real person for pointing it out. When the juniors go back, they will definitely report to the elders and investigate this matter thoroughly, and they are bound to uncover the person behind it, and order it to give an explanation to Mr. Chu and to the truth-seeking view." Xian Ming gratefully said, "Many thanks to Chu Jiushi. Seeking truth concepts up and down to cultivate and nourish the heart. Rarely involved in the red world. Really not good at tracing. This matter will be a thank you to little friend." Cupping his fists and saluting, Chu Yunfei solemnly said, "Your Excellency is overstating the case. This is not only for the truth-seeking one, but also for my Chu clan. It's easy to hide in the open, but it's hard to guard against secret arrows. It's better to pull out this rat hiding in the dark." Xian Tong and Xian Yu rejoiced. Xian Ming also smiled broadly as he looked at Chu Yunfei and asked, "Does little friend still want a challenge?" Chu Yunfei asked. "Just now, Your Excellency lightly injured the man in black, so I dare to guess that Your Excellency has built a superior Dao foundation?" Waving his hand to interrupt the open-mouthed Xian Tong, Xian Ming frankly admitted, "Little friend guessed correctly." Receiving an affirmative answer, Chu Yunfei's face was firm as he said, "In that case, Senior will challenge even more. My Chu family's hegemony fist, when it encounters the strong, Senior aspires to practicing the gods, and challenges the strongest from all sides, in order to increase his own base. This battle, regardless of whether it succeeds or fails, it will be a kind of sharpening for me." Good. Since little friend has considered it clearly, the old Taoist will definitely fulfill it. Only I have a request. Real people, please, if the poor Tao fluke win, but also please small friends temporarily conservative news of my breakthrough. Age, also become cautious. Think more and more. The heart of the harm cannot have. The heart of the prevention of people cannot be, less a person knows that the old Tao breakthrough, really want to have a crisis. Surprise under the seeking truth Quan can be a few more points of the odds. Don't worry, Mr. Chu is not a talkative person. It's just that I'm afraid I can't lie to my family's father. There's no harm in it. To be able to teach a character like little friend Chu, I believe that the Chu family head must also be a bright and open person. As the words fell, Xian Ming raised his hand in an inviting gesture, suppressing his cultivation to the same realm as he thought. Chu Yunfei similarly built up his momentum. Chapter 37 Palm defeats Heaven's Pride. 5 thunders show their might. A gale rose from the top of the mountain, separating the wind from the rain, with Xian Ming and Chu Yunfei as the center. An invisible momentum surging, the wind blowing not into, the rain falling not into, the rain curtain hanging in the air, and sliding down towards both sides. Although not as strong as the black man just now,
but the might is equally horrible.
So that Xian Tong and Xian Yu color change.
Backward one after another. The two Taoists glanced at each other, full of helplessness. Who let just the two of them be the weakest and could only be spectators? The two auras exchanged blows. Xu Yunfei attacked. Xian Ming defended. The former is rigid and the latter is soft. Accompanied by the passage of time, Xu Yunfei's expression gradually became complicated with gravity and excitement. The gravity was due to the fact that the old path was stronger than him. Let his own momentum like a rainbow, transformed into invisible fist, pounding the past, are like a mud cow into the sea, do not ripple. Excited, too, because the old path was stronger than him. Among the same class, he hadn't encountered such a strong opponent for a long time, and it wasn't in vain that he had braved the rain and risked his life to come here. The stronger the opponent, the more excited he was. Defeating your opponent this way is more fulfilling and sharpening. Feverish blood and the will to fight are once again ignited. The gas is like standing water, gathering more and more. Facing Xu Yunfei's terrifying aura,
Xian Ming was always calm, letting the wind blow from the southeast and northwest.
1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths, until the wind and rain fell again. The first drop of water fell on his toes. His feet stomped, the ground sank 3 feet. Xu Yunfei finally moved, without saying a word, silently lifting his arm, swinging his fist and striking. The wind of the fist whistled. The right time to prepare for a violent battle with the black-clothed man of the fist reappeared. Fist force fierce, domineering, carrying the wind and rain. The groundwater are with this fist blatant charge, surging, whistling mountains and forests. The gusty wind blew up his beard and hair, and his robes hunted. Xian Ming's demeanor was calm and unmoving, allowing Xu Yunfei to play. Xian Tong and Xian Yu's hearts were in their throats, and he remained motionless, only quietly watching the punch. No matter whether it was the fist wind, fist intent, fist astral, or aura, wind and rain, all of them automatically diverged in front of him, like a long river encountering a giant mountain, eroding away and flowing helplessly towards the sides. It wasn't until a punch was on its way that Xian Ming moved, lifting his hand and striking out his palm afterward. The moment the fists and palms met, the palms glowed, and thunder appeared, and the lightning thundered, and the blue light pierced the eyes. It's stronger and more dominant than this punch. Only a few moments of stalemate. The wind and rain that is eliminated. The water falls to the ground. The fist gang boxing intention boxing power broken. The mountaintop wind and rain again suspended in midair. A moment difficult to fall. The 5 thunders roared. The remaining force was overbearing, and struck Xu Yunfei directly. Xian Ming flung his sleeve and withdrew his hand in time, and the thunders dissipated. His control of the 5 thunders had long been at his will, sending and receiving from the heart. There would not be a situation where the residual force would fall out. Because of this, the palm wind struck the face. Xu Yunfei was defeated, but unharmed. On the top of the mountain, there was a moment of silence. Xu Yunfei was stunned, not expecting that he would lose so completely and be directly crushed. Xian Tong and Xian Yu were stunned, unable to imagine that senior brother Xian Ming was as terrifying as he was, so strong that he pushed Xu Yunfei horizontally. Within the same class, the name of Invincible Fist is not a cover. It is the prestige of the fight. The real name, in the Wind and Sun County practice essence cultivators in the top, will never fall off the top 3. They were expecting a fierce confrontation between the dragons and the tigers. But this, in the next moment, the 3 returned to their senses, their reactions varying. Xu Yunfei quickly accepted the fact that he had lost the battle. His eyes were glowing, and he looked at Xian Ming with a fighting spirit, with battle intent, and with awe. Xian Tong puffed out his chest and raised his head with a proud face, as if it was he who had won. The smile on Xian Yu's unsmiling face was wide, and his gaze toward Xian Ming was extraordinarily hot. Xu Yunfei clasped his fists and bowed. A mountain is even higher than a mountain. There is always a strong hand among the strong. I thought that the real person is only outstanding in the way of the sword, but I never thought that he is also proficient in the thunder method. His attainments are profound, his strength is profound and difficult to measure. Xu Mao is convinced. Senior will keep his promise and keep the secret for the real person. And when he breaks the realm in the future, Senior will ask Senior for advice. Looking at the Xu Yunfei who could afford to put it down, showing the style of a family heir, a touch of appreciation appeared in Xian Ming's eyes. Slightly nodding his head to return the salute, little friend is overly concerned. The same as the upper level of the Taoist foundation. The old Taoist is only taking advantage of the real person's realm, and the deeper understanding of this 5 thunders method, so that it is only by a fluke to win, a fist to dominate the sky. The wind and rain together eclipsed. Xu family fist shocked the Wind and Sun County around. When the future little friend into Qi practice, this fist attainment's deeper. The old road may not be a rival. The flower sedan chair is carried by all. Chu Yunfei was polite. And Xian Ming would also talk. The reasons given are half-truths. Bastard Fist is a superior martial art. The Five Thunders method is a superior Taoist method. He did have a deeper understanding of the superior body protection techniques. One can't say that the old path is perfectly constructed and set off one's old self. Chu Yunfei knew that this was realist Xian Ming giving himself face again, clasping his fists in thanks and laughing bashfully. At that moment, there was a sound of breaking air. A figure arrived, revealing his true form. He was a middle-aged man. Full-face beard, body ordinary, but Xian Ming clear. In front of this middle-aged man 7 feet body contains huge power. Like a volcano. One shot will explode. Stone broke the sky. All because this was an innate realm martial arts powerhouse. He was grasping a corpse in his hand. His clothes were the same as the man in black, and judging from its residual aura, it was also an innate realm existence. Seeing that the middle-aged man was unharmed, Chu Yunfei was relieved and happily saluted. Uncle. The Han nodded his head, threw the body aside, and cupped his fists to Xian Ming. Chu Dong has met the real person. Just now I was lured away by this thief, and I was caught in the trick of transferring the tiger away from the mountain. Thanks to the real person for his help, and for protecting Yunfei's safety, Chu will be rewarded generously. He was exactly what Chu Yunfei relied on when he dared to risk his life. I just didn't expect that the person behind it had a deep mind and had ambushed 2 killers to cooperate with each other. Thinking of this, Chu Dong was even more grateful to Xian Ming. If it wasn't for him, he was afraid that he would have to collect Yunfei's body today, and at that time, he and his third brother would develop a gap that would affect the decades of brotherhood. Xian Ming bowed his head and returned the salute. Chu Jusher is overstated. Both come to Floating Cloud Mountain. To protect Chu little friend's safety, I seek truth Quan since I am duty-bound to do so. In the meantime, the poor Taoist has already informed Chu Xiaoyu in full, and then can make him inform the resident. Chu Yunfei interjected. Uncle, the person who did it was really the Whisker House killer? Chu Dong gruffly admitted. 8 or 9 is not far from it. Both of them were of a thunderous nature and did not continue to disturb. Cupping their fists and saluting towards Xian Ming once again, they went out of the seeking truth concept and went straight to the bottom of the Floating Cloud Mountain. Before leaving, he did not forget to take away 2 black-clothed corpses, both to keep the secret. The 2 killers can only be dead in the hands of Chu Dong alone. Not to mention, Chu wanted to waste away. On the top of the mountain, the wind and rain fell again. Xian Ming sat down and continued his enlightenment. Soon after, he became a fallen chicken again, describing himself as if the old Taoist who had just lightly injured the practicing Qi and defeated the heaven's pride was just an illusion. This moment is the real him. 2 figures hurriedly climbed the mountain and quickly went and returned. It was Xiantong and Xianyu, bowing his head and looking at the old Taoist's back. Xiantong was the first to speak. Chapter 38, Teaching the Thunder Method. Thunder Refining Weapons. Senior brother. This lightning method? The words are not yet finished, but the meaning is clear. Xian Ming did not turn around. Part of his mind said the reason that had long been thought of. This thunder is the old Taoist understanding of the 900 Taoist scriptures, the name of the 5 thunder method. These days watching the rain and listening to the thunder. It is practicing this method. So far it seems to be good. This was the persona that Xian Ming had created for himself, top enlightenment, half-truths in this matter, and a combination of reality and falsehood. Only then, when he followed up by taking out more good things, would the paths of the people be less skeptical and more accepting? Hearing this, Xiantong was excited. More than a good effect, the same level of competition, the palm of the heart of the thunder, domineering, easily crushed the Chu family's domineering fist. At that moment, senior brother Xian Ming seemed like a thunder god in charge of punishment, rewarding the good and punishing the evil. Intimidating. Although there was the reason that senior brother Xian Ming's understanding of the 5 thunders law was deeper and stronger than Chu Yunfei's understanding of the hegemony fist, a single leaf could still tell that the 5 thunders law's potential and grade was not below the Chu clan's hegemony fist. The Seeking Truth Quan has an additional Jingguan mastery. Senior brother's enlightenment is unrivaled. Senior brother admires it. After heartfelt praise, Xiantong continued. I can't imagine that Chu Yunfei came to challenge behind the hidden heavy calculations. If it is not senior brother alert, perceive the undercurrent of which, but also the achievement of the real person. That Chu Yunfei is also too smart. I am afraid that I Seek Truth View really want to be trapped in the situation. The situation is not good. Xiantong's mind was racing, his thoughts raging, thinking of all the possibilities, and the more he thought about it, the more fearful he became. Luckily, with the tone set by Xian Ming, he didn't get smart this time, thinking of something and rejoicing, now that the calculations of the person behind the scenes have been recognized. With Chu's involvement, running around probing and sharing the pressure on behalf of my truth-seeking view, I think we will soon be able to uncover the black hand behind the scenes and the water will come out. Xian Ming, eyes deep, did not deny. Slowly said, Fei often with smoke and haze color. Do not mess with the earth, peach and plum flowers. The Taoist should take the great Tao as the most important thing. No matter how the truth is, we and other mountain people have to cultivate our hearts. The only way to break through conspiracies is to clear the mind and tranquilize the spirit. The only way to be strong is to be able to live peacefully in the mountains and deal with the situation. The Chu clan is deeply rooted in Fengyang County, and with them around, only then will we be able to get into less trouble and cultivate at ease, only needing to provide assistance when they need it. Xian Tong sighed in admiration. It is still senior brother who sees through. The two paths did not leave after the Xian Tong matter. Xian Yu bowed and made a bow, his expression serious, a slate, and said sincerely, please teach me the thunder law. Senior brother. Yes. Hyun Myung agreed sharply. Didn't ask why. No test was given. Just a simple, straightforward nod. Xian Tong froze, and Xian Yu was confused. The way is not lightly transmitted, and the law is not lightly taught. Even masters and disciples have reservations about each other, and the master will always keep his hand in the game, lest the disciple be propped up and the master starved. What's more, it's between master and brother. The five thunder law is extremely high quality at a glance. Put yourself in Xian Yu's shoes. If Xian Yu had this law, he would have examined and tested it again and again when granting it to his personal disciple, and pushing himself as well as others. He had already prepared himself psychologically to be rejected or to accept the refinement and envisioned all sorts of possibilities. It turned out to be a sudden big turn and landed on possibilities that he had even found whimsical. Straight up yes. No fuss. This precious Taoist law was just passed on. Senior brother Xian Ming didn't have a single concern, and Xian Yu didn't have a single defense. Lips twitching, Xian Yu opened and shut his mouth several times before he finally couldn't help but ask, why? On the top of the mountain, the wind and rain danced with thunder and lightning. Xian Ming didn't answer immediately. A flash of remembrance surfaced on his face, and in a few moments, he finally got up, turned his head to look at Xian Yu, and said frankly, although the old Taoist is the son of the sect leader, in the old days, his consciousness was so blinded and dim that it was inevitable that he would be bullied in the places where his father couldn't take care of him. Although my senior brother is a man of few words, he is upright and fair, and has always treated me with respect and as a senior brother, and has even taught several lessons to the disciples who have bullied the old path. Throw me a wooden peach and return it with an agar jelly. The old Taoist always remembers this favor. This five thunder technique. If senior brother wants to learn it, I will teach it. If it were anyone else, either they would climb the pole and reap more benefits, or they would be ambiguous and take advantage of the opportunity to take advantage of personal favors. But Xian Yu honest, will not be false, although very much want a five thunder law, but still truthfully said, I also happen to coincide with the occasion. Just happen to run into, look at the eye, only by the hand to help a hand, when not the senior brother of this kind of generous reward. His eyelids twitched slightly and raised his eyes to look at Xian Yu. Xian Ming said, but do good deeds, don't ask about your future, and don't ask about things when your heart is in the right place. To help or not to help is a matter for the senior brother. To report or not to report is a matter for the poor Taoist. Even though he didn't have much contact with Xian Yu, he was always impressed by his young friendship. Granting the thunder law, Xian Yu got the benefit. He returned the favor, and his Taoist heart became clearer. So it was considered that each one got what he needed. Two birds with one stone. At this point in the conversation, Xian Yu didn't make any pretense, and with a serious face, he bowed and solemnly said, many thanks to senior brother. With this matter settled, Xian Tong and Xian Yu left. After descending the hidden Dao Peak, the two people turned back at the same time, looking at the top of the mountain where no one was visible but only the wind and rain, and smiled at each other. 100 years of thirst, 3 generations of chasing, and to this day, my truth-seeking one has finally given birth to a real person. Yes, if you want to exhaust the 3,000 realms of the earth, you must go up to the 800 peaks. Elder brother Xian Ming has accomplished true manhood, all diligently pursuing and pious in Taoism. You and I should also strive to catch up with elder brother's footsteps. What senior brother Xian Yu said is very true. Outside of Floyd County, in the pouring rain, Xu Yunfei, who was rushing on his way, looked back, gazed at the floating cloud mountain hidden in the rain curtain, and lamented. The rock rises with the wind in one day, rocking up to 90,000 miles. This seeking truth concept is going to take off. Xu Don sniffed, also turned back to look at the rain in the mountains, turned around to continue to rush, walked 3 steps before saying, at the moment, the world family and sect conflicts are increasingly sharp. This seeking truth Guan shallow roots, temporarily did not get involved in those messy things. If we can be friended, might choose into the attack and retreat can be defended. Seeing Chu Yunfei's silence, Chu Dong looked away and pacified. Don't worry,
That Xian Ming real person has saved your life.
Chu's acceptance of the favor will be treated with sincerity. In this way, the two families in the future, if they really want a secretly alliance, the relationship will be amicable and strong. Only then did Chu Yunfei's face soothe.
He knows how his own style is. What he did just now was just to ask for a promise from his eldest uncle,
so that he could get more thank you gifts for the truth-seeking one,
which was considered as a token of his appreciation for the Xian Ming realist.
Hidden Dao Peak, on top of the mountain.
Chu Yunfei and Chu Dong had not yet stepped out of the 300 miles, and Xian Ming heard the conversation between his master and nephew.
To Chu Yunfei, he appreciated it even more, knowing that the future is bright. As for the battle between lineages and sects,
Xian Ming kept it in his mind but did not intend to act on it.
For one thing, the situation is not clear. Secondly, Taoist practice is based on purity. As long as it does not involve the truth-seeking view and does not jeopardize innocent people, he will not pay attention to it. And in the future, if the storm comes, it will be a soldier's way of stopping it, and a water's way of covering it up. As long as you continue to cultivate yourself with success,
you can turn over your hand to calm the storms coming from all directions.
Of course, Chu is willing to make good karma.
Xian Ming is happy to see it. More friends, more roads. But these have Xuanxu master brother to worry about. The crowd of Taoists on earth each have their own division of labor. He just rest assured that cultivation, to do the seeking truth Guanjinshan stone. The void trembled slightly.
The wind and rain were like rain, and deep in the thunderclouds, thunder roared and fell onto the mahogany sword.
Throwing this sword in the depths of the thunderclouds is Xian Ming borrowing the power of thunder to cleanse the sword and get rid of the impurities of the mahogany sword.
Practitioners of the fine arts use the Dharma tools. Chi practitioners use spirit weapons.
Practicing God cultivators use magic treasures.
Thunder refining, although dangerous, but also benefit greatly, can refine the material, shorten the refining time, and resonate with the spirit of heaven and earth,
attracting the power of wind and thunder to support.
If it wasn't for Mixed Yuan's special mana and his mastery of the five thunders,
Xian Ming wouldn't have dared to exert himself like this.
Every thunderstorm so far this summer, he has sent his mahogany sword into the thunderclouds to be hammered. Collecting his thoughts, Xian Ming cleared his mind and concentrated, continuing to watch the rain and listen to the thunder, and soon became engrossed in it, forgetting both things and himself. Chapter 39 The Art of Potting Heaven. Sun and Moon Realist. That night,
the storm has stopped and the moon is high in the sky.
Hidden Dao Peak, questioning courtyard. Inside the thatched cottage, looking at the mahogany sword in his hand,
Xian Ming was satisfied to the extreme. Although this sword was shortened from 3 feet to 2 feet,
the color was deeper, with an additional layer of fine lightning text on it,
and the model was even more ancient, with natural runes.
After a few thunderstorms, the mahogany sword was finally promoted from a magic weapon to a spiritual weapon, with its power restrained and hidden. It looks ordinary, but once it moves, it can attract thunder and lightning, bring wind and rain,
and destroy mountains and rivers. Xian Ming closed his eyes and felt the power of thunder and lightning in the mahogany sword without any distractions.
Sensing the reasoning that thunder and lightning gave birth to wood and would contain thunder and lightning, all because the thunder is wood, both have the power of birth. Thunder and wood interaction.
Interpretation of vitality wither and flourish the mystery. It was beneficial to Xian Ming's comprehension of the truth of the wood line and his cultivation of the 5 thunder laws, which was what he had discovered when he had first used lightning to refine weapons.
Time flows like water, thunder wood reasoning intertwined.
Xian Ming gradually gained.
The body breath changes, within 3 feet, derived from the vision, or wind and thunder convergence, forming thunder clouds, clouds sprouting, or peach wood spring, sword blossoms, flowers pregnant with thunder. Thunder and wood are born together, and wood and thunder are intertwined. Taoism is unconsciously enhanced, although it is like dripping water, but with the accumulation of time, it will always drip through the stone. The sun and moon alternate, day and night. Fengyang County, Immortal Forest Pavilion.
What happened in the floating cloud mountain? Xian Su and his party did not know for the time being. For the past 2 days, they had a good tour of the county, especially the young disciples, walking through the streets and alleys,
having fun. Some people made new friends, some people found treasures, some people took a boat tour of the city, some people tasted the food, but after all the fun, after all the hilarity, they didn't forget about the main thing. Every night, he would practice in his room or mansion, practicing sword and art, receiving instructions from elders, and sharpening his spear in the battlefield, so that he would not be quick to do so. On the 3rd day, the Dao Yuan Fest opened. The heavens were kind, and today the sky was clear and cool, with a rare lack of heat. A steady stream of dojos came out of the Sunlin Pavilion.
each with their heads held high and their spirits renewed. Large clusters and small veins,
each with its own style. Dispersed sects,
each with their own unique characteristics.
Do your best to show your best today.
The paths were seen in a massive harmony.
If you don't recognize them, nod and smile. Those who recognize it, bow to it.
Those who have a grudge are prepared to settle it through the latter's son's contest. Every Dao Yuan Fest had other guests come to watch the battle.
They would not lose the Dao sect's temperament and face in the open.
This was an unspoken rule among all the Taoists.
On top of that,
it's more important to win with honor and lose with dignity during the conference. General Assembly in the County City East. All the rode one after another into a gourd-like peculiar Dao Palace. This pot of heaven palace has been built for 1,000 years. Is the heavens and earth courtyard important place?
Every event will be held here.
Xuanqiu brought his disciples to land in the stands of the truth-seeking observatory. And when he saw that the disciples were looking around, full of wonder, he introduced them. Buddhism and Taoism each have their own subtle magical powers that can manipulate space for their own use. The Buddhist school's Sumeru contains the mustard seed, and the Taoist school's pot contains the sun and moon. It is said that when this pottery heaven palace was built, it was imposed by the Taoist true lord of the pottery heaven technique. The outside does not seem to be big. There is something else inside. Vast thousands of miles, self-contained heaven and earth, a wall, and the outside world as if it were two worlds, mysterious and difficult to measure. The hearts and minds of the disciples trembled at the words. Look again at the potentate's palace with awe and longing.
Xuanqiu shook his head and didn't care anymore.
He hadn't fared much better when he first came here with his master when he was younger.
Waiting for all the roads to arrive, guests gathered, each seated. The void sky birthday moon, yin and yang competition.
A red dry road from the big sun out.
Slightly fat, wearing brocade red sun robe, waist wrapped in red gourd, amiable face. A step forward, seated in the highest podium left upper head. A plainclothed koan Dao from the bright moon out.
Graceful figure,
with hemp clothing bright moon robe, head wearing a jade crown.
Looks beautiful.
Lotus gently move. Seated on the highest platform right on the first. Above the firmament, the stars shone brightly, and a star overshadowed the sun and the moon, shining brightly and glittering.
A figure stepped out from the starlight,
8 feet tall, with a long body,
wearing a star robe and cloud-patterned boots, with a sword hanging from his waist,
with three-dimensional features, a handsome face, and a noble temperament. Taking a step forward, he landed on the center seat of the podium. All the guests and Taoists in the audience stood up, either clasping fists or bowing their heads or clapping their palms together, practicing the etiquette of each family and saluting towards the cloud platform. The two Taoists of the sun and the moon performed a full salute in return, and the young star Taoist performed a half salute when everyone had taken their respective seats. A handsome green-clothed Taoist with clouds under his feet rose up and hovered in the air, reading out the rules of the conference. Thank you, friends of the word. This was a Chi practicing real person with an outstanding image, who had been specially selected by the Heaven and Earth Academy to preside over this session of the conference. Seeking truth on the viewing platform, seeing the disciples frequently looking towards the highest platform, Xian Kong dejectedly solved the confusion. The sun and the moon, if they come out of it, the stars are as bright as if they were out of them. There are two great sects in my Fengyang County that rank at the top of the second rate even when placed in the Grand Xian Divine Dynasty, the Rising Sun sect and the Water Moon View. The Rising Sun and the Mirror Flower and Water Moon.
The two sects have been passed down for thousands of years, and there have been endless generations of real people, and there are even great real people who are close to practicing God sitting in the town. They don't come out easily, and the only time they will come out is when the Daoyuan festivals are held,
sitting in the town to observe the ceremony.
Those two seniors who came out of the sun and the moon are the two sect masters,
and as for that last star monarch, he came from Kyoto.
My Grand Xian Divine Dynasty's Heaven and Earth Courtyard has 108 upper divine star sovereigns for the 36 heavenly deities and 72 earthly deities, each of which is a legendary practicing divine true lord.
Every time there is a Daoyuan event,
they will go out of Kyoto and go to each of the 36 states and 72 counties to observe the ceremony.
This star lord is one of them. While solving the confusion, the disciples looked at Xian Kong with more than a hint of admiration. It was unthinkable that senior uncle, master, Xian Kong had investigated in such detail. Xian Kong subconsciously straightened his chest, his face full of enjoyment. Xian Yang interjected.
These news as long as you inquire from the Taoist friends who have come here once,
you can find out.
Xian Su senior brother just not as fast as your mouth.
What exactly are you fooling around with? Crossing his eyes at Xian Yang, who was telling the truth, Xian Er huffed. If you don't speak, no one will treat you as dumb.
Xuanqiu coughed lightly, stopping the two who were about to go to war,
and reminded, pay attention to image and influence.
Xian Yang and Xian Kong immediately sat upright with their signature smiles on their faces at the same time, one with a naive smile and the other with a kind smile.
The disciples likewise focused their attention, listening carefully to the rules of the assembly. Accompanied by the green-clothed real person speaking, Chang and Zi's ears twitched. The top 10 of the Daoyuan assembly are actually qualified to exchange chi practicing realist cultivation tips, and the top 5 even get a yellow sprout spirit pill. Naganoko was overjoyed. Although he had exchanged a few things in the past 2 days, he was going to bring it to Master Xianming as a gift. But what better gift than a convention reward? Looking at his master with a silly smile, Changqing Zi was equally determined to give him a big surprise. I hope my son will become a dragon and my daughter will become a phoenix. If he broke into the top 10 and was noticed by all, he thought that his master would be very happy and proud. Chang and Zi and Changqing Zi felt something in their hearts and glanced at each other. This pair of non-fighting brothers of the same sect both saw the fire in each other's eyes and had a tacit understanding with each other. Xuanxu, Xian Yang, and the other elders of the truth-seeking Yuan did not know that there were 2 juniors who were presuming to enter the top 10 of the conference. And hearing the rewards for the top 10 of this conference, they were overwhelmed with emotion. Xuanxu especially. This year, the rewards for this session of the Tao conference are extraordinarily generous. He had attended 3 festivals, each with different rewards, and this one in particular was far more substantial than the previous 2. Xuanxu moved hard. The same is true for Xian Yin and Xian Yang, among others. Just heartbeat to heartbeat. They have the self-knowledge that their own disciples have no hope of being in the top 10. Seeking truth is only a small Taoist sect. Its heritage and resources are all at a disadvantage. So what can it do to compete with the big sects? Even if it was as stunning as senior brother Xian Knight, a heavenly pride for the seeking truth concept that was rare to come across in 100 years. When he participated in the Daoyuan Fest back then, he only broke into the top 50, and stunned the jaws of a group of small Dalvain sect masters. The top 10 of the conference. They couldn't even think about it. The same was true for the other minor Dalvains. Compared to the large sect disciples who were all eager to fight, the disciples of the small Dalvains only wanted to make it into the top 100 and obtain a spot to enter the Heaven and Earth Academy for further training. It has been a great creation for them. In the potentate's palace, the green-clothed real person continued to read out the rules. Chapter 40, The Great Way Toward Heaven, Kowtowing to the Heart. There are 2 types of Dogen assembly, civil and martial arts fights. The cultural competition, with items such as the defense of the Tao, drawing of talismans, alchemy, array formation, artifact making, and puppets, mainly examined disciples' attainments in the Tao scriptures and the 100 arts of immortal cultivation. As for knowledge of the way, most disciples have been practicing for a relatively short number of years and have a relatively shallow understanding. Each participant is required to pick 2 of the cultural combat programs. The defense of the Tao is mandatory and tests basic skills, and the cultivation of the immortal 100 arts, which tests specialties, is required to pick at least 1. Martial combat, on the other hand, is simple and easy to understand. It's all about who's strong. The strongest advances and the weakest is eliminated. Finally, according to the ranking of the comprehensive results in the civil and military competitions, the top 100 will be selected on the basis of merit, and the top 100 will be admitted to the Wind and Sun County Heaven and Earth Academy. As for partial talents, crooked talents, and weird talents with extra places given by the court, it is another story. When the rules were declared, the green-clothed real person raised his hand and pointed lightly, and a stream of light flew into the ground from his fingertip. In an instant, the ground shook and roared, and a mountain rose up, all white. The grass and trees were plain white, the mountains and rocks were gray, and the rivers were silver. The mountain is not high, only 1,000 feet. Look at the top of the visible. A simple ancient Taoist palace stands on it, the body green, like the sea of clouds reveals a corner of the azure dome. A flight of steps extends from the foot of the mountain to halfway up the mountainside, and the steps are like white jade, crystal clear and light. Will the participating dowsers please enter? Accompanied by the orders of the green-clothed real person, a young Taoist acted and was moved to the foot of the mountain by the formation on the grandstand. Some are combative, some have a proud posture, some are sleepy and some have a serious expression. The gestures are varied and distinctive. There is a time when the clouds are lifted to see the sun, and a time when the clouds are guarded and the moon is clear. This mountain is called Cloud Sky Peak. It was established by true Lord Cloud Sky 1,000 years ago, and there is one in each of the 108 heaven and earth courts of our great Xian. Seeking the way is like ascending to the heavens, and cultivation robberies are like heavy clouds, and this Cloud Sky Peak's imaginary and real steps total 999 layers of steps, also known as the road to heaven and the way to enlightenment, with the meaning of the great way facing the heavens. Once someone climbs the mountain, the prohibition will be triggered, and how high and how far one can climb depends on the depth of the climber's comprehension of the Tao or the strength of his perseverance. There is no other way. The hour has come and gone, so please climb the mountain. As the green-clothed real person gave another order, Tens of thousands of Taoists climbed the mountain in unison. A spectacular scene.
When the first young Taoist stepped on the steps, the clouds instantly obscured the entire White Mountain,
and each participant could only see the stone steps under their feet, and looked around in bewilderment. They couldn't see each other. They couldn't see the road ahead. They couldn't see the scenery around them, and it was as if they were the only ones left in heaven and earth, pale and lonely. You can only keep climbing and crossing the steps,
and just as they climbed the mountain, a water mirror emerged,
projecting clear images for the many guests to see.
Seeking truth to watch the stage. Xianyin Dao, although it has been seen once,
but this time to see again. Poor Taoists still admire Yun Tian Jinjuan's whimsical ideas.
Xuanxu nodded in agreement. The mountains look like white clouds,
and the Taoist palace is like the green sky.
The first half of the test of the Tao scriptures.
All truths are taken from the Tao collection. The great Tao is tangible. The latter is visible to the naked eye,
and it is aimed at cultivators practicing the essence.
The second half of the test of reasoning. Many reasoning originates from heaven and earth. The great Tao is invisible. The latter is difficult to find. Can only use their own reasoning to turn the latter. The deeper the Tao, the clearer the reasoning. The higher the latter is oriented towards practicing Qi. Real people, existence and nothingness coincide. Reality and reality are intertwined.
And reason is intertwined. This setup fits the arcane mysteries of the great Tao, and it is truly astonishing.
True Lord Yun Tian has extraordinary wisdom. Shen Kong's lips moved slightly and he couldn't help but say, "Senior brother."
It is rumored that the 108 cloud sky peaks have mutual senses, and that each person who reaches the top will achieve a great real person in the Qing Tian Dao Palace, and that the Dao peaks will remain famous and renowned in the Great Xian.
I don't know if that's correct.
That's right. It was only because I participated in 3 festivals that I came to know that Yun Tian Peak hides a great creation that can help Qi practitioner real people travel to the Tai Void, glimpse a hint of the mysteries of God practitioner, and achieve a great real person.
However, there are very few people who can obtain this chance over the millennia,
and it is for this reason that every person who ascends to the top of Yun Tian Peak will directory the Qing Tian Dao Monument, and will be venerated by the future generations.
Xuanxu nodded his head while explaining and glanced at Shen Kong.
This senior brother is worthy of being the one who practiced the Bagua sword the best in the Seeking Truth Observatory except for senior brother Xianming, and he has inquired about quite a lot of news.
Shen Kong was even more excited, his eyes glowing as he continued. I don't know how much senior brother knows about the deeds of the Defan realist. Xuanxu shook his head. The poor Taoist only knows that the Defan real person is born in Tiansung County. His common family name is Zhang, and he calls himself the DZZZU half-real person.
Even though he is a casual cultivator,
his natural talent is extraordinary and his Taoist nature is deep and serious. He entered the Tao with cooking, and 100 years ago, he entered the heavenly Tsung County potentate's palace to break into the cloudy sky peak, spending 7 days and 7 nights to reach the top in one fell swoop, accomplishing a great real person and becoming a guest secretary of the Heaven and Earth Academy. Other things, the poor Taoist does not know for the time being. Shen Kong was a little disappointed, but on second thought, he felt normal again. That's right, like senior brother, you're the kind of mundane person who is obsessed with abstinence and hates to eat and drink the dew all day long. How can you experience the joys of food and the greatness of a great mortal real person?
Xuanxu glared.
Shen Kong immediately shrunk his head. Done. He's got a mouth on him again. Accidentally, I blurted out what was on my mind. Elder brother, do you believe me when I say I didn't mean it? Not on purpose. Then on purpose. Xian Yang interjected. Shen Kong glared angrily. You're everywhere.
Elder brother Xianming has a very true saying.
Your kid is really bad at stalking sometimes, and really good at adding fuel to the fire. At that moment, on the side stands, a Taoist walked over and bowed to Xiansu and the others. Danxia sect Fei Bai has met you all.
Xuanxu with all the senior siblings meets you,
fellow Taoist.
The Seeking Truth audience Dao immediately returned the salute,
confused,
and Xiansu was about to ask when the visitor took the lead.
Were you all talking about the Defan real person just now? Xuanxu acknowledged and asked curiously. I wonder how you know. To know,
although the stands are connected,
the distance is not far, but each other have soundproof cover blocking. According to reason, their conversation, the next door should not hear is.
The flying white Taoist grinned,
his teeth extraordinarily white and bright against his dark complexion, and confessed, poor Taoist had mistakenly eaten poisonous fungus in his early years and went deaf for 3 years, and because of the misfortune, he acquired a lip-speaking art, and just now, seeing all of you Taoist friends chatting lively, I couldn't help but look at them a few more times. Real Defan is the person that Poverty Road admires the most in his life, which is why he couldn't help but come here uninvited, so I hope you'll forgive me.
Xiansu and the others were slightly stunned, and Xian Kong was pleasantly surprised.
A few moments later,
looking at the two black and white moon half-doctors who were chatting hotly, and who were as close as they could get at first sight. Xuanchu and the Danxia sect leader next door exchanged glances, and they both saw the helplessness in each other's smiles, as well as a few similar moments of celebration. Turns out it's not just the odd one out in your own sect. They were mentally balanced quite a bit. As soon as I took a look at fellow Taoist Xiankong, I felt kindred spirits. Truly a fellow Taoist. You are attending the Taoyuan Fest for the first time, aren't you? Otherwise, wouldn't you be able to know about Daifanjinjin only now? I won't hide it from you, fellow Taoist, but the poor Taoist is indeed new to this world. In that case, I'll tell Taoist Friendly Life a little bit about the Defan realist, a senior who is best known for two spiritual weapons, a true fire stick and a Qian Koan pot. I've heard that the long-cherished wish of Defanjinjin in his life is to stew Koan Pang in an iron pot, claiming that this is the pinnacle of the food path, and that he even dreamed of seeing a koan and woke up with a stroke of his pen and ink, writing a magnificent poem. Unfortunately, only a few words have been circulated. There is a fish in the North Plain, and its name is Koan. The chattering talk between Xian Kong and Taoist Fei Bai continued to reach his ears, and the corners of Xian Su's mouth twitched as he focused on staring at the water mirror, his eyes blind. Shen Yang came over at some point, his ears perked up, listening happily. The elders were hilarious, and Naganoko knew nothing about it. Without any distractions, he took a step to ascend the steps and was already standing on the 17th floor. Not the fastest, but very stable. Chang Yanzi remembered the daily teachings of Master Xian Ming, seeking progress in a steady manner, not rushing to achieve success, and keeping his feet on the ground at every step. As a result, he is cognizant of the mountain staircase at his feet. One step is 1 foot high, a 10-foot step to a one-floor path. The higher the step, the harder the test of reasoning, either breadth or depth, tricky angles or odd questions. Each time he ascends a step, the reflection in the step knocks at the body, asking all kinds of questions, each of which goes straight to the heart. Just what the saying goes, only you know yourself best. Understand your inner fears. Understand where you are weak. Be clear about what your strengths and weaknesses are. Taking a deep breath, Chang and Z stepped upwards. 18th step. What's the biggest thing in the world? Tao Max. 19th step. What is the word? My heart is the way. The 20th step. What is a heart? Outer versus inner, physical versus spiritual, apparent versus real. Which do you want to hear? 27th step. What's a clearing? A peaceful mind is a clear mind, and a peaceful mind is a quiet mind. 28th step. What is purity? Thoughts that pass through the mind are pure. 29th step. You are obsessed with your master's death. Your heart is not still. Your mind is not pure. How dare you talk about tranquility and purity? The lotus flower is clean and rooted in the mud. The rice field is bad and dirty, but it fertilizes the soil. If people are easily quiet and pure, how can there be any hardship on the road? How can we talk about the long road to immortality? If I am pure and clean, why do I need you to ask? 30th step. Which do you choose? Silence or purity? I want both. Serenity is the goal. Purity is the state. Serenity is the practice of the way, and purity is the attainment of the way. I walk on the path of seeking. I am practicing tranquility and pursuing purity. 31st floor. Master has fallen for 10 years. Why have you been languishing in the Tibetan scripture pavilion for so many years, only to come today? Because it's going to wait until I'm ready. 32nd floor. Hypocrisy. Is the master who treats you like a son not worth throwing away your life? You are just timid, cowardly, and afraid of death. I am afraid to die, because the only way to have hope is to live, and I don't dare to die until I investigate the true cause of my master's death. 42nd floor. When you honor Master Xian Ming, you are not honoring him at all, but pitying him because he is more pitiful than you. Your kindness is only for the weak. You are simply hypocritical. I took care of my senior uncle, at first because he was pitiful. This I never hid and never denied, and my senior uncle also knew it in his heart. But pity and respect are not in conflict. I can be pitied in the front and honored in the back. Besides, I have never been kind, nor have I ever boasted of goodness. So what is hypocrisy? What is disguise without disguise? It is human nature to pity the weak. Do you pity those who are stronger than you? If so, you are truly pitiful. 43rd floor. Your senior uncle does not strike a chord, and while you respect it, you are equally jealous. Why is he, a bad old man, stronger than you, when you are in the same Tibetan scripture pavilion? I am indeed jealous. Everyone is jealous. The key is how to suppress the jealousy. I control it, and get the teacher's uncle to teach me carefully. You are also jealous, but did not control it. That's why you asked. The reflection is the reflection. It can never become the original. Layer after layer, step after step,
Naganoko was immersed in it. For the first 30 floors, he showed all he could. The last 30 floors, he faced the demons of his mind head-on. In the process, Chang'an Zi solved many problems that he had subconsciously avoided before, and even saw some problems that he hadn't even noticed before. His pace grew slower and slower. His heart grew stronger and stronger, and his Tao heart became more and more solid as a rock and transparent as jade. It was only accompanied by Chang'an Zi's continued climbing that the problem changed again, and he was gradually pulled into the mist. 61st floor. Who am I? I don't care who you are. 62nd floor. Who are you? I am Naganoko. 63rd floor. You are wrong. Chang'an Zi is only a Taoist name. Everyone can be called Chang'an Zi. Flowers, plants and trees can be called Chang'an Zi. I can be called Chang'an Zi. But abandoning this, who are you? I'm me. 64th floor. Am I your reflection? Yes. 65th floor. So am I part of you? Yes. 66th floor. In a way. Am I not you? Yes. 67th floor. Back to the original question. Who am I? You're me. One question was answered. One question at a time and then ask it again. Chang'an Zi clear eyes gradually confused. Pupils slowly lax. The steps bloomed cloud-light. Unknowingly changed. Chapter 41, Kid. I told you not to steal the chicken. Potentate's palace. Inside the water mirror. At first, the mountaineers were not far apart, but with the passage of time, due to the differences in reasoning in Taoism, the gaps gradually became apparent and the streams of people diverged. After the 30th step, the number is halved. After the 60th step, the number is halved again. Most of those who still persisted were large sect disciples, while a few were small vain disciples and casual cultivators. On the stands, Xiansu clenched his fists hidden in his sleeves. Xian Kong and Fei Bai stopped talking. Xian Yang's eyes burned. And of the 10 disciples of the Seeking Truth view, only 2 remained still holding on. Nagakiko stood on the 50th step. Chang'an Zi, on the other hand, stood on the 67th floor. Aside from Xian Yang staring at his own disciple, the rest of them looked at Chang'an Zi, nervous and expectant. But soon, their faces changed drastically, all because of the change in the steps. The cloud light bloomed, the clouds became thicker, and 2 hands stretched out within each of the steps after the 60th floor. That's the reflection in the steps. When you walk out of the steps, your hands are white, your feet are white, your body is white, and your face is even more devoid of features. It is a faceless person made of clouds and mist. The higher he ascended, the more complete the faceless man poked out. Only his hands at the 61st floor, but all of them at the 70th. Upon ascending to the 71st floor, the clouds wrapped around the mountaineering Taoist and the reflection exchanged breath with the body. With each step up, the color on the cloudy man became a little denser, similar to that of a mountain climbing Taoist. By the time he ascended to the 80th floor, he was the same as a mountain climber from the head down. When you wait for the 85th floor, even the 5 senses are clearly visible, so it's hard to tell the real from the fake. From the 86th floor onwards, the body and the reflection began to change their positions. The body plunged into the steps step by step, like sinking into water, and like plunging into a quagmire, and the identities of the two began to be switched. Xuanxu's palms were sweating. Xianyin couldn't take his eyes off it. Xian Kong kept drinking tea. They were afraid that Chang'an Zi wouldn't be able to hold on, and that once he broke through this barrier, he would be assured of victory if he entered the top 100. Cloudy Sky Peak. On the steps, Chang'an Zi felt like he had traveled through time and returned to the past, meeting his master and experiencing the past all over again. Young naughty, climbing trees and stealing birds, into the river to catch fish, stealing to eat the elder's spiritual food. The master is always angry and furious. Daytime rattan serving, night secretly give him medicine. As he grew older, he began to practice, meditating and practicing qi. Horse stance, the master taught him hand in hand. He always thought it was too hard, cried with tears and snot, and slacked off when the master was not paying attention. But the master was never angry, and never tired of teaching him. Later, his cultivation slightly successful, the master took him down the mountain travel, to see the prosperity of the world. The people of the marketplace smoke and fire atmosphere thick, the high families and deceit. He has chopped down demons and evil spirits, destroyed ghosts and monsters, eaten delicacies in restaurants, tasted countryside flavors in fields and suburbs, swam in a boat on a lake, hiked through forests, and was accompanied by his master and disciples for 300 miles. Later, the master into the heaven and earth courtyard. He and have the honor. Master and disciple talk to the moon. Most of the master is talking. He stole a few cups of wine. Dizziness, sleep all day. Then later, the bad news of his master's violent death came. He was like the sky collapsed, sneaked down the mountain, the middle of the robbery, seriously injured and fell down. on the verge of extinction, was rushed in time to save the elders of the division. Later he was disillusioned, living in seclusion in the Tibetan scripture pavilion, and with the Xian Ming master uncle night and day, was infected by his firm heart toward the Tao. All kinds of past, floating in the mind, sadness and joy, love and hate, one after another to come, whether he was happy or unhappy, strong and dominant, there was nothing to resist. When it's beautiful, it's flowery. When it's brutal, the knife sticks. The ones that aren't forgotten are even more enduring, forgotten and unsealed as well. The memories were clearer than ever. Memory and reality overlapped. The past and present were misplaced, and the color of confusion on Chang and Zi's face became even more intense, no longer able to distinguish where he was, forgetting what he was doing. Until the chicken stealing image resurfaced, he sneaked into Xian Nu Peak, took advantage of Changning's senior sister's inattention, and directly choked the neck of a spirit chicken, showing no mercy, clicking and crushing the neck. After the mountain forest plucked hair and bloodletting, ripped open the belly, firewood and fire, when the meat aroma overflowing, Zila bubbling oil, Chang and Z rejoice, pick up the roasted chicken, run up the hidden road peak, into the ask the courtyard, senior uncle, there's something good. However, the familiar scenery remained the same, but there was no familiar figure in sight. The senior uncle was not in the small courtyard, nor was he in the hidden scripture pavilion. If you can't find it, you won't find it. Chang and Z tore off half of the chicken and left it to his senior uncle. He himself sat under the pale old pine in the courtyard of the questioning, sniffing the charming aroma. He lowered his head and was about to savor it when he saw his senior uncle appear suddenly. The white-haired old Taoist was furious, holding a peachwood sword and slashing it down. Brat, did I ever tell you to stop stealing chickens? The old road sees you as begging for a beating. Click. The sword wind whistled, and Chang and Z snapped out of it. The image shatters at first. Reality and memory are splintered. The past is disconnected from the present. The moment he opened his eyes, Naganoko realized that he was sunk in the steps from his head down, and that his other self was looking down at him with a wry smile. He was blessed with a steep realization and opened his mouth to say, what is true, and what is false, and what is true is not false, and what is false is not true. There is a saying on earth that true gold is not afraid of fire, and though you are my reflection, you can never be me. The moment the words fell, Yun Tianfeng had a feeling. The 90th floor ignited with flames that scorched another Chang'anzi. Screams rang out as the fake began to fight its way back into its original form. The five senses, skin color, hair ornaments, clothing, etc., all flow off like water, revealing the cloudy figure, and later the cloud also followed the water, and the water flowed into the steps by 1 inch, and Chang and Z went out of the steps by 1 inch. When the water flowed into the steps, Chang and Z has completely broken free from the quagmire, lowered his head to look at the steps again. The flowing water did not reorganize the reflection, completely disappeared. At this moment, Chang and Z's heart realized, so I found myself. At this moment, his eyes were clearer than ever, never having recognized himself as he did now. One thing is clear at the same time. A test is also an opportunity, both at the same foot. The farther you go and the higher you ascend, the closer you are to chance and the easier it is to acquire creation. It's up to you to fight for it. One step at a time. 30 steps is a big hurdle. Break through and enjoy the opportunity. This discovery excited Chang and Z, and after firming his mind, he climbed the mountain again. One step down. No more torture, just a sinking of the body, an invisible weight pressing down. Feeling it carefully, he stepped up the steps. In the stands, the truth-seeking audience of Taoists rejoiced. It's a done deal. In the defense of the word test, Chang and Z is firmly in the top 100. Unfortunately, Chang Z stopped at the 90th floor, despite the regret, but the crowd of Taoist mood is still better. In addition to Chang Anzi fight, but also because of Chang Qingzi this examination, ranking can be into the top 150, as long as the cultivation of the 100 arts and martial arts then win the fight, there is still hope to enter the top 100. Cloud Sky Peak. Chang and Z was sweating profusely. The steps after the 90 floors, the pressure doubled in heaviness with each step up. He guessed that these 30 floors tested perseverance. Standing at the 115th floor, Chang and Z took a deep breath and continued to grit his teeth and move forward. He practiced the spirit phase body refinement technique and had a strong physique, and his self-mutilation practice over the past year and a half had made him even more perseverant. For the moment, one continues to carry the load. One step at a time, Chang and Z's pace became slower and slower. His spine became more and more curved, and his powerful muscles bulged as if they might burst through his Dao robe at any moment. But he was still going up, continuing to go up. Through the water mirror, the many guests saw Chang and Z surpassing one opponent after another. And when he broke into the top 50, the Tao sect's great clans were not calm, and the guests from the rest of the forces exchanged pleasantries and inquired about news of this person. When it was learned that it came from the seeking truth concept, the crowd reacted differently, with the rest of the forces saying that heroes don't ask about their origins, and the Tao sect great sect's gaze changed as they looked at the seeking truth concept. Another view of truth-seeking, Purple Cloud sect, the leading Grand Elder asked. The poor Taoist remembers that a Taoist once appeared in this side of the small Taoist vein, breaking into the top 50 of the conference and dominating the small Taoist vein, and it seems to be called Xian Knight. The accompanying elder replied, "That's right, 20 years ago, he ranked 80th at this level of Cloud Sky Peak." The Grand Elder looked towards the water mirror and sighed with emotion. It seems that this seeking truth concept is very good at teaching disciples. This son is even more outstanding than Xian Knight, and will soon break into the top 10. The other Tao sect great clans were either as emotional as the Zixia sect, or had cold faces or smiles on their faces. Whether they wanted to or not, they didn't mouth their grievances, and they were very sensible in public and didn't tarnish the image of the Taoist sect. Seeking truth viewing stage, Xuanqiu and the others had their hearts in their throats, unable to imagine that Chang and Zi was so competitive. Even Taoist Fei Bai was infected by the atmosphere and furiously filled his tea, unable to hold back his nervousness. When he broke into the top 10, Xian Yang almost laughed out loud, which was covered by Xian Kong's quick eye. For the time being, Naganoko had no knowledge of outside matters. When he gritted his teeth and stepped onto the 120th step, his body shook as he felt a surge of power pouring into his body from the steps. The bottleneck that he was stuck on in the spirit phase body refining technique was broken, and the strength of his fleshly body was taken to a higher level, and even his spiritual senses were improved. The pressure of Rushan was suddenly lightened by most, and he felt that he could still hold out for a while, just like what his senior uncle had once taught him. Think about your master. If you're not dead, practice to death. Now, he thought not only of his master, but also of his uncle, and climbed to his death if he wasn't dead. Taking a deep breath, Naganoko continued upward. At the 121st floor, the test changed again. Still perseverance, but not for the physical body, but the soul. Sword moves came and went, stabbing straight to the center of the eyebrow. A crack appeared in the Xianguan, and he stifled a grunt as he continued to move forward. And as he stepped onto this level, most of the people's gazes fell on him. They wanted to know just how far this disciple of a small sect could go, even though there were 4 other Taoists in front of him, but the latter came from a large sect, and in the eyes of the guests, it was taken for granted. Instead, Naganoko was a dark horse. 122nd, 125th, 129th. The levels are elevated and the foyer is cracked. Sword after sword. Chang and Zi endured the pain of his soul slashing and gradually recognized that this was the new Bagua sword from the depths of his own memories, which Uncle Xian Ming had drilled for him at the beginning, and which he himself had been practicing for over a year and a half. It was just that each sword was unorganized and disorganized, but with each step he crossed, his comprehension of the 8 trigram sword deepened, the clutter was sorted out, and the sword intent was raised. So, Chang and Zi endured the pain and continued on his way, sweat wetting the steps. He was holding on. The basilica was cracked all over, and he was still holding on. Eventually, Naganoko went from hunch to crawling, still holding on, climbing over step after step. More than one person, he didn't know. More than 2, he didn't know. When he was ranked second, he still didn't know. The audience moved, some with disdain in their hearts, some with admiration. Purple Cloud sect, the Grand Elder appreciated. This son has great perseverance. Yun Tian Peak. When climbing up the 150 steps, Chang and Zi collapsed to the ground in a big shape. The whole person looked as if he had just been fished out of the water. But he was laughing, and his bright laughter spread throughout the potentate's palace, because he did it, overcoming himself. Above the Xianguan, each crack disappeared, making up a large number of sword Dao sensations that surged into the heart. The steps under his feet disappeared and the cloudy sky peak was hidden. The moment Chang and Zi and the other 2 young Taoists appeared above the water mirror, the applause was thunderous and deafening. They are the top 3 in this level. The green-clothed real person flew into the sky. He first encouraged the kaiju who came from the Zixia sect, and only afterward did he seek to talk to Chang and Zi, who was in second place. Congratulations to little friend for winning this year's Dialectic Dao Subchampion. To come this far as a disciple of a small sect, this has never been done before in the 1,000-year history of Win Sun County. Little friend is destined to have his name spread to all the counties. Even in my great Xian divine dynasty, Naganoko couldn't believe it. I won the subquad? The green-clothed real person nodded. Understand how incredible Naganoko is, because he was equally baffled and would never have believed it if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes. Little friend is considered unprecedented in the 1,000-year history of Fengyang County's Heaven and Earth Academy. And this time you won the championship. You must have a heart lake that is difficult to calm down. And a lot of feelings. Do you have anything to say? Yes. The green-clothed real person was curious. Others were curious. The other two A's came from great clans. Only Chang and Z came from an ordinary Dao lineage. They wondered what the young miracle-working Taoist would say. The fact that the Xiao Dao is able to be where he is today cannot be separated from the strong support of the Master's sect. Thank you for cultivating the Master's sect. Naganoko sincerely bowed and bowed. He would have died if he hadn't been raised by his division. Without the help of his division, he would have died as well. In fact, he wanted to thank Uncle Xian Ming more. Without his teachings, myself I would never have gotten off the ground. Without the body refining method he had taught and the severe honing, it would have been difficult for himself to break through the 2 levels of perseverance. Without immersing himself to observe the scriptures regularly over the past few years, it would have been difficult for him to cross the first 30 steps. Without his words still ringing in my ears, I would not have been able to break through the ego barrier and realize my true self. 150 steps, 1 test for each 30 stages, and the senior uncle helped him through 4 of them. His old man deserves a lot of credit for winning the championship himself. It's just that, Uncle Shifu prefers purity. Only then did Chang and Z hold back the thanks that came out of his mouth. Not letting mundane matters disturb his master uncle was the best reward he could give him. In the future, this will be the creed he abides by. Shen Su and the others were equally moved. Rising to his feet, he returned the bow. They were proud that seekers of truth had produced such a disciple. Chapter 42, Combination of Positive and Strange. Special Great Circumstance. The bleachers, after reseating, looking at the strolling Chang and Z, Shen Su was relieved and worried. I'm glad that it's Naganoko who's fighting for it. The worry is that he's too competitive. It would have been good to have achieved a good result in the defense pass. However, there were degrees in everything, and picking the sub-chieftain was rather a mixed blessing for the son who came from a small power. The wind will destroy the wood when the wood grows taller in the forest. Chang and Z's future path is unpredictable. The Heaven and Earth Academy assisted the Divine Dynasty in governing the Dao sect, and was also responsible for dealing with some mundane matters. When he joined the Heaven and Earth Academy, he would have to enter the world, and the fame, fortune, and jealousy of mundane people could completely destroy a person. Gains and losses go hand in hand, and while Seekers of Truth has gained a great deal of fame because of Chang and Z, it may also be difficult to stay out of the world. However, Xuanxu did not blame Chang Anzi, but instead encouraged him with a few words and ordered him to hurry up and rest, all because he knew clearly that Chang Anzi could not be blamed for this matter. Xian Yang hemmed and hawed and came over to Xian Su and said, Senior brother, don't be annoyed. Chang Anzi has great merit this time. Yun Tian peaks special. You and I can see clearly. Surrounded by clouds and mist, it is difficult to see each other. Not until the last moment. Who does not know exactly where they ranked, can only do their best, all the way up, and strive for. What's more, this peak also contains chance, and since chance is hard to come by, it's all the more important to seize it before it's too late to regret afterwards. If it were you or I'm afraid we would be just like Chang and Z, unwilling to miss the creation. Chang and Z winning the sub-champion is a blessing and a curse to my truth-seeking view, but with senior brother around, the overall benefits outweigh the disadvantages. Crossing his eyes at Xian Yang, Xian Su coldly grunted. Could it be that the poor Tao is an indiscriminate, small-minded person in your mind? Xian Yang smiled sarcastically and immediately shrunk his head. Seeing as this simple senior brother had put in a good word for Chang and Z, he himself had temporarily let him off this time. Afterwards, Xuanxu's gaze was deep. His mind's thoughts drifted. He understood what Xian Yang said in terms of reasoning and extra words. Elder brother Xian Ming didn't try to hide it from him, and confessed shortly after achieving true manhood. In the words of his senior brother, as the sect master, only when he knew the upper and lower forces of the sect like the back of his hand could he handle his affairs with ease and grow the mountain sect. The seeking truth concept was ostensibly a small Dao lineage, but in reality, it already had the potential to become a large clan. But even so, Xian Su was still worried. Real people also had ranks, and there was a huge difference in strength, so he was afraid that his senior brother would not be able to protect Chang and Z. That's just it, both come and go. What goes around comes around, and what goes around comes around. Heaven is unpredictable, man is unpredictable. Who can guarantee that this is not the best arrangement? Perhaps it's an opportunity for truth-seeking views to take flight. Floating Cloud Mountain, Seeking Truth View, Hidden Scripture Pavilion. Xian Ming didn't know about Chang and Z's one-hit wonder at Yuntian Peak. He put away the scripture scrolls and rubbed his brow. As he looked out the window to relieve his eye fatigue, he looked at the sunset in the sky and thought of Xian Su and his group. Today, the Dao Yuan Assembly has officially opened. So I guess the defense Tao test at Cloud Sky Peak has already ended. I wonder how Naganoko scored. Before training this brat, Xian Ming had inquired about the details of the Dao Yuan conference from senior brother Xian Su, and while he was surprised at the subtleties of Yun Tian Peak, he was very focused on Chang and Zi's training. Think this kid should be able to finish well. Top 100 not much of a problem as long as he doesn't pull it down. Walking out of the Tibetan scripture pavilion, the yodeling of a deer rang out, and a spiritual deer came with hooves, coming up to Xian Ming, rubbing his neck slowly against his robes, and then spinning around him, pampering him, squatting down and rubbing the deer's head. Xian Ming was in a soothing mood, and he received this deer by his side after he left the gate. Mounts, to be raised from a young age. Every day, Xian Ming used his magic power to cleanse the meridians and sinews of the fawn, hammering its bones and flesh, feeding it with the chi of the sun and the moon, and picking the freshest grass from the top of the mountain. His mana is special, contains the characteristics of mixed elements, unique, only a short half-month. The deer will show different. Spirit is more sufficient, stronger sinews and bones, whether it is the size or speed, all complete victory at the same time the birth of a sibling sister. That's right, sister. Xian Yang was given a doe, and the young doe was closer to Changning than its owner. Walking into the inquirer's courtyard, after having the evening meal, at the beginning of the bright moon, inside the cottage, in front of the table and case, with the little deer lying at his feet, Xian Ming picked up a volume of ancient jade slips, and pondered, and speculated with all his heart. This is the original book of the Four-Elephant Man's insights and cultivation experience. There are 3 books in total. Recorded his 200 years of large and small insights and cultivation insights as well as his vision of practicing Chianate. This object is the successive generations of master-teacher custody. The hidden scripture cabinet only content has been abridged topography. Only touch the threshold of Qi practicing Taoist people are qualified to touch the more precious original. These days, Zhenmei was reliving it. In addition to drawing nourishment from it to nourish his own Tao, he focused on innate envisioning, restricted by the inheritance of the cultivation method. Xian Ming's limited knowledge of the Qi practicing realm resulted in the mixed Yuan Qi practicing skill only reaching the Qi practicing Great Circumference chapter. And if he wanted to continue to the next level, he had to create other Qi practicing chapters. Although the 4 elephants real person only has the cultivation of the Great Circumference of the sky, but had contacted a lot of the same way, but also got the innate remnants of the book, which makes him practice Qi innate realm cognition is quite deep, and its perception and vision for the creation of Xian Ming to point out the direction of the work. This was also the reason why he had delayed flipping through the Yellow Ting external jade scripture for the 3rd time. The Yellow Quartz Sutra is a true text of the Great Tao, cultivating the Yuan Shen and the internal spirit, cracking the secret orifices in the form, and containing many cultivation methods that enable the form and the spirit to merge with the Tao, emphasizing the dual cultivation of life. In the legends of the past life, I don't know how many Taoists have realized the superior cultivation method from the Yellow Quartz Sutra, practicing falsehood and cultivating the truth from nothing, eliminating all the difficulties, and attaining immortality. Tao begets 1, 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, and 3 begets all things. In Taoism, 3 is very esoteric, fitting into the 3 sutras above and below the Yellow Court, and even more so into the 3 true meanings of the 3 talents. After coming into contact with the Yellow Quartz Sutra for a long time, Xian Ming knew quite a lot of information, one of which was that the only way to obtain a great creation was to read and comprehend the 3 Yellow Quartz Sutras for the first 3 times. The rest of the time, you can only rely on the trickle of insights that accumulate over time, slowly gathering into rivers and lakes. Sharpening his sword, he had to make sufficient preparations to maximize the 3rd great creation of the Huang Ting Outer Jade Scripture, and he might be able to perfect the mixed elements and one breath technique to the perfection of practicing Qi, and he wouldn't need to worry about cultivation methods for a long period of time. An hour later, Xian Ming walked out of the hut, taking to the air and sitting on the top of a pale old pine tree. He carried the circumference of the sky and collected the Taiyin moonflower. The moonlight is hazy and bright. A large number of moonlight is pulled down, around the body, was absorbed by him, because too much. Its side of the moonlight cohesion into a round of curved moon shadow. The moonlight is clear and cold. The silver glow is bright. The white hair is like ice-carved jade, glowing with crystal light. Xian Ming sits in it, as if an immortal in the moon, out of the dust and ethereal, untainted by dust. The old pine is near the water first, was baptized by the moonlight, to obtain the creation. The tree under the excited wagging tail of the deer also light, hard to inhale the moonlight, open his mouth and spit out the cloudy air. Cool and refreshing feeling makes him let out a comfortable chirping. On the old pine, Xian Ming concentrated on impacting the meridians. The great circumstance is divided into the 8 chakras and the 12 orthodox chakras, and the gong methods are different. Mixed 1 Chi skill is a sea of rivers, accepting and embracing, and at the same time accommodate the 8 meridians and 12 meridians of the long, positive and strange together, complement each other, like yin and yang intertwined, Jianquan transformed, through the human body up and down, linking the body before and after the formation of a more subtle cycle of the circumference of the sky. 3.5 months ago, Xian Ming managed to break through the realm, thick and thin. In addition to the Ren and Dudu veins, he directly opened 4 of the 8 meridians of the strange meridians in one go. Tonight he opened 1 meridian once again, and was just short of the last one, which would be comparable to the great circumference consummation of other cultivators. In about half an hour, Xian Ming ended his cultivation and returned to his cottage. Lying on his side and sleeping, the spiritual energy of the heaven and earth lingered into a cloud of mist between breaths, and under the mist a small deer curled up and slept, similarly spitting out the spiritual energy. Just as Xian Ming was resting peacefully, many people in Fengyan County were boiling over because of him, making it difficult to sleep. Chapter 43, The heart is like a white cloud, always at ease. The mind is like flowing water. Since the potentate's palace returned to their residence, numerous forces took an interest in Chang and Zi and the truth-seeking concept, and quickly sent people to spy on the news. For the seeking truth view to produce a Xian knight could be said to be accidental. However, to add another Chang and Zi, who was still the leader, was somewhat intriguing and worth exploring. There are a lot of people from Floyd County who come to the Dao Yuan conference, and all the major powers have their own information channels, so they soon heard a lot of information. Upon learning that Chang and Zi was Xian Knight's disciple, some were dismayed, some envied, some lamented, some praised, and some were angry. There is no impermeable wall in the world, coupled with the fact that there are people pushing in the shadows. Xian Ming also quickly became famous, and was probed by various forces, making waves bigger than Chang and Zi. His life story and war record have amazed and even scared many people. 55 years old little cutie, the representative of the great instrument, devoted seekers, the one who doesn't fly, but flies, the 2 points that mattered most and made the biggest waves. This old Taoist entered the Tao only 2 years, from a mortal sword to practice essence consummation, and even saw the threshold of Qi practice. Even though there is the accumulation of the first 5 years, it still makes the cultivators who cultivate for 10 years, more than a dozen years, or even dozens of years cannot help but feel guilty, sweaty, and jealous. What's more horrible is that he even got the name of the first person under the Qi practicing realm in Fengyan County. More than 3 months ago, a sword chopped down the half-step Qi practicing old Master Chen, and yesterday, he even defeated the invincible Chu Yunfei with 1 punch, which made the hearts of the cultivators in the essence practicing realm set off an uproar. No one expected that this old man would be as terrifying as he was. Some people didn't believe it, some people were shocked, some people were curious, some people were jealous, some people developed a desire to fight, and some people had fear in their hearts. Some people think it is exaggerated, some people think it is a mirage, some people resent being pressed by an old man whose name is not known. And some people think that an old Nubizi with half of his body in the ground has no need to take up the name. Taoism is about purity. This old Taoist is too impure. Tonight, Xian Ming and Chang and Zi raised their names in unison. When the news reached the Immortal Forest Pavilion, the various veins of the Taoist sect were surprised but reacted more calmly than the outside world, which was very common in the Taoist sect, the Sprinkler Taoist, the Chopper Taoist, the Planter Taoist, and the Raggedy Taoist, etc. Many of which appeared to be commonplace or even unremarkable, but in fact, they were profoundly unassuming. The Scripture Pavilion Taoist is also one of them. Although Taoist Xian Ming's strength was highly regarded, the routine was already old. The truth-seeking viewers knew about this, and they were shocked with mixed feelings. Rejoice in the power of brother, uncle, Xueming. Worrying, was afraid that he would be injured. After all, Chu Yunfei was extraordinary. Senior brother, uncle, Xian Ming defeated him. I'm afraid that the effort was not small. Except for Xian Yang and Xian Su. Of course, they knew senior brother Xian Ming's true cultivation, and compared to the others, the two were more worried about another matter. People are afraid of fame and pigs are afraid of strength. Senior brother Xian Ming and Chang and Zi both became famous overnight, easily attracting cynicism and challenges. Naganoko was okay. In the county, there was the heaven and earth courtyard to protect them for the time being. When you return to the division, you will be escorted by your senior brother. But what about brother Xian Ming? He prefers purity and is most afraid of trouble. It is very likely to be impatient with the crowd's challenge, and directly show their cards, revealing the strength of the Qi practicing realm, which will certainly solve the immediate trouble. But another trouble will ensue. Why did he become a real person in just 2 years? This will cause more movement. Curious people, explorers, and speculators would be endless.
and it was guaranteed that there would be strong Qi practitioners who would be desperate enough to explore floating Cloud Mountain at night. At that time, it was highly likely that seeking truth contemplation would not be able to hide the fact that it possessed the superior foundation building method. The higher the quality of the Taoist foundation, the more far-reaching the path will be. The superior Taoist foundation is more related to practicing God. I'm afraid there will be quite a few strong Qi practitioners who can't sit still. Seeking a truthful view will be more trouble. Moreover, Xuanqiu always felt that things were fermenting too quickly. Something abnormal, like there was a hand behind the scenes manipulating. After the two Taoists conferred, Xian Yang decided to return to seek truth early tomorrow morning to take a look. Xian Su was also afraid that Chang Enzi would affect his subsequent play due to his worry about senior brother Xian Ming, so he specifically went forward to enlighten him. The good thing is that Chang Enzi has a good mindset, knowing that worrying is useless, only in the Dao Yuan assembly to stand out. Excellent to the Tiandi Academy attention. Can afford to Xian Ming senior brother teaching? Will not drag Xian Ming senior brother, and even back to the teacher's family, so that seek truth God to get the Tiandi Academy shelter. Influenced by the impulsiveness and open-mindedness of Chang Enzi, Xian Su's worries eased quite a bit. Walking out of the room and looking up at the bright moon, he gradually calmed down inwardly. The heart is like a white cloud always at ease. The intention is like flowing water anything. Things have come to this point. Anxiety is useless. Instead of that, let it go and accept it graciously. Maybe it's just as much of an opportunity. Besides, senior brother Xian Ming is old and wise. Xuanqiu believed that he would be able to solve this matter, and he only needed to cooperate fully. I also believe Xian Yang can bring back good news. Fengyang County, north of the city, in an ordinary mansion, two silhouettes sat and stood. One could not see his figure and was surrounded by a mist, the other was a stooped old man dressed in sackcloth. The latter's face was respectful as he reported back. My lord, my subordinates have already spread the news as you instructed. I think that old Taoist Xian Ming has already spread his fame in the county just like Chang Enzi. I think it won't be long before someone comes to the door to challenge him. The old man sighed. Unfortunately, Chu Dong's strength is too strong. He even killed the two killers of the Whisker House with his own strength. Chu Yunfei is still alive. It is my subordinate's negligence. I ask the Lord to condemn him. The old man knelt and asked for instructions. The Whisker House has always been immortal. If the Lord wants to continue to want Chu Yunfei's life, my subordinate will contact the Whisker House. I'm sure that they will act soon and will definitely allow the Lord to get what he wants. The man in the mist was silent. The quieter it got, the more frightened the old man became, bowing and crouching, his body trembling slightly. I don't know how long it took, but a voice came from the fog. The tone was flat. The voice was neither gloomy nor hoarse. It was featureless and plain, but it made the old man's body tremble. Forget it. After this, Chu Yunfei will surely be properly protected by the Chu clan, and since he came back alive, there is little point in killing him again, but instead, it will be easy to startle the snakes. You will sweep up the traces tomorrow, move to the south of the city, and resettle, lest they follow the trail and find this place. The old man bowed and said yes. My subordinate will turn around and contact Whisker House to revoke the order to pursue Chu Yunfei. At that moment, the man in the mist spoke again. There's no need to revoke it, just to change the target and execute old Taoist Xian Ming and Chang Enzi of the truth-seeking one. To be able to defeat Chu Yunfei, I suspect that the seeking truth concept has another inheritance. Old man Xian Ming is very likely to have built a superior Dao foundation, and that Chang Enzi is a disciple of Xian Knight. If the two don't die, it's hard for me to have peace of mind. Once the past is revealed, you and I will be in a dangerous situation. Have Whisker House decapitate old man Xian Ming as soon as possible. I wish to hear the news of his death as soon as possible. The old man led the way and asked, so what's the need for cudgels? The man in the mist spoke. Naturally, I need to. Holding out in the open and assassinating in the dark is the only way to ensure that nothing goes wrong, so that this old Taoist will go to be a companion to Xian Knight as soon as possible. The old man understood. My subordinates will be sure to share the Lord's worries. Ugh! When the man in the fog left, the old man spit mouthfuls of spit on the wooden chair he was sitting on, and waved his sleeve to build a fire, burning the wooden chair in disgust. He then walked out of the compound and quickly turned to another mansion, bowing to the cloth-clad woman who was weaving. Enlightened protector, both fish have completely bitten. Chapter 44, The Order of the Pacific. I have a predecessor. Wait for the old man to give an account of the arrangements for the man in the mist. The woman with only a plain hairpin and an ordinary face paused her weaving. Her thin lips gently opened, and commanded, just do what he says. The crazier it gets, the easier it is to show. Thinking of something else, the woman asked, the Chu family has already found out? The old man returned, yes, recently, the Chu family has sent quite a few scouts to guard the vicinity of the Wang family.
And there is even a Chu family Jindan realm elder who is personally keeping an eye on Wang Shang, and has just followed him all the way to the north of the city, hiding outside the courtyard. I think Chu has already found out that he's the one behind the scheme, and it's estimated that the two families will soon erupt into conflict. The woman hooked her lips. It seems that Chu has smart people. You think of ways to add fire to the two families. If necessary, you can let Wang Sheng die in the hands of the Chu clan. I want to make Fengyang County chaotic. Only with great chaos will I, the Taiping sect, have a chance to build up strength as soon as possible and infiltrate the families and great clans, laying the groundwork for the uprising 10 years from now. With a beat of her voice, the woman thought for a moment and continued. As for old Taoist Qian Ming, the enemy of an enemy is a friend. Think of ways to remind him. Since the truth-seeking observatory guessed that Wang Shang was behind the calculations, it would deliver the evidence and incidentally let it know that Xianye's death was related to Wang Shang. Let Chang and Zi also know about this matter. Young people are impulsive, and in the heat of the moment they are bound to do many interesting things. At that time, if we push the envelope, this Fengyang County will definitely become more chaotic, which will be beneficial to this seat's cultivation and to the Taiping sect. Protector, don't worry. The conversation between my subordinate and that Wang clan son just now should have been heard by that Jindan of the Chu clan, and it is estimated that the news will soon reach old Taoist Qian Ming's ears. The other matters are also wrapped up in my subordinates, and I will bow to the divine sect to the end of my days. The old man didn't stay long. Got the order to leave quickly. Inside the house, the woman got up and walked to the door. She raised her head to look out in the direction of Floating Cloud Mountain, her gaze complex, and only after a long time did she faintly say, "Elder brother, you said that the seeking truth concept is just a small Taoist vein on one side, mediocre and unpredictable, and easily won't get involved in the whirlpool. You said that you wished Changning to live a carefree life, safe and joyful, and to stay at home on Floating Cloud Mountain to end her days. But times have changed, and the truth seeker's view is not what it used to be, and it's about to take off. So I'm afraid you're going to have to go against your wishes. Today, for your sake, I'll help seeking truth view, and I hope that after you break the seal, you won't be too grateful to little sister." The words are at the end. The corners of the woman's mouth turned up in a playful smile, a flash of cunning in a pair of bland eyes. Great chaos leads to great governance, and great brokenness leads to greatness. The new order builds on the old, and lofty buildings rise from the ruins. Since the truth seeker's view has entered the chessboard, how can we stay out of it? The more chaotic this Fengyang County is, the better. The following day, the sun rises. The Seeking Truth audience Taoist went out of the Immortal Forest Pavilion and headed straight to the Potentate's heavenly palace, just like the other Taoist veins. It was also the day that many people set off and left the city to rush to Floating Cloud Mountain to challenge old Taoist Qianming. Some people wanted to see if he had real talent. Some people wanted to see if he lived up to his name. Some people wanted to join in the fun. And some people had a lucky feeling that old Taoist Qianming might be injured and wanted to pick up the pieces so that they could become famous in one fell swoop. Some people even speculated that the Seeking Truth contemplation had superior foundation building methods and superior Taoist methods. Otherwise, would old Taoist Qianming be able to defeat Chu Yunfei? And gave birth to greed, wanting to see if he could take advantage of the fact that someone was inviting them to battle to sneak into the Seeking Truth contemplation to seek for treasures. However, these people stopped at the city gates. Some turned towards the Chu mansion. Some turned back to their homes. Some went into the restaurants to drink. And some went into the Potentate's palace to watch the Daoyuan fest. All because the Chu house is one step ahead of them. Set up a notice at the entrance of the city. Want to pick Seeking Truth? First to the Chu gate. Want to fight Qianming? First to receive the domineering fist. Choose Yunfei. Waiting for you to come to fight. It's very middle of the road and very bossy. It has succeeded in provoking anger and wariness in some young people, and it has also deterred some people from laying down their heads. There are still parts of the population where speculation continues. Some people thought that the truth-seeking Guan had defected to the Chu clan, while others thought that the truth-seeking Guan was only joining forces with the Chu clan, and that there was no need to sacrifice the reputation of their own heavenly pride if they were defecting. Some people thought that Qianming Lai Dao had built a superior Taoist foundation, and that Chu was eyeing him and wanted to invest in him in advance. Some people thought that Chu Yunfei might have had a bet before he fought with Qianming Elder Dao, and that Qianming Elder Dao won, and that Chu Yunfei was willing to accept the loss of the bet and voluntarily blocked for seeking intuition. Various arguments abound and are contentious. At noon, the county was more lively because of this event. Chu Yunfei was really fighting. He punches one and picks off all the challengers. True for the truth-seeking view out of the head. After injuring the last challenger, Chu Yunfei stood in front of the door with a wide smile. He has already from the Immortal Forest Hall in the Taoist mouth to inquire clearly. Qianming real person prefer purity. He knows the grace to repay. since cannot let these earth chicken wagging dog disturb the real person purity. Xian Yang didn't care about that. He hurried to the truth seeker's view. Hidden Dao Peak, Hidden Scripture Pavilion. Regarding Xian Yang's intention to come, Xian Ming knew exactly and knew that he was concerned about himself. Relieved, he raised his hand to pour a cup of tea for Xian Yang and said in a warm voice, "It's been a long journey. Senior brother has worked hard." "Thank you, senior." Xian Yang took the teacup and slowly moistened his throat. Despite his worries, when he walked into the hidden scriptures, all panic temporarily dissipated. The place where Sifu is located always has a special power to make people involuntarily stabilize their minds, as if all anxieties can be soothed and all problems can be solved. At the end of a tea, Xian Tong and Xian Yu, who received Xian Ming's voice transmission, happened to arrive, and Xian Yang could no longer hold back, and told the matter of Fengyang County one by one. Crazy news. The situation of the truth-seeking view, Naganoko's rise to fame, discipleship. When he finished, Xian Ming served another tea. Xian Yang's heart was bitter, but he didn't dare to refuse, so he could only take the tea and continue to sip it slowly and bitterly. While waiting for his senior brother to make up his mind, Xian Ming raised his eyebrows. Chang Enzi's victory in the defense Dao Pass was unexpected. Chu Yunfei helping himself to block a group of challengers was equally surprising to him. Only Xian Ming did not open his mouth immediately, but instead looked at Xian Tong. The latter understood and paired up with Xian Yu, one main speaker and the other supplementing, to speak about Chu Yunfei's challenge to Xian Ming. Only when Xian Yang finished understanding the details did Xian Ming say, "From the time Chang Enzi participated in the Dao Yuan assembly and Chu Yunfei entered the seeking truth concept to challenge him, the matter of the superior foundation establishment method could not be concealed for long. It's a blessing that can't be avoided. My seeking truth concept may have to go through this calamity before I can break out of my cocoon into a butterfly and be promoted to a great Taoist sect." Seeing that the three Taoist Xiantongs were worried, Xian Ming said, "There is no need to worry too much about this matter. My seeking truth concept is not as simple as it seems. As long as the Jindan real person doesn't make a move, the poor Taoist has no fear. As for the Jindan real person," he paused and continued, "these existences are mostly the possessors of the superior Tao foundation, and most of them will not make a move. If there is really an exception, the poor Taoist will ask a senior to make a move. As long as I shock the Jindan, my seeking truth view will be considered to have survived this calamity, and the time will surely come." Xian Tong was stunned and Xian Yu was surprised. Xian Yang was curious and came to ask directly, "Senior brother, when did my seeking truth concept come to have elders?" Lightly sipping a mouthful of tea, Xian Ming's tone was unhurried as he solved the confusion. "This senior is an uncle of the poor Taoist, and an old acquaintance of the ancestor. 2 years ago, not long after the poor Taoist was initiated, he came to Floating Cloud Mountain and has been living here in seclusion, teaching me intensely. This is also one of the reasons why the poor Taoist accomplished a real person in only 2 years. It's just that his old man doesn't like to be disturbed, and that's why he didn't let you and the others know about it." Chapter 45, Beware of Insiders. Insights from the Golden Elixir. Xian Tong was surprised. Xian Yu was surprised. Xian Yang grinned. The biography of the previous head teacher is detailed in the Seeking Truth Quan's canonical records. His parents died. He lived with other relatives. He was separated during the disaster year, and was saved by his ancestor before he was put under his door. The fact that senior Xian Ming had an uncle who had achieved Jindan reality was unexpected but reasonable. Each person has his own karmic law. Perhaps this uncle had had a great creation and had come to Floating Cloud Mountain to look for his family after he had accomplished his cultivation. There is no shortage of such legends in Taoist history. No wonder senior brother's refinement is so rapid. So it's because he has seniors to help him. Since senior brother has a bottom in his heart, senior brother is relieved. Senior brother Xuanqiu is still waiting for my reply, so I'll set off and return to Fengyang County. Xian Yang winded, raised his steps to leave. Was Xian Ming pressed on his shoulder? Senior brother running around for half a day. Should have a good rest. Tomorrow before leaving is not too late. Xian Yang listened to the advice and agreed to sit down again. Xian Ming collected his hands and thought for a moment. Only Xian Tong and Xian Yu, the two senior brothers, were present during the match between Lao Dao and Chu Xiaoyu, and after Chu Xiaoyu came down the mountain, no outsiders have seen Poverty Road again. The news of the old Taoist's achievement as a real person should not have been spread yet. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been so many essence practicing realm challengers. Little friend Chu will not publicize the results of this battle, and in order to avoid the Whisker House assassins from continuing to assassinate, I'm afraid that he will stay at home and not come out. In which case, it's highly likely that there's something wrong with my seeking truth view. Of course, it's also possible that the old man guessed wrong. Tomorrow, I'd like to thank senior brother Xian Yu for accompanying senior brother Xian Yang to Sun County to make a trip to the Chu family and probe for clarity. Xian Tong instantly understood and his face sank. Xian Yu was equally serious,
and Xian Yang slapped the table in shock.
They all heard the words.
Either senior brother guessed wrongly and the news leaked from Chu,
or there is a mole in the truth-seeking one.
The result of the contest can be seen in the state of the elder brother.
Good condition indicates a win. Poor condition indicates failure or a tie.
Of course, this was all speculation, and exactly which was the case could only be determined after questioning the Chu family.
But it's time to get ready.
Seeing the senior brother burying his head in the scriptures again, Xian Yang left one after another with Xian Tong and Xian Yu. The three men parted after a short catch-up.
Xian Yang went to look for the deer, fearing that she had forgotten her master. Xian Tong and Xian Yu, on the other hand, went to work on the inner ghost.
Those who have been on the hidden Dao Peak in the last 2 days are objects of suspicion and should be secretly investigated.
Sitting by the window, reading the Taoist book for an hour, Xian Ming looked at the verdant mountain scenery from afar,
his thoughts surging.
Uncle Joe. Naturally, he made it up. On the surface,
he was only a superior Dao Foundation possessor,
and after achieving the great circumstance realist,
his strength was equivalent to that of an innate realm realist. If one wanted to resist the pressure of a Jindan real person without exposing the foundation of the mixed Yuan Dao, one would need to fabricate a character.
In this way,
a lot of things that were not on his side could be solved through his uncle.
The piker is not guilty of a crime.
Despite deceiving the crowd of senior brothers, the hybrid Dioji was too shocking, and before he had absolute strength, he could only temporarily be unable to do right by them,
and he didn't want to test humanity with this. Early the next morning, Xian Yang and Xian Yu descended the mountain. Before leaving,
Xian Ming informs Xian Yang that he can tell Xian Yin and Xian Su about his achievement of being a real person.
As for Xian Kong, wait a little longer.
Who let his mouth go too fast? The morning sun does not go out, but the evening sun travels 1,000 miles.
In the evening, Xian Yu returned and brought Xian Tong straight up to the hidden Dao Peak, inside the questioning courtyard. To Xian Yu's return,
Xian Ming was not surprised.
The three Taoists sat around the table. Between the tea aroma, Xian Yu said, "Senior brother, as you expected, after Chu Jusher returned to his home, he didn't go out again,
and didn't disclose the news to anyone outside of the Chu family head before the news spread, and the Chu family head didn't disclose the news to the outside world either."
When these words came out, the three Taoists looked serious. This suggests that it is the truth-seeking view that is internally faulty.
Old Tao is not good at this, so I'll leave this matter to the two senior brothers. Xian Ming opened his mouth.
There is a sequence of hearings, and there are specialties.
He had confidence in Xian Tong and Xian Yu.
One is good at sorting out relationships,
and one is in charge of the law enforcement hall, and with each other's cooperation, they will definitely be able to uncover the mole.
After discussing the specific details, this matter is over.
Xian Ming originally wanted to let Xian Yu go back to rest early.
Unexpectedly he took out a ruby bag from his sleeve. Different from the Seeking Truth Guan system, placing the items on the tabletop, Xian Yu explained, "Senior brother, this is a thank you gift given by the Chu clan for senior brother's saving of Chu Jusher's life. I wanted to wait for my brother to show the identity of the real person to send, but I do not know when I can wait. I am afraid of delaying the cultivation of my brother, and I am afraid of rashly sending gifts to cause suspicion. Coincidentally, the poor Taoist door. So I borrowed my hand to bring back. I hope to help my brother's cultivation. In the future, the Chu family master will definitely come with his son and personally pay his respects. This time, I have to thank you, senior brother." After thanking him,
Xian Ming glanced at the Rui capsule and didn't rush to check it until he had finished his cup of tea. Then he opened the Rui capsule. The interior is as big as 3 horse-drawn carriages. A part of it was spiritual medicine and spiritual materials and other heavenly treasures, which were the most numerous. A part of the 500 hand-copied orphan Taoist scriptures can greatly enrich the collection of the Tibetan scriptures. The third part is 3 volumes of jade slips, which seem to be the least in number, but are actually the most precious, and are actually 3 chi practicing tips. 1 volume was gifted on behalf of the Chu clan, covering the 3 levels of the Great Circumstance, returning to the innate sky and condensing Golden Dan. 1 volume was a private gift from Chu Dong, and was actually the chi practicing insights of a De Zhou Tian realm real person from the Taoist sect. 1 volume was a gift from the Chu family head in his capacity as a father, and it was the chi practicing insights of an innate realm real person from the Taoist sect. Seeing this, Xian Ming laughed openly. What a spirited Chu family master. These 3 volumes of jade slips were definitely heavy gifts of sincerity. Even if it was placed in a family such as the Chu family, it was the bottom of the barrel, although it is transcribed like, but still precious, especially for the truth-seeking view that has never had a real person. It is something that can be passed on, and at once the bottom line is greatly increased. To Xian Ming, who was eager to learn more about the mysteries of the chi practicing realm,
It was like sending charcoal in the snow, and like sweet rain in a long drought.
After Xiantong and Xianyu knew the contents of the 3 books of jade slips, they were equally excited and bluntly said that Chu was atmospheric. Xian Ming is not a stingy person. Moreover, he knows that he and the Seeking Truth View are connected by the same spirit. After leaving the jade slip and part of the resources, he gave the remaining things to Xiantong, and ordered him to register it in the warehouse.
Thank you, senior brother.
Xiantong and Xianyu bowed their heads in thanks. This is the thing Chu named for his senior brother. Even if senior brother Xian Ming didn't take it out, it didn't matter, but he took out part of it to give back to the division. This broad-mindedness moved them with admiration. After sending off the 2 senior brothers, Xian Ming stared at the jade slip in contemplation,
and a moment later, he waved his brush and ink, penning down 2 words, bottom line. Then the waving continued. A tree is born from the end of a thread, and a 9-tiered platform is built from the soil. Big sacrifices, big gains, small sacrifices, small gains. Together, we'll benefit, but together, we'll lose. Everything is in the hands of people. Do not say that everything is fate, the situation is created by the heart. Step back naturally wide.
Perhaps there is more than just killing and deterring that can be done to the selfsame superior building method.
After thinking it through,
Xian Ming's state of mind changed.
There was actually a hint of signs of refinement.
He stroked his beard and smiled, understanding that this method was the right way to go.
Chapter 46 Heaven and Earth are great medicines, and there is a way of truth and falsehood. The sun rises in the eastern Kuma and seems to come from the ground.
A large amount of purple chi surged out from a red line of heaven and earth,
sowing the great 1,000 universes,
and when it passed by the floating cloud mountain,
one of the clouds was pulled down,
like a long river diverging into a branch vein.
Hidden Dao Peak, questioning courtyard. The white-haired old Taoist sat cross-legged in the treetops.
A large number of purple gas from the nose into the turbid gas from the mouth out,
and in and out, an inhalation and an exhalation, long and powerful, own rhythm, as if heaven and earth breathing, natural exhalation. There are a few points of celestial sympathy of the wonderful.
Purple chi was unceasingly flowing,
dense into a purple mist,
surrounding Xian Ming's body.
At this moment,
he was like an immortal master clad in purple haze, with kind brows and a peaceful and dusty appearance. The old pine coiled under the seat, and then the fawn spat. There were also 2 Taoists sitting on the left and right sides, and 2 wisps of thin mist were separated from the purple clouds and absorbed by them.
One face is kind, one is not angry and powerful,
like a protector of the gods,
but also like a good and evil old boy.
It was Xiantong and Xianyu. Ever since he knew that Xian Ming had achieved Qi practicing real personality,
except for the morning when Xian Yang and Xianyu went down the mountain, Xiantong would pull Xianyu to appear punctually every morning and sit under the tree, meditating and concentrating to pull in the violet Qi.
With the Xian call said, Seeking Truth View rarely appear a real person, while the other brothers and sisters are not.
Since we want to be close to the water tower first moon, dip into the light of the senior brother, rub a blessing, help their own cultivation. When the others came back, elder brother would ironically kick them out and clear them alone, and they wouldn't have such a good chance. Opportunities come and go, and they are not to be missed. And it turns out that the 2 Taoists did get the benefit of cultivation with half the effort. Just 3 days, better than half a month of hard work. Half an hour later,
the purple cloud was Xian Ming swallowed all the refining.
Open your eyes instantly. The pupils are purple, deep purple gas surrounded.
Deduction of purple gas east to the Taoist image.
A few breaths before stopping. Back to normal. It's medicine that's poisonous. Medicinal supplements are not as good as dietary supplements. Food supplements are not as good as swallowing the world. After all, heaven and earth are the world's greatest elixir and most abundant spiritual food. The mixed elements in one breath technique feeds on the energy of the sun and the moon, the mechanism of yin and yang,
and seizes the creation from heaven and earth. It can replace some of the spiritual medicines and fruits,
and is safer, more effective,
and mildly nourishing.
Since his achievement of a real person,
the demand for energy and creation has increased greatly,
and every time he collects qi, the movement is not small. To the purple clouds and false moon,
Xian Ming has long been strange.
Because of this phenomenon, even things around him could benefit,
which was why he didn't reject Xiantong and Xianyu. When Xuanqiu and the others returned, this kind of benefit would disappear. He was used to good seclusion and disliked crowds.
Occasionally it's fine, often it's a bit annoying.
Of course, it wasn't that Xian Ming didn't use any spirit medicine at all. It was just that he had low cultivation in the past and had fewer needs. With the resources left by his father in this life, the resources of the truth seekers Guan and the resources sent by his elder sister every year,
it was completely enough for him to cultivate, even a slight surplus. Senior brother, we'll take our leave.
Xiantong and Xianyu bowed their heads, and Xian Ming returned the bow.
After the two Taoists left,
Xian Ming didn't head to the hidden scripture pavilion.
after using the morning food sent by Changning, he sat on the stone bench under the tree, picked up the jade slip, and continued to flip through it to savor it.
The 3 jade books sent by Chu were quite suitable for his heart, so of course Xian Ming had to seize the time to turn them to his own use, whether it is to observe the scriptures in the scripture pavilion,
to enjoy the scenery in the mountains, or to participate in the enlightenment. In the final analysis,
it is all for the purpose of cultivation.
Right now it's obvious that Tranfa is more urgent and heavier. However,
Xian Ming didn't just immerse himself in the jade slip insights.
In the afternoon,
he would take out the Yin Yang Foundation building chapter to observe and change his brain while simplifying it some more.
Later that evening, 500 scriptures were rolled into the scripture pavilion. The Tao collection is part of the Tao lineage inheritance. The richer the Taoist collection, the deeper the depth.
Many of the wonderful methods of the Taoist sect came from the enlightenment of the Tao collection.
Therefore, all the big and small Taoist priests are joyful.
Xian Ming only went up to the second floor to take a look after the scriptures were organized, stroked his whiskers with a smile,
nodded in satisfaction,
and returned to his residence.
The book is in the scripture cabinet. Quiet display.
Exudes the fragrance of the book.
Will not be lost. Will not grow feet to run away.
There will be plenty of time to flip through the enlightenment. He did not have to rush. The result of being too eager,
of wanting both,
of not being able to distinguish between priorities.
Is that what goes around comes around? And the labor is not productive.
At the questioning courtyard, Xian Ming continued to bury his head and savor the insights.
The location shifted from under a tree to a hut,
switching from a stone table to a wooden case with 4 volumes of jade slips on the desk.
1 volume is from Chu.
1 volume was left by the 4-elephant man. 1 volume was a private gift from Trudan. 1 volume is a personal gift from the Chu family head.
Xian Ming's mind exploded with inspiration as he took a glance. Cultivation cannot be closed, and a family's words should not be trusted.
Xian Ming read the cultivation insights of the 4 families, comparing and corroborating each other,
refining and supplementing each other, removing the wheat from the chaff and keeping the chaff,
starting from the 4 perspectives, increasing the depth and breadth of his own cognition of the Qi cultivation realm, enriching his theoretical reserves in this realm, and deepening his own Kung Fu creation underpinnings.
In external affairs,
Xian Ming is very afraid of trouble, but in cultivation, he has never been afraid of trouble, but rather afraid of not trouble. The only way to cultivate with half the effort is to strive for excellence and meticulousness.
To reject the mundane is to be clear. Accepting trouble is purity.
These 2 points were always clearly distinguished by Zhenmin. Other than taking an hour out in the afternoon to simplify the Yin Yang Foundation building chapter, he spent the rest of his time comprehending the jade slip insights, reading the words and phrases in them, and savoring them with his heart.
Xian Ming was fully concentrated and immersed,
occasionally frowning in thought,
occasionally stretching his brow, occasionally flicking his fingers on the table,
occasionally taking out a blank jade slip and writing down the inspiration that appeared at first sight,
occasionally freeing up a hand and unconsciously pinching the trick to evolve and simulate, unaware of the passage of time, unaware of the passage of time.
It wasn't until the 3rd hour that he drifted back to his senses. Raising his head to look up at the celestial dome of the sign moon, Xian Ming waved his sleeve to put away the jade slip, got up to move his muscles and bones,
stepped out of the hut, tapped his toes, landed on the treetops, and exhaled to the moon. Bright moonlight poured down. He sat in the imaginary moon,
carrying the circumference of the sky,
breathing with the heaven and earth. The Taoist rhythm is subtle.
The breath drooped. The pale old pine gave birth to more branches and leaves. The grass and trees in the courtyard grew rapidly, and there was a ganoderma on the wall that slowly sprouted.
Woohoo!
The fawn jumps for joy,
looking up to swallow the moon for a while, looking down to taste a few mouthfuls of grass,
either sniffing the flowers,
sneezing, and amusing itself by adding a touch of spirited life to the yard. Half an hour later,
Xian Ming returned to the cottage,
the right hand bending the knee, head pillow and lie down, lying on the side of the sleep, an inhalation and an exhalation,
heaven and earth spirit together and down,
into the nose and mouth,
nourish the lungs and internal organs,
strengthen the muscles and bones,
and increase the magic power. His God breath was in harmony. His mind breath was in harmony. His body was loose and his brain was quiet. His expression was comfortable, and his demeanor was serene.
Since its achievement of real people, practice has been closely integrated with life. Up and down,
sitting and lying are all practice. Sleep practice to a new level.
The shape of sleep, the body for the static, the intention to move, the virtual and real have the way.
The movement of both static and more in line with nature, such as the water flow of the flowers,
the flavor of heaven. Because of this, Xian Ming's daily use of his brain was even greater, even more exhausting,
and his concentration on projecting was so great that he was refreshed on the 2nd day.
Go through the tips and draw wisdom. Comprehending metaphysics and reasoning about simulation. Touchdown and record inspiration.
In addition to the daily practice of vomiting and simplifying the foundation building chapter.
For 3 days in a row, Xian Ming was only busy with the creation of his power, staying in the courtyard, with nothing outside of his mind, not listening to the affairs of the red dust and ignoring the people in the mountains, and gradually entering into a marvelous state of intoxication and gradual insanity. The body's breath was gradually arcane and obscure, but it was Shen Tong and Xian Yu who felt the changes. Every day after rubbing the sunrise purple qi, they did not disturb, bowed and saluted and then left, fearing to disturb the enlightenment of Xian Ming's senior brother. Even the work of delivering food was temporarily taken over by them, fearing that Chang Ning's young and unaware of the matter, affecting the enlightenment of the senior brother. Late at night on the 4th day, Xian Ming had just put down the jade slip and rubbed his brow to end today's enlightenment, and was about to collect the Taiyin moonflower as he had always done, when he suddenly frowned and looked out of the mountain. Chapter 47, Master Shinkong. You must build up your moral character. Early the next morning, the light of day broke. The people left Floyd County and went their separate ways. Word is really spreading from this. The truth-seeking view is famous. Although it has not yet been verified and validated by the divine dynasty, all parties have privately begun to regard it as a great sect of the Tao. Even the great families of the world are no exception. Fengyang County, the south of the city, ordinary houses. The old man was suffering again, spitting blood. To be in the fog left. A message spread, said the truth-seeking view is too heavy-hearted, hostile too much, no Taoist compassionate meteorology. Secular people have mixed views on this. Most of the Taoists laughed without saying a word. Potentate's Palace. The stands are on 3 levels. The first tier was small forces and casual cultivators. The second level was the worldly families and great clans with the strong casual cultivators. The third level belonged solely to the 3 big brothers of the sun, moon and star. The truth-seeking viewing platform was elevated, and although it was still located on the first level, it was positioned 1 step above the other viewing platforms. In this regard, Xuanqiu and the others were surprised but felt normal. After they left Xianlin Hall early in the morning, they likewise received the news, and the big and small Taoist priests were overjoyed. I didn't expect that senior to be this strong. When one man gets a government position, he gets a government position. If the seeking truth concept had only one ordinary real person, there would be other requirements if they wanted to be promoted to the ranks of the great Taoist sects. But now that seeking truth has produced a Jindan real person, it is a different story and needs to be handled with special care. When the Dao Yuan assembly was over and the Heaven and Earth Academy was freed up, after verifying the information of the truth-seeking Guan and determining that there were no traces of a cult, they could be promoted to the grand sect, and their status could be raised to a higher level. Sitting on the stands, as the head teacher of the Xuanqiu mood is the most complex, the thought of seeking truth view thirst for 100 years is about to be realized. He will be excited. At this moment, in addition to feeling unreal, he felt a little more grateful to that senior high-ranking person whom he had never met before. With this in mind, Xian Su looked up to the second level. There were 4 stands that were empty, where the 4 great Taoist clans such as the Mountain-Dwelling Observatory were located. Now that they had failed to steal the chicken, they no longer had the face to attend the Dao Yuan conference. Others look here with different minds. Some people lamented and thought the 4 real people were too stupid. Some people sneered and felt that the 4 real people were too stupid. Some people sympathize and share the feeling that the 4 real people are too stupid. How other people's minds, Xuanqiu do not know and have no intention to explore. Collect good emotions. He smiled at the competition below. Cultivating the 100 arts takes more effort and dedication. For example, alchemy and weapon refining cannot be achieved overnight, and it takes several days to condense the Dan and form the weapon. Each person's choice is different. The length of time varies. In order to take care of the examiners, the Heaven and Earth Academy balanced the time of all parties and adjusted the time to 7 days. Today happens to be the last day. When the sun set in the west and the examination was over, the cultivation of immortality 100 arts level finally came to a close with a result. Although the seeking truth view was not as stunning as last time, the results were equally good, with 2 of the 10 disciples breaking into the top 100, namely Chang Qingzi and Chang Enzi. Xian Yang was good at refining weapons. Chang Qingzi was his disciple, and his refining attainments were not low, relying on this to rank in the 90th place. Chang Enzi, on the other hand, drew charms and ranked 15th. Although not the top, but the gold content was equally not low. Hearing his own ranking, Chang Enzi ignored the different gazes of the crowd, and in his heart, he was even more grateful to Master Xian Ming. Before his uncle did not enter the Tao, often with candles at night to watch the Taoist scriptures, morning and night sleep and food. For the sake of his uncle's body and bones, he racked his brains, but always very little effect.
It was only when he was able to get his way and accompany him to observe the scriptures and practice calligraphy that the situation turned for the better.
5 years of lettering practice and dedication.
He unknowingly bottomed out.
Characters are interlinked. All changes are not different. Chang'anzi touches the same kind of understanding. Rune Road progress fast.
Especially after making up his mind to participate in the Daoyuan conference, he would squeeze out time after practicing to enlighten himself on the Rune Dao.
After the breakthrough,
there was even more time to refine the talismanic arts, coupled with the attentive guidance of the senior uncle, which enabled him to stand out.
Argumentative quester. 15th in the 100 arts of cultivation.
As long as he breaks into the top 10 in his own martial arts exam again,
achieving the top 10 of the Daoyuan assembly should not be difficult. Floating Cloud Mountain. Seeking the truth view. The forces behind the three great Zhou heavenly realities came quickly. The Earth Spirit view,
mountain-dwelling view and clear wind view. Each surviving real person did not stop on their way to visit in person. Even if only Xiantong received them throughout the whole process, the three real people did not dare to pick on them, and they were very capable of finding their place, and their attitude was always kind. Xiantong did not polite, the whole smile, but the words make the three real people heartache. From the three parties of the power hard to melt the three fasting.
When the latter left with an ugly smile,
Xiantong turned around and headed to the hidden Dao Peak, because Xian Ming remained focused on enlightenment. Immersed in that special state, Xiantong did not disturb him much, put down the object in his hand, said the result briefly and concisely, and left with his bow. Half a cup of tea later, inside the courtyard of inquiry, sending the gleeful cheap senior brother to leave, and then looking at the table in front of the 6 books of jade briefs, Xian Ming lightly stroked his beard and smiled with his eyebrows. There are specialties in the arts, and it's true as it is. It was indeed right to leave things to senior brother Xiantong, not only to ask for a large number of resources, but also to come to 6 chi practicing tips, 2 copies each, to know, counting the 3 dead real people. These 3 Taoist sects are only 2 real people each, is considered to be pulled out part of their heritage, even if it is only the great circumference of the realm of the insights, but also precious, enough to let the truth-seeking view of the heritage greatly increased, to a certain extent, to make up for the practice of chi level of inheritance shortboard. If you do not take into account the other, just look at the practice of chi insights and real people's reasoning, compared to the general Taoist sects are stronger than a chip. These 6 books of insights would also allow Xian Ming to better compare the words of the various schools, to see the big picture in a small way, to see the small picture, to learn the essence of the wisdom of the various schools of chi practicing, to learn from their strengths and make up for their weaknesses, and to deepen his level of knowledge of the chi practicing realm. If the clouds are thick, the rain will be fierce. If the bow is strong, the arrows will be far away. The more he did, the more certain he was in creating his work. Slightly emotional, Xian Ming did not hurry to flip through, continue to bury his head in the hands of the 3 books of insights, intends to eat through the understanding of these, and then check the other 6 books, with their own view of what they think and think of the corroboration. Seeking enlightenment is very different from solving troubles. The latter is about quick and easy work, while the former is about slow and careful work. From shallow to deep, step by step. If you want to go fast, you can't go fast enough. If you go fast, you can only die. Slowness is a form of wisdom and a practice. Precipitate oneself, adjust the mind, keep the rhythm, think, combine work and rest, all in the slow line, all from the slow. Seeing the Xian enlightenment, Xian Ming had been patient and meticulous. As for the Jindan realm Hai Tianjinren originating from the Hanging One, he is not in a hurry. A good meal is not afraid of being late. When it is time to appear, it will appear. If you really play deaf and dumb, there's no harm in that. It is not unreported. The time has not yet come. When the time was right, Xian Ming would come to his door to ask for it. Under the hidden Dao Peak, thinking about entertaining the 3 real people today, and looking at the sky from afar with a splash of remaining red, Xiantong was in a good mood. It turns out that real people aren't that scary. Once upon a time, he thought that the real person was high above the world, proud and strong-boned, and would rather die than give in, with a world-class style. Nowadays, it is realized that real people also bow their heads, judge the situation and smile. Those who can bend and stretch can also become real people. Before he met, Xiantong had wanted to fox and tiger. After meeting, he suddenly felt tasteless. At this moment, he figured out a lot of truth, breaking the inherent cognition, shattering the fear in his heart, sublimation of the state of mind. The flow of mana is smoother, as if he saw the hope of perfecting the foundation of the Tao, and saw the threshold of practicing Qi. Feeling the changes in himself, Xiantong was overjoyed. When he overthrew the Chen family, he broke his heart, was instructed by Xian Ming and Xian Yin, 2 senior brothers, went back to comb his heart and mind,
comprehended the yin and yang foundation building chapter, and was able to practice his essence to perfection. This time it was he who broke through on his own, lifted the clouds and fog, and his mind went up to a higher level, glimpsing another landscape. In the questioning courtyard, inside the cottage, in front of the table, Xian Ming felt something in his heart, looked up at the peak, stroked his beard and smiled. What a great way to set your heart and mind on the right path, and return to the truth with quiet determination. Perhaps next year, the truth seeker's view will have one more real person. He was not surprised by Xian Tong's clear mind. Although intelligent people are prone to take the bull by the horns, this is precisely a sign that they are close to the way, seeking wisdom in the extremes to find the way. If you can't realize it, it's like falling into an abyss, getting deeper and deeper. When one realizes this, one's mind is clear and one can see the true self. Xian Tong glimpsed a corner of the great scenery by his own power, and Xian Ming was pleased. A monofilament does not make a thread, and a single tree does not make a forest. The truth-seeking Quan is the truth-seeking Quan of all the Taoists, not the truth-seeking Quan of him alone. He can temporarily hold up a piece of sky for them, but in the end, it is up to everyone to stand up together. Only in this way, the truth-seeking view can be inherited forever, and will not be short-lived after being ranked among the great Taoist sects. It is not spring when one flower blooms alone, but when 100 flowers bloom together. Spring fills the garden. Retracting his gaze, Xian Ming continued his enlightenment. If his senior brother was working hard, how could he slack off? Chapter 48, The Way to Heaven and Earth Beyond the Tangible. Thoughts into the wind and cloud of change. The weather is much more changeable in late summer, with clear skies in the morning and lightning in the afternoon. Fierce winds and black clouds, the sound of rain in the forest, gusts of wind swaying the grass and trees, dense rain muddy mountainous terrain. Xian Ming, in a rare moment when he didn't participate in the qi practicing insights, sat on the top of the mountain, his white hair fluttering, letting the wind blow and the rain shower him, and realizing nature from a close distance. With the index and middle fingers together and the sword finger slightly rotating upwards, the mahogany sword placed across the knee buzzed and turned into streams of light, rushing straight up into the sky, placing itself deep in the thunderclouds and continuing to be tempered by wind and lightning. Xian Ming waved his hand again, and the duster in his hand was similarly thrown into the thundercloud to receive the thunder quenching, mainly quenching the jujube wood handle, and then slowly conducting to the 3,000 silver wires, which were relatively gentle. To do a good job, you must first make a good tool. Although he disliked fighting and hoped that he could always cultivate in tranquility, the way of heaven was unpredictable and could never be as good as he wanted it to be. Some things can't be avoided just because you want to. In this way, Xian Ming's self hoped that the stronger the protective treasure the better, so that he could protect others, himself and the Tao. Settle the mahogany sword in duster. Xian Ming also took out the size of 2 iron balls, originally Chen's inheritance of the golden sword, washed and refined by him with the power of the mixed yuan, and borrowed the power of the thunder to return to the original. The same was thrown into the thundercloud by it, and for this piece of yin-yang iron, Xian Ming already had plans in his mind. After doing so, he concentrated on blowing the wind and watching the rain and listening to the thunder. Unlike in the past, this time Xian Ming closed his eyes, and he had moved from the surface into the interior with his enlightenment of the thunderstorm. Spiritual senses flowed like water, replacing the fleshly eyes and ears. Observing the lightning and thunder, wind and rain within 300 miles, watch the dark clouds tumble and change, watch the water tumble and rise and fall, see the air currents of heaven and earth transform, and see the grasses and trees fall and rise. Through his spiritual sense, Xian Ming perceived more. Air currents are strong and weak into winds, and temperatures are cold and warm to gather rain. Yin and yang collide to give birth to thunder, and Qianquan intertwine to generate electricity. Essentially it is a massive qi running naturally, creating and transforming based on laws. This law is the Tao. The evolution of the gas is the reason. Wind, rain, thunder and lightning is the external image, is the reason to realize the carrier. The thunder and lightning flashes became more and more intense. A violent storm ravaged the mountains. On the top of the mountain, Xian Ming Xian gradually into a better state, the body of the Taoist rhythm from light to thin, 3 feet around, heaven and earth sympathetic, automatically evolved the scene of thunder and lightning. Rain gathering and falling. Heartwash Peak. On top of the mountain, the square-faced Xian Yu was likewise listening to the thunder. Unlike Xian Ming who comprehended the reasoning behind the transformation of wind, rain, thunder and lightning, the 4 elements of weather, he only took one thunder. Sedate and guard your mind and listen intently to the thunder. Listen to the sound of thunder and the sound of thunder, and watch the light of thunder and the shape of thunder. This most serious Taoist of the truth-seeker's view had a focused gaze and a pious expression, as if he was on a pilgrimage to the Tao. On the blessed peak,
Xian also sat cross-legged on the top of the mountain.
The difference is that he only watches the rain. Look up and see the rain falling. Look down and see the rain.
The rain falls on the mountains and nourishes everything, but washes away the earth and dust and rocks as it gathers into rivers,
nourishing the earth and destroying it.
But it does not flow in all directions, but flows according to the situation.
Looking down, with a firm heart, good and evil, black and white inclusive.
Xian had a new realization of the way of knowledge and observance.
For about an hour, the clouds cleared. The mahogany sword, the duster and the yin and yang iron are each in their place.
The 3-foot vision returns to nothingness. Xian Yu and Xian ended their cultivation,
each gaining something.
Only Xian Ming remained awake. The thunderstorm washed away the dust.
The mountains and forests were cool and clear,
and the spiritual sense flowed through them,
bringing him a different feeling. The heavens and the earth are new,
and the dry heavens and the earth are clear.
Quite a bit of renewal after a thunderstorm. He enters another realm of wonders. In the airflow before and after the thunderstorm, between the rise and fall of the opening and closing, feel the sky and the earth breathing. The gas rises for the exhale. The gas sinks for the inhalation.
Between the breath there is a great theory, a great scenery, a great creation. If heaven and earth are compared to human beings,
mountains are the bones and limbs,
rivers are the blood and meridians, the earth is the life,
and the firmament is the nature. A thunderstorm is a breath is a baptism. Gas flows between the life, lifting and lowering, opening and closing in natural harmony, traveling throughout the body, washing the internal organs, meridians, limbs, and all the orifices Chuan Lu, circulating, endless,
to meet the gas needed for each organ.
This cycle is a circle of circumference.
A thunderstorm is a portage.
A carry is a cycle.
Form a closed loop. Tao gives birth to all things. Heaven and earth are the greatest of all things. And man is the spirit of all things. Do not seek the Tao. Man is the same as heaven and earth.
In this way, under the divine contemplation, the small is seen as the great circumference is a thunderstorm in the summer, frost in the fall, wind and snow in the winter,
and fine rain in the spring.
Xian Ming Xian Guang gave birth to wisdom. The Taoist mind gave birth to purity. A thunderstorm cleared his gloom,
and he was able to see freedom and harmony of body and mind. Achievement of the real person for nearly 4 months. Nearly a month to listen to the thunder and watch the rain. Nearly a month to observe the 4 elephants of the real person and other great circumference of the sky cultivation experience.
To draw nourishment, nourish themselves.
He finally today penetrated the great circumference of the sky mystery, comprehended his own great circumference of the sky reason.
The Tao clears the way and the Tao rises on its own.
The spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged into Xian Ming's body. A strong wind rose up in the mountains,
and a sturdy and powerful deer ran by the wind towards the top of the mountain in a joyful frenzy. Yo yo yo!
The firmament was at the time when the sun was sinking and the moon was rising, and the yin and yang spiritual energy was pulled down and around Xian Ming,
forming an illusory 2E diagram.
His chi surged, and he was able to penetrate the last of the 8 veins of the chi chakra, forming a chi chakra grand circumference. His magical power grew, his fleshly body strengthened, and his spiritual sense purified. Even the 4 meridians and the 12 proper meridians were pried open, and although they had not yet been flushed open,
it was just around the corner,
and once they were connected to each other,
a special cycle could be formed. When his breath stabilized,
Xian Ming opened his eyes, and in the depths of his eyes, the 4 elephants of wind,
rain, thunder and lightning flowed,
and the sound of yodeling deer came into his ears.
Looking at the prancing deer and at the soon-to-be dissipated 2E diagram, he was struck by an idea and raised his hand to tap.
Go! The 2 elegant diagram directly disappeared into the body of the deer when it chirped joyfully,
swift as the wind. Fawn, what did I eat?
Without waiting for him to figure it out, he rolled his white eyes,
spat out his tongue, and fell to the ground, fainting, lightly waving the duster. A mana was injected into the fawn, sealing the 2E diagram, leaving only a sliver of a gap, slowly releasing the energy, purifying its bloodline, enhancing its roots, and increasing its underlying strength. Getting up and walking to the fawn,
looking at the figure of the 2 symbols growing out of its soft fur, Xian Ming stroked his whiskers and smiled kindly.
Standing at the top of the mountain,
holding the dust and looking at the beautiful mountains and rivers,
he was as happy as if he had seen the Tao.
Tao passes beyond the tangible nature of heaven and earth.
Thoughts enter into the wind and clouds in a state of flux. Everything hides the Tao,
and all living beings contain the reason.
It seems that in the future,
the old Taoist will have to take out more time to realize nature with his heart.
This time,
his Taoist advancement and the penetration of the 8 veins of the Qi Jing,
which was equivalent to the perfection of the ordinary circumstantial realm,
was the result of observing nature.
Of course, he got more than that,
but today it is late. Xian Ming is not interested in verification, intends to go back to meditate and meditation.
carefully comb, and then digested. Precipitation of Taoism, may be able to get something else. Others are not in a hurry. Waving his sleeve to collect the yin-yang iron, Xian Ming reached out his finger and lightly tapped on the peachwood sword. This sword buzzed discontentedly and suddenly became bigger, carrying the deer down the mountain. The bright moon shines on the mountains and rivers. The silver glow tilts aground, illuminating the hidden Dao Peak. The water beads crystals on the leaves of the mountains and forests, and the water puddles between the mountains are sparkling. The old Taoist is in the front, with his wide sleeves fluttering and his head held high, and the big sword is in the back, and he is also walking and slowly following. The fawn on the sword was lying on its side, its limbs spread out, huffing and puffing, a blister coming out of the tip of its nose from time to time. Boop shattered and regenerated. The setting is secluded and the imagery is beautiful. However, it wasn't perfect after all. Just arrived at the house of inquiry, the fawn drooled onto the sword, and the mahogany sword, which had endured all the way, suddenly went berserk and electrocuted the fawn. The old Taoist laughter intertwined with the miserable screams of the deer and the pleasurable buzzing of the wooden swords, giving the inquirer's courtyard a little more vigor. Chapter 49. The Great Way is simple. Ancient oil lamps. The sun shines brightly, and the earth is like fire in hair. Hidden Dao Peak, questioning courtyard. After refining the sunrise violet chi, Xian Tong and Xian Yu bowed and left together. The spirit deer, which had been given the name longevity by Xian Ming last night, strutted its 4 hooves and came out of the courtyard alive, heading straight to Changning's residence to show off the beautiful pattern on its body to its compatriot sister. He's the handsomest deer now. After the morning meal, Xian Ming continued to read the experience of practicing qi, concentrating as one, remembering as he thought, sometimes stopping to think, sometimes comparing and contrasting arguments, sometimes comparing with the Taoist scriptures. In the afternoon, streamlining part of the Yin-Yang Foundation building chapter, he once again referred to the qi practicing insights, with no external objects in his mind. In the evening, collect the moonlight, sleep on your side, and run the sleeping technique to regulate your spirit. The mountain people practiced quietly and ignored the red dust. The people of the mountain attend the meeting to seek revenge, and they are busy with their own affairs. Time passes in the twinkling of 2 days. Fengyang County, Potentate's Palace. Xuanqiu sat on the bleachers, laughing at the contest below. Cultivating the 100 arts takes more effort and dedication. For example, alchemy and weaponry cannot be achieved overnight, and it takes at least a few days to condense pills and form weapons. Each person's chosen skill is different, and the length of time varies. In order to take care of the examiners, the Tiandi Academy balances all parties, and there has been an old precedent of adjusting the time to 7 days. Today happens to be the last day. When the sun set in the west and the examination was over, the cultivation of immortality 100 arts level finally came to a close with a result. Although the seeking truth view was not as stunning as last time, the results were equally good, with 2 of the 10 disciples breaking into the top 100, namely Chang Qingzi and Chang'an Zi. Xian Yang was good at refining weapons. Chang Qingzi was his disciple, and his refining attainments were not low, relying on this to rank in the 90th place. Chang'an Zi, on the other hand, drew charms and ranked 15th, although not as good as Yaki. The gold content was not low. Hearing his own ranking, Chang'an Zi ignored the different gazes of the crowd, and in his heart, he was even more grateful to Master Xian Ming. Before his uncle did not enter the Tao, often with candles at night to watch the Taoist scriptures, morning and night sleep, sleep and food. For the sake of his uncle's body and bones, he racked his brains, but always very little effect. It was only when he was able to get his way and accompany him to observe the scriptures and practice calligraphy, that the situation turned for the better. 5 years of lettering practice and dedication. He was unconsciously becoming more accomplished in calligraphy. Characters are interlinked, and there is no departure from the original. Chang'an Zi touching the same thing, the charm of the road to improve rapidly, especially after making up his mind to participate in the Daoyuan conference. He would squeeze out time to enlighten himself on the rune Dao after practicing. The master also pointed out the true meaning between calligraphy and Fu Dao. Calligraphy, Fu seal and painting are like different branches growing out of a big tree. No matter how many leaves are produced, how many flowers bloom, and how colorful and lush they are all one root. The great way is the simplest, and the complicated reasoning is but in the most basic one horizontal and one vertical. Between one stroke and one stroke, he remembered the teachings and never dared to forget them. After he broke and established himself, he had more time to refine his talismanic arts, and he practiced accordingly, penciling in his work, and that's how he was able to stand out. Gazing at the rankings displayed on the water mirror, Chang'an Zi silently set his goal. Argumentative Yaki, 15th in the 100 arts of cultivation. As long as one's martial arts test breaks into the top 10 again,
It shouldn't be difficult to be among the top 10 of the Dao Yuan Assembly.
Dogen Fest is very human. After the end of the literary examination,
the participating disciples can rest for 3 days to recover their essence and adjust themselves.
However, they could not leave Fengyang County,
and there would be people and deities from the Academy of Heaven and Earth secretly monitoring them,
observing the participants' behavior and judging their virtues.
Once the rules are violated, they will immediately be disqualified and will never be able to participate in the event again.
And even the clan behind them will be implicated and held responsible for poor teaching,
and will be prohibited from participating in the next Daoyuan event.
Therefore, although Chang Enzi wanted to return to the Seeking Truth view and thank his senior uncle in person,
he held back.
The vertical and horizontal is not out of the square.
Some of the rules still have to abide by,
not to mention its responsibility is very heavy.
The teacher's family to him like a mountain of grace.
Chang Anzi cannot even involve the teacher's family. The night of the end of the examination,
the vault of the full moon bright,
full of city lights, streets and lanes dazzling, light tree thousand light, flower flame 7 branches open,
and fire dragon dancing in the air,
silver lion moving to the ground,
and more spell-enabled light bridge set up in the vault of the sky above, all the way through the 4 sides of the 8 poles,
composed of a complex Taoist character. The fire trees and silver flowers merge,
the star bridge and iron locks open.
This is a lantern festival organized by the Heaven and Earth Institute, specifically for the attendees to relax and, incidentally, to have fun with the people for the benefit of the people and to demonstrate the Taoist mission of helping the world and saving the people. The Temple of Heaven and Earth will also organize the Jiao Festival during these 3 days, with a real person coming forward to open the altar to pray for the coming year's good weather, abundant harvests, and the people's well-being, and to overthrow the dead souls, reflecting the Taoists' compassion for the people.
This elevated the position of the Taoist sect in the minds of the people,
consolidated their beliefs, and gathered incense, which is why the Taoist sect in Fengyang County prospered greatly and was stronger than the Buddhist sect.
Walked out of the immortal forest hall,
Chang and Zi alone tried to disperse. Good brother Chang Qing Zi and Xian Yang master uncle before going to Xiankalai.
Should have been in the first few days. Did not think that Xian Yang master uncle purposely postponed for it. To take disciples and friends with friends Fei by Taoist friends let go of the belly to eat and drink, to soothe his wounded heart. The other fellow disciples each shopped in pairs, and Xuanxu and the other elders also had their own places to go. Walking through the various flower streets,
Chang and Zi looked carefully, wanting to exchange some good things to bring back to honor his uncle.
Because of the means that Uncle Xian Ming had left on him, Chang and Zi had a keen sense of the spiritual opportunities of heaven and earth, and although he did not know which was stronger or weaker compared to a real person, he should be able to outperform the essence-practicing realm cultivator.
It's better than the top, it's better than the bottom.
Before the start of the Daoyuan event, he picked up a few small objects.
Let Xuanxu uncle palm eye over, although good, is a small profit, but to give uncle, always feel some cannot take the hand, not worthy of his old man status and cultivation, although the gift is light, but the master uncle to him like a gift. Chang Anzi always want to offer the best things in the world,
but after wandering 3 streets,
he did not find his favorite thing, and it was estimated that he was going to get nothing tonight. Chang Anzi had the intention to return, and on the way back to Xianlin Pavilion,
he unintentionally glanced at a stall and was attracted to his attention. Stalls are placed in the corner. Furnishings are ordinary. Items are ordinary. The stall owner is a middle-aged man with an ordinary face. Similar to this kind of stalls on each flower street without 1,000 there are also 800. Most of the passers-by pass straight by without looking at them, while a small number of them stopped briefly, glanced at them and then lost interest and moved on to other stalls or entertainment programs. Chang Enzi took a step to the front of the stall, and under the warm hospitality of the stall owner, he pretended to select the items,
rummaging through and picking them up, inquiring a few words about each item with a normal expression that didn't divulge the slightest fluctuation of emotions. After looking at 3 pieces, he grabbed for his favorite. This is a broken lamp, about 1 foot high, ordinary style, simple shape, skin old, looks like the common oil lamps used in the city people's homes, but in Chang Anzi's spiritual sense. This lamp, although the spirit is weak, but exudes obscure mystery, like a dark room candle, silent burning, and like a night fly, silent flying. Daoist, you have a good eye.
In my pile of treasures, this treasure is the most precious. This is a treasure that my ancestor took 7 days, broke through many formations, and survived 9 deaths before digging it out of the tomb mound of an ancient cultivator of the Jindan realm.
Don't look at this lamp, its appearance. In fact, the power is not bad,
although it has been broken,
but the material is special. The value is not expensive. After lighting can still be day and night long bright. Clear the mind to condense the spirit. There is a prairie fire power.
If the Taoist master knows a highly skilled refiner and asks him to restore this treasure,
It will certainly be powerful and will not disappoint the Taoist master. Although not much, but Chang'anzi smart, and had been Xuanqiu uncle and other elders of the division repeatedly reminded and cautioned. The first few days into the Windyang County city also have the experience of purchasing treasures. Know that these stalls, in the words of 9 false and 1 true, it is so that no matter how much the stall owner blew his mind, he was not moved, until the other party's mouth was dry. Chang'anzi said, "This lamp spirit machine is thin. The material is special, but not rare. My master's door has a lot of artifacts and this material is the same. The power is estimated to be the day and night long bright is true. Otherwise, it is really as horrible as you say. This thing will not be stray here? If it is not an elder who prefers to observe the scriptures, I will not look at this item that is not useful in the eyes. The abbot may as well give me a bottom. If the price is right, the poor Taoist will buy this item. If the abbot takes the poor Taoist as a wrongdoer, then it will be dismissed." Being poked and prodded, the stall owner didn't get annoyed, and smiled curtly. Since the Taoist master really wants to buy, how about 10 law coins? Dharma money is refined from gold and silver, enriched with special spiritual energy, and is the currency circulated among cultivators. 1 tael of gold is also refined to 1 farthing. This stallholder is a lion. Naganoko put down her lamp and turned around. The stall owner was in a hurry and hurriedly said, "All things are negotiable. How about 8 mana coins?" Seeing that Chang'anzi remained forward, he hurriedly said, 6 mana coins, no less. Chang'anzi still didn't turn around, and the stall owner gritted his teeth. "Then how much would you say is appropriate?" With a lurch in his body, Chang'anzi turned around and said, 2 laws of money, either trade or I leave." Stall owner, 3 pieces. I've been shy lately, and I'm in dire need of money to consult a doctor and purchase elixirs for my Taoist partner, which is why I had to come out and sell my family's belongings. If the Taoist master is sincere in selling, 3 mana coins, no lower, Naganoko promised. A few moments later, one hand was handed over to the other, hiding the lamp in his sleeve. Chang'anzi was ready to leave when the stall owner called out, "Taoist master, stay." Seeing Chang'anzi's puzzled face, the stall owner explained, "Truth be told, this lamp has a total of 3. Is since I unintentionally obtained. Looks like a set. The other 2 have not yet cleaned up the dust and dirt. If the Taoist priest is interested, may as well follow me to the home to take a look at it. If you fancy, the price is good to discuss." Naganoko didn't reply immediately, thinking for a moment before speaking. The poor Taoist has run out of Dharma money on him, so I'd like to trouble the monk to wait here, and I'll come and find you immediately after I've taken the money, the stall holder promised. Naganoko went straight to Sunlin Hall. After an incense burner, he had not returned. 2 columns of incense later, he still had not returned. 3 burns of incense, 1 hour. He didn't show up until the light market closed. Now the stall owner was on fire, and instantly understood that he had been tricked, collected his stall and walked to a remote and uninhabited place. The stall owner's appearance changed drastically, transforming into a buxom beautiful woman, and said in a murderous manner, "What a cunning little Taoist. After all, it doesn't follow the formula." Not only was the effort wasted, but a treasure was lost. Although the treasure was broken, it was once a spiritual weapon. If he hadn't wanted to lure him in, would he have taken it out himself? Coming to the county to carry out a mission was just troublesome, not being able to kill each other openly. Chapter 50, Same Way. Different minds, real people discussing the way. Early the next morning, the sun rose. In the immortal forest pavilion, Chang'anzi sat cross-legged on the eaves of the room, exhaling and refining the violet chi along with his fellow disciples. After performing his kung fu, he stayed at home in the compound, either practicing his sword, forging his body, or meditating in preparation for the martial arts test. Seeing this, Chang'anzi likewise meditated on his sword, sometimes seeking out Chang'anzi to spar and exchange ideas. Seeing this, the other disciples practiced equally hard, to the relief of Xuanqiu and others. It was just that the other disciples would go out for an hour after practicing, not wanting to miss out on the county bustle. Looking at the departing figures of the disciples, Xian Yang was puzzled. "Senior brother, the martial arts test is approaching. Why are you letting the disciples out again?" The reason for the release before the civil examination is that they have never been to the county, as a way to relax and satisfy their curiosity. They're still releasing them before the martial arts exams. And for what? Sect Master Xuanqiu patiently explained. The disciples are young and restless. Blocking is better than sparing. The only way to put them at ease is to put them away, so that they can keep their hearts. Instead of returning to the mountain and having regrets, it is better to let them let go of their juggling, so that they can return to the mountain and cultivate at ease. If the heart is wild, cannot stop the mind. It is with the truth-seeking view of fate is not enough. When the secular into the world go their own way, the same road is different. The same path is different. Whether to go or stay, let it be. Xian Yan understood. The other 3 generations of Doyens have no objection to this. The disciples who came this time are all the elite of the sect, and I believe they can keep their hearts. Taking a step back, even if there really is an exception. The Seeking Truth Guan has expended energy to cultivate them. Returning to secularism doesn't mean cutting off, and they still have to help the division to take care of the common affairs, to build bridges and roads, to eliminate violence and pacify the people, and to build up virtue for himself and his division for the benefit of the people. Running a business, accumulating wealth and capital, providing resources for mountain people to cultivate, and giving back to the master. Unlike his fellow disciples, Chang and Zi hadn't left the hospital for 2 days in a row, and although he had taken a big advantage of that deal the night before, he was equally worried. At first he didn't think much of it until the stall owner invited him to his home, and Chang and Zi's heart lifted. Before going down the mountain, Uncle Xian Ming reminded him to be more mindful and not to go far away with strangers, encountering fewer good fortune monks and more bad karma monks. Regardless of whether the other 2 lights were real or fake, Chang and Zi wasn't going to pay any attention to them. There was nothing wrong with being careful when you were out and about. In order to prevent himself from wrongly accusing the stall owner, when Senior Fei Bai came to look for Senior Uncle Xian Kong, Chang and Zi asked the senior to send his disciple to that street to take a look as if nothing had happened. The other party readily agreed to such a show of hands. The reason for not using the people of the truth-seeking observatory is that the disciples of the same clan have the same Taoist robes, so if that person really has bad intentions, the senior disciples will easily be recognized. As it turns out, Naganoko was right not to go, all because the stall owner was still there on the 2nd night, but didn't show up on the 3rd night. Uncle Xian Kong was curious, and together with Taoist Fei Bai, they helped to inquire about this person, but there was nothing to be found, as if this person had never appeared. Even the nearby stall owners had no recollection of this person, with a very low presence, not even remembering that there was a stall next to them. The oddity of it, so that Xuanqiu and other alert, specially caution Chang'anzi, so that he did not care about this matter. Focus on the martial arts examination. Everything to wait for the end of the Dao Yuan conference. If he successfully enters the Academy of Heaven and Earth, he can use his authority to check the household register or ask the ghosts and deities under the banner of the city god to draw a portrait and help find this person. If the owner of the stall on that day, no false words, will apologize for compensation, really odd, and then look at the disposition of its purpose. How are better than wild guesses. At the same time, restrain the disciples and report to the Heaven and Earth courtyard. The truth-seeking view is small. This kind of thing is still left to the top is more secure. The Heaven and Earth courtyard already has the responsibility of maintaining the security of the Dao Yuan assembly. Naganoko was at peace with this. 3 days passed in a flash. On the 4th day, the much-anticipated martial arts test began. A Taoist climbs under the floating cloud mountain, wearing an azure-colored Taoist robe, stomping cloud-pattern shoes, green and white, as if the blue sky and white clouds draped over the body, strolling between the shrinking of the ground. A step of 300 feet away, is a Taoist real person. Outside the mountain gate of the Seeking Truth Observatory, Xian Tong and Xian Yu were waiting here early in the morning, and when they saw the Taoist, they bowed their heads and saluted. Immeasurable Heavenly Father, Xian Tong, Xian Yu, meets the true Lord Yuan Ji. The true Lord's descent has truly made the Seeking Truth Guan shine. Real Yuan Ji returned the half bow and laughed. The Heavenly Seal sect and the Seeking Truth concept have an ancestral relationship, and it is the poor Taoist's fault that he only visited today. Yuan Ji real people did not put on airs, and the attitude is kind. Xian Tong and Xian Yu naturally even more warm hospitality. A line of people stepped into the door of the mountain. As for the apology in the real person's words, anyone could hear that they were polite words and would not be foolish enough to go along with them. Yesterday's invitation to pay homage was clearly written. On the face of it, the real Yuan Ji was to discuss the Tao with senior brother Xian Ming, so the two Taoists chatted while taking the real Yuan Ji straight to the hidden Taoist peak. Ask the courtyard. In the cottage. Sense the Yuan Ji distance. Xian Ming got up and took one step out of the courtyard to the foot of the peak. Although real Yuan Ji was not as strong as him, the Taoist real people were all in one great realm and could theoretically be called Taoist friends. The other side has traveled far again. In all reason, he should have greeted it. When Yuan Ji real people came to the foot of the peak, they saw an old Taoist dressed in wide-sleeved robes waiting there, with a rosy face, snow-white beard and hair, sparse eyebrows, holding a duster, spine straight as a pine, bright like the sun, immortal Taoist bones, the temperament of the absolute dust. The visitor was a guest. Xian Ming was the first to open his mouth and salute. Xian Ming has met fellow Taoist Yuan Ji. While praising the heart, Yuan Ji did not dare to be slow, and immediately returned the salute. Yuan Ji has met with Taoist friend Xian Ming. Hearing is not as good as seeing. Taoist friend's elegance is out of this world. Taoist friend fallacious praise. The old road is just a coarse mountain people. Not compared to the real person served in the Guang Fac, high position of power. The two Taoists exchanged a few words of courtesy, and without delaying their efforts at the foot of the peak, Xian Ming invited him to go up the mountain for a while. Asked the courtyard, pale old pines erect and verdant, crowned like a Chinese cover the hot sun, sprinkled with a cool ground. Xian Ming and Yuan Ji sat opposite each other. Xian Tong and Xian Yu accompanied him. Stone table tea curls. Xian Ming personally poured tea for Yuan Ji. Tea is mountain tea. Water is mountain spring. Pots and cups are very ordinary, but the person who pours tea is not ordinary. The person who drinks tea is also not ordinary. Tea aroma. A mouthful of tea into the throat. Yuan Ji praised tea and watched the scriptures. Idle tour of the landscape. Teacher of nature. Taoist friend's leisure and ease of mind makes poor Taoist really envious. Taking a slight sip of tea, Xian Ming replied back, it is only admirable that you, Taoist friend, keep the order for all living beings, accumulate merits and virtues, and that Taoist virtues are born from each other. The poor Taoist hides in the mountains to cultivate a small path, and that's all that's left to do. The two Taoists looked at each other, each drinking tea, skimming over the words, the mountains and the red dust. Each has its own beauty, each has its own lack, like the bright moon surplus and deficit. Just now is just an idle talk. They will not argue on this matter. A cup of tea in the end. Seeing that each other had become familiar with one or two, Yuan Jizhenjin said, rumor has it that those who have built a superior Tao foundation will be able to see great scenery when they achieve true manhood. And the poor Taoist has come here this time. First, to congratulate you on your achievement as a true person in becoming a member of my generation. Second, to discuss the Tao to you, to confirm each other and to see the scenery together. I hope that you will be able to oblige. As he spoke, Taoist Yuan Ji took out a jade box from his rui sack and placed it on the stone table. This is a congratulatory gift. Please accept it, fellow Taoist. Thank you, fellow Taoist. The poor Taoist will accept it with honor. Xian Ming didn't push back. Since the other party took out the gift, they had no intention of taking it back, and if they didn't take it, they would be slapping the other party in the face. It's best to just take it, knowing that false intentions don't instead be hypocritical and fall short. After this, the two Taoists also had a preliminary impression of each other, and when Xian Tong had temporarily received the jade box, Xian Ming and Yuan Ji looked at each other with a tacit understanding, each discussing their own path. Yuan Ji lifted his finger, and his fingertips glowed. Chapter 51, The Ancient Sky Today. The Sun and the Moon Always. Hidden Tao Peak, Questioning Courtyard. Real Yuan Ji sketched in the air. The fingertip light gave birth to brushstrokes, like an embryo gradually growing a torso, eventually coalescing into a talismanic seal. The process is structured and rigorously written, with no room for error, but molded and written with style. Begin with a strict pen and end with a broad brush. Between the strict and wide quite a few subtle reasoning. Words are not clear. Not clear. Some things can only be imagined. Xian Tong saw in this talisman the knowledge of guardianship, the knowledge of strictness, the knowledge of leniency, the knowledge of squareness, and the knowledge of roundness. Xian Yu saw the rules from this talisman, leniency and strictness, and the law and reason. Xian Ming saw more since this talisman, beginning with oneself and ending with all beings, being strict with oneself and lenient with others. The immortal way is noble and living, and there is no measure of human beings. Rising from the light, falling to dust, rising and falling is the pen of the supernatural. Strict and broad is and light and dust. Starting from stereotypes and ending in open-mindedness. From conformity to moving with the heart, a life in the middle. Look carefully again. From the outside to the inside. From complexity to simplicity. But it is just a stroke of a pen. A line of reasoning. A person and a heart. Seeing real Yuan Ji look at himself, Xian Ming smiled knowingly and similarly probed his finger, which blossomed into fluorescent light. Real Yuan Ji was stunned, unable to imagine that this realist of the seeking truth Quan acted surprisingly, and even discussed the Tao with talismans as well. One must know that the Heavenly Seal sect was founded on talismanic techniques, and the talismanic path had deep attainments, and writing and drawing talismans was his ability to eat, and in itself, it was his main cultivation method. Although the argument is for the argument learned, the purpose is to take what they need to draw the reason, develop insight, deepen the cognition, complement each other. But since it is the argument, there are before and after, in the exchange of collision, in the exposition of the exchange of words. Although Xian Ming Taoist friend is a real person with the achievement of the upper level method, but after all, the time to break through the realm is still short, the same as the great circumference realm. He may be stronger than himself in battle, but the Taoist practice is not necessarily The former force, the latter reason. There is a connection, but it is not absolute.
The Tao is not necessarily in front of those who are strong in power.
The Tao is not always behind those who are weak in power.
Xian Ming Taoist friend to short against the long.
Measured by inches. It is really a little too big. Thinking of another purpose of his trip, Yuan Ji hesitation. Do not know whether to let go of the water. When the heart responds to the Tao and serves the Tao with sincerity, only then can one participate in the Tao. Only then can one strengthen the Tao. And only then can one prosper the Tao. Discourse should not be mixed with personal desires.
But if he won the debate,
want to plan things will be twice as much as half the effort. But if the water, this debate will become a joke,
reduced to affront. Not only will it cause him to gain very little, but it will also make it difficult for him to realize his thoughts for a while,
and he will not be sincere in his own way. Between the flashes of lightning and fire, Yuan Ji real person's mind fought over.
For the time being did not think of a two-way street.
He was ready to wait and see what would happen, wait for the time to move. Collecting his mind, Yuan Ji Jinjin gave his full attention to Xian Ming's fingertips, and as he followed his movements, he was instantly staggered and instantly mesmerized. Two horizontal apostrophes, one heavenly character, actually wrote the same word as him. The difference is that the heavenly character he wrote is the ancient form of the heavenly seal, in which a person stands, and naturally the sky is above his head, whereas the heaven written by fellow Daoist Xian Ming is the character for the present day, and there is no greater space than the sky. The heavenly sealists are the most advanced in the study of heavenly characters, otherwise why would they dare to use this name? Yuan Ji is also most proud of this talisman.
If other people of the same rank were to write heavenly characters in front of him to discuss the Tao, it would inevitably be suspected that they were showing off their skills. But when he saw the runes written by Xian Ming, not only did he not have this thought, he also had a serious expression. Observing with all his heart, and his face was full of admiration and admiration. In Yuan Ji's eyes, this heavenly character of Xian Ming, the starting brush is like the sky, and the falling brush becomes the earth. As if it contains a world, the symbol becomes a condensation of the universe, and the word is set to gather the Qiankuan, with a great spirit and great scenery. In the eyes of Xian Tong, this talisman is to know the turbid and keep the clear, to know the yin and keep the yang. In the eyes of Xian Yu, this talisman is to know the Qiankuan and the sequence of existence. Next to the pale old pine, lying on the ground, the spirit deer longevity gazed at the void two charms, first curiously inclined his head, then wet eyes full of doubt, eyelids drooped, half open, half closed, sleepy to come, shaking his head a little harder. Spirit deer tried to shake his spirit. Despite his low cultivation and ignorant intelligence, he instinctively sensed that those two talismans were beneficial and subconsciously wanted to hold on longer. On the stone bench, Xian Ming and Yuan Ji looked at each other and smiled, simultaneously pulling the runes as the two heavenly characters slowly approached. Ancient days were dim, today is clear. The 2 days are drawn closer together and the strokes are like fish swimming, an interplay of real and imaginary, an alternation of light and darkness, one impermanent form, one impermanent potential. A transforming circle becomes a horizontal again, and a changing point becomes a vertical.
The 2 days meet, the two characters blend together, the two symbols in the collision of mutual acceptance, in the confrontation of the complementary, to eliminate the essence, seek common ground, accept and embrace. The present and the past are connected at the tip of the pen. Looking east and west, the top and bottom run parallel in the rune.
Across the north and south,
reasoning is derived in the process, broken and reorganized and broken, just like the sparks of the collision of ideas, in the exchange of continuous debate, non-stop corroboration. Each break is a debate, each reorganization is a draw, the road in the mutual disagreement in the more clear, the reason in the fight the more clear. The two men's understanding of the Tao also grew deeper as they drew on each other's reasoning, the breadth being broadened and the depth dissected.
Xian Ming closed his eyes and Yuan Ji closed his eyes. The corners of his mouth rose as the two dudes soaked it in.
The spirit deer did not know when to close its eyes, lying on the ground, huffing and puffing,
breathing unconsciously with a trace of special rhythms.
The spirit machine followed the rise and fall in and out.
Xian Tong and Xian Yu's bodies and spirits were uncontrollably tired. Their heads were dizzy, and their eyelids were gradually heavy. Mysterious Tao rhythms filled out from the runes that were being evolved from,
like a clear spring bubbling up into a trickle, accumulating and covering more and more.
The old pale pine shook its branches without wind. The 3-foot lotus pond is full of residual lotus,
and the lotus seed contains the spirit.
Herbs spread their leaves on both sides of the green stone path.
Herbs accelerate their growth on each corner and wall, and the mahogany sword on the table is more spiritually active. Taoist rhythms roamed out of the courtyard and flowed into the hidden scripture pavilion. The Taoist priests who were observing the sutra benefited, coincidentally walked to the outside of the courtyard of inquiry. and sat down on the ground one after another, silently realizing. New guardian pavilion Taoist priest came here, saw the crowd of Taoists casually scattered sitting, frowned. A moment later, looking at the rows and rows of sitting, queue neatly, he only sat in the first place. Concentrate on enlightenment. Inside the scripture pavilion, a spiritual light wandered among the bookshelves of scriptures, bathing in the rhythm of the Tao, hidden from view. 2 hours later, inside and outside the courtyard of inquiry, there was a lot of sleeping. Only the two real people were half asleep, half aware, half dreaming, half wise, half foolish, and entering a metaphysical state. The two heavenly characters are like two distinct and you have me, from 2 to 1, each half, a 3-foot illusory heaven and earth and the reason between the conception, born, and finally the heaven and earth to give birth to a new symbol, Ming. The day is divided into day and night. Half a day is a day and half a month. The ancient heavens are the end and the new heavens are the beginning. The cycle always consists of the alternating sun and moon. The sun rises and sets, the moon sets and rises, and the bright characters are born, and the sky has its own time. Space begets time, and time acts out space. Yuan Jijinjin unknowingly fell asleep, snoring like thunder. Only Xian Ming remained awake, his mind sinking into the 3-foot illusory sky. He was undistractedly comprehending the bright characters, half of his mind going into the sun, half of his mind going into the moon. After the burning of an incense stick, the heaven and earth were unstable, and the bright character was about to dissipate. Xian Ming's mind moved. The Xianguan gave birth to a glow, and a trace of the subtle aura of the Huangting outer scenery jade scripture was pulled out by him and injected into the bright character. This was an ability he had discovered after achieving true manhood, able to pull down a trace of arcane Huangting Qi, only a trace, but subtle and infinite, adding to enlightenment and able to isolate prying eyes. He is also an idea, to see if you can stabilize the bright characters. I can't imagine that it really works. A trace will make the illusory world is stable. The sun and the moon running in order. Heaven and earth divided into cleanup and turbidity. Yin and yang in order. Xiankuan have to do. From midday to sundown. Xian Ming had been participating for 3 hours, when the bright characters were finally about to dissipate. Looking at the runic sun and moon in the illusory heaven and earth, he was so blessed that he operated the mixed yuan method, pulling a touch of sunset violet qi and a strand of crescent moon, injecting them into the runic sun and moon respectively, and each of them branded half a symbol, borrowing the Huangting Qi to intercept half a wisp of Qi. And after the bright characters had dissipated, he took half a symbol of the sun and moon and put it into the Xianguan. At the same time, a joyful deer sound rang out. Yo 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 yo. Chapter 52. The heart hides a 10,000 fathom sea. The eyes have no worldly light. The yodeling of the deer awakens all the Taoists. The Taoist in the courtyard followed the sound, and as the spiritual energy of heaven and earth surrounded the fawn, he squinted his eyes comfortably. After a few moments, the aura dissipated. This deer not only succeeded in entering the Tao and stepping into the first realm of essence practicing, but also cleansed its marrow and purified its essence, making its bloodline purer. Fawn couldn't rejoice in time when a foul odor hit his nose between the opening and closing of his nose, causing him to open his eyes for an instant before he choked and rolled his eyes. Xian Ming's hand stroking his whiskers slightly paused, lightly waved his sleeve. The wind swirled, blowing up the spirit deer, accompanied by the latter's terrified cries, drawing a beautiful arc in the air, falling down to a water pool within the hidden Tao peak. The fluttering and splashing was a sight to behold. I'm sorry to make you laugh, fellow Taoist. Real Yuan Ji waved his hand to indicate that there was no harm in it, and genuinely praised. Once you shed your bones, break the cocoon into a butterfly, and embark on the path of cultivation. This deer that you have bred has quite a bit of potential. Xian Ming smiled with his eyebrows raised. The spirit deer was just a small episode and didn't linger on the topic. At this time, the crowd of Taoists outside the door got up and bent down to salute under the leadership of the Taoist guarding the pavilion. Many thanks to Senior Uncle for granting the creation. The dozen or so Taoists spoke in unison. Sincerely, a familiar old mellow voice then sounded, opportunity can be encountered. Since the chance is luck, go back to digest, do not waste this creation. The crowd of Taoists said yes in unison. Knowing that the senior uncle preferred purity, they didn't linger much and turned to leave. Return to the Tibetan scripture cabinet. The crowd of Taoists were about to leave. Was the cabinet guard Taoist priest called to stop? So that they will be previously looked at the Taoist scriptures to return to the original position. The crowd of Taoists have been somewhat feel the pulse of this cabinet guard Taoist, have to do, will be cleaned up the Tibetan scripture cabinet. They were not afraid of the pavilion guarding Taoist priest, but were grateful to their master uncle. It was well known that his old man preferred to observe the scriptures. They were working hard for themselves to benefit their master uncle in order to fulfill their filial piety. How the crowd of fellow disciples mind. Guarding the cabinet Taoist not to think also lazy to explore. As long as the Tibetan scripture cabinet is clean and tidy, the same things are facing a direction, he does not care about the other. Looking at the results, he spread his brows and sought a corner on the first floor, closing his eyes to realize what he had gained. Ask the courtyard. Under the pine tree, Xiantong and Xian Yu similarly got up and thanked their senior brother in Yuan Jizhenjin. Observing this discourse, they benefited a lot. Going back to carefully polish, Xiantong's base will be enhanced. Xian Yu can practice essence to perfection. Yuan Jizhenjin then bowed his head. Thanks to fellow Daoist Xin Ming, the poor Taoist was able to see many unseen landscapes in this discourse, with new truths emerging and old truths pushing forward, with a tidal wave of insights and a great harvest. Thankfully, a flash of guilt appeared on his face. The road is not successive. The person who achieves is the teacher. Previously see the Taoist friends to symbols on the road. Poor Taoist had contempt. In the end it is my narrow mind to see people do the road. Fell into the lower rungs of the ladder. I hope that the Taoist friends do not want to blame. The words fell, and another salute was to be made. Raising his eyes to look at the sincere tone of Yuan Jizhenjin, Xian Ming sidestepped this salute and said truthfully, if you can tell us frankly, you can see that your heart is as bright as the moon, so how would the poor Taoist blame you? The poor Taoist achievement of a real person is still a short period of time. Think differently. If I were a Taoist friend, I'm afraid that I would also use common sense to measure it. This is a common human condition. This is what Xian Ming had in mind. He was the one who had the Yellow Quartz Sutra in his hands, with a deep foundation, and a great increase in his enlightenment and roots, before his Tao could outperform the Yuan Ji realist. Of course, it also has nothing to do with his good base in Rune Road. The first half of his life he was like a child at heart. His father, in order to let him have a skill and patience, would press him to know the language and practice writing. Even after he came to his senses, he did not slack off during the years he spent in the Tibetan scripture pavilion observing the scriptures and realizing the way. And the process of recording what he thought was also the process of practicing calligraphy. After practicing characters for decades, once he entered the Tao, the characters were interlinked, plus the Taoist scriptures also had the theory of runes. His attainments in the rune path were growing by leaps and bounds, and the runes were the foundation for refining weapons and formations. Precisely because of the deep rune Tao cultivation support, Xian Ming was able to improve the 8 trigram sword formation, and was able to better borrow the thunder to refine the weapon. It's just that fewer people know about these. There was no excuse for realist Yuan Ji to think that way. After this, the two Taoists have a better impression of each other, although they only met today, but the contact down. A slight hint of treating each other with sincerity. Skipping over this topic, Xian Ming and Yuan Ji once again took their seats. The tea had long been cold. Xian Ming raised his hand and scooped up the mountain spring water from the living water in the courtyard. A stream of water vacated into the pot, and he rekindled the fire to boil the water. Gesture of concentration. Like the Taoist, tea heart such as the Taoist heart. Between the movements, visible sincerity. Xiantong and Xian Yu didn't disturb. Yuan Jizhenjin silently appreciated this picture of a real person cooking tea, until the tea aroma was overflowing, and the clear and tender tea leaves floated like a flatboat in the boiling water. Like a green fish swimming, he only returned to his senses, lightly sniffing the aroma of the tea, lightly drinking the tea. Yuan Jizhenjin felt that his body was soothed. His Taoist heart seemed to be washed and swept away the dust. He could not help but sigh. Good tea. The water is still the same. The tea is still the same. The jug cup is still the same. Just cook tea Taoist heart. Drink tea Taoist state of mind changed. The tea naturally changed. And Tao and close. Distributing one each to Xiantong and Xian Yu. Xian Ming finally gave one to himself, sipping slowly and waiting patiently. When a tea was at the bottom, Yuan Jizhenjin put down the tea light and looked straight at Xian Ming, his expression serious and unapologetic. The matter has come to a head, so the poor Taoist is not hiding. The Zixia sect, Qingyang Palace, and other great Taoist sects have heard that the Heavenly Seal sect has an old relationship with your sect, and they have specially asked Senior Brother to request the Jingguan Superior Foundation establishment method, and the Heavenly Seal sect has the same intention. It just so happens that the poor Taoist is free, so I came to this line of work, and in addition to congratulating and discussing the Tao, I also wanted to probe the Taoist friend's mouth. This superior foundation building method might be exchanged? Xiantong and Xian Yu were stunned and stared intently at their senior brother, while realist Yuan Ji also watched with unblinking eyes. Xian Ming bowed his head in thought and didn't reply immediately. There is no such thing as a temple, and the only thing that can make the Yuan Ji real person personally come to the door, besides the people, is the clan and the Tao. He guessed that the other party had come for the superior foundation building method in addition to the argument, but when he actually opened his mouth, Xian Ming hesitated instead. before receiving Chu's jade brief. He thought of drying up to protect the road and deterring the curfew with the Dharma sword in his hand. But after receiving the jade brief, he changed his mind. To force people with authority is not in line with the style of the Taoist sect, which is as good as water, and rushes Chi to think of peace, and the hostility is too strong. Unless he invites killing orders one after another, destroying all the Taoist sects that dare to reach out. Otherwise, there will be constant trouble, and it will be hard to get clean, and it will be easy for the Taoist heart to be clouded by more killings. If he messes with a Jindan real person, he invites a fabricated predecessor. More lies. The Taoist heart is also easy to be blinded. In his own heart and Tao, are very unfavorable. This is the inferior practice. Therefore, he wanted to simplify the Yin and Yang foundation building chapter, so as to exchange the cultivation required, each to their own, as far as possible to cut down on the killing. Not only can the hostility into peace, with the Wind and Sun County Taoist sects at the bottom of the increase in the accumulation of the truth-seeking view, with the multitude of Taoism to raise a way to the multitude of families to strengthen a family, but also to help the Taoist heart to cultivate. The heart hides a 10,000 fathom sea, and the eyes have no worldly light. If he could open up the pattern and break out of the secretive and conventional practice, it is highly likely that the Tao mind would climb upward, becoming clearer and more penetrating. But after this period of careful thought and just now discussing the Tao, Xian Ming ideas again change. The Tao speaks of chance. Fate cannot be forced. Trading with each other. Just a middle class. Time flows slowly. The three Taoists in the courtyard were silent, none of them making a sound for fear of disturbing senior brother Xianming's, Xianmingjinjin, thoughts. When there was only a sliver of remaining red in the western sky, Xianming finally raised his head and vocalized, thinking of a superior practice. Chapter 53, It's easy to capsize a boat against the current, but it's better to push the boat along with the current to reach the shore. For the superior foundation building method, the poor Taoist has already made up his mind. Xianming intoned, Manna does not moisturize grass without roots, and the great Tao does not ferry people without destiny. When the Taoyuan assembly is over, the poor Taoist will set up a stone tablet in the floating cloud mountain, inscribed with the Seeking Truth Concept's superior foundation building method, and this tablet will be visible to all those who have a destiny. Real Yuanji rejoiced at the words and asked after him, what is meant by having a destiny? The law is not lightly passed on. The Tao is not sold cheaply. The superior law is about practicing God, and the fate is related to the sincerity of the seeker. Real Yuanji agreed. If you want to take it first, you must give it first. This move is sensible and reasonable and in line with the way. Xianming continued. Since they are seeking the foundation building method, only those who have not built their foundations can see the inscription. Real Yuanji nodded his head and said, it is meant to prosper the division and bless the future generations, as it should be. Xianming spoke again. Of course, seeing the stone tablet is only the first destiny. Whether or not one can see the upper level of the Dharma and be able to pass on the Dharma depends on the depth of the final destiny of the person who seeks the Dharma. The poor Taoist will set up 3 passes in the monument, not looking at the level of cultivation, not distinguishing between good and bad roots, regardless of the status of noble and lowly, only looking at the heart, perseverance, and enlightenment, and only those who excel in all 3 will truly have a relationship with the supreme law. After a pause, Xianming continued, regardless of the outcome, before viewing the monument, the seeker and the forces behind the law will have to swear an oath, not to find the truth-seeking view trouble. If you want to seek again, you can try again in the next year, and after 3 times, it will be completely unattainable. When these words came out, Xian Tong and Xian Yu's worries were halved, and Real Yuanji was pondering. After a moment, he applauded with his palms and laughed. The law is not passed on in vain. The law is not fixed in price. The law is not given away, and the law does not help evil. Fellow Taoist can abandon the gateway view. Set up a monument to the Tao. Set up rules. Ferry good people. Choose fate. Honor the Tao and respect virtue. Have an open mind. Be wise, and think well. The poor Taoist admires this. This is the words of the heart of Yuanji real people. Word by word sincere. Sentence by sentence. God's sincerity. The same as in the table. Xianming stroked his beard and smiled without saying anything. Looking at the afterglow that was about to fall, Yuanji Zhenwen got up to take his leave. It's getting late, so it's time for the poor Taoist to leave. I will relay the words of fellow Taoist Xianming to the other Taoists. It's not up to the poor Taoists to decide what their attitudes are, but I, Heavenly Seal Sect, will definitely support you with my full support. He thanked Xianming to stay, did not let Xian Tong and Xian Yu descend, stride down the mountain, wide sleeves with the wind, floating between the dashing figure, cloaked in the evening sun and return, with the stars and moon back, just like his mood at the moment. The trouble with the wind, the lake of the heart is clear, The flowers bloomed to see the joy. Seeing Yuan Ji Jinjin away,
Xian Ming brought Xian Tong and Xian Yu back to the courtyard and resumed their seats.
Xian Tong finally couldn't help but say, "Elder brother, the supreme law must be handed over?"
Xian Yu is also full of reluctance.
The top-grade foundation building method is the foundation of the truth-seeking view. Just like this, to give up is really heartbreaking. Xian Ming didn't answer positively and asked instead, "If I hand over the Dharma, will I, seeking truth concept, lose this Dharma?" Xian Tong understand. In the heart of the rapid calculation of a sum of money, is more joyful, praised, small give up small gain, big give up big gain, or the senior brother of the old wisdom and deep calculation. Xian Yu also understood, but he was still reluctant. Isn't the price a bit big? Looking at the upright Xian Yu, Xian Ming sighed. What you have in mind? How could the poor Taoist not know? But things will not go as planned. If not handed over, those who have a Jindan real person to sit in the Taoist vein will certainly find ways to plot. Fierce tigers are afraid of wolves. That senior in the mountain can stop one, but also can stop the second. The third? It's just that there are some things that should be given up, and when they are given up, they are given up. Xian Ming turned to say, "Think of it from another angle. This is not a good thing for my truth-seeking view. A flatboat traveling the river, against the water, riding the wind and waves. Certainly great courage, but easy to shipwreck. If you push the boat along with the water, you can ride the wind and straight up, saving time and effort to reach the other side of the river at a faster speed." Xian Tong's eyes lit up, moving due to the situation, riding on the momentum, following the trend. Senior brother's move is brilliant. Taking advantage of the fact that the incident has just begun and these Taoist Dharma veins are still concerned about their face, I, seeking truth, preemptively set the rules and take the initiative. In this way, if the other Dao lineages want to obtain the superior method, they will have to follow the rules. Otherwise, they will eat ugly. But instead, they will lose their reputation and face, and be reduced to the laughingstock of the Fengyang County Dao sect. Giving Xian Tong an appreciative look, Xian Ming stroked his whiskers and revealed another piece of information. The old Taoist only said that he would hand over a superior foundation building method, but he didn't say that it would be the Yin Yang foundation building chapter. Xian Tong seemed to understand, and Xian Yu was confused. To his own master brother, Xian Ming did not make a show of metaphysics, and directly solved the confusion. The superior foundation building method also has high and low points. Lao Dao, this Yin and Yang foundation building chapter is extremely high. I seek truth. Quan willing to teach the foundation building method has been generous. Does not allow Lao Dao to simplify a little bit, appropriately adjusted downward, lest the mountain is too high and too steep. No one can climb up? Xian Tong and Xian Yu suddenly realized. Xian Tong even added, in the future, my truth-seeking audience disciples can participate in this superior foundation building method, not afraid of leaking the horse's foot, but also beneficial to the road. Only the root, heart, perseverance, and enlightenment, etc., can participate in the Yin and Yang foundation building chapter of the superior people. Understanding the trick, Xian Tong and Xian Yu completely at ease. The three Taoists all laughed aloud. Spirit dear longevity happened to return. See the three people laughing happily. Thought they were laughing at their stinky self just now. Suddenly angry chirping, jumped twice, ran to the old pine tree, with the butt against them, pouting. A look of I am very angry. Unfortunately, no one coaxed him, put down the big stone in his heart. Xian Tong and Xian Yu, anxious to go back to absorb the proceeds, did not linger. Xian Ming also entered the cottage, but congratulatory gifts temporarily put aside. Sitting on the futon, closed his eyes to digest the proceeds. In the past, he used to discuss the Tao with his senior brothers by spitting out Taoist sounds. Today, this kind of subtle way of discussing the Tao was his first time, and also the first time after achieving a real person. So subtle and profound that Xian Ming had benefited a lot, and he had not yet fully digested it. In particular, the matter of evolving 3 feet of illusory space in 2 days had caused his understanding of the way of sun, moon, and yin and yang to skyrocket, and he had even glimpsed the more subtle and difficult way. Creation was hard to come by, and Xian Ming likewise seized the time to digest it, wanting to truly turn what he had gained into his own use. Xianlin Pavilion. The moon shines brightly in the courtyard. In the yard, hundreds of thousands of fireflies crawling out from between the water plants. Winged lights leisurely fly up, illuminating the night, composed of alternative fantasy starry sky, beautiful and dreamy. In the court, all the real people were gathered together, with different dharma veins and different cultivation levels, or a broad forehead, or immortal posture in jade face, or barefoot and linen clothes, or brocade robe and jade belt, or a full face and cheeks, or handsome features, or male or female, or old or young. The crowd's eyes focused on a middle-aged Taoist in azure-colored Taoist robes, none other than Yuan Ji. When his words fell, the room was filled with silence. Until a few breaths later, a real person with a full beard clapped his hands and shouted, "A good Xianming real person, actually really willing to hand over the superior foundation building method, full of vigor, to be the end of the Dao Yuan assembly." Poor Taoist when he personally went to the floating cloud mountain, to get acquainted with this Taoist friend. This is the spiritualist sect's Huanli realist. Ma-yi sect's Taizan Jinjin said, "Give up the seclusion of the clear stream to gain the expanse of the river and the sea, give up the confusion of the square inch to gain the greatness of the firmament." Realist Xianming deeply understands the essence of shedding. It may seem that the seeking truth concept suffers a loss, but in fact, it gains more. To raise a family with many families, once the Tao monument is set up, I'm afraid that the seeking truth concept's underpinnings will be greatly increased. The handsome five-featured Qingyang Palace's Yuchuan realist agreed. What a fate in sincerity. This Xianming realist whose ambition is not small and whose mind is ingenious. Originally seeking the truthful view of the critical situation, he even borrowed this method to throw the problem back at us. Caught in a dilemma situation, the Grand Elder of the Purple Cloud sect, Dong Lai Jinran, opened his eyes, his purple eyes glowing as he opened his mouth sharply. What? You don't want the superior foundation building method anymore? Yu Quanjinren shook his head. Of course. Dong Lai Jinjin, then what are you hesitating for? Yu Quanjinjin, old man Dong Lai, don't bully people too much. Real Dong Lai, what? The truth can't be told? The real people of the two real people of the fight is not strange. Zixia sect and Xingyang Palace feud for a long time. The two real people every time they meet the sword. If you do not quarrel on a few sentences, that would be called rare. They were all clear that this was a young plot by realist Xianming. Tell them in plain sight. If you want the supreme dharma, show your sincerity and help the poor Taoist to cultivate and grow my truth-seeking koan. Otherwise, don't come. The poor Taoist must give up. And so must you and others. Realist Donglai's words reminded them even more that it seemed like two choices, but in reality, it was impossible for everyone to give up the upper multiplication method. Although they are a large family, but there is no superior method. This is an opportunity. Although their path has been set, no hope of practicing God, but for the teacher and disciples to fight a bright future, to fight for a line of hope of practicing God. Once the success of the hard work will be rewarded handsomely, then there is only one option left. Follow the rules. After the crowd of real people dispersed, Yuan Ji real person and Yuan Ji real person smiled faintly. Looking at the 90% similar face, Yuan Ji real person said, "Senior brother, I'm discussing the truth-seeking view this time. It's considered to be a full load of return. You and I will go into the inner room to discuss the Tao, each other's progress, perhaps both can hope for the innate." Real Yuan Ji was surprised. It seems that real Xianming is even more deeply hidden than I thought. Real Yuan Ji smiled and didn't praise a single word, but the more he did, the more real Yuan Ji understood real Xianming's power. Shocked, he looked forward to tonight's discourse a little more, and looking at the Yuan Ji realist walking in front of him, Yuan Ji ghostly turned his head to look in the direction of floating cloud mountain. Although Xianming Zhenzhen has benefited more than him, but he himself has a twin brother to help. They have some subtleties, each other's reasoning complement each other, such as the stringed moon up and down, like the sky dome of the cloudy sky. Every time you discuss the Tao, can indirectly benefit each other, to obtain 70% of the enlightenment, at the same time, to feed their own. With their brothers working together, they might not lose to realist Xianming. Thinking of this, the Yuan Ji realist smiled with joy. Chapter 54, Innate Essence. A little mixed true meaning. The bright moon descends into the Xian dome, and the golden crow goes up into the blue sky. On the following day, in the Inquirer's courtyard, after refining the sunrise violet qi, Xianming opened his eyes and gazed at the big fiery red sun on the eastern sky dome from afar. In a good mood. Yesterday's discussion on the Tao. His Tao line progressed. Last night, after digesting it, he made progress again, and when he completely transformed it into his own, his Tao line would improve again, perhaps even more to glimpse the mysteries of the innate. If so, the coming year's argument will be more certain. The Xianming Society set an appointment to discuss the Tao, all because of the difference in Tao and cultivation. Not exactly the same. The two are like the root and the tree. The Tao is the root. The cultivation is the tree. The deep root is not necessarily the tree, but the tree must be deep root. In other words, the Tao is the depth. The cultivation is the height, highly visible on the outside, upward and able to be seen, deep within, extending downward and difficult to detect. Depth determines height, just as a 10,000 foot building is raised from the ground, and a 3-story building may have a 5-story foundation. Of course, there are degrees to everything, otherwise you are out of balance. Practicing qi was a great realm, which set the upper limit, and the bias between Tao and cultivation could not cross that line. In half a year's time, with his own enlightenment and the Huangting Dao Qi boost, Xianming was confident that he could raise his Dao to the innate perfection, or even the Jindan realm. Even if it is revealed during the discussion, there is not much risk, all because the level of Taoism is mainly linked to the strength of enlightenment. Not only to avoid the hands, do not trigger the association of the crowd, reduce the risk of exposure of the hybrid foundation building method, but also to solve the problem, but also to obtain more Qi practice tips and Taoist scriptures. For him to create the method to accumulate material, a multi-take. It would be even better if Xianming could create his own innate chapter of the mixed elements 1 Qi technique and advance to the innate realm before the beginning of spring next year. Even if he stumbled upon the worst case scenario afterward, with a Jindan real person misbehaving and making a secret move, he would not arouse too much suspicion if he fought it down openly and honestly. Because of this, Xianming focused more on his enlightenment practice in the years to come. He realized what he had learned, digested what he had gained, practiced the sword and the method, practiced the characters and the talismans, and watched the scriptures to understand the Tao. He lived a full and busy life, busy and at peace, focusing on insights and enlightenment. The cultivation of mana and magical powers came second. After all, there are priorities, and priorities should be clearly distinguished. Even if he was busy, every morning and evening, Xianming would stroll through the mountains and forests, observing the sky and the earth, paying attention to all things, and practicing nature. See the green ox lying in the flowers, watch the white crane perched on the tall pine, the fruits falling from the mountains in the rain, and the grass bugs chirping under the lamp. The time is shallow and the years are peaceful. 7 days later, a thunderstorm had just stopped. The mountains are dense with water vapor and the air is humid. In the half-light and half-darkness, the hidden Dao Peak, the white-haired old Taoist sat on the top of the mountain. The peachwood sword flew back and automatically crossed the sword on the knee. The duster fell and returned to the palm of the right hand. And after attending to a thunderstorm, Xianming didn't get up and leave like he used to do, and looked up to the sun and the moon without slanting his eyes. The setting moon sinks in the west and the rising sun rises in the east. Looking at the sun and moon intertwined scene, he moved in his heart and operated the mixed yuan method, pulling the great sun's purple qi and the Tai-yin moonflower. When the two streams of energy merged into the Xianguan and were injected into the sun and moon talismans respectively, the two talismans that had been motionless since they entered the mud pill palace finally changed. The runes flowed and the breaths mingled. The sun character and the moon character each shine. The two talismans placed on the left and right sides of the Yellow Ting External Scenery Sutra respectively created an attraction and slowly approached. This change invigorated Xianming's spirit, and as he concentrated on observing and comprehending, he was soon enveloped by a mysterious aura. Inside the mudball palace of the dimly depicted underworld, the distance between the two talismans drew closer while transforming into a day and a month. The setting sun and the new moon, the waning moon and the rising sun. The rise and fall correspond to each other. The rise and fall are in order. The sun and the moon cycle, the alternation of day and night, the ancient and the modern are connected, echoing each other. Eventually the sun charm and the moon charm met in the sky above the yellow court outer scene jade scripture. And after 7 revolutions, the two halves of the charm refused into one complete charm, and the bright character reappeared. The breath is obscure and the weather is mysterious. Day and night are no longer distinct, and there is a strong contrast between light and dark. Not counting the Yellow Court Sutra, the bright characters were surrounded by dim chaos, deep and dark, and the entire mud pill palace was darkened, as if the lights had been extinguished. Mysterious, silent, and terrifying. But the next moment, the bright characters bloomed with glittering light, and he became the only source of light in the darkness. If darkness is like a river, bright characters are the islands in the river, the only exception, bringing hope, warmth and peace. Witnessing this scene with his own eyes, Xianming's mind flickered, like a comet hurriedly sweeping across the night sky, vaguely realizing something, but after careful contemplation, nothing was found. Fortunately, he has an open-minded character and did not force himself. Since he had been here, it is probable that he will come back in the future, and there are some things that have 1 or 2, and the fact that he did not catch it just now shows that he is still lacking in fire in a certain area, and it is difficult to grasp the relevant senses. I'm lucky to have it, but I'm not. It's good to know that there are other gains to be made. Xianming collected his mind and concentrated on comprehending the mysteries of the bright character. His comprehension of the way of yin and yang deepened, and he even saw a hint of the true meaning of the mixed elements on this talisman. The sun and the moon act together as a bright light. The sun is day as yang and the moon is night as yin. When combined and made bright, there is no cycle of day and night, no separation of yin and yang, water and fire both. Light and darkness are tolerated, and the same life is born and extinguished. The bright one is round and becomes the only bright spot in the darkness. Xianming attempted to inject a trace of Huangting Qi into the Ming character.
like water dropping into a frying pan. The Ming character was at first runic. In the silence and darkness, a dot shines brightly and light and darkness collide in a big explosion. A 3-foot illusory heaven and earth was born in the explosion. The darkness gave birth to the bright heaven and earth. The darkness squeezed the heaven and earth, and the little bit of light that filled the heaven and earth was separated at first, transformed into yin and yang, and derived from the sun and the moon. Yin and yang suppress darkness, and every time the sun rises and the moon sets, the world divide becomes 1 point stronger, and heaven and earth become 1 point brighter. The great sun is the yang, the great opening, so when it appears it covers the darkness and the world is bright. The bright moon is the yin, the still waters run deep, so when it appears it illuminates the night sky and there is light in the darkness. Xian Ming's mind and spirit were shaken, and all kinds of reasoning senses surged like a tidal wave. Looking at the 3-foot illusory heaven and earth, thinking of the scene just now, his mind moved again. Heaven and earth shattered, and the 3-foot illusory heaven and earth were reorganized into bright characters. The difference being that this time the bright characters emitted a ghostly light and became black, but instead the surrounding area was filled with light. A trace of Huang Ting Qi was once again injected into the bright character, and in an instant the black child erupted. A black hole swallowed the light, and 3 feet of illusory heaven and earth were reproduced in the interweaving of light and darkness. Light squeezes darkness. The sun and moon are born. Heaven and earth are dark, and every time the sun rises and the moon sets, the black sun obscures the light, and the black moon darkens the light. At this moment, Xian Ming's spiritual sense was extraordinarily active and his spirit was very exhilarated. He came to his senses, all sorts of reasoning intertwined, and thoughts swirled. It turns out that innate is the essence of all things, and things have different origins and different innate essences. Stone benches and tables and mountains and peaks are essentially earth. The bookshelf bed and couch with large trees and flowers are essentially wood. There are various factors affecting the acquired nature, but the innate nature can only be determined by the origin and is unique. The beginning of everything is difficult. Realize this point. The rest of the reason to understand and digest with half the effort. Speed. Xian Ming soon knocked open the door of the innate, dashing into the innate realm, but did not stop. Although the speed of slowing down, but still in the enhancement, will be so, but also with his comprehension of some of the mixed truth. Chapter 55, A Great Advancement in Taoism and the Envisioning of the Heavy Bright Bird. Mellow is mixed. Heaven and earth are made of points. This point is the mellow circle. The origin. The origin is the unity of yin and yang, sun and moon, day and night. In other words, 2 and 1 is the origin, and 2 and 1 is the circle. Just as light breeds darkness, and darkness gives birth to light, the two are in harmony. The Tai Chi. Taiji gives birth to 2E, and 2E return to Taiji. Tai Chi is the mellow circle, the mixing of the elements. Ming is a point of mixed manifestation, and the Ming character is a kind of mixed symbol, with the flow of true meaning and intertwined reasoning. A Taiji carrier composed of the sun and the moon. The mountain wind whistled. His robes hunted, and on the top of the mountain, Xian Ming sat in a seated position with a focused expression, forgetting both things and himself. With a clattering sound, the spirit deer Longevity probed its head and the dog furtively stepped closer, and when it was only 3 feet away from Xian Ming, the peachwood sword buzzed, and the spirit deer was so frightened that it immediately stopped stepping forward. Its body stiffened and its eyes widened, its expression horrified, and it didn't dare to come any closer. Seeing that the mahogany sword was just a warning and did not move in any other way, the spirit deer bent its limbs and lay down on the ground. Its nose opened and closed and its neck was slightly raised, sucking hard on the subtle scent that emanated from Xian Ming's body. Its mouth rose upwards, squinting its eyes, full of infatuation and intoxication, and its tail involuntarily flew and wagged as it let out a comfortable purring sound in its throat. Click! The ground cracked and grass broke through. In the 3 feet of Xian Ming's land, a tender seedling stretched its branches, twisted its body, and grew wildly. The weeds are flush. The mountain flowers are gorgeous. There are butterflies attracted to the area and bees on the wing. After entering the fringe of the 3-foot land, they all shuddered around, forgetting to gather nectar and sleeping in the stamens, their postures cozy and peaceful, silently being baptized by the arcane chi. The sound of breaking air. A swallow chased the butterfly, just about to lay down its mouth to peck. Suddenly its eyes rounded, closed its wings and landed on the head of the spirit deer, comfortably shaking its body and squinting its eyes. Click! A seed dropped from a swallow's feather falls to the ground, quickly takes root and sprouts, draws and grows. Branches and trunks take shape and grow leaves and lushness. Rustling footsteps sounded, and a marvelous kundo with fair skin and soulful temperament came with a little chickadee in her left hand and a wooden food box in her right hand, and it was none other than Changning. Early this morning there are chicks broke out of the shell, born with a flaming red fluff. The most important thing is that its mother 10 pounds but their own baby, has been an ice-clear spirit bird,
Laying eggs is also the most competitive. She wanted to know exactly which asshole arched 10 pounds. Most of all, it just smelled so good that just the smell of it made her drool. Changning came over to deliver the meal. By the way, let the master to give a look. His old man cultivation, erudite, and raised a deer, may be able to find out where the problem is. To see if you can expand the breeding, kill the chicken to get the eggs, which is comparable to the thin water flow. Unexpectedly, waited for a quarter of an hour. The master has not yet returned. Not to avoid the meal cold, she can only personally go up the mountain. I can't imagine just arrived to see the grass grow like crazy after withering into the seed, and from the seed to grow into the scene of the grass, the master uncle sitting in it, hidden, like a god in charge of the vitality of the gods. Changning's sullen respect. She eased her footsteps and approached slowly. Distance from 3 feet, a sword roar into the ears. Changning immediately stopped, put down the food box, sat on the ground, closed his eyes to cultivate. In the arms of a sound sleep of the little chicken turned over. Find a comfortable posture. Continue to slumber. Time passes like the sand between your fingers. On top of the mountain, Xian Ming's figure remained motionless. From the rising sun to the slanting evening sun. From the bright moon rising in the east to the waning moon hanging in the west. Until the next day, the sky rose a touch of fish belly white. He woke up leisurely, eyes open and close. There are Tai Chi in the pupil outstretched flow, evolving the subtle reason. A moment before the disappearance, the Tao image was hidden for a moment. The 3-foot vision around him disappeared. Xian Ming raised his hand, and a pear seed fell into his hand. All other flowers and plants are imaginary images. Only this seed is real. If it goes through a few more times of creation, it may not be impossible to metamorphose into a spiritual seed. Gathering up the seeds, Xian Ming's thoughts surged as he looked away from the sunrise that struggled to break out of the horizon and jump out of the vast sea of clouds. This time, he not only thoroughly digested the proceeds of the last discourse, but also pushed forward and realized a little bit of the true meaning of the mixed elements. Even though it was only a slight mixed reasoning, just the first glimpse of the doorway, it still allowed him to make great progress in his Tao. Far better than the average innate real person. Chang Ningzi woke up first. Seeing that the white-haired old Taoist was admiring the sunrise, he immediately got up and walked over to salute. Chang Ning pays his respects to Master Uncle. Many thanks to Master Uncle for granting the creation. Xian Ming waved his hand and said, Lao Dao didn't bestow it. It's you who found it by your own luck. If you want to thank it, thank yourself. Chang Ning smiled sweetly, knowing this senior's character, didn't dwell on the matter, took out the huffing and puffing cockerel in her arms, and said doubtfully, Elder, do you think this cockerel has mutated? Xian Ming was greatly embarrassed, although the old Tao raises deer, but raises it roughly, knows very little about the way of spiritual beasts, and knows even less about spiritual birds. You're asking the wrong person. Seeing that Chang Ning was still staring at himself, Xian Ming reached out and took over. Old Tao is just taking a look and may not be able to find the problem, so don't get your hopes up. Chang Ning nodded. Disciple understands. Spiritual sense probed into the chicken. Xian Ming felt it with his heart, and when he opened his eyes again, he had an odd look in his eyes as he handed the chicken over and said to Chang Ning's blear-eyed look, Congratulations senior nephew. It seems that after senior brother Xian Kong returns, Fire Cloud Peak and Vegetable Peak will have to move around more. Chang Ning instantly understood, gritted his teeth and said, Senior means, those spirit cranes. Xian Ming nodded his head and explained, this is the offspring born from the union of the water cloud spirit crane and the greenwood spirit chicken. Water begets wood. The spirit chicken was nourished by the water spirit energy. The power of wood flourished, and absorbed a touch of the power of the rising sun when laying the egg. So wood begets fire, and it mutated into this special turkey instead. Offspring bred across races like this, it's hard to survive the life and death hurdle. Most likely will die in the shell. This chicken can break through this hurdle. It has good potential. Don't be greedy for food anymore. Cultivate it carefully. It may become your mount in the future. When these words came out, Chang Ning was mixed with joy and anger. Happily, this chicken has a lot of potential. I am angry that my own 10 pounds have been spoiled. Looking at the floating cloud mountain, only the Xiankong master uncle kept the water cloud spirit crane. She treasured for many years of 10 pounds, just like this was broken. Even the baby. Don't let her know which unscrupulous crane it is, or else, she must be abducted back to the vegetable peak to become a breeding crane and blossom until she dies. The atmosphere was lightened as the yodeling of the deer rang out and the spirit deer longevity woke up, bouncing happily around Xian Ming, stroking his whiskers and smiling. Xian Ming got up and led Chang Ning down the mountain, a spirit deer wandering around behind him, sniffing flowers and sneezing from time to time, eating grass and disliking it. Swallows circled overhead. 2 butterflies with 2 bees followed. It looked like they recognized the spirit deer as their boss and relied on Xian Ming. He didn't repel them. Butterflies and bees in the floating cloud mountain countless. swallows swarms, his breath around the convergence of the 3 feet of land. They can be 1 in a million to touch. That is a destiny. They go and stay as they please until they get on their own. And once they have an arrangement for them, they can't leave at will. In front of the house of asking, Chang Ningzi resigned. Before leaving, looking at the still sleeping chicken in her arms, Xian Ming instructed, "This child is a fire genius, and there is a sunrise power in his body. You may want to take it with you every day when you collect sunrise violet chi, and then feed it with some fire-generated spiritual materials, and it may have a miraculous effect over a long period of time." Disciple honors the teachings of master. Looking at Changning, who had left the hidden Dao peak, Xian Ning's gaze was dark. Just now when he examined that chicken, he actually found that the power of the rising sun was gathered on its eyes, which made him think of a kind of divine bird in the legends of his previous life, the Chongming. If properly cultivated, it might not be impossible to recreate the splendor of the god bird in this side of heaven and earth. The enlightenment of the insights. Turning over the scriptures to understand the Tao, observing heaven and earth, Xianming concentrated on cultivation, did not slacken off because of the greatness of the Tao, but still maintained a busy and orderly, relaxed cultivation rhythm. He set an example. Take the lead. The size of the Taoist priests who stayed to seek the truth, less impatient, more calm. 3 generations of Taoists to participate in the law. 4 generations of Taoists chanting and practicing the sword cliffs before the figure constantly. The floating cloud mountain, more Taoist quiet weather. Seek the truth view. The people on the mountain are dedicated to monasticism. Potentate's palace. The people under the mountain competed with all their might. A cylindrical platform rises up. Thousands of them, arranged from high to low, in a starry pattern that converges into an octagonal pattern. This is the Tao protection platform, engraved with formations, initially of the same height, the contestants in teams of 2, on which they compete in Tao protection techniques. At the end of the initial contest, the loser is eliminated, and the winner holds the stage, which will be elevated at the foot of the dojo. When the second day's draw is over, the dojo moves closer to the opponent, the loser falls off the dojo, and the winner's dojo is raised again. In the end, from the 8 trigrams to the 4 elephants, the 4 elephants to the 2E, to decide the final Taiji Taoist platform, to choose the leader. The preliminary, rematch, semi-final and final rounds, stacked up, take half a month. In the stands, Shensu was like a spring breeze. Seeking Truth View 10 disciples all entered the rematch, killed into the top 5,000. Because the ranking disciples rely on gossip sword art to beat the opponent, Xuanshu to open the sword cliff of the senior brother more than a few points of gratitude. How fortunate that Seeking Truth Quan has brother Xian Ming. Time flies, and it's 7 days in a flash. During this period, 5 disciples from the truth-seeking Quan made it to the semifinals and eliminated 3 more before the finals. Currently, only Chang Ganzi and Chang Qingzi remain, and today is the final day. Chapter 56. A fistful of punches opened. Tainan Shangchengzi, Fengyang County, Xianlin Pavilion. Inside the secluded mansion surrounded by bamboo forest, Xian Kong returned in a hurry. He had been ordered by the sect master to specially pay for a sumptuous morning meal from the immortal Hakkas, which had cost him a full 2 mana coins. Normally they couldn't afford to be this extravagant, but today they spent this money willingly, especially after seeing Chang Qingzi and Chang Anzi eating happily. They were even happier that the 3 generations of Taoists didn't exert pressure. And in the face of today's final, Shensu only said 4 words, "Let nature take its course." The other Taoists likewise sent 4 words. Xianyang, just do your best. Xianin, safe and sound. Xiansu, self-importance. Genkong, eat and drink well. They didn't pressure. They didn't give hard orders. Even if they were more panicked in their hearts than Chang Qingzi and Chang Anzi, they were well aware of how difficult it was for their disciples along the way, and as a master teacher, they shouldn't add more burdens to the 2's hearts. Lighten up. No need for success or failure. I am happy to gain and open to lose. Aha! You have to fake it. They are a Taoist Dharma lineage, not like the mundane people who focus on winning and losing and success. Compared to their elders, Chang Anzi and Chang Qingzi instead had a more stable mindset, and after taking their morning meal, the group went out. Potentate's palace, bleachers. Looking at the 2 disciples who went off the field, Xuanshu clenched his fists in his sleeves. Xiankong continuously drank tea. Xianyang did not look away. Xianin kept rubbing his sword, and Xuansu silently recited the scriptures, like a parent waiting in front of the examination room. The green-clothed real person who presided over this session of the Dao Yuan Fest didn't make any nonsense, ordering the 200 participants to come forward, and after a few words of encouragement, he ordered them to draw lots to naturally assign their opponents. The strength of your opponent depends on your own luck. If you're lucky, you'll meet someone you can beat and enter the top 100. If you're unlucky, You'll meet someone you can't beat and stop there. Luck is part of strength. It's all karmic. It's very dharma.
Chang Chengzi and Chang Enzi were lucky that they didn't fight with the same sect,
and each of them took the stage to compete. Chang Enzi was particularly conspicuous for carrying a heavy sword on his back. He was a top 10 favorite, and his use of magic weapons was special, so he naturally attracted a lot of attention. In the ring, after Chang Enzi and his opponent saluted each other, he sank his breath and swung his fist forcefully when the eagle-nosed Taoist opposite him sprayed fire raining from his nose and unclasped the gourd at his waist, releasing 2 fire birds. Fist intention, fist power, fist astral, all condensed in a fist. The ring fist, wind whistling, flat up the wind, blowing robes. In the thumping sound, the fire rain shattered. The firebird was injured. Chang Enzi swung his fist and bullied his way through, the remaining momentum not decreasing, the remaining power not leaking. The eagle-hooked nose Taoist offered a red skin gourd, releasing a bearish flame, but to no avail, was blown away by a punch, exploding bright fireworks. The Taoist was broken, eagle-hooked nose blood like a column. The body flew backward, pain in the eyes, sword tears. Seeing that he was about to fall off the ring, he was grabbed by Chang Enzi's ankles and pulled back to the stage stiffly, and then bowed his head and saluted. Understood. Sassy and elegant. Convinced, Hawkeye returned the salute and stepped down. Ha ha, broke into the top 100. Xian Yang stood up excitedly and clapped his hands. Xian Su and the others were also in a happy mood. After 20 years, the Seeking Truth concept finally had another disciple earn a place in the Heaven and Earth Academy based on strength. Elder brother Xian Yi. There is a successor. They coincidentally glanced at Xian Yang, full of dislike. After living for more than 40 years, they are still so unstable. Calm in the face of things, the mountain crumbles before them without changing their color. This is the true color of the Taoist. In the next moment, Xian Yang jumped up in excitement, laughing brightly and proudly. Ha ha, poor Taoist disciple has also entered. Xuanqiu and the others hurriedly looked over, their faces smiling brightly, revealing 8 white teeth, and they likewise couldn't help but stand up. Xian Yang, what a stupid smile. Don't think I don't know what you were thinking. Zhongdao and the others twisted their heads, their eye blades swishing down. Xuanqiu, senior disciple Xian Yang, come to poor Taoist's room tonight. You and I will talk by candlelight. I think you've drifted. You really think that your senior brother can't lift the sword? Xianin, add me to the list. Xian Kong, and poverty. Xian Su, poor Taoist go too. They're not envious and jealous. I just want to exchange discipling tips with senior brother Xian Yang, and incidentally help him stabilize his mind, lest he drifts too much and is not conducive to cultivation. All for his sake. Xian Yang, who is showing off with the flying white Taoist. The grudge between the master and master. Chang Chengzi and Chang Enzi do not know. The two ring distance closer. Look at each other. Sit down in meditation, until lots are drawn again to assign opponents. Facing the top 100. Chang Enzi didn't dare to be careless, mobilizing all his essence. He took the lead and swung his fists as hard as he could. When I was practicing on the mountain, my senior uncle had said, the way is simple. Any body protection technique is, in the end, nothing more than a punch, a sword, a palm, or a knife. Instead of learning those fancy punches and chewing on greed, why don't you first practice the basic punches to the point of realization and condense them into a single punch? When the foundation is well laid, and then you switch to other styles of boxing, you will naturally be able to get through with a single pass and get twice the result with half the effort, as if it were God's help. Before going down the mountain, the senior uncle taught again, when you go out and encounter a fight, whether it's a fight, or a martial arts fight, don't test the waters. Either don't make a move, go all out, strike with thunder, win with speed, and break the enemy without front. When you win the fight, then you can talk about poise and grooming. Everything else is just a formality, done for others to see. The only thing that is true is winning. Naganoko kept it in mind. Therefore, during those years in the mountains, apart from the Bagua sword, he only practiced Bagua fist, half a month into the martial arts test, and never more than one punch at full power, to split the difference between victory and defeat. If you throw one punch, you can avoid 100. Even against the top 100, he still punched, straightforward, no frills. A gale rose from the ring, and the punching intent condensed into substance. Opposite the long stature of the Taoist pupils tighten. Do not dare to slow down. Immediately left hand pinch knuckles. Feet emerge a huge lion shadow, accompanied by its rise in the air, humongous and fall. Landing feet stomped violently. The lion hissed and likewise struck with all its might, pouncing down. Not only that, his right hand pinched another trick, and the lion's aura shook so much that it actually grew another head. Two-headed lion pounced on. Chang Anzi face stoic. Do not hide and do not flash. Any of the thousands of arts, I will be a fist to break it. A fist to the lion's roar. After a few breaths of stalemate, the two-headed lion shattered. At the same time, he turned around violently, and with his remaining strength, he sent the Taoist who suddenly appeared behind him and swung his ruler flying. Under the huge force recoil, Chang and Zi staggered and retreated 3 steps in a row, sinking 1 step at a time, draining the force, waiting for his body's churning chi and blood to return to normal, and making a Taoist arching salute with his blood-spitting opponent, waiting for the ruler man to leave. The ring under his feet was once again elevated, and Chang and Zi stood alone on it, looking out in the direction of the floating cloud mountain, with a sense of grandeur. Breaking into the top 100 is just the beginning. Breaking into the top 50 isn't the end of the road either. He would go step by step and break into the top 10 until he was exhausted, living up to his uncle's teachings and making a name for his master. Let the people of Fengyang County remember master again. He, Chang and Zi, is a Taoist of the truth-seeking observatory and a disciple of Xian Knight. Clanging sound, interrupting Chang and Zi's thoughts, he turned his head to look. Chang Qingzi's iron sword in his hand issued a pleasant sword sound. After more than 30 rounds of exchanges with his opponent, his body was bursting with sword intent. 1 sword came out. 8 swords followed. The sword chi breaks the law. The iron sword strikes away the silk ribbon magic weapon and crosses over the opponent's snow-white neck. Immediately, realizing that it was just a phantom, in the flash of lightning, Chang Qingzi reacted extremely quickly, using his right foot as a pivot point. His body pranced and rotated towards the left, drifting flexibly. His movements were ethereal, and he managed to avoid the blow behind him. While showing no mercy, he slapped down his sword, blossoming his opponent on the stock, and sending him flying out. Miserable screams. The small lotus just show the tip of the corner of the kundo flew out of the ring, pouncing. 5 bodies on the ground. If the evil dog pounces on the shit, posture woeful. Feeling the gazes focused from above, her face exploded red with shame and indignation. Shame on you. Thinking of the person who started it all, she braced her palms on the ground and climbed up with all her might, rubbing her spanked buttocks in an ouch while blaring angrily at Nagi Keiko, baring her baby tiger teeth, her baby fat, cute face flushed with anger. This girl, poor road remember you. Chang Qingzi frowned. What? Can't afford to lose? If you are not convinced, you can fight again in private. You. Seeing more eyes betting on him, Kundo stomped his foot and tried to hold back the shameful pain, which hurt so much that it brought tears to his almond eyes, and turned away. In the ring, Naganoko was dumbfounded. On the stands, Xian Yang grinned broadly and laughed indulgently. My disciple. He won. He won again. With a disciple like this, what more could a man ask for? Suddenly his scalp tightened, looked up and looked at the second floor stands. A middle-aged Kundo with a scanty face was glaring at himself, looking at the disciple clothing behind the Kundo, and then looked at the clothes on the baby fat Kundo under the stage. Xian Yan understood, thinking that it was normal for the other party to be upset when his own disciple won, and thinking that he had to show the winner's demeanor. He grinned a radiant smile, and even nodded his head in a friendly gesture. Unexpectedly, that Koan Dao's gaze became even sharper. Xian Yang lowered his head and muttered, as there is a teacher, there is a disciple, both can't afford to lose. After thinking about it, he added, Kundo is really troublesome. In the next moment, his body chilled once more and he looked up to see senior sister Xian Su smiling faintly at him. Xian Yang's heart rejoiced. It seems that senior sister also agrees with what Poverty Road said. The heroes see the same thing. Xian Su's smile withdrew and his eyes were like knives. Xian Yang reacted with an afterthought and hurriedly lowered his head. You can't see me. Halfway through the race, only the top 50 remain. Looking at Chang Qingzi and Chang Enzi who were adjusting their breath in the ring, the truth-seeking spectator Dao had a proud look on his face. However, joy begets sorrow. The next lot is drawn. Chang Qingzi was unlucky to meet a strong opponent, and Chang Enzi was no better, encountering the top 10 favorites. Chapter 57, 9 on the legendary Gua. Winning by luck. Potentate's Palace. In the ring, Chang Qingzi met with the resigned Taoist, although the latter is a loose cultivator origin, but under the 3 rings of the real person. The performance in the literary test is not bad. The martial arts test is also like a crack. The current overall ranking was slightly better than Chang Qingzi, and was considered one of the best amongst the casual cultivators. Resigned old Taoist opened his mouth and was about to say some polite words, when he saw Chang Qingzi holding a sword and coming. His face was cold, and his sword was merciless. Eyelids twitching, the corners of his mouth pursed as he reacted quickly, pointing his toes to the ground and flinging his wrist as he flew back. Iron rings flew out from his wrists, and a pair of flying rings spun in the air, the iron sword colliding with the flying rings, sparks flying in all directions, and mana stirring. Sword chi was rampant, and the iron ring was raging. The two exchanged dozens of rounds, and it was difficult to distinguish between them. On the bleachers, Xian Yang was lying on the railing, leaning over to probe. His expression was rich, smiling when the disciple had the upper hand, frowning when the disciple fell into the lower hand, and sucking in his breath when the disciple was in danger. And his mood was up and down along with the fight. Xuanqiu and the others similarly stood in front of the railing, only they didn't react as exaggeratedly as Xian Yang, but they didn't look away. On the second floor Spirit Zephyr Palace bleachers, baby fat Koan Dao Bai Chuan was similarly lying on the railing, staring intently at Chang Qingzi, his mouth chanting, "You mustn't lose. You mustn't lose. The more powerful this guy is, the more honorable she is in spite of her defeat, and whether or not she can save her face depends on this stinking Taoist priest." On the ring, the two Taoist people you come and go. The exchange of hands has been 50 rounds. Resigned Taoist frowned slightly. He seems to have the upper hand, but the opponent is like a mountain of green bamboo always not fall. The greater the pressure, the rebound the more fierce, the more wounds, the more excitement, out of the heavier, the more joyous, out of the sword more and more quickly, more and more courageous battle. He himself smashed its one ring, and he endured the pain to return the sword. He puts a ring on it himself, and he controls the sword to cleave himself. Attack yourself and he attacked. Defending himself, he also attacked. He enters by himself and he enters. And he retires by himself and he enters again. It was simply a tireless monster. And if it continued like this, he really couldn't take it anymore. Is this the sword cultivators having advancement without retreat? After 100 rounds of fierce battle, both Resignation Old and Shankingzi were huffing and puffing, both with their robes stained with blood, staring at each other. Fellow Daoist, how about you and I decide the winner with one strike? Nagakiko nodded in agreement. Looking at his still silent opponent, the resigned old Taoist was speechless, tapping his toes, spinning in the air, his ankles, earlobes, nose, and lips, all flew out in a single iron ring. His cape, flying with the wind, even his hair ring flew out. The small ring becomes a big ring, the big ring generates water and fire, and the rings generate light, all of which are brilliant, and the water and fire echo and go straight to the opponents. Chang Qingzi body under the birth of gossip, sprinting 8 steps, and finally landed on the fire position, eyes closed and opened violently, the depths of the eyes of the Gua surging, holding up the iron sword, the sword on the fire and the gold, plus the iron sword. The sword gas is even more prevalent, the evolution of the sword light. The fiery red sword light stirred, accompanied by Chang Qingzi raised his sword and went up. The sword intention sword power sword light all poured out, 9 sword light rampage, forming a 10-foot fire sword, brazenly stabbing upwards. The fire sword was brilliant as the sun. The temperature of the ring rose extremely fast, and the air was burned and distorted. In this battle, Chang Qingzi finally spoke up. Chop, the upper 9 from the trigrams. The king used to go on a campaign. Have Jia folded the head. Won the bandit it's ugly. No blame. The fire sword collided with the ring of water and fire, persisted for a moment, and exploded with a loud bang, and the two figures were sent flying out at the same time, falling to the edges of both sides of the ring, almost falling out. Resigned old Taoist hair burned out, robes tattered, covered with numerous small and large burns, squinting his eyes, his consciousness blurred and muddled. The iron rings were recoiled back and scattered on the ground. One of them just happened to smash on the forehead of the resigned old Taoist who had just struggled to lift his head up, and his white eyes rolled over, and he fainted and passed out. On the second floor stands, the 3 rings of real people closed their eyes. No eyes to see again. Fights lost all right. The next time to find the field can be unlucky like this. There is really no one. In stark contrast to the 3-ringed realist's bad mood, Xian Yang couldn't help but burst out laughing, although his own disciple was equally no better, and was even given a close-up of him by the green-clothed realist through the water mirror. His eyebrows were burned away, his clothes were ragged, his body was black and red. The iron sword flew out backwards at a subtle angle, almost cutting off the root of Chang Qingzi's worries, so scared that he turned pale and sat up in shock, but he was still awake, and being awake meant winning. Break into the top 25. As far as being really awake, or being scared awake anyway, that's the point. Ha ha, that's the poor Taoist disciple. It's my disciple. Looking at Xian Yang who floated up again, Xian Su and the others, despite their envy, didn't say anything sour and all smiled and said, "Congratulations senior brother." Xian Yang returned the salute. Same joy, same happiness. All the tower looking at each other a smile. Long Qingzi is a Xian Yang disciple, but also the truth-seeking view of the disciples. As for the Long Qingzi disgraced that curtain, was automatically beautified by them. A little bit worse is also bad. This is called the lucky star. Resignation of the old Taoist like that is called bad luck. Glancing at the iron sword in the water mirror, Xianyin Dao, divided is the force scattered. Specialization is the full force. Just now that sword set the power of the 8 trigrams on the Ligua. Abandon 7 to take 1. Original, not bad power. When Chang Qingzi's cultivation has improved, he will be able to control this sword style freely. Even we can't win easily. No wonder he later gave up the peachwood sword and switched to the iron sword. Fire begets gold, and sharpness benefits the sword. Senior brother Xian Kong. Was this sword created by Chang Qingzi when he was observing the 8 trigram sword diagram left by senior brother Xian Ming at the top of the mountain? Xian Su and the others all looked at Xian Yang. After the latter nodded and acknowledged. They had mixed feelings in their hearts. The senior brother was straightforward and had bragged in front of them about Chang Qingzi's chance encounter with the creation on the hidden Dao Peak. It was a time of getting it right. Nowadays, it does seem like it should be a good idea to have a good time. Unfortunately, matters of chance depend on luck. They looked at Chang Qingzi lying in the ring and thought, this son is indeed lucky. On the ring, Chang Qingzi was lying on all fours, looking up at the blue sky and white clouds, recalling the scene where he had met his chance on the hidden Dao Peak, and at this moment, he was unprecedentedly grateful to Senior Master Xian Ming. Without his old man, he would have lost. Seeking truth Quan Chang Qingzi, win. When he heard the green-clothed real person announced that he had won, Chang Enzi finally closed his eyes at ease and fell into a coma. Despite the regret that he did not break into the top 10, he finally did not fail to live up to the expectations of his master in the division, and he went all out in order to be worthy of his name. When the ring beneath him quickly drew up and crossed the boundary, sending Chang Qingzi's figure into the boundary, Xian Yang immediately descended from the stands, clutching the bottle of pills given by Xian Su in his hand, and ran towards his own disciple with a big cry of laughter. Apprentice, Master is here. Master has come to heal your wounds. You've given Master a long face this time. When you are well, Master will definitely apply with the head master brother. Take you to Zyankali to have a good meal. Spend the sect's money. We master and disciple let go of the drink. Xuanxu's fists hardened in his sleeves as he silently memorized these words, then looked up at the sky. Xianin looked down at the ground. Xian Su looked at his nails, and Xian Kong pretended to talk to Taoist Fei Bai. At this moment, they couldn't wait to not recognize this one. On the second-tier stands, the 3-ringed realist waved his sleeve, collecting his own half-cooked unlucky disciple, looked at Taoist Xian Yang who was running towards the field, stroked his goatee and said, this Taoist is interesting. Spirit Zephyr sect stands. Bai Chuan regretfully stared at the iron sword. How did not stab down? Unconsciously said, pity. The middle-aged Kunda with a scanty face suddenly had an itchy hand. Stinky girl. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Pretending to cough. Bichuan all of a sudden stiffened, knowing that he was exposed, immediately turned around, ran to Koan Dao's side, pulling her arm, pleasing and pampering. Master. Middle-aged Koan Dao helpless. A touch of favor surfaced on his face. Well, don't panic. The master is almost dizzy by your panic. This time let you off. Early next time, double the punishment. And all the books you hid under the bed are confiscated, lest you learn some nonsense and blind the Taoist mind. Oblivious to the disciple's hanging head, the middle-aged Kundo pointed to the seat next to him and said, sit down. Bichuan obediently took his seat, but forgot that he was injured, and when he landed on his butt, he grimaced and jumped in pain, and the middle-aged Kundo pretended to sip his tea, his sleeve blocking the upturned corners of his mouth. Stinky girl, this time it's a small punishment. The spectators who paid attention to this battle didn't know how to evaluate this match, and in the end, they could only attribute it to the fact that luck was also a part of strength, or perhaps it was really fate. When Chang Qingzi was placed, the truth-seeking spectator Taoist looked over to the ring where Chang Enzi was, and the boy was in the middle of a fierce battle. Chapter 58, The Bagua locks the prideful sun, illuminating the night Taoist. The ring. The two figures crisscrossed, prancing between square inches, remnants of shadows flying about, fists reaching the flesh. It was none other than Chang Enzi and the good Taoist. The latter came from the Lingguan sect. This sect was a lineage of Taoist protectors, with strong combat strength and thick skin. Taoist Liang Shan was the first person to block Chang Enzi's punch since the martial arts test, and they had exchanged dozens of rounds. Both men fought very hard. It's kind of a chess match in terms of forging. This kind of primitive and barbaric battle made many people from the Tao sect frown, and also made many martial artists excited. After being separated once more by the force of the recoil, Chang Enzi and Taoist Liang Shan looked at each other with a tacit understanding and each took out their magic weapons. Liang Shan took out the iron whip. Chang Enzi put down his heavy sword. And the moment he put down his heavy sword, the sound of heavy objects falling to the ground thumped. Fellow Taoist, be careful, Naganoko reminded. Taoist goodness said excitedly. The same words are sent to you, Taoist. As the words fell, The two figures moved at the same time. The first collision of magic weapons. Even if he had prepared for it, Taoist Liang Shan was still shocked by the heavy sword and his tiger's mouth was numb. Fortunately, he was not an ordinary Taoist, and the iron whip in his hand was quite heavy, so he adjusted in an instant. The magic weapons collided, the void exploded, the air distorted, and the mana stirred as the two paths exchanged dozens more rounds. It was like a pinpoint, not giving way to each other, and even a few moments of sympathy were born in the fight. Again, when they exchanged hundreds of rounds, Chang Yanzi and Liangshan Daoren decided to strike a blow to determine the winner. Fellow Daoist, eat a whip from poor Taoist. Fellow Daoist, look at the sword. The iron whip swung upwards, immediately became golden, sharp, and when it fell, the void gave birth to light. At this moment, Liangshan Daoist was like a guardian god general, majestic, and battle intent was monstrous. Chang Yanzi swung his sword and slapped, wide open. The huge sword descended from the sky like a waterfall blasting down, powerful and heavy. The sword chi was numbing, and the sword intent was as thick as a mountain. Iron whips and heavy swords clashed, making clanging and piercing sounds, and after a few breaths of stalemate, Daoist Liangshan bent his knees and knelt on one leg, his forehead sweating and shaking under the heavy pressure. At this point, the winner is decided. Naganoko wins. The good Daoist saluted. Fellow Daoist's strength is outstanding. The poor Taoist admires it. This loss is convincing. In the coming day, I will ask you to teach me again. Naganoko returned the salute. Your strength is also not bad, and the poor Taoist also looks forward to sparring with you again. In the stands, the truth-seeking spectator Taoist was overjoyed. Winning, not only did Chang Yanzi break into the top 25, he was also unharmed and had the strength to fight again. Maybe the rankings can go even higher. They couldn't help but be excited at the thought that there was a possibility of a top 10 heavenly pride from the Dao Yuan conference coming out of the Seeking Truth concept. On the second tier stand, the Spirit Guild sect's Huangli realist laughed aloud. This sun is interesting, and the truth-seeking one is even more interesting. The poor Taoist is looking forward to meeting realist Xin Ming more and more. Sitting cross-legged in the ring, Naganoko tuned in. The ring was inscribed with a spirit gathering formation, which could help Taoists gather their spirit energy, restore their mana, and adjust their essence. The same was true for the other Taoists who still had a fighting chance, and when they recovered, the martial arts test continued. Naganoko casts another lot. 25 people will have one turn. His luck is not bad, although not empty, but the opponent's strength is not as good as the Taoist. Fighting 30 rounds, was his a heavy sword pressure on the ground? Such as mountain pressure body, difficult to move, easy to win, broke into the top 12. Seeking Truth, the audience Dao more excited. One by one sitting in the stands, smiling and happy, Xuanchu more generous and heroic, whispered to command Xiankong, after this matter is over. In the immortal guest book 2 tables of food and wine, sent to the immortal forest hall, the truth-seeking viewer is congratulated for successive great joys. Even the pure-hearted Taoist has 7 emotions and 6 desires, usually fluctuates less, but today is somewhat unable to press and do not want to press. Joke, how can you not celebrate such a happy event? Chang Yanzi continued to recover his mana. The next were all hard battles. He had to be more on top of it. Soon the lots were drawn again, and he was up against a young Taoist of the 4th realm of practicing essence, with a jade tree, wide-sleeved Taoist robes, and a graceful demeanor, and even more so from the Qingyang sect, with arrogance, and a prideful principle. In this battle, Chang Yanzi fought with him for more than 150 rounds. His fists and swords came out, and he was on fire. And the jade wheel on top of the head of the enlightened Taoist was like a great sun, and the sun shone brightly. Where the light shines, the fists are like ice melting. Where the hot wind passes, the sword is like hay burning. To be able to go this far, you are indeed capable of great skill, and you are also striving for glory for the truth-seeking one. But prosperity cannot last long, and blessings cannot be overflowing. And when you meet poverty road, this is the end of the road for you. By virtue of the jade wheel Dharma artifact, Taoist enlightenment was briefly in the air, standing with his arms folded as he looked down on Chang Yanzi Dao from above. As the words fell, the enlightenment Taoist transformed into a round of blazing sun and violently smashed down, and wherever he passed, the flames were blazing. Yesterday, his master had instructed him that if he encountered the 2 disciples of the Seeking Truth view, there was no need to be polite, and to strike with all his might. It would be best to destroy their roots. Swords have no eyes, and this kind of thing was not unheard of in the successive Daoyuan festivals. Chang Yanzi was silent. It was too early to say anything until a winner was decided, though it is one order higher than his own. Although he came from a great Taoist sect, although the battle itself is located in the downside, but it was not that he didn't have a chance to turn the tables. He had already built a superior Taoist foundation and had dual cultivation of the Dharma body, so he might not necessarily lose. Feeling the power that came strongly, Chang Enzi was in a calm mood, clenching his heavy sword, swinging it and dancing, his feet stepping on the 8 trigrams. 200 pounds of heavy sword in his hands. Sword go light, heavy as nothing, gossip derived. After he stepped 8 steps in a row, the heavy sword hanging upside down, toes facing up, 1 into 8. 8 sword light domineering unparalleled, forming the gossip sword array, locking the proud sun, sword light agitation, one after another to split to smash open the proud sun. Every smash, the proud sunlight will be weaker 1 point. Xuanqiu lamented.
Master Nephew Chang'anzi's attainments in the Bagua sword are directly after us,
and is the most advanced of the 4 generations of disciples. Elder brother has a point. With the 8 trigram sword formation in hand, it seems that the winner of this battle is already decided. Xianyi nodded, quite agreeably. Only if the Bagua sword art was perfected could one temporarily lay down a Bagua sword formation with one's own strength, and one's battle power would soar. With the sword formation, Chang Enzi was victorious. Indeed, it does. Enlightenment Taoist used all his strength. It is difficult to break the sword array, but was constantly compressed, and finally the sun and the sword array at the same time were out. In the moment he appeared, Chang Enzi, quick eyes and hands, quickly swung up the heavy sword. Enlightenment Taoist, as if he was smashed in the face by the doorplate, flew backwards, fell down to the ring. The handsome face changed greatly, nose and face swollen, as if a pig's head. In this battle, Naganoko wins. In the stands, the truth-seeking spectator path was giddy. Yuchuan real person was in a bad mood and had to maintain his image. For a while he smiled but didn't smile. On the contrary, it was the Zixia sect's grand elder Donglai real person across from him who smiled brightly, and even raised his eyebrow and stroked his beard at Yuchuan real person when he was going to and from him. The two are old enemies. Donglai old man's mouth is not open. Yuchuan real people know what he put on his face expression. Some people are obviously small-minded, but they are still pretending to be generous and pretentious, which is really ridiculous. It was because he understood that his eyes were like knives. Everything off the field is irrelevant to him for now. Chang Enzi panted and took a pill to heal his injuries and restore his mana, and when he drew lots again, he shook his head and laughed bitterly while his battle spirit instantly rose. All because his opponent was the Violet Cloud sect's illuminating Knight Taoist. He was the top of the literary test to defend the way. When he cultivated the 100 arts of immortality, he was still the leader. Since the martial arts test, he had easily passed all the way through, and no one had ever lasted more than 5 moves under him. It is said to be gifted. Excellent root bone, understanding, only a weak crown. The cultivation will reach the practice of essence consummation. With the older generation then no less than, or even slightly better. It was the favorite to win this Dao Yuan Fest. To be able to spar and compete with such a strong person. Chang Enzi's blood boiled with caution. Chapter 59, Man does not leave the way. The way is not far from man. Potentate's palace. On the first floor bleachers, Xuanqiu and other truth-seeking audience paths were worried. On the second-tier stands, Yu Quanzhenjin's gaze was complicated. He was not used to seeing the two people on the field, but if he had to choose one, he would rather it be Chang Enzi who won than look at Don Lai Laoer's smug-old face. In the ring, saluting each other, Chang Enzi was the first to strike. Left hand fist, right hand sword. He followed through with his previous fighting style. If you don't make a move, you make a move and you go all out. The fist force was domineering. The sword intent was sharp. The fist and sword were combined, strong and unparalleled. Even the Enlightenment Taoist was cautious to deal with this strike. However, the Illumination Knight Taoist just flicked his sleeve and hit a purple haze, and this strike was dissolved into nothingness and dispersed like smoke. Heart sinking, Chang Enzi then strikes again. Footsteps stepping, gossip derived. Sword light bursts out, gossip sword array strong. Taoist Shining Knight did not dodge or flash. A faint appreciation surfaced in his star-like eyes, allowing the 8 trigram sword formation to trap him. And when the sword light attacked, he lightly moved his feet, vacillating between square inches to avoid the sharp sword light. Pupils turned purple and bloomed with purple light. Taoist Shining Knight saw through the reality and flicked his finger at a sword light. A resounding sword sound rang out, and the 8 trigram sword formation suddenly shook and a crack appeared. Seeing that the formation didn't immediately shatter, a flash of surprise appeared on Taoist Shining Knight's handsome and peerless face, and his slender fingers flicked again. With every flick, there was one more crack in the sword formation and one more wound on Chang Enzi's body. But the sword formation never broke. Shining Knight Taoist faced more interest, and then flexed his fingers to play 3 times the 8 trigram sword array before it shattered with a bang. The heavy sword flew backward and was caught by Chang Enzi, who retreated 3 steps in a row before slumping to the ground. He crouched down with the sword in his hand, bent his knees to gasp for breath, and violently sprayed out a mouthful of blood. Robes hunting, the shining knight Taoist dusted his sleeves, looked at Chang Yanzi, and nodded. You're not bad. To be able to break the law and fight with him for 6 rounds was not a rare sight when looking at the essence practicing realm. Not to mention the fact that the opponent was only in the 3rd realm of essence practicing. Wiping off the blood and using his sword as a crutch, Chang Yanzi gritted his teeth and got up. Fellow Taoist has high strength, the poor Taoist admires me. I still have one more sword. I hope that fellow Taoist will taste it. The shining knight Taoist was curious and raised his hand as an invitation. Chang Yanzi mobilized all of his mana chi and blood, closed his eyes. His mind was silent, and the entire person entered a state of thoughtlessness and unconsciousness, with his spiritual sense, mana, sword intent, and fist intent all merging into his flesh and blood, and everything contracting inwardly, accompanied by the passage of time. He is like a mortal, ordinary, but the more so, Shine Knight Taoist the more dare not careless. Face surfaced since the start of the competition has never been solemn. This double queer got serious. Time passed bit by bit, and when the build-up finally reached a critical point, Chang Yanzi opened her eyes. I have a sword that can cut down demons and evils. I have a sword when I protect the truth seeker. The moment the words fell, he raised his sword to slash, like a volcano eruption, like a flood dike. Chang Yanzi behind the emergence of an illusory figure, the height of 10 feet high, the appearance to not real, but Xuanchu and other 3 generations of Taoist but the spirit of the vibration. Although it was in vain, they recognized the identity of the silhouette as none other than senior brother Xian Ming. The spiritual phase forging technique was created by his senior brother, which emphasized on observation and meditation, and the unity of spirit and flesh. Xuanchu and the others were surprised because they didn't expect Chang Yanzi to cultivate this technique to such a level that the spiritual phase was revealed externally. As for the spirit phase being the elder brother, they were dismayed at first glance but quickly accepted it, all because what they were visualizing was also the elder brother. On the ring, accompanied by Chang Yanzi raised his sword. The illusory spirit phase also followed to raise his sword. A sword cleave down, like a god to raise his sword, to cut down the demons and remove the devil, to cleanse the Qiankuan. A 3-zhang sword light fell blatantly. Shining Knight Taoist face grave. His body slightly vibrated. Purple gas dense head of the long sky, condensed into a round of purple sun. The ring shook slightly as the sword light collided with the purple sun, and dense sword marks and pits fell on the ground. Floating cloud mountain, seeking truth concept, hidden Tao peak, hidden scripture pavilion. The white-haired old Taoist who was flipping through the Taoist scriptures slightly paused his fingers. His heart felt something, and his eyes gazed through the window, looking into the distance, which was in the direction of Fengyang County. Strange. Why does the poor Taoist have this strange sensation? Is it because senior brother Xuanchu and the others are experiencing trouble, or is there another reason? Put down the scriptures. Xian Ming grabbed the table and the quill several brushes, casually threw the brushes into a strange gesture scattered on the ground. Actually is a fire ground Jinghua. The upper trigram is Lei for fire and the lower trigram is Kuan for earth, which has the image of progress, development and success. Chore 6. Jin Ru 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 Ru. Cheng Ji. Reckless. You know blame. It implies initial advancement, encountering obstacles, but overall good. Auspicious omen. Twisting his fingers lightly, Xian Ming understood the ins and outs of the matter, and could not help but stroke his whiskers and laugh. Good trigrams. A good image. Good Chang Yanzi. Thinking that it was now the last day of the martial arts exam, the smile on his face became even more kind. It seems that Seeking Truth View will soon have happy events. As for the blood and light disasters shown in it, Xian Ming didn't worry about it. The competition cuts. Injuries are inevitable. Anyway, no harm, no fear of life. Instead of the blood with auspicious, jade is not cut into pieces, and young people should be exposed to more wind and rain. Otherwise, how can they become talented? Footsteps sounded. The pavilion guarding Taoist heard the movement ascending to the 2nd floor. Seeing the brushes scattered all over the place, his eyebrows jumped. He glanced at his master grudgingly, and lowered his head to clean up like a resigned man. As early as when the pavilion guarding Taoist appeared on the 2nd floor, Xian Ming picked up the Taoist scriptures again and concentrated on enlightenment, as if he was oblivious to what was going on around him, until the pavilion guarding Taoist saluted and left. Looking at the table on the desktop rearranged neatly, even the brushes were tended to without a single stray hair, facing the same direction, the height of the brush from low to high arrangement. Xian Ming suddenly sighed. The master's disciples carefully selected to guard the pavilion Taoist Changfengzi is certainly good, conscientious, resourceful enough, respect him enough, is too clean, too meticulous, too strong obsessive compulsive disorder. He is used to loose, placing things how convenient how to come, how comfortable how to do. With this cheap nephew style opposite, At first a little uncomfortable, but also did not drive away. As practice heart, not to say the effect is good, now used to each other, but there is a tacit understanding, a release, a collection, a casual, a scrupulous, a movement and a quiet, an old and a green. There is a kind of subtle flavor, under the fine taste, quite interesting, on the road in the living beings, hidden in the life of the people do not leave the road. The road is not far away from the people. There is a more subtle understanding of the practice of all the practice of the infiltration of the upper floors. Taste a mouthful of Chang Fengzi downstairs before cooking a good tea. Xian Ming convergence of distracting thoughts. Concentrate on watching the scriptures. A few breaths will be immersed in it. The matter of the two forgotten. To draw the essence of the reasoning, eliminating the dross. Take the essence of the nourishment of their own. The Taoist practice and the silent accumulation of growth. Although the droplets of water is small, gradual filling of the big where. Tea curls, the fragrance of books, the fragrance of the sky to wake up. The second floor of the Tibetan scripture pavilion soon clear and quiet. The only remaining white-haired old Taoist in half a room of the Taoist collection with the occasional ringing. One cannot help but be sedated by the sound of the Russell scrolls. Potentate's palace. In the ring, the sword light was gradually swallowed by the purple sun. Chang and Zi stumbled and spurted blood again, leaning on the ground with his sword before he didn't fall. The Night Taoist is very elegant. Did not take advantage of the victory, did not take advantage of the situation, 2 times in a row to vomit blood, is the art was broken backlash, precisely because of this clear. Even if the tragic defeat, Chang Anzi still against the Night Taoist impression is very good. Many thanks, fellow Taoist. The poor Taoist is convinced. Taoist Shining Knight returned the salute and looked at Chang and Zi appreciatively. Flesh and spirit are blended. Fist and sword are united. And then abandon all the skills of swordsmanship. Simple chopping. This sword of yours already has a few points of great ingenuity. Forced to break the law of the intention. Which is noteworthy, really good. To be able to force him to use 5 points of his strength. Since the beginning of the martial arts test, the Taoist in front of him was still the first. Fellow Taoist is flattering. Modest sentence. Chang and Zi dragged the sword and walked away. Down the ring. Although this fight is very important to him, but the loss is a loss. The cultivation of people should look down on the win and lose. Fame and fortune heart don't be too heavy. Xuanqiu and the others immediately greeted and shushed Chang'anzi. Despite the defeat, to the truth-seeking one, Chang'anzi was still honored despite the defeat. Time was like water. In the evening, the participating Dao Vanes, scattered cultivators and spectators were all refreshed. The martial arts test was over, and this Dao Yuan event was about to come to an end, which meant that the final results would be out. Unsurprisingly, Taoist Shining Knight of the Purple Cloud sect became the leader of the Dao Yuan assembly. Although Chang and Zi lost under Taoist Shining Knight and did not reach the top 5 in the martial arts test, his overall ranking was stuck right at the 5th in the Dao Yuan Fest, making him the only being from a small Dao Vane to break into the top 10. And not only did he obtain a book of Qi practicing real people's insights, but also a yellow sprout pill, which was considered to be a fulfillment of his wish. The comprehensive ranking of Chang Qingzi is the 40th. The disciple is competitive. The face is bright. Xianyang Taoist looks at whoever is smiling. Fellow Taoist Don Lai. The Purple Cloud sect has a successor. Congratulations! The 3 champions of the argumentation, 100 arts, and martial arts tests. The Zixia sect has made a big splash this time around. And Taoist Don Lai must order a few more tables of 9 spirit treasures at the immortal Hakai. On the second tier stands, Don Lai Jinran rose to return the salute, a smile on his face and bitterness within. Zixia sect are really out of such a heavenly pride. Their dreams can wake up laughing. But according to the Knight of Another Origin, shallow water is difficult to raise a real dragon. This is not Zixia sect can afford to raise the characters. After a month, the Dao Yuan conference finally ended, and all the Dao came out of the potentate's palace, each celebrating in their own way, regardless of their results. The truth-seeking view is no exception. The big and small dogs were lively for half the night. The next day, Seeking Truth View didn't leave the county immediately, both because Chang and Zi and Changqing Zi have to recuperate from their injuries, and also because people die for money and birds die for food, and the Yellow Bud Dan helps cultivators break through to practicing Qi. So there is no guarantee that there won't be people who are desperate enough to snatch it secretly. Instead of rushing with this Dan and attracting covetousness, it would be better to swallow and refine it, break the realm and promote, achieve a real person, deter all parties, and make the return trip safer. After deliberation, this elixir was swallowed by Xuanqiu. Among the 3 generations of Taoists present, only he and Xian Su saw the threshold of Qi practicing, and they had a higher success rate in breaking through the realm, taking less time. Xuanqiu was also in charge of the inheritance Dharma sword. His strength was 1 step better than Xian Su,
and it would be more appropriate for him to swallow the spirit elixir. As the owner of the elixir, Chang Yanzi had no opinion on this. He had worked hard for this elixir, originally to repay his senior uncle and give back to the clan. If the master teacher uncle achieved a real person and returned to the mountain, he thought that senior uncle Xianming would be very joyful. Of course, Xuanxu dared to do so because no fighting was allowed in Fengyang County, and the Immortal Forest Pavilion was even more sheltered by the Heaven and Earth Academy, which had a higher safety factor, and the attendees of the Taoist veins and the scattered cultivators could stay for 7 days, which was a more abundant time. The top 5 forces in the conference have a chance to apply for a cultivation room, which is built on a spiritual vein and is equipped with a protective array and soundproofing array, so there is no fear of being disturbed. This was also the benefit that the Heaven and Earth Academy had given to the top 5 of the conference, preventing anyone from grabbing the yellow bud Dan and adding flaws to this conference. Of course, if you hold your own strength and don't break through in the city, the Tiandi Academy won't force you to do so, and if you lose your elixir after leaving the city, you'll have to bear the consequences and the Tiandi Academy won't be responsible for it. The road is all chosen by yourself, and you have to have it when it is meant to be, and don't force yourself to have it when it is not meant to be. Although the cultivation room was special, but Xuanxu breaking the boundary was a big deal, so it was prudent for all the Dao to take turns guarding the door. Shenkong also took the spirit crane, Windy back to the floating cloud mountain, originally wanted to ask Xianming's senior brother out of the mountain, but did not expect, yesterday afternoon's senior brother in observing a thunderstorm, have some enlightenment, even closed, have no choice but to return in a hurry. Chapter 60, Xuanxu achieves reality. Old Taoist comes down from the mountain. Fengyang County, Xianlin Pavilion. 3 days later, spiritual energy converges towards one place like 100 rivers returning to the sea. The truth-seeking audience was both excited and nervous, looking around warily for fear of accidents at critical moments. Fortunately, the name of the Heaven and Earth Academy was enough to deter a bunch of cow ghosts and snakes, and the Xuanmia Dharma intent rose, and Xuanxu accomplished the real person without any danger. 2 hours later, looking at the middle-aged Taoist who walked out of the cultivation room in a spirited manner, the crowd of Taoists were excited. Congratulations to senior brother, senior uncle and uncle, for achieving true manhood. I'm grateful to you all for protecting me. Xuanxu returned the salute and laughed aloud. Looking up at the azure sky, he was overwhelmed with emotion, and could not imagine that all generations of forefathers did not do. He did it. The truth-seeking view will certainly be in the hands of him and his brother to develop and flourish. Half an hour later, a group of people out of the county city, straight to the floating cloud mountain, out of the city for dozens of miles. The wind and waves are calm, and there is no ungrateful blocking the road. But neither Xuanxu nor Chang'anzi were careless. They hadn't forgotten the reminder of their senior brother, senior uncle, that there was evil in the auspiciousness, and they didn't dare to slack off until they reached the floating cloud mountain. Another dozens of miles. The air is flooded with subtle fluctuations, like a drop of water into the river. Ripples imperceptible. Even Xuanxu initially did not notice. A killing machine invisible ripples, close to the target. In the nick of time, the inherited Dharma sword buzzed. Xuanxu was shocked, rose up in the air, as fast as the wind, instantly blocked in front of Chang'anzi. The Dharma sword was sheathed, and made a forceful chop to the void. The sword light flashed, making a sound of gold and iron clashing, mana contending, power stirring. A thin as a hair of transparent silk thread was forced to manifest, instantly crimson, as if dyed in blood. In the seeking truth audience Tao guarded gaze, a figure noiselessly appeared behind Chang'anzi, waving his sleeve with the wind, once again killing. How dare you! Xuanxu was shocked and enraged. His beard and hair were all agape. The Dharma sword turned like a swimming fish, heading straight for the red shadow, while at the same time grabbing the collar of Chang'anzi's shoulder and throwing it towards the back. The visitor was obviously here to kill this master-nephew. The water sleeve falls short, and a sword breaks the sleeve. Only then did the man in red reveal his true form. The visitor was a buxom beauty, dressed in bold, sexy and charming clothes. Her snow-white skin was hidden, and the bizarre crimson threads of the party were actually released from her clothes. Xuanxu's heart sank as he exclaimed, "Soul-drawing silk, you're an assassin from the Whisker House?" "That's right," the woman in red admitted bluntly, while curling her waist-length hair with her fingers. Her vermilion lips gently opened and laughed. "I wanted to disguise myself, pretend to be a vendor, and lure this little Taoist monk to a remote place to kill him, and complete the task explained by my employer. But I didn't expect that the little Taoist monk would be resourceful enough not to fall for it. Instead, it caused my slave to be captured by the Heaven and Earth courtyard to hide in the east, and I had to leave the city to avoid trouble and wait for rabbits. In that case, I'll just have to labor a bit more and send you all to the west together outside of this city." Words fell the moment. The red shadow and then move. The body of red silk such as long snakes hunting like leaping out.
Dozens of silk strands bizarrely break through the air, straight to the audience of truth-seeking people.
The woman killed to Xuanxu. Since seduction failed and assassination didn't work, she would kill in plain sight.
Something that was troublesome but not something she hadn't done before. Formation.
At Xian Yin's command,
all the Dao reacted quickly, instantly laying down the 8 trigram sword formation to block the godly red thread.
Sword Chi rages and cuts through the red thread.
The red thread regenerates and cuts off. Looking at the red-clothed woman who was killing,
Xian Su took the initiative to hold his sword and kill, while not hesitating to invoke the sword light sword intent that senior brother Xian Ming had sealed on the inheritance Dharma sword, and swung his sword to cut.
No bullshit. The action is crisp and clean. As an assassin,
the woman in red had a keen sense of danger, and when Xuanxu was killing, she had a warning sign in her heart and smelled death, an intuition that had saved her from danger several times. Although I do not know what the truth-seeking view of the head teacher of the real person to rely on, but the woman in red did not dare to take risks,
was about to dodge,
temporarily avoid the front, ready to kill the other people first, but did not want to. A sword light blatantly came.
500 feet of sword light volatile. Gossip sword intent lock target. Powerful breath so that the red woman's body shape a beat.
The sword light is also faster than she thought.
Dodge has been too late.
Between the lightning and the flames, the woman in red could only fight hard. The red silk on her body surged. Even the red silk that attacked the 8 trigram sword formation was withdrawn, as if a swarm of snakes were in a frenzy of disaster, and hundreds of threads surged out.
However, to no avail.
The sword light fell and the red threads broke in unison. The volatile sword light splits straight. Blood splatters,
wetting the grass and trees,
and the woman in red falls with strong unwillingness. A strange and unpredictable arrival and a clean death.
Seeing the assassin give his head,
Xuanxu was relieved. Those who know others are wise, and those who know themselves are wise.
He has just achieved a real person,
and the woman in red is a veteran Qi practitioner,
with strange methods, obviously stronger than himself,
not to mention that she also comes from the Whisker House,
even more dangerous to the extreme, and must be a quick battle to the end. The longer it dragged on, the more unfavorable it would be for the truth-seeker's view, and the easier it would be to cause trouble.
Therefore, Xuanxu made an immediate decision.
When the woman in red came to kill,
she took the red-robed woman by surprise and directly used the means that senior brother Xian Ming had reserved.
Looking at the woman's corpse,
Xuanxu sighed in his heart. Senior brother Xian Ming really did not let himself down as usual.
Whisker House soul retaining silk is even more bizarre than the invisible cone,
and just now he was able to discover its traces thanks to his senior brother's sword intent warning.
When Taoist Xian Su collected the red-clothed woman's rui bag,
Xian Su was about to take the seeking truth viewers away when suddenly the change started again.
The sky changed color, and dark clouds covered the sky.
A scaly snake weaved through the black clouds, with turquoise scales and a huge body, flinging its long tail.
A thick demonic aura filled the air,
and the grass and trees withered instantly,
breaking through the air towards Chang'an Zi. Innate demon.
Xuanxu stared,
just about to step in front of it. Unexpectedly, the scaly snake probed from the cloud, opened its blood-spewing mouth, and the 2 poisonous fangs in its upper jaw fell off, transforming into 2 sharp swords that came straight at him. Killing aura and sharp sword light. Xuanxu was instantly entangled. Xianyin reacted extremely quickly and led the crowd to set up a sword formation. However, in the face of the snake's tail, the 8 trigram sword formation was as fragile as glass. Chang'an Zi suddenly looked flustered and terrified,
as if he was truly deterred by his own perilous situation, and tightened his grip on his heavy sword.
However,
at the moment when the snake's tail was close to his body, his expression suddenly changed. His gaze was cold and filled with killing intent, and he faintly spat out a word.
Chop! The moment the words fell,
he exuded sharp sword light around his body. A horrible sword intent burst out from his body.
500 feet of sword light reappeared. Just now the invincible snake's tail,
at the moment as if it were papier-mâché, it was split in 2 and easily chopped off.
Above the long sky, the scaly snake let out a miserable scream, twisting its body, blood raining down, tragically hit hard.
He didn't expect Chang'an Zi to have this kind of tactic hidden in his body, and the truth-seeking spectators were also astonished. Only Chang'an Zi was calm and collected, all because this was the means that Uncle Xian Ming had hidden on him in case of emergency. Carrying sword intent in one's body was not pleasant. One had to endure the pain of sword intent erosion every moment. One had to at least train the spirit phase body forging technique to a small degree in order to resist it. But there are pros and cons to everything.
Chang'an Zi can not only use this to understand the sword intent,
refine their own sword skills, but also take the sword intent to quench the body and refine the chi in blood. Because of this, he had progressed so rapidly that he was able to make that final sword of spirit and flesh unification at the martial arts test.
Set up a formation and kill the demons. Xuanqiu reacted extremely quickly, taking advantage of the scaly snake's trauma. He took the opportunity to get rid of the double sword entanglement and rushed to the sky above the truth-seeking audience, giving orders and leading the crowd to set up the formation. And the 8 trigrams in 1 chi sword formation was once again shaped. This sword formation, personally presided over by a real person, erupted with terrifying might, accompanied by Xian Su waving his sword upwards. A 400 feet sword light pierced straight into the sky, breaking through the layers of clouds and cutting through the fierce winds. The power of this strike had already touched the threshold of the innate. Jiao Snake hissed, eyes full of anger, hissing between the 2 fangs. Sword unity suddenly chopped down. Sword-light collision. The 2 fang swords flew out backwards and resplit into 2, and the sword light shattered. The 8 trigram sword formation was broken. All of them were knocked down by the force of the recoil, their bodies chi and blood tossing and turning, their mana running amok. And except for Xuanqiu, the rest of them were not able to fight again for the time being. The Jiao Snake hissed in pain and agony, probing and charging Xian Su with such vigor that the void exploded and demonic chi rolled. Xuanqiu held his sword, his face firm. Be prepared to fight to the death. He is the sect leader of the Seeking Truth concept. If you want to harm the disciples of the Seeking Truth concept, unless you step over his corpse. At this moment, Xuanqiu sprouted a will to die, his expression unprecedentedly determined, just not waiting for the scaly snake to approach. A thunderbolt fell blatantly from the 9 skies. With a rumbling sound, the scaly snake fell. Blood rained from the sky and huge corpses fell to the ground. The sound of a crane sounded. A white-haired old Taoist stepped on a crane and came. The dark clouds dispersed. The sun set, and the haze glowed behind him. Chapter 61, Inviting Thunder and Serving Electricity. Mountain tits and demon birds. The spirit crane landed on the ground, converging its wings and crouching, with an elegant and serviceable posture. Xian Ming lightly tapped his toes, his wide sleeves facing the wind, and drifted down. The Seeking Truth audience Dao was overjoyed, and led by Xuanqiu, they bowed their heads and saluted. Many thanks to the senior brothers, masters and uncles, for saving them. It's good that you are all fine. After comforting the crowd, Xian Ming smiled kindly and said, "Congratulations to senior brother on his achievement of being a real person." Xuanqiu returned the salute and said with a beaming face, "It's all thanks to the blessings of senior brother and Chang'anzi." In the simple conversation, Xuanqiu did not ask the stupid question of why his senior brother went down the mountain. Xian Ming's senior brother can pinch the calculator. The art of the Yi Dao has reached the level of knowledge. Knowing that they encountered danger is not strange. Otherwise, before going down the mountain would not have left a means of self-defense. This place is not suitable to stay for a long time. The road did not talk too much. Gossip 2 sentences on the mouth. Xuanqiu greeted all the people on their knees to adjust their breathing, such as pressure down the agitation of the qi and blood, and then immediately set off. Continue to rush. Xian Ming, on the other hand, flung his duster. 3,000 silver threads wrapped around the corpse of the scaly snake, and then tied the duster to his mahogany sword, ordering it to be lifted up and followed behind him, while he himself pranced and leaped to the spirit crane, flying up amidst the sound of wing beats, roaming the firmament and enjoying the evening sunshine and cloudy sea. The other crane was struggling to catch up with its companion, but it was always 9 feet slower than the crane in front of it, and its altitude in the air was also 9 feet lower. On the spirit crane, Xian Kong sat down, looking at the spirit crane in front of him. His expression was grudging. He raised 7 spirit cranes, and he spent time with them on weekdays, attentively serving them, and at a glance, he recognized that the one in front of him was just Shaoqi. Among the 7 spiritual cranes of the best quality, their feathers are bright, white as clouds, untainted by dust, and their crowns are colorful, red as the sun, dazzling. Also in the 7 spiritual cranes in the most spiritual, arrogant personality, no dust in the eyes. In addition to eating and drinking on weekdays, simply ignore him, not to mention sitting, touching a peck after him. Now not only honestly act as Xian Ming's senior brother feet, but also attentive attitude, groveling, even landing are automatically squatting. This kind of treatment their own crane ride more than a dozen years have not had, not tumbling to the ground even if the good thing. For a while, Xian Kong had a mixed feeling in his heart, an illusion that the earth was not worth it, and murmured in a small voice, the poor Taoist was wrongly paid after all. Looking down at the sitting spirit crane, Xian Kong said, "Da, you have eaten 2 more years of spirit food than Shaoqi, and have practiced for 2 more years, so you will definitely be able to catch up. So don't let poverty road down." The spirit crane rolled his eyes, chirped twice in dissatisfaction, and even shook his body, with the air of throwing you off if you keep nagging. Getting along for many years, he had long known what spirit crane meant. This was disliking himself for being fat. Xian Kong's mouth twitched and he couldn't help but spit out, "The same as if you just weren't fat." When the words fell, Shen Kong knew that he was in trouble, and immediately leaned down on the back of the crane, running his magic power and sticking to it, while holding on to the feathers, and in the next moment, the spirit crane swooped down, and spun in the air, and then rose up again at a very high speed, accompanied by screams of misery and the sound of pleasurable cranes resonating through the clouds. On the spirit crane, Shen Ming stroked his whiskers and smiled. I can't imagine that senior disciple Xian Kong still has this kind of bare heart. As the voice reached the bottom, the corners of Xian Yang's mouth rose and he was about to open his mouth when he saw that the sect master was staring at him. He smiled curtly and immediately shrunk his head and shut up. With Xian Ming escorting them, the Seeking Truth Concepts group next traveled smoothly all the way back to Floating Cloud Mountain. All the people running around, each returned to rest and recuperate. Anyway, has come back, and there is no urgent matter. Not in a hurry for a moment. Hidden Dao Peak, after instructing Chang and Zi to take a good rest, Xian Ming returned to the questioning courtyard. And inside the thatched cottage, the dim candlelight dispersed the night. Sitting in front of the table, he spread out his palm. There was thunder, birth and death in the center of his palm. The 5 chi transformations were united, evolving a foot of thunder, sympathizing with the heaven and earth, absorbing the free thunder spiritual energy in the void. Like a thunder dragon roaming around in his palm, the 1 foot of thunder body contained horrifying energy, enough to destroy mountains and break rivers, and exterminate innate realm cultivators. This is precisely the sign of the 5 thunder method into, call thunder service electricity. Not only the power of the thunder greatly increased, and initially break free from the distance limit. If you say, before the performance of the 5 thunder method, can only be performed in the air 100 feet, then now with the range of Xian Ming's spiritual awareness linked to the look as if the heavenly thunder descended to the world, wipe out the demons and destroy the devil, cleansing the world, palm down, injecting the power of thunder into the mahogany sword, washing and refining the spirit weapon. Xian Ming looked through the window at the bright moon in the sky, his thoughts drifting. In the evening 4 days ago, when observing the last thunderstorm of the summer, he used his spiritual sense to perceive the 4 signs of the weather and once again entered into that metaphysical state, with a deeper cognizance of wind, rain and lightning. Previously, Xian Ming had been enlightened by the meteorological cycle of the great circumference of the sky, and initially realized the mystery of the small world and the great world of the human body. Heaven and earth are born, nurturing all things. People get their bells and whistles and the most spiritual. The universe cares about the hand. All kinds of life is born in the body. The way of human life and the cosmos is connected to the way of the universe. The human and the heavens are the same structure. In other words, the human body is a microcosm of heaven and earth. And if a person is always quiet, heaven and earth will all return to him. After comprehending this point, he consciously searched for the connection and resonance between the human body and the wind, rain, lightning and thunder on future thunderstorm days. Because he had been immersed in the 5 thunder laws for the longest time and had the highest attainments, Xian Ming was the first to make gains in the thunder laws. Thunder is also the bile, thunder is also the sound. If the bile is thick, the sound will be thick. If the bile is strong, the sound will be bright. Thunder chi through the heart. Thunder then the heart sound. Thunder and lightning then the heart electricity. In addition, the Taoist practice has increased, touching the understanding of some difficult problems. Although weak, but progress is better than no progress. The collection of armpit into a fur, its momentum can be considerable. He also opened the Han Tai Yin lung meridian, and his cultivation shifted from the 8 odd meridians to the 12 proper meridians, and his magical power grew. Today, from the mouth of Xian Tong learned that Xian Kong had come back to ask for help. Chang and Zi won the 5th of the Dao Yuan conference, to practice essence of the 3rd realm of the cultivation of the battle, defeated a number of practice essence of the 4th realm of Taoist cultivation. Even if the law and body dual cultivation is also a bit unreasonable, I'm afraid that the people who have the heart has guessed that he has a superior foundation of the Tao. In other words, it was highly likely that he had the Seeking Truth concept superior foundation building method in his possession, and it was hard to guarantee that there wouldn't be someone harboring evil intentions. Then think of his own had been whisker building assassin's assassination. Shen Knight's death and the Wang family first son related to the trigrams only show that there is evil in the good fortune, but did not expect this kind of danger. Xian Ming immediately moved out of the mountain. This is what led to today's scene of the lightning striking the auger snake. Inside the hut, in front of the table, taking a light sip of tea, Xian Ming retrieved his thoughts and put down his tea light. Looking at his plain and unadorned white sleeves, he suddenly remembered something. Waved his sleeve. Black 2-color light flashes. In the air evolved into a rune. It is the bright characters. In the dark, bloom light. Breath subtle. Light flow between the dense Dao rhyme. Probing finger facing upwards. Slightly rotating, the black and white light of the bright character from distinct to intertwine with each other. The void opened a line. 3 feet of illusory heaven and earth reappeared. Evolved black and white vortex. Spit out an object. This is a red-bellied tits. Head and neck are black. The belly is pure vermilion color. The back is gradient blue. The face value is good. Good quality. By the mouth of the bowl. Although unconscious, but emits demonic aura. It is a practicing chi circumference realm demonic bird. Waving his sleeve to put away the bright character, Xian Ming looked towards the mountain tits demon. Chapter 62 The Earth Fiend's Fledgling. The White Dragon King. Fingers hooked slightly. A handful of mountain spring water splashed down with a clatter. The tit spirit was poured all over her head. Her nose choked on water and she coughed. And when she came to her senses, she immediately lifted her wings and wanted to escape. Without Xian Ming's hand, the mahogany sword will suddenly fly up. The tip of the sword aimed at its eyebrow. There is a you run again. I will poke a hole in the posture, but also deliberately left a road. Afraid that the tit spirit does not run, leaping to try, with a vicious chill in his heart. The situation was stronger than the demon. The tit spirit was instantly honest, and the light flashed, transforming into a female demon wearing a red and blue dress, with a delicate face. At this moment kneeling down in fear, with a terrified expression and trembling, little demon see the Taoist master. Stroking his beard slightly, Xian Ming didn't talk nonsense and opened the door to the question. Why did you sneak behind that scaly snake? Seeing the tits Jing silent, he said without panic, if you honestly explain, poor Tao or will be lenient. Spare your life. If there is the slightest concealment, will be chopped without mercy. The mahogany sword timely buzzing, excitedly fluttering, horrible sword intent on the body. The tits feel like a small boat in the waves, by the huge waves of rushing scroll wrapped hostage. At any time there is a risk of capsizing, shipwrecked boat sinking, all will never be recovered. Her scalp was numb, as if she had fallen into an ice cave. Her body was cold. She did not dare to have any more small thoughts. She bowed down in fear, and knew everything that Xian Ming had asked. Enlightened the Taoist master. The little demon comes from Songlong Mountain. The Jiao snake is one of the sons and daughters of the great king of Biscale. After the 10,000 serpents cave was overrun, the great king of the white dragon ordered to hunt down and kill the remaining members of the Biscale, and to seek out Biscale's legacy treasures. Not long ago, found the scaly snake traces. The little demon is good at hiding. I wanted to sneak behind, to determine its hiding place, so as to report to the above, to take the credit and be rewarded. I cannot imagine to see the scaly snake against the human race. And then the Taoist priest rushed to. The little demon was directly knocked by the Taoist priest to save him, and woke up in this place, looking at the tits who knew the art of language. Xian Ming stroked his whiskers in satisfaction. However, while solving the confusion, Xian Ming had new questions. Who is the king of the blue scales? Who is the white dragon? Although the floating cloud mountain is a branch of the Tsanglong mountain, there are many demons in the mountain, and the Seeking Truth view knows very little about the Tsanglong mountain. So this is an opportunity to understand the Tsanglong mountain. With this in mind, Xian Ming continued to pursue the question. People for the knife and chopping board. I am fish meat. Head 3 feet long, air hanging a sharp sword. Hate to poke themselves a few holes. Tits demon dare not have other small mind. The face of Xian Ming inquiry. She answered one by one, for fear that did not let the old man in front of the satisfaction of the sword results of their own. Many years of hard work for all the cake. Inside the cottage, the night was hazy. A man and a demon. A question and an answer. Half an hour later, after solving the doubts in his heart, Xian Ming snapped his fingers and a ray of light fell into the brow of the tits demon. The tits demon instantly felt an additional shackle on his body. Unseen and untouchable, but real. Observing the scriptures and exploring the metaphysical passages, coupled with having realized the 8 true laws of the outer landscape and so on, Xian Ming had some knowledge and understanding of the way of the souls and spirits. And this yoke was a spell he had worked out on his own with reference to the exorcism of the gods, one of the 72 earthly fate techniques of the legends of his previous life. Although there is only a prototype, the power is certainly far from the real exorcism of the gods and demons, but there are already a few points of the power of detaining the spirit and dispatching the generals. It was more than enough to deal with a Zhou heavenly realm great demon. This is the old Tao's unique spell, specializing in binding souls and shackling the Xianguan. If you follow the rules, naturally safe and sound. If you go against the grain, you will fly away from your soul. How to do? When the heart knows, do not let the old road to kill. Don't worry, Taoist, the little demon understands. Looking at the downcast tits demon, Xian Ming summoned the spirit deer longevity and ordered it to take this demon to the guest room to rest, while he himself slowly combed through the information. It turned out that the big king of the blue scales was the water-walking dragon of the past, and the scaly snake of today was one of his children. The white dragon king is a chi dragon, and 3 years ago, he set off a conquest to unify the Tsanglong mountain. The 2 dragons had a battle. How the result? The side of the demon does not know. Until the auger dragon walks in the water. Want to turn into a real dragon. The demons only guess that the big king of the blue scales may be a slight disadvantage. Otherwise, will not have no warning. Suddenly walk in the water to turn into a dragon. As a result, Xianming knew that the Jiaolong was being suppressed by all the real people of the Zixia sect, making it difficult to get out. Lips are dead, teeth cold, pulling one hair affects the whole body. The news spread back to the Canlong mountain. Jiaolong under the banner of the 10,000 Serpents Cave was also taken advantage of by the White Dragon King, led the people to break through. The deaths and injuries were heavy. The children and grandchildren either died or fled in distress, or went out of the Canlong mountain, or lived in the mountains, not daring to show their faces. And after obtaining the remains and territory of the 10,000 Serpents Cave, the White Dragon King's strength increased greatly, his prestige soared, and he became the most powerful demon in Canlong Mountain. He was ambitious and wanted to integrate that Canlong Mountain's chi and use it to break through the realm and cross into the god-practicing realm to become a true demon king. The Tits Jing Hongdo was originally a Jindan bird demon under the demon general. A year ago, the bird demon defeat the small demon with its together to the White Dragon King's command. In that case, the Canlong Mountain is in internal turmoil within this period of time and has no time for others. Xianming stared in thought. This is a mixed blessing for the truth-seeking view. The good thing is that the more chaotic Canlong Mountain is, the safer seeking truth concept is, and the bad thing is that once White Dragon unifies Canlong Mountain and breaks into the realm of practicing God, with his ambition, he will most likely stir up the wind and waves. It is possible that the truth-seeking viewpoint will be affected by the spillover. The good thing is that the unification of the Canlong demon race is not an overnight matter, so he does not need to worry too much, and while practicing, he can just make more preparations. It comes down to strength. After thinking about it, Xianming got up and left the cottage, coming to the place where the corpse of the Jiao snake was placed, letting go of his spiritual sense and carefully sensing and exploring. According to the Tits, more than 2 years ago, the remnants of the Jiao snake fled with part of the treasure of the 10,000 Serpents Cave. The White Dragon ordered to hunt down and kill the descendants of the Jiao Dragon, in addition to eliminating the roots, but also want to recover the treasure of the intention. This scaly snake is one of the most productive sons and daughters of the scaly dragon. It is very likely to carry heavy treasures on its body. Xianming came here, but also wanted to try. It is best to have. Make a fortune. It doesn't matter if there is none. It is an accidental fortune anyway. In this regard, although he was looking forward to it, he didn't force it too much. A few moments later, Xianming stroked his beard hand Emil, commanded the peachwood sword, dissected out the reverse scales, spread out the palm, a slight move, scales into the hand, waved his hand will be the auger snake corpse resealed. The mood is very good to return to the mansion. No one in the 4 fields, the night is quiet. He carried his hands, humming an untuned tune, walking on the mountain road. This moment, unlike the mountain Taoist, but rather a kind of field old man simplicity, less dusty paradigm, and more a few points of naturalness back to basics. The summer clouds are dispersing, and a cool breeze is rising. Early the next morning, when he had finished collecting the sunrise violet chi and had eaten his breakfast, Chang'an was the first to enter the inquirer's courtyard. Respectfully saluting, he first showed his true feelings and thanked Uncle Xianming for his cultivation and teachings, and then took out the carefully prepared gifts, which were an ancient oil lamp and a book of jade slips. Under the pine tree, on the stone table, looking at the 2 items, Xianming felt sentimental in his heart and looked at Chang'an with a gaze filled with relief. Anyone who loves a grateful offspring, he is no exception. You have a heart. Xianming contained a smile and did not refuse. These 2 items are worth a lot of money. One is a broken spirit weapon. One was the innate realm chi practicing tips that only the top 5 of the Dao Yuan assembly could obtain. I'm afraid that Chang'an went through quite a bit of trouble to get these 2 items. The kindness of a drop of water should be repaid by a spring. Senior uncle has been as gracious to me as a mountain. It is only natural for a disciple to honor you, Naganoko said joyfully and sincerely. Xianming nodded his head. After receiving the gift, he answered the cultivation difficulties for Chang'an. His nephew was filial. He as a senior uncle naturally had to be more attentive to point out. Half an hour later, the 3rd generation of Taoists arrived one after another, with Changchun, Chagan, Chongqing and Changning and the other 4th generation of Taoists listening in. Xuanchu and the others first chatted about the various things that happened at the Dao Yuan conference, and then the topic fell to a few key points. Chapter 63, The Envisioning of the Qi Yun Heavy Weapon. Ask the courtyard. Under the pine tree. The first thing the house road brought up was the assassination at the Whisker House. The Whisker House was a behemoth that had suppressed several counties, with many assassins and great strength. Strong as the sacred fetus realm chi practicing powerhouses had been stabbed to death, And even though the seeking truth concept was not what it used to be, with 2 real people in attendance, it was still not enough to look at in front of the Whisker House. Not to mention, the Whisker House killer has appeared 3 times. Once it was to kill Chu Yunfei, causing the seeking truth concept to turn against Chu. Once it was to assassinate senior brother Xian Ming, and once it was to assassinate Chang and Zi. So there was no way for them not to be vigilant. The key to resolving this matter lies with Sheng Wang, senior brother Xian Tong. I wonder how the Chu clan's dealings with Wang Sheng are progressing, Xuanqiu asked. Xian Ming also looked over. Although the seeking truth Guan only hooked up with the Chu clan because of him, but he himself was impatient to take care of these trivialities in dealings, so he left the matter to Xian Tong, who was good at this. Xian Ming was also curious about how far the feud between Chu and Wang Sheng had progressed. Without a trace of glancing at Chang and Zi, Xian Tong returned. Chu just sent word yesterday that the Wang family has been aware of this, and has been confining Wang Sheng to his home for this period of time. Good in the Chus and the Wide Law Division has some relations. In the Heaven and Earth Yard also has a few contacts, has got part of the evidence, although temporarily can't get dead Wang Sheng, but Jian Duet's wings and party members is not a problem. At that time, the upper echelons of the Guang FAC will be alarmed, and under a thorough investigation. Even if the Wang family takes refuge, and Wang Sheng has no fear for his life, he will still be notorious, lose his position as a law enforcement magistrate of the Guang FAC, and be verbally abused by the world, and the Wang family's reputation will be tarnished, which will be considered as a way for the Chu clan and my seeking truth concepts to seek a few points of interest. All the paths nodded at the words. Although they were outsiders to the party, they were clear that the worldly families valued fame and fortune, and sometimes fame was more important than profit. Once this matter was accomplished, Wang Sheng would definitely be chastised by the Wang clan, and would even become infamous in Fengyang County, which would be much more painful than directly beheading him. And at that time, in order to not continue to fall into disrepute, the Wang clan would also order him to revoke the Whisker House's kill order. Let's do this first. The coming day is long. There is no hurry to kill the enemy. Good and evil will be rewarded in the end. There will always be a chance. Zhenmin set the tone for the matter. The house road moves on to the next topic. Xuanqiu, there was something fishy about that scaly snake yesterday. Xianyin, senior brother's words are reasonable. Poor Taoist went back last night and meditated hard, and always felt that there should be someone behind that augur snake to manipulate or someone to cooperate with it, wanting to use it to kidnap Chang and Zi. Xiantong, according to the poor Taoist's opinion, I'm afraid that the scaly snake was entrusted by someone with the intention of snatching the superior foundation building method. The person behind this has a deep mind and has to be guarded against. Xianyang, it's a pity that senior brother Xianming started too quickly. Otherwise, he could have interrogated all such old people. Agu. Before Xianyang could finish his sentence, he covered his forehead and wailed, grimacing in pain, putting down his beating duster. Xianming rolled his eyes in dismay and poked. Alright, poor Tao didn't use much force. Xianyang hemmed and hawed, and after thanking Xianming for being merciful, he immediately sat obediently, not opening his mouth easily for fear of really inviting a beating. You and other guesses and poor road is the same. Although the augur snake has died, the truth temporarily cannot be investigated. But what people do not know, unless they do not do, poor road will give Chang'anzi some means of defense. As long as this behind the person dares to reach out again, we'll be able to get some traces. Xianming said soothingly. To this senior brother, the crowd of Taoists were convinced, and they couldn't help but feel at ease with him making plans for Chang and Zi. Chang Qingzi and the other 4 generations of Taoists looked at Chang and Zi with eyes full of envy. Even though his master had died in immortality, but with Master Xianming planning for him, his future Dao path would be even more far-reaching than those of them who had a master to teach him. In fact, I, seeking truth concept, am not considered to have no grudges with that scaly snake, and that water-walking scaly dragon is its father. Seeing that all the disciples were assured, Xianming thought for a moment and recounted the origins of the Jiao snake. The fact that he had killed the snake demon that had taken over the body of the Jiao dragon split soul, and so on, so that all of the paths would be psychologically prepared. Despite the consternation, the crowd of Taoists accepted very quickly, both because the fact has been determined, and the augur is suppressed. Breaking the seal do not know until which monkey years and months, but also because they feel that the senior brother did the right thing. To kill demons and protect the people is exactly the nature of a Taoist. Xuanqiu bowed his head and solemnly said, the scaly dragon has taken to the water and flooded countless good fields, resulting in the displacement of many people. With corpses strewn across the land and heavy deaths and injuries, this demon has committed heinous sins and has done many evil deeds. If it wasn't for senior brother's intervention, killing that snake demon in time, it really would have been the Jiao dragon's way, and I'm afraid that it would have already broken the seal and set off an even greater calamity.
and Senior Brother's move would have saved countless lives, and his merits would have been immeasurable. The other Taoists also rose and bowed. Poor Tao that day was also coincidental. Happened to meet. In the place of all the Senior Brothers will also have no choice but to make a move. Xian Ming returned the salute. Having said that, the crowd understood that they didn't have the ability of their Senior Brother, and even if they encountered him, they most likely wouldn't be able to recognize him. When each of them were seated, Xianin took out an invitation and introduced himself. During Senior Brother Xian Su's closed-door realm rushing period, the Three Rings realist had visited and personally delivered an invitation, inviting me, Seeking Truth Concept, to go ahead and participate in the Jade Ring sect's opening ceremony next year. That's a good thing. None of the Taoists objected. The wind is blowing in the trees and the old pines are shaking slightly. Xian Ming spread out his palm. A large and a small piece of two pieces of condensed to the extreme orb according to the mysterious trajectory running. Yin and yang flow. Life and death intertwined. Dense and unearthly. Senior Brother. This is Chen's pair of yin and yang iron. Xian Yang asked tentatively as his eyes glowed. He is responsible for the truth-seeking view of the refining of weapons. Discerning. Although Chen's golden sword appearance has changed greatly, not only was returned to the original, but also concentrated and purified. The spirit of the machine, containing the power of lightning and yin and yang Dao rhythms, but he still see a trace of familiarity. Only too much change, so I do not dare to be sure. Senior Brother is wise in his eyes. Xian Ming acknowledged. Hian Yang, who was complimented, grinned and giggled. The other Taoists were stunned and looked at the pair of iron beads incredulously. They had all seen the golden sword that Chen had inherited for 100 years, but it didn't have such a strong aura. I thought it was some other heaven and earth treasure material, but I didn't think it was this. If not for Xian Yang pointing it out, they really didn't dare to recognize it. In just a few short months, this precious material was transformed, and the crowd of Taoists had a little more admiration for Senior Brother Xian Ming's methods. Senior Brother, what do you want by taking out this item? Xuanqiu asked suspiciously. Without hiding it, Xian Ming revealed his intentions. Fortune goes like iron, and time comes like gold. A qi gives birth to all things. All types of heaven and earth have qi. More qi becomes luck. Luck gathers into blessing. Luck disperses into misfortune. Landscape has qi luck. Grass and trees have qi luck. And animals have qi luck. My Seeking Truth Quan has been established for more than 150 years, and together with the floating cloud mountain at its feet, the gathered qi can only feed out 1 or 2 qi practicing real people, and that auger snake is already a lost dog, with no root in its qi, and after it was beheaded, its qi converged into my Seeking Truth. The old Taoist used his body to suppress the qi. Seeking Truth Quan Qi will not be lost, but the poor Taoist cannot stay on the mountain forever. Sooner or later, he will enter the world to cultivate. More than one day, it will be unstable qi. In addition to my truth-seeking view to promote the great sect has become a certainty. There is still a lack of a treasure to suppress the mountain-suppressing qi. Inheritance of the sword is good, but the sword is a sharp weapon. Suppressing qi is slightly insufficient. It's fine if you don't advance to the great sect, but once you do, its drawbacks will be revealed and increase with each passing day. Looking around at the crowd, Xian Ming continued. The poor Taoist wants to refine a spiritual weapon for the division to suppress the qi fortune of the floating cloud mountain. Although this yin-yang iron is sufficient to refine a spiritual weapon, but the ability to suppress qi fortune is weaker, and if you want to refine it into a qi-heavy weapon, you still need the help of a few Senior Brothers. Concerning the heritage of the truth-seeking one, Xuanqiu and the others had serious faces and rose in unison, respectfully saluting. I am willing to be at the disposal of Senior Brother. Xian Ming was not polite and explained what was needed, because the material cannot be collected overnight, and the need for the true view of the joint efforts of the whole, coupled with the Xian Ming said that there is no rush. The road did not immediately go to do. Good things come in small packages. This is something that does require a lot of patience. The material itself is not precious, but it is the thought that is difficult. After the main event, the crowd relaxes and begins to catch up, or talk about the heavens and the earth, or exchange dharma, or ask for advice on cultivation, or sip tea and play games. Ask the courtyard to be as free as you can be. It was also rare for Xian Ming not to observe the scriptures and relax. In the evening, all the Dao left. Xian Ming left Chang and Zi behind. Xian Su and the others looked at each other and guessed the purpose of their Senior Brother. Chapter 64, The Tao sets up life to reward goodness, and the auger remains a treasure. The evening sun was a fiery red. Xian Ming led Chang and Zi out of the questioning courtyard. An old man and a young man were silent. It wasn't until he was getting closer and closer to a courtyard that Chang and Zi's expression changed, a mixture of excitement and sadness. Stopping in front of the door, Xian Ming didn't immediately push the door. Memories were like a tide, temporarily drowning him out until a few breaths later.
when he pushed open the courtyard door. Between creaks, the wooden doors opened to either side. Small courtyard, ordinary and elegant. Thatched cottage 3. A stone table, 4 stone benches, a clump of bamboo standing in the sky, because no one has lived for a long time, set off the small courtyard extraordinarily quiet. Stepping in, both Xian Ming and Chang Enzi walked slowly, as if they were walking through old times. It was often cleaned, formerly by Chang Enzi, who was a Taoist boy after he came down from the mountain, and Xian Ming sometimes came over to sprinkle it. It is all because of the former residence of Master Xian Yi. Xian Ming greeted Chang Enzi and sat down. Looking at the slightly sprouting autumn bamboo shoots, he leisurely spoke. Back then, the poor Tao stupid. Xian Knight's senior brother to me the most loving and caring, so I often come here to play. In this square inch of land to live the most comfortable, most like to dig bamboo shoots here. Senior brother will always accompany me to play with me. Personally fried bamboo shoots for me to eat. This has passed through the years, and things seem to have happened yesterday, and they are still fresh and new. But unfortunately, the deceased person of that year no longer exists. Chang Enzi was in a complicated mood as he said. Back then, Master also had many instructions for me to take care of senior uncle in my spare time. Xian Ming's gaze was deep, but without overly immersing himself in the old halcyon days and remembering the deceased, he went straight to the point. Your senior brother Xian Knight's disciple, and now that the Dao Yuan Fest is over, there are some things that should no longer be hidden from you. Looking at the bewildered Chang Enzi, Xian Ming threw down a thunderbolt. More than half a month ago, the Chu clan sent a piece of news that back then, senior brother Xian Knight's violent death was not an accident, but rather, it was related to the Wang clan's first son, Wang Shang. At these words, Chang Enzi froze. He's stuck in the past for years. He has been haunted by the death of his master for many years. I thought that I would have the opportunity to explore the truth only after entering the heaven and earth courtyard, but I never imagined that things would take a turn for the worse, and now the truth was delivered right in front of my eyes. After being shocked, Chang Enzi instantly flared up in anger. Although he hated to break the murderer into pieces, he didn't let his anger go to his head and understood the gap between himself and Wang Shang, and acting impulsively would only cost him his life for nothing. What's more, from what I heard today, it seems that the division is cooperating with the Chu clan and has already discussed a plan to deal with Wang Shang, so if he acts rashly, he will only startle the snakes and bring trouble to the division. Finally figure out who is the culprit. Years of wishes are expected to be realized. Chang Enzi flung himself to his knees, crying and laughing. Seeing this, Xian Ming sighed. Although due to the ups and downs of the rough and tumble experience, Chang Enzi has a steady temperament, but in the end, he is still young. What's more, he and Xian Yi's senior brother have deep feelings, like father and son. This kind of true feelings is common sense. When Chang Enzi's mood stabilized a little, Xian Ming said, the Tao sets up life to reward good, and death to punish evil. Wang Shang's evil deeds will not end well. And now that retribution has come, the Chu clan will not let him go, and neither will I. Seeking truth. Telling you the truth is to let you watch Wang Shang fall into the mire with your own eyes, not to let you mantle over him. I hope you can understand that. Naganoko understands these things. Respectfully saluting, he stated, don't worry, senior uncle. Disciple will not act out of his will. If there is a need in the future, I hope that senior uncle will allow disciple to get involved and personally avenge his master's death. Lightly stroking his beard, Xian Ming comfortably said, don't worry, there will be such a day. After half a pillar of incense, he walked out of the courtyard alone, leaving Chang Enzi to digest the information and emotions in silence. Walking through the mountains and looking out at the bright moon in the nine skies, Xian Ming did not regret telling Chang Enzi the truth. The eagle can soar through the sky only after experiencing wind and rain, and the seedling can stand upright only after experiencing wind and frost. They cannot always shield the younger generation from the wind and rain. Now that they are growing up, they should also learn to take care of things so that they can grow up quickly and be on their own. Moreover, the death of Xian Knight's senior brother has become Chang Enzi's obsession. If he waits for the dust to settle before informing the matter, it seems to be well-intentioned, but in fact it will be counterproductive, so that Chang Enzi's happiness is accompanied by guilt, and it is difficult to be completely reconciled with the past, leaving behind a heart barrier. Only by informing him in advance, or even letting him participate in it, can this kid really put it down? And on the day of Wang Shang's fall, he can have a pure mind and be at ease in all things. Moreover, Xian Ming believed that this sun could survive this. Moon into the mountains. The woods are quiet. The insects chirping. Bright moonlight sprinkled down on the body. Retrieve thoughts. White-haired old Taoist dressed in silver glory. Stride forward. Not slow to the residence. Natural harmony. Beautiful like a picture scroll. The morning light is bright. After a fall rain, the tail end of the summer is swept away. the heat is subsiding and the weather is a little more chilly and wet. Floating Cloud Mountain. Seeking the truth view, the great and small Taoist priests dive into their practice, or they meditate and participate in the mysteries, or recite the scriptures to realize the way of the Tao, or collect medicine and make pills, or draw talismans and make weapons. In front of the sword cliff, the fourth-generation disciple figures were more active. The success of Chang and Zi and Chang Qing Zi was quite inspiring to them, and these young disciples got rid of some of their impatience, and became more attentive to cultivation, as well as more calm and quiet. Xian Yin and the other 3 generations of Taoists were no exception. Previously, they did not feel deeply. Even if senior brother Xian Ming accomplished a real person, it was taken for granted in their eyes. Until this time Xuanqiu accomplished a real person. The crowd of Taoists really got on board and knew that accomplishing a real person was not a luxury. They also do not want to fall too far behind, at least to see the threshold of qi practice, so that when the opportunity comes to grasp, riding the wind, rocking straight up, rather than stifle sighs, and the opportunity to lose touch, leaving regrets. Although they have no hope of practicing God in this life, they still have a few ambitions for practicing qi, and they can die in the morning and in the evening, turning over the scriptures and understanding the Tao, practicing the sword and practicing the method, drawing on insights, and studying formations. Xianming cultivation has a focus, but the overall pattern. In his spare time, apart from organizing the rich relics he had obtained from the Jiao snake, he was indulging in the landscape or exchanging refining tips with Master Xianyang. The stone of another mountain can attack jade. Master Xianyang's artifact refining attainments were not low, and communicating with him would help him understand the way of artifact refining and make more preparations for refining the inheritant spirit weapons. Lift up the faction and thrive. Spiritual cranes flying, deer running, people and the ground together. Quiet and natural weather gradually. Even the clouds floating between the mountains seem to be inculcated, contaminated with a trace of Taoist qi. A few more points of hazy and peaceful. Hundreds of Taoists are united in monasticism, and their days are busy but spiritually fulfilling, and their hearts are at ease. The sun rises and the moon sets, and day and night alternate. 3 days later, hidden Dao Peak, questioning courtyard. Under the pale old pine, Xian Ming held a scale in his palm, his spiritual sense sinking into it, and in front of him were properly organized heavenly materials. As the Tits Essence Red Bean said, the Jiao snake is equipped with part of the Jiao dragon's legacy treasure. The Jiao dragon has been practicing for more than 900 years, does not fall into the land of no treasure, and occupies hundreds of miles of the area of the Canglong mountain, and in the past there were many under his command. Even if it is only a part of the treasure, the number is very considerable. The scales of the auger snake were similar to a rui sack, with a large space inside, about 3 zhang in length and width, and about 1 zhang in height, which was stuffed to the brim with a wide variety of types, roughly divided into 4 categories. One category was spiritual medicines and fruits, all contained in jade boxes. There were hundreds of them, each of which was worth a lot of money, and many of them were treasures that could only be taken by real people. One category was spirit materials such as spirit iron and spirit stones, which were full of spirit energy, not comparable to ordinary spirit materials, and were sufficient to refine spirit weapons. And at this moment, Xian Ming was somewhat thankful that the demon race was not good at refining weapons, and cheaped out on himself. One category is all kinds of jade slips, although the number is small, but the value is not expensive. A small portion belongs to the human race. It is estimated that it is left by the qi cultivators who died under the Jiao Long or 10,000 Serpents cave demon. Most of it belongs to the demon race. There are cultivation tips, cultivation spells, and there are also mountain and river geography, ancient legends, and so on. One category was all kinds of crystals, reddish in color. Xian Ming felt pure aura from these stones, just mixed with turbid qi, and a hint of special breath, obviously a treasure suitable for demonic cultivation. Although Xian Ming will not kill innocents for the sake of heavenly treasures, but for this kind of accidental wealth, he is happy to collect the peace of mind, the sky and the fo take, but also to suffer the blame. To his hands is the fate of the law. With these, the path would be much smoother, both for oneself and for the truth-seeking audience. However, Xian Ming valued the 3 items the most, and his heart blossomed as his spiritual sense landed on them. Chapter 65. The Tao is not visible, but is made clear by birth. Things are valued for their character, and people are valued for their virtue. In Xian Ming's eyes, these 3 treasures were of the most prevalent quality, and were the best of this part of the augur relics. The first piece is a small tree. This was a heaven and earth spiritual root, but unfortunately it was severely damaged and could not be planted to live. Xian Ming intended to draw its origin and integrate it into the old pine in the courtyard. Since he entered the Tao, This 100-year-old pine tree was often nourished by the sun and moon spiritual energy and the Tao Qi, and it was only one step away from metamorphosing into a spiritual root. If one could devour the residual essence of a spiritual root, it was highly likely that one could break one's own limits and advance from a mortal root to a spiritual root. The earth is generous and carries all things. Grasses have a way of nourishing the soil and water on a regular basis. A side of the soil and water to raise a side of grass and trees. Grass and trees will also feed a side of the soil and water. But also in the spring, solid soil in the ground, clear water in the river. The root is one of the best. If the truth-seeking one could obtain a spiritual root, the floating cloud mountain would surely flourish with spiritual energy. The earth's qi would flourish, the spiritual veins would extend, and the qi would increase greatly. The second piece is a piece of leather. I don't know what kind of material it was. I couldn't tell the depth, but Xianming had slashed at it with his sword and didn't leave the slightest trace. With his current strength, a single sword could shatter a small mountain, thus showing the preciousness of this item. The third piece was 2 volumes of jade slips. A book of jade brief is a dragon cultivation experience. Although the dragon is a demon race, but between humans and demons is just a different cultivation path, to the end of the same way, are for the great way. A lot of reasoning is similar to Xianming to explore the mysteries of qi practice is very informative. A volume of jade briefs was the cultivation insights of a sacred fetus realm qi practicing realist. Sanglong Mountain spans several counties, and this realist came from Diyang County, which was separated from Fengyang County by a mountain, and was an old ancestor of the great Taoist sect, the Yaoxiang sect. 1,000 years ago, the scaly dragon went to the elephant clan to steal the treasure. This real person in anger, chased into the Sanglong Mountain, never returned, fell in the hole of 10,000 snakes. Not only became the scaly dragon rations, many years of collection is also cheaper than the scaly dragon. This real person's cultivation insights were far more helpful to Xianming than the augur's cultivation insights. The 4 essentials of cultivation, the Dharma, land and the wealth couple. Dharma is in the first place and is fundamental to the way. Xianming had thought that he would have to slowly plot the sacred fetus realm cultivation insights, and only after gathering and comprehending all of them, and knowing enough about the 4 realms of qi cultivation, would he be able to create the complete mixed elements 1 qi skill qi cultivation chapter? But now it was an unintentional mistake. Not only did he get 2 sacred fetus realm cultivation insights, but he also got many great periphery, innate and Jindan cultivation insights. As soon as he had finished drilling, he could proceed to create the method, and when it was accomplished, he would not need to labor, but could concentrate on cultivation and enlightenment. Then think of this: accidentally get, temporarily solve the problem of wealth. Even the problem of the land may be solved partially. Xianming mood comfortable, take back the spiritual sense, and then look at the sky and the earth. Suddenly feel the wind and water is light and clear, the sky is blue and the mountains are high, and even catch a wisp of spiritual rhyme that can only be understood. The heart has a sense of feeling, into the epiphany. If the mind is quiet, the body will be peaceful and the spirit will be happy. Wisdom will be derived, the fog will be cleared away, and all things will be self-accomplished when viewed in silence. He then entered into this marvelous state, looking at the birds flying in the air, the trees growing in the yard, the flowers blooming in the corners, the drooling deer asleep, the butterflies dancing, the bees gathering honey. Thoughts tumbled in his head. Why do flowers open and grasses break the ground? Why do birds fly in the sky and deer run on the ground? Why do bees harvest honey and not birds? Why do people walk upright on 2 feet? The more he thought about it, the clearer Xianming's mind became. He has gained a deeper understanding of the Tao is invisible, but it is clear because it is born, etc., and a more thorough knowledge of the innate truth. All things are innately endowed with different external appearance, specifically manifested in different forms, different skills. The avenue is nameless, long to raise all things, although only a short t, but still unattainable, contains chance. Xianming Dao line again. The magic power also has a little growth, waiting for that kind of mysterious feeling to disappear, feeling the changes in himself. To this kind of unexpected joy that had quite a few flavors of Taoist nature, he laughed openly. His bright laughter woke up the spirit deer, causing him to raise his head and gaze, full of curiosity. The little demon who first opened his spirit is like a human child, innocent and carefree. The world is very simple. When Xianming is happy, he is also happy with him. Get up and move your limbs. Running and jumping around Xianming, the atmosphere is cheerful. The swallows sleeping peacefully on the deer's head were awakened, lifting their wings and landing on the pine tree, pleasantly chirping. Bees and butterflies chasing the deer. Yo-yo deer, light birdsong, bees buzzing, dida bouncing and cheerful laughter intertwined into a beautiful melody. The breeze, the pine trees sway, the leaves rustle, join the chorus, like an accompaniment, but also like cheering. People, plants and animals get along well. with the joy of the same. Chang'an Zi, who had just finished practicing with his sword, passed by and heard the sound, and was also infected by the atmosphere. So he couldn't help but smile heartily. People are not all the same in their sorrows and joys. While Xian Ming was overjoyed, Zixia sect's Donglai realist and sect leader Dongfeng realist were worried. Standing in front of the purple breath hall, looking out over the young girl who had been taken to the guest courtyard by the disciples, they looked at each other and each sighed, until the back of the young girl disappeared into thin air. Dong Lijianjinjin said helplessly, "The Dao Yuan event is over. That person successfully obtained the top spot and gained a share of the Dao sect's fortune. I thought that after he left, the past favor would be completely over, but I never imagined that before he left. He even left behind a tail, although this one is only a cousin, but with that young prince as a backing, with a deep background, how to treat him is really difficult." Looking into the sea of clouds and the slanting sun from afar, the east wind realist sighed. Those who planted the trees in the past will multiply the coolness of those who come after them, who made that divine consort be kind to master in the past, and now that the young prince has come to the door, we as disciples can only try our best to help each other out as a token of our kindness. Lowering his brows and pondering for a moment, Dongfeng realist added, "If it comes, then it will be safe. This girl is different from the young prince who was temporarily a disciple of my sect. Since that person left words before leaving to let this girl worship my Zixia sect, then just consider her as just an ordinary disciple and treat her the same as the others. Outside of the mountains, she's $1,000 body. In the mountains, she is the seeker. As long as her life is not worry, body health, we do not have to give special care, lest the birth of pride, not conducive to cultivation." The master led into the door. Cultivation in the individual. The future can be out of the head, and depends on the cultivation of this woman and the creation. When Dong Lijianjin heard this, his brows relaxed. Sect master's words are reasonable. Entering the world and leaving the world are always different. How can we party outsiders be bound by too many mundane rules? In the future, I will be grateful to you, senior brother. Dongfeng Jinzi's eyebrows were slightly adjusted, cast a sidelong glance at Dong Lijianzi, and slowly said, "The poor Taoist is going to be in seclusion to break the realm, and try to condense the holy fetus, and my purple cloud sect only has the status and cultivation of the two of you and I, which is enough to qualify to be the master of this woman. And this matter is something that the poor Taoist has a mind to not be able to do, and can only trouble the senior brother to do as much as he is capable of doing." East Lake Real. Here we go again. Every time, they say they're closed, and I don't see you really breaking through. He had the heart to retort, but thinking that in order to suppress the augur, his master had passed away, the Zixia sect still lacked a sacred fetus realm real person to sit on the ground, and that his senior brother was indeed more likely to step into this realm than he was. Realist Donglai didn't refuse after all. At the same time, a carriage pulled by a Fonglin horse drove out of Taiguang Mountain, where the Purple Cloud sect was located. Chapter 66, Going with a Clean Body, Returning with a Clean Body. The wagon may not look like much, but there's something else going on inside. Enhanced with the potentate's art, it was as big as an ordinary residential house, with exquisite formations carved around it to act as patterns, red carpeted floor, tables and chairs, bookshelves full of precious ancient books, fruits and tea on the table. My lord, the Purple Cloud sect is just an ordinary Taoist sect that is isolated and only has some ability in Fengyan County. It doesn't even possess the superior foundation establishment method, so why would you leave Miss Cousin behind, or even make her worship this Taoist lineage? Receiving the tea, taking a sip, looking at the puzzled hair little guard, Yao Qianqiu explained, this time out of the state of Zhao, come to Fengyang County. I had to Chong Xiaojinju and begged for 2 hexagrams. He said that this king will go to the heart of the matter, augmented by the dragon to the abyss, but also said that cousin will go to the big chance. The slightly chubby old man serving next to him explained for his lord. 3,000 years ago, after the top Taoist vein, Purple Qi Palace, was destroyed, the Jinzong Jieshui was scattered all over the place. Although Purple Cloud sect does not have a superior foundation building method, but its Jinzong Jieshui, Purple Cloud Xianlight, is the upper chapter of the Purple Qi Eastward Taoist law, so that Miss Cousin can worship in the Purple Cloud sect, which is for Purple Cloud Xianlight. Seeing the young prince signaling himself to continue, the old man continued. In addition, True Lord Heavy Sky has said that the Purple Cloud sect is expected to advance to the top-tier Dao lineage in the future, and Miss Cousin is even more connected to her Qi. I have privately received information that many Taoist sects in Fengyang County will seek the superior foundation building method of the Seeking Truth view through the Taoist discourse, and if the Purple Cloud sect succeeds, perhaps Miss Cousin will be the one to comprehend the superior foundation building method. It is better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix, and when the time comes, to make up for the shortcomings,
The Purple Cloud sect will surely teach and cultivate Miss Cousin.
Buddhism, Taoism, Confucianism and other behemoths, but the internal non-iron plate,
Between the prestigious Dharma veins,
seemingly no waves,
but actually the dark currents, such as the Zixia sect to promote the top Dharma veins, the bottom of the shallow and difficult to support a single tree, coupled with the cousin of the miss this layer of relations,
will inevitably rely on the young king.
Looking at the sudden realization of the guards,
the old man laughed. More importantly,
the young prince is putting in a long line to catch a big fish.
He needs someone to help us keep an eye on Sanglong Mountain.
The cousin miss has been close to the young prince since she was a child.
With her watching over it, we are all relieved.
Seeing that the old man and his master weren't explaining further, the black-clothed guards helplessly skimmed their mouths. Saying half of the words really tormented people.
Why are you watching Sanglong Mountain? What's so strange that Miss Cousin needs to keep an eye on it?
It's just that if they don't tell him,
he doesn't dare to ask.
Seeing that the young prince looked at him, he immediately tightened his expression, puffed out his chest and raised his head with a serious expression and a righteous face, while saying, "The young prince is far-sighted.
My subordinate admires it." Oily mouth.
This move is at most a little clever,
cannot be considered a great strategy,
but is to prepare in advance.
In order to prepare for the future needs,
is an individual who knows the heavy sky true gentleman trigram's information, will do so, although the heart of this thought, but Yao Qianqiu upward corner of the mouth still reveals that he is in a good mood.
After all, who all love to hear good words. Floating Cloud Mountain. Seeking the truth view. Unexpected joy is certainly a good mood.
But Xian Ming did not slack off in cultivation,
still according to their own rhythm, only to spend more time on the enlightenment of insights. Spiritual roots have be wood and a wood. The former is Yin, symbolizing the wood of flowers and fruits, the latter is Yang, representing the material of the pillar, both such as Yin and Yang, Qian and Kuan, clear and turbid, etc., a soft and a hard, each with its own strengths, and the two will sometimes be dependent on each other. The pine tree is an A-wood with heavenly potential. The spirit root seedling is also an A-wood. Xian Ming, after finishing organizing the auger treasure, he took the action to bury the spirit root seedling under the pine tree, and at the same time, he imposed a seal, letting the spirit root source slowly overflow and leak out only a sliver at a time, to give the pine tree a buffer period to slowly adapt to it,
and to subconsciously change the level of the life of the pine tree as silently as possible.
At the same time,
he also sprinkled medicinal seeds and fruit seeds on the land around the spiritual roots, so that if he could get a little light, in case the pine tree failed to convert, and there were other seeds to metamorphose, it would be considered that he didn't work for nothing.
Really want to all fail. Can only say that the destiny has not arrived.
Do your best to listen to the fate of God.
I am fortunate to get. I lose my life.
Xian Ming in the buried spirit root has been mentally prepared
to enhance the floating clouds mountain spirit vein grade of the method of many.
If this road does not work,
and then another one,
turning over the scriptures and enlightenment,
participating in the insights,
practicing the sword and practicing the method,
and setting up the array and researching the weapon and drawing the talisman. Life in the mountains is busy and full.
In his spare time, Xian Ming walks in the floating cloud mountain.
Appreciate the forest after the autumn rain. In the quiet water pool.
Appreciate mountain light pleases the birds. The pool shadow empty heart of the ethereal. In the boat with the waves. Enjoy when there are falling flowers to the far away with the fragrance of the flowing water. The leisurely, in the flying waterfalls.
Feel the waterfall half a day on the flying sound falls to earth of the heroic.
In front of the flying waterfall, you can feel the grandeur of the waterfall is on the sky, and the sound of the waterfall falls to the earth.
Sometimes when I return home in the evening, I am covered with a silver glow. In the silent deep forest, there is a bright moon lighting up the road ahead. Strolling in the middle of it, the Taiyin is clear and empty. The heart is at ease and free. All the dust and worries are forgotten.
The outside world moistens the heart.
The heart reflects the outside world, and the body is in the middle, obliterating the naturalness. In just over half a month, Xian Ming's state of mind will be more upgraded. Free between the mountains and the water. Free to let float and sink. The operation of mana is more like a will. Both internal and external cultivation. The cultivation of the water. And open a meridian.
He was so engrossed in it that he spent all his days in a kind of Taoist intoxication.
A kind of slightly drunken wonderfulness.
And his enlightenment of both the Taoist scriptures and the insights was gradually getting better and better.
Until the 28th day of Chang'anzi's return. Ask the courtyard. Under the old pines.
Sitting on the stone bench, looking at Chang'anzi who had come to resign,
Xian Ming exhorted. The earthly world is not like the mountains, where people's hearts are complex, where good and evil are practiced,
where there is a great deal of treachery and change, where it is difficult to predict and impossible to guard against, and where there are many temptations in the world of red dust and the flow of desires. and where the opportunities and challenges of practicing in the academy exist side by side. Hope you are careful. Think twice about things, do not want to rush everything to protect themselves. Also hope that you meditate and practice, abide by the heart, not tired of fame and fortune, not to be hateful eyes, to the red dust as a stone, in the heart of the establishment of a mountain of purity, in the hustle and bustle, since the joy, in and out of all the elephants, but also at ease. Chang Enzi bowed with his head bowed and solemnly said, Teacher Uncle's teachings, I have kept them in mind, and will always be vigilant in wiping the heart of the Tao. Taking out 2 jade talismans and gently waving his hand, the jade talismans hovered in the air and flew to Chang Enzi's hand. Xianming continued, the sky has unpredictable winds and clouds. People have every day's fortune and misfortune. You run for the Heaven and Earth Academy, out and about. It is inevitable that you will encounter trouble. The poor Taoist has prepared 2 talismans for you to take with you. Remember to carry them with you, and they will keep you safe in times of crisis. I'm sorry to trouble you, Senior Uncle, but I'll keep my instructions in mind. Chang Enzi was touched and respectfully thanked him before accepting the jade talisman with both hands and keeping it close. Senior Uncle, disciple is about to leave the mountain and enter the world. Before I leave, I have made a pot of chicken soup for you. I hope that you will always enjoy purity and food in the future, and take care of yourself. Saying that, Chang Enzi took out a casserole dish from his rui bag and placed the steaming chicken soup onto the stone table. Fearing that his senior uncle would misunderstand, he added an explanation. This spirit bird was bought by disciple from the Fu Manchu building under the mountain, and has nothing to do with Changming's senior sister's spirit bird, so don't worry about consuming it. Senior uncle, lift the lid of the pot. The rich aroma came to the surface. Xianming greeted Chang and Zi to dine together. The tea soup is slightly yellow, a light sip, although not as good as Xian Kong master brother cooking, but the taste is very familiar, very cozy. In the quiet mountains and forests there is a kind of earthly fire, the taste of the good old days, and occasionally remembered, reminiscent of the past. Despite the reluctance to part, there will be a goodbye. An old and a young man finished dividing the chicken soup. Chang and Zi bent his knees and bowed respectfully. He got up and left the questioning courtyard. Walking outside the courtyard, Chang and Zi bowed and bowed again. Walking down the hidden Dao Peak, he turned around and bowed again. Outside of the academy, looking at the Chang'anzi heading to Jinshuan Peak, Xianming heart lake ripples. These years he has the most contact with his son. Now this kid into the world of cultivation. Although the same as this time, there is a month of respite in a year, to be able to go back to the mountain to meditate. But ultimately, it's different. Half an hour later, Chang and Zi was at the head and Chang Qing Zi was at the side, followed by 2 fourth-generation Taoists, the 2 who had performed second only to them in this session of the Dao Yuan conference. One ranked 150 and the other one ranked 180, who had taken up 2 of the slots rewarded by the imperial court to seek the truth. Guan steps in the mountain forest, down the true Xian Peak, turned his head to look at the cloud-covered peaks of the Taoist palace. Chang'anzi 4 people have complex feelings, inadvertently glimpsed the corner of the sword cliff. Chang'anzi heart and soul, leading the 3 people went straight to the sword cliff. In front of the sword cliff, Chang and Zi swung his sword and left a mark, infusing all of his sword intent and momentum into this sword. Chang Zi and the remaining 2 Taoists suddenly realized and followed suit. Fellow disciples, the division is counting on you. I hope that the 4 of you will go on this trip. Have a good journey, be well, go with a clean body, and return with a clean body. The 4 Chang'anzi bowed their heads in farewell. The 4 generations of Taoists returned the salute as a farewell. On the hidden Dao Peak, looking at the 4 sword marks of varying depths on the sword cliff, Xianming lifted his beard and smiled. Brat has a heart. On Jinshuan Peak, Xuanqiu also looked at this scene, feeling the weather changes of the younger disciples of the Seeking Truth view, and was pleased. Chapter 67, Wangting Heavenly Dao, a spiritual seed. A few chilly fall rains. It washes away the dust of the mountains and washes away the sorrow of separation. Fuyun Mountain red, yellow and green colors. The scenery is gorgeous. Many tourists out of the city, hiking excursions. However, you can only play in the fixed area. The rest of the place is the private territory of the truth-seeking view, and outsiders are not allowed to set foot in it. Before there were real people, the visitors were very disciplined, and now that there are 2 real people in the Seeking Truth Guan, the ordinary people are ignorant and do not react much, but the practitioners of the Floyd County are even more reverent. It has been a month since Chang and Zi came down from the mountain. Hidden Dao Peak, after Xianming appreciated some autumn scenery and relaxed his body and mind, he closed the door and sat on the futon of his thatched cottage, closing his eyes and resting his mind, adjusting his state. After several months of comprehending the Qi practicing insights before and after, he already had a relatively clear perception of the 4 realms of Qi practicing,
and he planned to flip through the Huangting Jing, borrowing the power to create the method and perfecting the mixed Yuan Ichi skill. As night fell and the moon rose above the tops of the pine trees, Xian Ming traveled lightly, his mind sinking into the Xianguan, and the chanting of sutras rang out like a yellow bell, inviting deep thought. God hot in the middle of when to repair and cure. Xuanfu Qi Tube, mansion in a sure often closed Zheng. 3 passes in the essence of the deep. The sun wants to not die to repair the Kunlun. The solidity of the natural Tao of emptiness. The natural Tao of things is not annoying. Boom! The mind had just entered the yellow court of heaven and earth, when he heard booming thunder, howling winds, dark clouds hanging low, lightning and thunder, and the entire universe was hung with curtains of rain, which at first pattered, and then poured down. The 4 elephants of wind, rain, thunder and lightning are born in heaven and earth. The innate chi surged and merged with the 4 elephant laws, intermingling with each other and mutually reinforcing each other, giving birth to the 4 gods of wind, rain, thunder and lightning. The god of wind was elegant, the god of rain was soft, the god of thunder was robust, and the god of electricity was valiant. The 4 gods have their own style. Under the joint force, pull out a trace of earth, wind, water and fire to open up the 4 elements of heaven, evolving the 4 signs of heaven, calling the wind and rain, inviting thunder and lightning, baptizing heaven and earth, to be the clouds cancelled rain and thunder off electricity hidden, heaven and earth for a new one. The earth's mountains and waters are clear, and countless innate spiritual opportunities merge with all kinds of innate substances, giving birth to thousands of things. On the treetops, the innate wind spirit transforms into all kinds of flying birds, born to soar in the sky. In the rivers, there are innate water spirits transformed into all kinds of fish and shrimp, born to swim. In the mountains and forests, the innate earth spirit transforms into all kinds of beasts, good at running on the ground. The stars of the firmament were bright. First the 2 stars of the sun and moon appeared, then the 5 stars of gold, wood, water, fire and earth, then the stars increased to as many as 365. And then evolved into more than 700 stars, intermingling and lighting up the night sky. Laws of heaven and earth traction. The stars according to the operation of the subtle trajectory, obscure and difficult to understand. First in the 5 elements of the stars under the leadership of the 5 scattered in the world, and then in the sun and the moon under the operation of the 4 sides of the southeast, west, north and west star operation more esoteric. Saturn on behalf of the center of the star field is responsible for combing the yin and yang, balancing the sun and the moon, and coordinating the 4 sides. 5 colored auspicious clouds were born in the great expanse of the world. Pillars of light were born in each of the 8 lands, and the 5 elements god and the 8 true gods reappeared. The god of gold walks in the west, the god of wood wades in the east, the god of water rides the waves in the north, the god of fire fights fire in the south, and the god of earth steps in the center. The 8 true gods, on the other hand, are organized in groups of 2 and 2, and are placed in the 4 directions, dividing north and south from east and west, and east and west from north and south. The 5 elements god and the 8 directions god had their feet on the earth, and the 3 gods were in a group, secretly responding to the 3 talents of heaven, earth, and man, and each of them exerted their divine abilities, transforming into the 3 laws and rushing straight into the sky and stars. 5 starry sky vibration, derived from the infinite mystery. The center of the star field is the first to give birth to the movement, the sea of starlight dropping, endless earth chi upsurge, heaven and earth connected, the law agitation. A lofty god mountain rises up, connecting the sky to the earth, cohesion into a Optimus Prime pillar. The 4 directions of the starry realm followed closely behind, similarly dropping tons of starlight. Heaven and earth sympathized, and the laws lingered, giving birth to the 4 elephant gods. The green dragon appears in the east, and all the trees compete for spring. The vermilion bird in the south is now burning in the sky. The white tiger appears in the west, and heaven and earth are solemn. The northern Xuanwu is now in the sea. The sun rises and the moon sets, alternating day and night. Xian Ming becomes part of the heaven and earth, personally experiencing the endless years of evolution of the heaven and earth, seeing the stars running, watching the grass and trees grow, looking at the reproduction of all kinds of things, resting with the sky, and living with the earth, the angle of the novelty, the feeling of the marvelous. I don't know how long it took, but there was a roar in the universe, and there was suddenly an additional rule in the heavens and the earth, supreme and impartial, encompassing many laws, tangible things, and intangible phenomena, all of which were contained in this rule. Xian Ming's mind followed the roar, blessed to the core, realizing that this rule was the primordial heavenly Tao, the essence of the entire Huangting outer scenery jade scripture, the core of wisdom, and the reasoning embodied. Time is running out. The grass and trees of Mount Floyd are dying, and the red and yellow are even more visible. Asked the courtyard to fall on a layer of accumulated ash.
The door in front of the closed sign has been hung for a whole half-month. This day, the old Taoist sitting still finally woke up, eyes open and close between the flow of yin and yang, the sun and moon shuttle, interpretation of the black and white Taoist image, and ultimately the black pupil, white for the white eyes, the eyes of the human that contains the reason of heaven and earth. Getting up and stretching, turning his neck and moving his muscles, Xian Ming opened the door of his room and stepped into the courtyard. Suddenly froze. The pale old pine was broken in life, and the courtyard was full of withered branches and leaves. It seems to have failed. Sighing, he waved his sleeve lightly. Breeze rolled up the dust. First the house, then the courtyard. Half a month of dust and dead leaves were all rolled away. The same old pine branches disappeared in an instant, inside and outside clean. Only when cleaning the roots of the tree underground, Xian Ming suddenly eeped lightly, all because in the center of the tree roots hid a touch of vitality, as light as water mist, but the spirit of abundant, exuding vigorous vitality. The left hand slightly rotated, grabbed this strand of vitality in his hand, but it was actually a pine seed. Different from ordinary pine seeds, this pine seed has been transformed into a spiritual seed. Feeling the changes in it, Xian Ming was overjoyed. What a way to return to death and return to the origin. I thought that the transformation had failed, but I never thought that the road would turn around and the darkness would come to light, and there was a hint of vitality in the thick and withered dead air. And if he didn't have a strong sense of spirituality, he would have almost ignored it. Although it is not the direct transformation of the spiritual root as imagined, the spiritual seed is not bad. The tree grows from the germination of the seed, carefully cultivated. Sooner or later it will grow into a big tree. And there is another advantage of becoming a seed. The seed is considered to be a grass embryo, and the mother's tire has a different flavor, containing a trace of the first weather. The spiritual seed has been able to withstand a trace of the nourishment of the hybrid manna, will not burst and die because of the deficiency, and can increase the spiritual root of some of the underlying, to enhance the potential. If there was another creation, it might be able to be directly promoted and transformed into a spirit plant with a higher level of life, without repeating this mistake. Most importantly, something is better than nothing. With the example of the spirit seed in front of him, even though he knew that there was little hope, Xian Ming still searched carefully to check the status of the other seeds. The seeds of the spirit medicine borrowed from Master Xianin had already germinated, with just a hint of strong spirit energy and not much change. As for the selected mortal seeds, the vast majority of them died, with no bodies left to nourish the land, with the exception of just one seed. It is the pear seed that he obtained when he first realized the innate truth. This kind had bathed in the creation, absorbed a wisp of Tao rhyme on his body, and then was carried by him for half a month. Plus with the other mortal species are in the same as other crippled spirit root source energy irradiation fringe area. So it survived. Just did not metamorphose into a spiritual seed, sprouting just a special plant with a slight aura, despite the pity, but in the end, did not step into the dust of other mortal species, although the crossing, but Xian Ming does not think that every time he wants to achieve, can have this kind of harvest has been very good. The heart, if you know enough, the body is only peaceful, insatiable, will only be tired of their own. A leaf blindfolded, the heart of the road dust. It is difficult to see the true, difficult to show the face of the smile. Participating in the Huangting outer scenery jade scripture greatly gained, and obtained a spiritual seed. Xian Ming was in a happy mood, opened the courtyard door, took off the retreat sign. He stepped in the mountain forest, stepped on the withered leaves, looked up to see the red maple and yellow apricot, and listened to the gurgling water. Holding the dust whisk and walking forward, his heart was relaxed, enjoying the joy of the mountain and water Taoran. The fatigue from the days of closed-door comprehension of the Huangting outer scenery jade scripture dissipated for the most part, and his spirit slowly recovered between the nourishment of the mountains and the water. When the fun was over and he returned to the courtyard, Xian Ming was about to organize the proceeds when he suddenly heard a loud bang. Chapter 68, The Peripatetic Nurturing Spirit, The Big Dipper and the Big Dipper. Boom! The sound was like a muffled thunderclap. Walking to the window, looking at the sound. The sound came from the blazing fire peak, the spiritual sense enveloped Xian Ming indistinct, so it's blowing up the furnace. In the refining room, rolling smoke filled the room, and Xian Yan walked out with a gray head, choking and coughing. It was followed by another loud bang. Xian Ming looked again, this time landing on Fire Cloud Peak. Xian Kong Master Brother Fried Pot, Stove Room Smoke and Fire, the whole person black. Spiritual awareness covered the two peaks, and hearing the murmurs of the surrounding disciples, Xian Ming knew the ins and outs of the matter. It turns out that the two Taoists have been like this for the past half-month, and blowing up the furnace and frying the pot is fast becoming a routine, and he has heard the envious and jealous voices of Xian Yin, and knows that Xian Yang and Xian Kong are the ones who have succeeded in comprehending the Yin and Yang foundation building chapter, and filled the foundation of the Tao, and have risen from the 4th to the 5th grade. Now that the two Taoists were tossing around so much, they wanted to see the threshold of practicing Qi and feel out their own Dharma intent. To this day, other than him and Xuanqiu, the remaining 6 third-generation Taoists of the Seeking Truth contemplation have all succeeded in comprehending the Yin-Yang foundation building chapter. Xian Tong and Xian Yin were acquired after overthrowing the Chun clan. Xian Yu was the earliest after listening to his enlightenment with the real Yuan Ji. Xian Su and Xian Kong and Xian Yang finally caught up. The new bamboo is higher than the old bamboo branches. All rely on the old trunk for support. Next year there will be a newborn, Tenjiang dragon grandchildren around the Phoenix Pool. From them, Xian Ming vaguely saw a few points of the future of the Seeking Truth Quan Steenweather. Back to the eyes. He did not pay attention to the Seeking Truth Quan, this pair of crouching dragons and phoenix chicks, sitting cross-legged on a futon. He organized the proceeds. In the past, comprehending the Yellow Court Sutra had all ended in one night, but this time it took half a month, and Xian Ming benefited greatly. Not only did he successfully perfect the mixed elements and one breath technique and create the second half of the Qi practicing chapter, seeing the birth of all things in the Yellow Court of Heaven and Earth, he created the chapter of the innate, seeing the intercourse between heaven and earth and the conception of God. He created the chapter of the Golden Dan, seeing the birth of the heavenly Tao. He created the chapter of the sacred fetus. He also comprehended many of the Big Dipper's divine abilities. Breathe with heaven and earth and realize the 9 breaths of obedience. Observe the wind, rain, thunder and lightning, and realize the call of the wind and the rain. Look at the 5 sides of the world and realize the 5 great escapes. By the operation of the stars, the star reckoning is realized. Born from the gods, perfecting the art of exorcism. The first 3 are the Big Dipper and the last 2 are the Earth's fury. In addition to that, he had also realized 2 formations and a peripatetic God nurturing technique. The formations were the 4-elephant formation and the Big Dipper star formation, and the God nurturing technique was both internal and external. Internally it could nourish the God, grow the spiritual sense and nourish the soul, and externally it could forge the body, developing the 720 orifices of the human body, corresponding to the 720 stars in the peripatetic sky. This shows how much he has gained. Of course, the Big Dipper divine power is higher in intention, easy to learn and difficult to master. High attainment is the Monkey King, low attainment is Piggyback. With Xian Ming's cultivation today, he could at most condense the seeds of divine power, and practice on a few Heavenly Dipper and Earthly Fury divine powers at first, and if he wanted to get a glimpse of the doorway and ascend to the palace, it was estimated that he would have to practice Qi to perfection. If he wanted to have a slight success and be integrated, it was estimated that he would have to practice God. Nonetheless, Zhenmei remained happy. Legends of the past life and the Big Dipper can be a great power, have the power to destroy the sky and earth, the ability to recreate the universe, even if the immortal can continue to cultivate. And there are legends that say Nuwa is to rely on the good offices of the creation of the earth as a man. It was difficult to discern how true or false it was, but it was still possible to glimpse the potential of the Big Dipper divine power. Other than that, there's one more thing. With this in mind, Xian Ming's mind sank into the lower Dantian. Within the Sea of Yuan, the mana is volatile and majestic like the sea. In the Sea of Mana a jade will xuanqiang, like a bright moon, bright and warm, glittering, creating a bright moon on the sea like mood. Compared with the previous, the essence of the flower is a circle. From soybean growth into peanut grain size, the essence of the flower next to the suspension of a halo. The halo is gradually formed into a cocoon of light. Inside, a Taoist scripture was echoing with a runic symbol, mingling with each other, to be exact. It was the Taoist scripture that was devouring the runic symbol. The Taoist scripture was the Huangting outer jade scripture, and the runic symbol was the Ming character. At the end of the Third Enlightenment there was an unexpected change. The Taoist scriptures and the floating Xianguan collected endless light and magnificent Taoist images and carried the bright characters all the way down, settling in the lower Dantian Yuan Hai. The good thing is that Xianming can pull more Huangting Qi, adding enlightenment, clearing the mind and concentrating the spirit. The bad thing is that for the time being, it is impossible to flip through the Huangting Sutra. After the end of the 3 times of enlightenment, even though the great creation has disappeared, it can flip through the Taoist Sutra once a month. And now we can only wait for the end of the changes, and it is difficult to determine the exact time. The good thing is that this change should be a good thing, all because in the Huangting Jing state in the lower Dantian, the essence of the flower is nourished, the bottom of the great increase, along with the mana are more pure, and the view out of the external scene of the 8 true form in God, more see the mystery, retracting his spiritual sense. Xianming rarely did not collect the moonlight and lay on his side, his mind relaxing, using sleep to regulate and tranquilize his mind.
restoring his essence. The words were split into two. Just when Xian Ming was sound asleep, there were dark currents within Fengyang County. The Academy of Heaven and Earth is under the joint jurisdiction of the Taoist sect and the Great Xian Divine Dynasty, between the outer world and the earthly world. It is a bridge connecting the two, and is responsible for the management of the beliefs of the various Taoist lineages in Fengyang County, the land, the puja, and so on, and for regulating the contradictions between Taoist lineages, exchanges with the lineages outside of the county, and the promotion of Taoist lineages, and so on. It is a complicated matter, and it maintains the stability of the Taoist lineages in Fengyang County. Chang Yanzi and Chang Qingzi had been working in the Heaven and Earth Academy for a month and a half, and were already familiar with the process and affairs. This night, they finished their work, returned to their residence, disguised themselves, and joined with the people of the Chu clan, mixing with the marketplace, and a piece of news was quickly spread through various means. On the stage, a great drama is staged in which the sons of the Wang family conceal themselves from the world and trade with the demon race to traffic in human sacrifices. Wake up the wood a sound. The storyteller sat in front of the table, with 3 inches of tongue. Rhythmic and staccato about the son of the world's family things are exposed. Steeply murderous intent to harm the loyal story. Inside the bookstore, books on the Wang family's moralizing and murder for hire attempts to plant evidence fill the bookcase and are given away for free. In the middle of the bustling night market, leaflets fell from the sky, like snow, spilling out, counting the 7 sins of Magistrate Wang Sheng of the Guang FAC who knew the law and used his power for personal gain. Shadow puppets, gossip among parents, notices posted everywhere, etc. The news spread in all sorts of ways, coming in like a raging storm. Choose powering up, truth-seeking viewpoints power up. The other forces went along with it. Even though the Wang family had discovered something and reacted quickly to stop it, they simply couldn't stop it, but instead it boiled over and intensified. Because of the diversity of channels and the forces at work, as well as the fact that it captures people's preference for hilarity and curiosity, the more it is banned, the more likely it is to proliferate. Coupled with the piles and pieces, said the nose and eyes, justified, and suddenly broke out overnight, blossomed all over the county. Whether it is a cultivator, or ordinary people, are aware of this matter. Strong as 1,000 years of the king's family cannot be stopped. What's more, in the latter part of the night, in front of the door of the Guang FAC, the sound of drums was heard, sounding like thunder, spreading in all directions, and Chang Yanzi, in his capacity as a disciple of Xian Knight of the Seeking Truth Temple, gathered other family members of the victims, holding the recitation and accusing several people. Makoto Haruaki, Department of Incense and Fireworks, Changjian Temple. Wang Hai, the owner of the Four Passes Merchant House in Fengyang County, the lord of the city temple's meritocracy and the god of the night. Wang Shang, a magistrate of the Guang FAC. Every one of them was a famous person in Fengyang County. Chu's first son, Chu Yunfei, carrying 2 corpses, also personally present, suing the first son of the Wang family in Zhoushan. Several of the Chu clan elders brought with them. Not only that, Chang Qingzi carried some of the victimized souls of the wrongdoers to the city god temple to offer incense and worship to the god of the underworld to sue the god of the netherworld. The other 2 also changed back into their Seeking Truth View disciple clothing and headed to the Qiankuan building and the Heaven and Earth courtyard respectively. Together, we will make an effort to haunt the county and sue Wang Sheng. All parties have created a bit of a fuss. Overnight, half of the county's forces were startled. They understand that other people are just hitchhikers. Even the truth-seeking view is currently not enough weight. It is the choose to take the Wang family to open the knife. If not, to the Wang family ability to suppress the riot early. The forces in the county had mixed reactions to this. Proximity to the exasperation of the king's family. The excitement of being close to Chu. The sneer of 2 hostile families. Real Haruaki laughed maniacally at his head. For C's merchants is excited about the home. The king's family frowned and trembled. And the people were furious. Some people are furious. Some people look on with cold eyes. Some people gloat. Those who are harboring evil intentions are anxious. And those who are upright are filled with righteous indignation. It was clear to many that the wind had risen in the county. Although not big, it is not small. Enough to change part of the situation in the county to some extent. At least since then, the discord between the 2 great families of Wang and Chu will be in the open. And part of the conflict between the sects and the families will become more and more acute. Early the next morning, the Lian Shen, who was sitting in Fengyang County, gave the word, and the Guang FAC received the pleadings and opened the court to hear the case. Chapter 69, A Flying Sword Transmits a Letter. The judge of the legal family tries a case at night. Hidden Dao Peak, questioning courtyard. Waking up with a sleep and stretching his waist, Xian Ming was refreshed and stepped out of the hut. Looking out with his eyes, Xuanchu greeted the sunrise, his feet stepped on the morning sun. and rode a spirit crane all the way east, descending Jinshuan Peak.
Since the crane is borrowed from the Xiankong master, although the other 3 generations of Taoists successively raise birds and animals,
began to cultivate the foot, but still need time to grow, currently still borrow the crane to walk,
and Xuanqiu today left the mountain reason. Xian Ming pinch accounting time will understand,
is the choose formal difficulties, both to the court, can not only let the juniors in the front, Xuanqiu the head of the true sense to go out of the mountain to press the front, the status of the position is appropriate, on behalf of the entire truth-seeking view, but also shows that the floating cloud mountain determination, Xian Ming, on the other hand, sat in the rear and continued to suppress the qi. After all, suing the first son of the Wang family is not an overnight success. The Wang family is a Confucian in Taoist family, the most smooth-talking. This lawsuit does not know when to win.
Xian Ming cannot leave the floating cloud mountain for too long.
However, he is equally prepared to go out of the mountain. Once there is a need, will immediately set off, straight to Fengyan County. The big deal is that the data go back the same day. Although the Wang family is powerful, but the truth-seeking view cannot be deceived.
Looking at Xuanqiu who had already left Jinshuan Peak, Xian Ming felt that even if he sat and waited for the news,
he couldn't do nothing. Stepping in front of the table, he picked up the brush, waving the ink and pouring it on the rice paper, pouring in the magic intent,
writing down 16 big words,
rolling it up and placing it in the axle box,
and hanging it on the mahogany sword. The flying sword was sheathed, piercing through the clouds and breaking through the air, catching up with Xuanqiu outside of Fuyun Mountain.
The feet of the spirit crane chirped. Xuanqiu, ears slightly moving, received the sound transmission. Look at the senior brother wearing a sword. He took off the shaft box, income Rui bag,
turned to the hidden Daofeng salute,
and continued to go on the road. Clothes hunting, wide sleeves, compared with the previous, the waist is more upright as a pine. The spirit of the world. The mahogany sword returned in a whooshing sound and rotated around Xian Ming, full of pleasing and showing off, as if to say, praise me quickly, lightly stroking his beard.
Xian Ming probed his finger and flicked the sword,
praising, alright, you've done a good job this time. Turn around and the poor Taoist will reward you with a few thunderbolts. The mahogany sword is satisfied, automatically returned to the sheath. Convergence of a spirit and sharpness,
hiding the sword in the front,
waiting for the time to move. After doing so,
Xian Ming walked out of the questioning courtyard,
stepped into the scripture pavilion, and ascended to the second floor, where the burning incense was already lit, the tea was already boiled,
and a new volume of the Taoist scriptures had already been placed on a clean and tidy table,
with the teacups placed at the most convenient place in his left hand, half an arm's length away,
and within easy reach of each other. Gazing appreciatively at Changfeng Zi,
who was hugging a copy of the first explanation of formation on the first floor and gnawing on it, he lifted up his ham and sat down in front of the table,
sipping tea from a cup and lifting his eyes to watch the scriptures. 3 times to read the Huangting Jing can be gained, although the scripture itself is a mysterious support, but their own years of reading the scriptures to understand and observe nature as well as the enlightenment of the accumulation of qi practice tips are also indispensable.
Otherwise, it is the source of water, no wood. Even if there is a gain, it will be greatly discounted. The water accumulates into a river, carrying the waves to carry the clear. Because of this, he will continue to turn over the scriptures to read, from the Taoist collection to observe the Tao to take the law. Taoist cultivation has converted to the 3 treasures, namely the Tao, the scripture, the teacher. The scripture to carry the Tao, is the tangible Tao, the scripture as a path, to get the reason for the reason, the place of the Tao, to draw wisdom, long nourishment of their own Tao. Xian Ming has always done well, burning incense to clear the mind, book incense to condense the mind, pulling the yellow court qi to increase enlightenment.
Xian Ming quickly entered the state.
The whole person is focused, the temperament is calm, and the charm is self-generated. Scripture viewing in the morning and scenic viewing in the afternoon.
Xian Ming changed the past cultivation habits,
not in the whole day soak in the Tibetan scriptures. As his cultivation deepens, the teacher of nature longer and longer, and now in the view of the scriptures has been half to half. The slanting sun shines late in the evening. Within the city of Fengyang County, the people of the city either returned to their homes or appeared at the night market, while the cultivators flocked in an endless stream towards the Hall of Mirrors of the Guang Fac, where the trial was placed at night due to the involvement of the Yin gods. When the last line of residual red disappeared, the night shrouded the earth. The Hall of Mirrors gathered many representatives of the cultivation forces, Heaven and Earth Institute, Qiankuan Building, the Hall of Gods, the City God Temple, Choose Ones, the Seekers of Truth, etc. Each have practicing qi cultivators to the scene, the cloud for the chair, respectively, sitting on the lower left and right, behind the face of the many solemn armor holding a sword god.
The color of the practice of the essence of the perfect cultivator. On both sides of the table at the top sat 2 chi cultivators. The foot of the cloud platform is 3 feet higher than the other cloud platform. Each is a Jin Dan real person. One is the Guangfa Division Supervisory Pavilion guarding the magistrate. One is the Court Supervision Ambassador. Sitting at the top of the person dressed in dark green official robes. Eyebrows thick black. Face majestic. Posture. Eyes round the scene. No one dares to look at them. All because this is the Hall of Mirrors 6 magistrates. Hai Fengming. The legal family origin. The iron face of selflessness. Eyes cannot tolerate the sand. Specifically responsible for the trial of this case. Looking at the Chang'anzi, Chu Yunfei, Wang Shang, Qing Mingjinjin, Wang Hai and other people, God, standing below. When they were introduced, Hai Fengming slapped the God Awakening wood. Snapping sound, majesty self-generated. God Awakening and clearing the brain. All the people were shocked and did not dare to make a mistake. The net of justice is wide open. I hope that you will confess. Do not make false accusations or concealment, or else I will not blame this official for being merciless, and the crime will be aggravated and dealt with severely. When Hai Fengming spoke, Chang'anzi and the others said they didn't dare to do so, and then the plaintiff handed over the paper, and Chang'anzi was the first to speak. Your Excellency, I am the disciple of Xian Knight, the former Taoist official of the Academy of Heaven and Earth, and I am suing the Divine Magistrate of the Guang Fac, Wang Shang, for killing people hastily and plotting to murder my family's master. 11 years ago, Wang Shang was still an official of the Qiankuan building, but relying on his identity, he secretly communicated with the demon race of Sanglong Mountain, cooperated with Qingming, who was also an official of the Dao at that time, and Wang Hai, who was still the owner of the Sidong shop at that time, to victimize the human race, and trafficked human beings in private to trade with the demon race for celestial materials and geomantic treasures. At first it was just a beggar on the street, then it was an orphan, then it was a single girl, and since it broke through, promoted to practice Qi, and took office as a magistrate of the Guangfa Division, it was even more aggravated, with a big appetite, and privately set up a dark market inside a hill outside the city of Fengyang County. Haruaki, however, on the pretext of charity, widely established the Salesian Institution and the Anfa Hall, which were responsible for finding some of the targets. Wang Hai, who was responsible for hiding and transporting, and provided another part of the goods by purchasing slaves, and the master of the Xingwang Temple's merits and degrees and the god of the night, who were responsible for suppressing the wronged souls and making amends, with the endorsement of the Guang Fac, the cover of the Yin Shin, the operation of the commercial bank, the good name of the Taoist truth, and a large number of evil thieves to help the evil. And then there is the Wang family invisible resources to help, the top and bottom of the collusion. Over the past 10 years, I do not know how many innocent people and the casual cultivators suffered. Death is not close to the eyes. During the period, there have been a few righteous people found its evil deeds. Life was tragically thieves poisoned, after death either by suppression of the soul, or has been the soul of the spirit of the scattered. My teacher Xian Knight is one of them, the surface of the fire into the devil, but secretly it is a deliberate conspiracy to murder. Wang Shang and his clique have committed countless crimes that are hard to document, and there are the souls of those who have been rescued and have not yet been silenced here. There are the testimonies of the managers of the dark market who have been taken down, and there are the women and children who have not yet been trafficked, and there are the practitioners who have not yet been trafficked as witnesses. In addition, the more than 30 Salesian institutes and Anfa halls directly or indirectly opened by the Qingming realist would release a group of people every year, saying to the public that they were either picked up by their relatives, traveled to other counties, learned a craft and found another way to make a living, or were placed outside the county to work for the Sidong merchant's house. Qingming real mind is meticulous. On the surface there are indeed some people were arranged in this way, but only a small part of the majority of the people go out, quickly do not know where they are, sent to the dark market, resale of the demon race. The Lord can be sent by the various land community gods to check the population. Will certainly find something. In addition, Wang Hai, the owner of the Four Passes Trading Company, was afraid that one day he would be unloaded and exterminated, so he secretly left behind an account book, which detailed the number of people transported and the number of heavenly treasures sent to the Four Passes Trading Company each year. And now the account book is in the hands of the poor Taoist. Human and physical evidence are all present. I implore you to severely punish the thieves and return a clear sky to Fengyang County. Chang'anzi was righteous and impassioned. And finally, he even flung himself to his knees and presented all the evidence with both hands. Looking at Chang'anzi on the stage, looking at the testimonies, ledgers, and soul detainment bags in front of him along with the several shivering victim representatives under the hall, Hai Fengming frowned slightly and his gaze fell on Wang Shang and the other defendants. Do you and others have something to say?
Chapter 70, Upside Down and Blackjack Wan's Son. Discerning loyalty and treachery in a clear mirror. Wang Shang, who was dressed in a brocade suit and a jade tree, bowed respectfully, calmly and with a relaxed attitude, as if the one who was accused was not himself, and said blandly, "Your Excellency, the Wang clan has been passed down for thousands of years and has a deep heritage, and I am the first son of the Wang clan, so why should I collude with the demon race just for the sake of some treasures, tarnish my reputation, give people a handle, and bring shame to the family?" After looking at Chang and Zi, Wang Sheng's gaze fell onto Chu Yunfei and continued, "It might be that the seeking truth concept in the Chu clan did this matter. After all, the floating cloud mountain where the seeking truth concept is located is a branch of the Tsanglong mountain, and the Chu clan is deeply rooted in the Fengyang county, and their hands are all over the place. Now, the truth-seeking view out of the two real people, the attention of all, difficult to low profile, the two families will want to find a scapegoat for a discussion, and Wang and Chu had a disagreement. Chu's grudge, so carefully planned this game, want to defile my Wang's reputation. Evidence can be forged, witnesses can be colluded, and there are countless strange and wonderful arts in the world. So do you know that there are no such arts? Glancing again at Qing Mingjinjin and Wang Hai and the others, Yin Shun, Wang Shang continued, "These co-conspirators are perhaps under the compulsion of the Chu clan to threaten their family members and friends, and only then are they compelled to take desperate measures to turn black and white upside down, wanting to drag my Wang clan into the water, and their hearts can be put to death." In the Hall of Mirrors, Wang Shang spoke as if everything had nothing to do with the Wang family and was a fabrication. Looking at the skillful Wang Shang, Chang Anzi and Chu Yunfei's eyes were cold, and Wang Hai and the others were like falling into an ice cave. They understand Wang Shang threat, or rather Wang's borrowed Wang Shang's mouth to pass out the threat, either confess to the law, or backbite Chu. In short, Wang should try to get less sewage, it is best to clean. Otherwise, friends and relatives will be retaliated against. Although it is the crime of collaborating with the enemy, but Wang's inheritance for thousands of years, the forces of the interlaced, in the entire Dashuan divine dynasty are not small. Had for Dashuan made great achievements. The first generation of ancestor Wang Zhoushan is living for thousands of years. For the founding of the country, through the three dynasties, students and friends all over the world. Even if Wang Shang collusion with the demon race, but also not to the Wangs uprooted. In that case, they have to weigh in even more. In any case, they were treated as outcasts, and it was hard to escape, so they just put up a fight. And masterminds can be much more serious than accomplices. With this in mind, Haruaki Makoto and the others opened their mouths. "Your Excellency, we did commit this crime, but we were forced to do so. Whether it is Qingming, or the Yin God, both confessed to the crime. Only both splashed dirty water on the truth-seeking view in Chu's body. See things toward the expected development. Wang Shang heart happy to bloom. See the case peaks and turns. The door watchers excited. The hall under the seat of the chi practice cultivators have mixed reactions. When Haruaki and the others have finished talking, Chu Yunfei sternly rebuked. A bunch of nonsense. Bowing towards Hai Fengming, he said in a subdued manner, "My lord, right and wrong do not lie in the words of 3 inches. I, the Chu clan, practicing the way of the martial arts, are all coarse and clumsy? How can I stand up to Wang Shang, practicing the way of the Confucianism, who is skillful in his words? Hearing is false. Seeing is believing. I have heard that you come from a legal family, and that you have developed the eye of investigation, which can distinguish between things that are real and things that are not. So I would like to ask you to utilize your magical powers to check the authenticity of the evidence. My Chu's family is clean and honest, with no shame in their hearts, unlike Wang Shang's harboring evil intentions and thieving heart. In this hall of mirrors, they all dare to speak out loud in an attempt to hoodwink the upper here. I don't know if it's the bottom line given by the Wang family or the Wang family's authorization. This word, Wang family old color change. Old voice sounded, Chu family boy. Rice can eat indiscriminately. Words cannot be said indiscriminately. I Wang's family loyalty and righteousness, the name of the world, will not allow you to slander at will? Chu Yunfei's face was fearless as he grinned. Senior, don't be angry. Senior is just like Wang Shang, just putting forth a hypothesis. Senior acting like this, those who know that you are defending the reputation of the Wang family, those who don't know still think that you are a thief. Wang Shang also interjected, to add to the crime. There is no excuse? Chu's heirloom for more than 800 years, perhaps mastered some kind of clever means, can conceal the eyes of the Lord's survey, only dare to be so unafraid, pointing to the soap for white. Silence. Seeing the impending quarrel, Hai Fengming slapped the amazing godwood, and a mountainous pressure filled the hall of mirrors, causing everyone to look serious and not dare to act out. Above the public hall, there shall be no clamor, and if there is any further offense, contempt of the public hall, no matter who it is,
This official will sentence it according to the law. The Hall of Mirrors was quiet for a moment.
Wang clan elder and Wang Sheng shut up.
Seeing that Lord Hai did not immediately check the authenticity of the evidence, Chu Yunfei understood that merely relying on the eyes of the survey was not enough to be trusted, and that there had been cases of injustice and falsehood in the history of the Grand Xian that had been concealed from the eyes of the Dharma cultivator. And that part of the reason for this was that it was a strong person who had cast a secret spell to get away with it. Luckily they were otherwise prepared. Thinking of these, Chu Yunfei saluted and ordered people to carry up 2 corpses, stating his identity as a Whisker Housekiller and accusing Wang Sheng of buying and killing people. Chang and Zi Wit also sent the body of the female assassin, in the past encountered, robbed and killed. Because of the arrival of Xian Ming Master Uncle, the body was inconvenient to take away was brought with him, and now also become evidence. I'd like to thank you 2 lords for casting a spell back. Hai Fengming opened his mouth. The 2 inspectors on the left and right of the upper head didn't dare to be slow. After getting up and saluting, each offered a half-moon seal. When the 2 seals were tightly fused together and fused into one, the 3 rays of light fell onto the 3 corpses, and when the 3 rays of light returned, the complete seal ascended into the air, rotating and enlarging until it was the size of a millstone before it ended, extracting fragments of memories that retraced back to the assassination of Chu Yunfei and Chang Ganzi one after the other. The more recent the time, the more complete and clear the picture. Chu Yunfei of course knew that it was difficult to convict with only 3 corpses in retrospectives, and that Wang Sheng would argue that it was someone else who hired a murderer, purely planting evidence to frame him. So he took out 3 more projection stones. One is the Chu clan veteran left when tracking Wang Sheng, although the latter has a secret treasure to cover the figure and cover the voice. But the Chu clan veteran patience, squatting 3 days and 3 nights, and finally found out that the mysterious person is Wang Sheng. The remaining 2 were sent to the Chu mansion by John Doe, through the layers of fog, to see the true face of the mysterious person. It is Wang Sheng, which is recorded in detail. Wang Sheng commanded an old man to buy a murderer to kill people. Just a few words also reveals that he had plotted to kill Shen Knight, suspected of being related to the case of trafficking in human beings. This type of evidence was as difficult to forge as it was to get to heaven, unless a practicing god stepped in, and a practicing god as strong as Chu's had long since fallen. In other words, the evidence was true. Not only that, Chang and Zi also handed over Xian Tong and Xian Yu in the past to find the undercover, the latter by the old man's order to sneak into the truth-seeking view for more than a dozen years, responsible for transmitting news. The past Chen's plot to seek the truth-seeking view of the heaven and earth courtyard quota thing. It is this undercover as an intermediary to pass on the message. On the one hand, the smaller the number of people from the truth-seekers gone into the heaven and earth courtyard, the less likely it was to find out. On the other hand, the conflict between the lineages and the sects was intensifying day by day, and Wang Sheng wanted to install his own people into the heaven and earth courtyard. Wang Sheng's face changed wildly. His breezy expression was suddenly as gloomy as water. Gritting his teeth and understanding that he had planted himself, his meeting with the old man had always been hidden and careful, and it was unexpected that he was still discovered. By now, it is clear who was right and who was wrong, but in order to make Wang Sheng irrefutable and Wang speechless, Hai Fengming still exerted the eye of investigation to check the authenticity of the evidence. Bold Wang Sheng, how dare he confuse right and wrong in this public hall? Attempting to muddle through is really hateful, and the crime is aggravated. Hai Fengming body outbreak volatile pressure. Overhead a simple mirror bloom law light, half real and half virtual, the sound of judgment like a muffled thunder blast ears. Shocking people. This is the legal family mirror. For the Si Fengming accompanied by spiritual weapons, can identify all kinds of breath, knowledge of demons and monsters, good and evil, loyal and treacherous. As early as in the trial of this case before he was sacrificed, hanging in the hall, mirror flew out a law light, fell to Wang Sheng body. Earlier the mirror to see the plaintiff and the defendant in the hall. Chang Anzi, Chu Yunfei and Wang Sheng body are no evil breath sneaky gas. From then on, he guessed that there are odd. Temporarily press the motionless. Wait and see what happens. Now that the evidence is conclusive and the one with the problem is really Wang Sheng, it seems that it is not the Chu clan but the Wang clan that is practicing tricks. The law light fell, broke the secret art. Wang Sheng body erupted a large number of evil breath sneaky gas. Since the law mirror to see clearly, strange is that his body sin's dead is not as heavy as the gods of Qingming and other people. It seems that it is not the culprit. At this time, Wang Sheng flopped to his knees, as if he lost his mother, as if he had broken the pot and resigned himself to his fate. The guilty minister was indeed compelled by his subordinates to hire a murderer, and was also lured by Qingming and other accomplices when he was young and innocent, and became an accomplice, and wanted to get off the boat but it was too late, and before that, he just couldn't bear to see Wang's clean name being tarnished. And only then did he steal and use the family's treasures, in an attempt to hide from the sea. Now,
See, Wang Shang is still sophistry. Chang Zi is about to open his mouth, but was pulled by Chu Yunfei, secretly shaking his head. Wang Hai and other faces gray. Xingming real people admitted that he is the main culprit. Very culpable. Wang Hai and other bear 4 points. He alone bear 5 points. There is a point belonging to Wang Shang. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Haruaki was a target being pushed to the front of the stage. But in the current situation, there was nothing Hai Fengming could do, both because the perpetrator of the crime took the blame. The mirror of the law and the eye of investigation could not find out more. From the existing evidence, it seems that Qingming real person is indeed the mastermind, and also because of the town of Fengyang County's practice of the spirit of the great cultivator to send a message, so that he will close the case as soon as possible, to save the life of Wang Shang. Even though he was full of resentment, Hai Fengming could only designate Wang Shang as an accomplice in the case of human trafficking, in the case of collaborating with the enemy, and in the case of murder for hire, because Wang Shang attempted to kill. He did not personally give Fui the downstairs list, and did not personally participate in the interception, can only be exempted from the body of the official position, escorted into the mine, blocked magic power, labor for 100 years, and then locked into the Zhaoyuan prison for 500 years, is considered to be life imprisonment. But also because of the Wang Shang know how to break the law, confuse the public. The crime of one more time, doubling the period of labor, a total of 200 years, can do this step. Hai Fengming tried his best, only hope that Wang Shang can be worn out in the long hard work of Confucianism and Taoism will die of exhaustion or die of disease in the mine. Is it disguised for the people to get rid of the harm? As for the Wang family, old man instantly green face in face of the Wang family, off what he is a law repair. When the law enforcement is like a mountain, can't condemn Wang Shang to death, his heart would have been held in a ball of fire. Another sentenced Wang to compensate the victim's relatives and friends, properly pacify their emotions, is another kind of Hai Fengming to Wang's return. Anyway, this is within the scope of the law, and the illegal gains, one should be confiscated. Wang Hai was confiscated family property, abolished cultivation, the whole family exiled to the border desert, night wandering god and other closed into the soul prison. Dismissed from the position, service for 100 years, and then scattered its cultivation. Qingming real people were sentenced to beheading. After death, the soul into the soul prison suffering, because of its loose cultivator origin. No relatives can be implicated. Only a few disciples were implicated in the abolition of cultivation, banished from the Wind and Sun County. Just when the crowd thought the dust had settled, a voice rang out. Wait! Chapter 71, there is a law but it is not followed, and although the law is good, it is not lawful, etc. A sound catches the attention of the crowd. The spectators who had thought that the bustle was over suddenly perked up. The cheap practicing cultivators in the audience showed dismay, and Hai Fengming similarly looked over. In full view of the crowd, Xuanxu rose. After bowing to the 3 lords at the top, he took out the axle box from his rui sack and explained, I've heard that the people of the legal family are upright, and take the law as the sky, and Mr. Hai is even more iron-faced and selfless, not fearing the powerful and noble, and has had the feat of not avoiding the ministers in penalizing the wrongdoers, and rewarding the good and not forgetting the peasants. Both Poverty Road and Senior Brother Xianming admire Your Excellency's character. And on this trip down the mountain, Senior Brother specially asked Poverty Road to pass on to Your Excellency 4 words of respect. The crowd was curious and puzzled. Can you turn things around with 16 words? The Wang clan elder, on the other hand, had a gloomy expression on his face, looking at the axle box presented by his subordinates. Hai Fengming opened the box, spread out the rice paper, and 16 large characters came into view. There is a law to be followed. The law must be followed. Law enforcement must be strict, and violations of the law must be investigated. Power through the back of the paper. The force of the brush. The heart is right, pen is right. A drum for the weak. The mission for the living as a gust of wind whistling. The flow of the law. The 16 big words suddenly take off in the air, so that the crowd can see clearly. Rotating between the fusion of a magnificent word, the law. Staying for 3 breaths, the word FA reseparated into 16 large characters and slowly fell back onto the paper. The Wang clan elders' heart thumped. The rest of them looked at Hai Fengming. They are not people of the FA family. Seeing these 16 big words have feelings, not to mention the cultivators of the FA family, it is possible that things really have a turnaround. At the top, Hai Fengming continuously recited these 16 big words. 4 short sentences, 4 words in each sentence, almost saying the true meaning of the Dharma, like the Dharma bell ringing, into the ears and heart, deafening. In a trance, he seemed to see a sight of the magnificent 4 directions of heaven and earth. The universe of God's dynasty are respect for the law and the law. According to the rule of law, the law is strict, up to the temple emperor. down to the rivers and lakes populace. All know the law and the use of the law, the heavens and the earth, the law of the greatest. Even the emperors were selected through the law, choosing the wise and appointing them, rather like the ancient legacy of Zen. Even if it is just a glimpse, instantly extinguished, like an illusion, it still makes Hai Fengming's heart set off monstrous waves, gazing at the 16 big words on the table. His eyes are empty, his thoughts drifting far away, reminiscing about the past. 5 years ago, Hai Fengming had served in Linjiang County. That year, he enforced the law with impartiality, tried the son of the 4th grade Linjiang Bo in the body of a 6th grade magistrate, and thunderously invited down the guillotine of the legal family to behead the thieves who bullied men and women, wantonly took supplements, monopolized the marketplace, forced good people to become prostitutes, and killed human beings at the entrance of the vegetable market. At that time, he was full of vigor, facing the power, righteousness, knowing that he would be dismissed from office afterwards, and would be secretly retaliated by Lin Jianbo. He still rose to the challenge, and swore to defend the law and discipline, and only then did he achieve great success in his jurisprudence, and his cultivation reached the perfection of sacred fetus realm. 5 years of silence. Only in the master and fellow teachers and brothers operate under the recovery. All the way north, came to the Windyang County, did not expect to just take office on the encounter with this tricky case, but also cannot think of their own will retreat. Do you really have to bend over backwards for power? Is it because this official position is against the law? Do we really want to be complicit and abandon our faith? Hai Fengming kowtowed to himself and then looked at the thought-provoking 16 big words on the paper, and he had an answer in his heart. No one can overstep the law, even if he has no connection with the officialdom at all. He still wants to make sure that the criminals are duly punished, and he is willing to abandon himself for his beliefs, and he will not regret his death. Boom! With a certainty in his mind, Hai Fengming's Xianguan radiance flourished. The Dharma intent behind him emerged, vaguely having the tendency to turn into a river of Tao, and the bright mirror above his head hummed with joy as a powerful pressure filled the air. The Chi practitioner humans in the audience changed color. The Wang clan elders' pupils tightened. Great words, good sentence, good law, even said 3 good words. Hai Fengming looked toward the field. The pressure straight to Wang Shang, said aloud, there is a law and not follow the law, although the law is good and cannot be etc. The original Guangfa Division Magistrate Wang Shang is not the mastermind, but know the law and violate the law, indirectly mutilated tens of thousands of innocent people and the lives of cultivators, and also hired murderers to kill people, confuse black and white. The several sins are punished together. This official pronounced the sentence. Just then, a bellowing voice interrupted the penalty. Wait! The crowd's spirits were lifted. It was those 2 words just now that caused the situation to reverse. Is there going to be another change? They looked over. And the speaker was a Wang clan elder. He wore a Confucian robe. His temples were white. Jade hairpins bound his hair. His eyes were deep. He had a goatee beard. His temperament was elegant. His image was outstanding. His body was neat and clean. And his spine was straight when he stood up. Ignoring Haruaki and the others, the old man marched to Wang Shang's side, each step an equal distance away, as if tailored. Looking at his junior who was blocked from legal power, in Wang Shang's hopeful gaze, he probed out his old palm, gently touched Wang Shang's forehead, and softly said, anyone who makes a mistake. The old man was the same when he was young. Elder Wang, if you are obstructing this official, are you not flouting my Grand Xian's laws? Hai Fengming scolded in a stern voice. The top of the mirror bloomed light. The body pressure is ready to go. The other party dares to admit, will immediately go out to capture the situation. The reason he didn't immediately strike was because he wanted to see what the other party intended to do. And secondly, this old man was a great scholar of the sacred fetus realm perfection, hiding his hand in his sleeve, pressing his left hand against his right, bowing and performing a proper bow. Wang Lang said, I dare not. And what do you mean by that? Without immediately answering Hai Fengming's doubts, Wang Lang turned to look at Wang Shang, who had been imprisoned within the prison after being taken away in the second half of the night last night, his clothes stained with dust and his image somewhat wretched. He personally tended to Wang Shang's clothes, and while organizing them, he said, the face must be clean, the hair must be tidied, the clothes must be straightened, and the buttons must be knotted. This is one of the Confucian rites. After doing so, Wang Lang nodded his head and smiled in satisfaction at his junior in front of him, and Wang Shang returned the smile, his cheeks blossoming into 2 good-looking pear swirls, before he collapsed with stunned eyes, spraying blood from his mouth, and was killed instantly. Squatting down, looking at the dead Wang Shang, Wang Lang sighed. Although it is said that knowing the faults can be changed, there is nothing better. But some mistakes in this world can be committed. Some mistakes once committed, can only be paid with the life. can be in the hands of the old man to die in a decent manner, has been a great fortune.
Reaching out and probing his palm to close Wang Shang's eyes,
Wang Lang slowly rose.
Looking at the Wang clan elder who smiled kindly one moment and killed ruthlessly the next,
everyone's heart was chilled,
and the spectators in front of the door even subconsciously took a step back.
After standing up straight,
Wang Lang turned around and bowed to Hai Fengming with a sad sigh. My Wang clan has passed down the family name by poetry and books,
and educated people by virtue.
The old ancestor taught the descendants to be righteous and align the family and worry about the gods and goddesses of the earth and grain. Now the family is unfortunate to have this kind of ungrateful descendant,
who has corrupted the family's reputation,
and scourged the Fengyang county.
It is because of my Wang clan's poor teaching, and I don't dare to bother the Sea Lord.
The old man will personally do it, so that he will make his life pay for the sins of the full body.
In addition, my Wang clan's rule of the family rigorously,
to the great Xian has always been loyal, the most hate inside the foreign tribe,
eat outside the people.
Wang Shang has violated the taboo. The old man will go back to follow the law of the imperial court,
will be exiled to the border wilderness of the Vein,
and from the genealogy of the family name removal. More will use this line of family money to give porridge to build bridges,
to the benefit of the people, and to pay off their debts. Chapter 72 Ink World. Don't look back. Guangfa Division. Hall of Mirrors. After the murder, Wang Lang on the spot Qi line against the sea, will make himself seriously injured,
and said that when dealt with the family affairs,
will voluntarily go to prison. Self-seal magic power, into the mine labor for a year, is considered to have an account of the court law. This trial is nearing its end. The matter has come to this point.
Hai Fengming did not pursue the crime of Wang Lang.
The Xian 100 schools of thought is a good thing and a bad thing.
Although in the divine dynasty mediation to seek common ground while reserving differences,
the contradiction is somewhat eased, but some aspects of the dispute is still fierce. The idea is very different, each in its own way. The law has the law.
The Confucianism said Confucianism,
therefore, the law is not too dead. Like Wang caught this loophole. Hai Fengming cannot be forced again, too reasonable and unforgiving, easy to counterproductive,
can make Wang Shang to die to thank for the crime.
He has been satisfied. What's more, in the final analysis,
the strongest man is honored in this world,
and legal justice is built on fists. Wang left.
The many spectators dispersed.
The field practiced getting up and moving around.
Hai Fengming performed a Dharma family salute to Xuanxu and kindly said,
Dharma power is good for cultivation,
but the original heart is difficult to cross.
This time thanks to the words of the Xianming real person to wake up Hai Mao,
so that I regained my original heart. Please real person to go back to the mountain to convey Hai Mao's gratitude.
In the coming day will personally climb the mountain to pay thanks. Your honor is overstated. Walking in the mountains and forests, Confucians see wisdom, Taoists see the Tao. The law repair to observe the law. On the understanding of the law, senior brother is far less than adults. This time is just coincidental. Sent a citation. The adults can be gained. It is the adult's heart is so.
Xuanxu returned the favor,
truthfully.
Even if he respected his senior brother and thought that the 16 big words were good, he would not go against his heart and think that his senior brother had deeper attainments in jurisprudence than Lord Hai.
And as he said, it was just a way of throwing out bricks to attract jade. After Xuanxu left,
in front of the desk,
Hai Fengming waved his sleeve,
and the 16 large characters detached from the paper and flew in one direction. Outside the door of the Guangfa division, Xuanxu had just stepped out of the gate with Chang'anzi's 4 men when he heard shouts and a crowd commotion. Descending the steps and looking curiously, the 16 large characters gifted by senior brother Xianming slowly protruded from the outer wall of the Guangfa division,
arranged in vertical rows of 4 characters each, a total of 4 rows,
which were particularly eye-catching.
In the dead of night, the Dharma light blossoms, intertwining the Dharma principles, diffusing an awe-inspiring aura of righteousness, and revealing even more visions, transforming them into contradictions.
Compliance with the law, and the law is a shield.
When you break the law becomes a spear. One is strong and the other is soft. Both can protect the people. Lord Hai is so bold. The Chu clan elder next to him praised, engraving these 16 words on the wall,
notifying the world and demonstrating his determination. Hai Fengming was worthy of being a sacred fetus realm Dharma cultivator.
After this incident, as long as Lord Hai survives the difficulties, with him at the helm,
the wind and security of Fengyang County will definitely be refreshed,
and the people will be blessed. Xuanxu laughed. The Chu clan elder agreed. The two talked for a few moments. Xuanxu politely declined Chu's invitation,
instructed Chang'anzi's 4 people,
walked out of Fengyang County, and left on a crane, welcoming the sunrise and returning in the bright moon. The elders departed. The younger generation of the Chu clan and the 4 Chang'anzi met at Xiankalai to taste wine and celebrate. And of course, Chu Yunfei was the host. Cantonment Division. In front of a mansion. Take off the official clothes. Change into the regular clothes of the Si Fengming line to the door. Hesitation. Until the courtyard came a voice of urging, in the door hesitant for what? Do not hurry to come in. Do not wait for me to personally invite you not? Shaking his head and smiling bitterly, Hai Fengming took a deep breath, pushed open the consummation, stepped in, and entered the eye of the water and ink. A pavilion. Inkstone lake. 3 rooms, a huge ink plum standing in the sky. The main trunk is millstone thick, the crown like a canopy, covering half of the courtyard. The tree on the ink plum 10,000. Under the tree dressed in ink robes of handsome young man is on the table waving ink. Hai Fengming interlaced his hands, palms facing each other up and down, performed the Dharma family disciple salute, and respectfully said, Senior has met senior, and has come here specifically to make amends. Waving his hand unconcernedly to let Hai Fengming get up, the youth did not raise his head and asked, You enforce the law according to the law and act for the people. What is wrong with you? This sovereign's voice transmission, asking you to let Wang Shang live, was merely a kind reminder, fearing that you would offend the Wang family. Let go is smooth, pursue is square. The former is beneficial to the official career, the latter is favorable to the road. Talk about that better. Since you change your mind at the last minute, that has been considered clearly. Make a choice, then in their own opinion the right way to continue to go on. Do not want to turn back, or else, at the risk of regaining the original heart will instantly collapse. Hai Fengming bowed again in thanks. The man still didn't look up, focusing on his brush, and began to drive people away. If there's nothing else to do, don't disturb this gentleman's painting. Hai Fengming said yes and turned to leave. And just as he stepped out of the courtyard door, the man's warm voice entered his ears. Water to clear there is no fish. Wang's inheritance for thousands of years. There are truly upright generation. There are also jealous people. Since this gentleman promised your teacher to take care of you, will protect you in this Fengyang County, specializing in cultivation and duty, other do not have to worry about. Hai Fengming heart lake ripples, turned to salute and continue to move forward, crossing the ink bridge, down the bridge at the moment. The void gave birth to a subtle fluctuation, a flash of light. He walked out of a pair of ink paintings, by the paintings back to reality. Zhangkalai, 2nd floor Shangyun Pavilion elegant room. Wine after 3 cups. Chang Anzi asked Chu Yunfei why he stopped himself in the public hall, drinking a cup of wine. This Chu's heavenly pride explains, Dao you live in the mountains for a long time, and is a disciple of the clan. Do not understand the rules of the world family under the mountain. The children of the world family more than love feather. Some things will not be easy to come out, even if you have to be safe and secure, had to be titled, but also will not serve as a principle. If not for Wang Shang's greed, I'm afraid I want to hold down the death of him are difficult. Speaking of which, I also have to thank realist Xin Ming. If it wasn't for him sending out the 16 words to strengthen Lord Hai's beliefs, I'm afraid that I would really have to let Wang Sheng escape death. And when that time comes, it's highly likely that the Wang family will only suffer for a few years after some operation. After thinking about it, he added, the Wang clan elder is also really ruthless. Some people were happy and some were sad. And while the younger generation celebrated, some of the Wang clan members cried and cried. A seemingly hundreds of acres, actually 100 miles wide mansion is located in the county west of the city. The building is magnificent. Flowing water, bamboo forests, mountains, beautiful scenery, elegant layout, clearly enchanted with the art of space. It is the Wang's location. Inside the pine and cypress evergreen ancestral hall, the lights were bright as day, and Wang Lang led a group of clan elders to kneel in front of the tablet, on which there was a vague incense and divine light, and Wang Shang lineage where the compound resounded with curses, cries, complaints, begging for mercy. These sounds since the hidden from a group of clan elders' spiritual sense, but they are indifferent, waiting silently. In front of the ancestral hall stood an ink tank, emitting a peculiar ink fragrance, and at the moment the ink in the tank rotated and flew up, condensing in the air into a word of waste. A word that fell and split in two. A waste of words fell onto the genealogy. The entire book emitted a faint light, automatically rolled over, came to Wang Sheng lineage. Within 3 generations, the names on it dissipated one after another. The dense handwriting was suddenly very few, and even the spirit cards enshrined in the niche gave birth to a reaction, either declining or cracking. A waste word fell to kneeling in the last Wang's contemporary family head. Miserable screams. Cultivation was abolished. Instantaneous Chinese hair. Exudes rotten breath. The line will be wooden. Without turning around, Wang Lang sighed and gently waved his hand. Immediately a guard entered the room and took away the abolitionist family head. He had no sympathy for this descendant. Raising a child without teaching is the father's fault. Not even knowing that his own son had done such a fatal thing was evident in his lack of ability. Besides,
If it hadn't given birth to too many and exacerbated the conflict in the family head's lineage,
Wang Sheng wouldn't have taken the risk. Inside the ancestral hall, the ink in the tank rose again,
condensing into a word of poise in the void. Wang Wang led all the clan elders to salute. We bear in mind the old ancestors' command, and we will straighten out the family and reorganize the family's style. The word order is only then dispersed. When the aura enveloping the ancestral hall disappeared, the Wang clan elders breathed a sigh of relief, and Wang Lang rose and sat on a side chair.
Good things don't come out of the door,
but bad things spread 1,000 miles.
This time, Wang Sheng has brought the family's reputation down, and if he wants to revitalize it,
I'm afraid that it will take quite a bit of thought and effort.
Fortunately, the plan has been finalized.
Qing Ming and the others are sensible. My Wang clan did not get the bad reputation of being the mastermind.
Otherwise, things would have been more difficult to handle. A clan elder next to him opened his mouth, and another clan elder grunted coldly. Luckily, my elder brother made his move in time and personally ended that unworthy grandson.
And my Wang clan was still able to publicize to the outside world the reputation of righteousness and strict family customs,
and salvage some of its reputation,
so that it wouldn't be in a state of decline. The other clan elders nodded. They all felt that Wang Sheng's death was not enough to be spared, not to mention that they privately had a tacit understanding that the main thing was not to carry the name of the mastermind. And as for Wang Sheng's death or life, they didn't care, and there were even some clan elders who felt that his death was not enough to be spared.
To save my Wang clan's reputation,
internally we need to strictly discipline our clan members,
and externally, in addition to being charitable and relieving the poor,
we need to appease the victims' relatives and friends.
Just what should we do about the Chu clan and the truth-seeking view? Everything else is fine.
But for these two families, the clan elders had mixed feelings.
Wang Lang opened his eyes born of essence, spoke.
Send heavy gifts to the two families, since the fault lies with my Wang clan.
Then let the family's great Confucian personally go to the door and send it with great fanfare.
The Chu clan has a good relationship with the seeking truth concept, and this reparation gift must be of equal value and not be divided into equal parts.
Between eye exchanges, the Wang clan's clan elders understood, and a clan elder added, in addition,
send Hai Fengming a plaque of a living Qingtian, highlighting my Wang clan's support for the great Shen laws.
It must be sensational, and I will personally go and deliver it. Wang Wang agreed,
thought about it and continued. Wang Sheng has been doing this for so many years under our eyes.
He can hide it from the world. There must be something fishy in it. Maybe someone is secretly laying out a plan to use him to plot against Wang. It must be investigated.
Starting with that old man who was nowhere to be found.
When the words fell, see, a powerful aura rose from his body.
The sound of cranes.
Xuanqiu returned to the mountain in the night. Hidden Dao Peak, questioning courtyard.
Xian Ming sensed the return of this cheap senior brother, but did not show up to ask for details. Right now he was running the circumference of the sky,
traveling to the critical moment. Chapter 73, Walking the Way.
9 breaths of conviction.
Click.
A meridian in his body was flushed open, and mana rushed like a river into the newly created channel,
nourishing the meridian and the acupoints along the way.
Opening his eyes and feeling the special circumference forming within him, Xian Ming stroked his beard. The 12 main meridians are divided into the 3 yin of the hand, which goes from the chest to the hand, the 3 yang of the hand, which goes from the hand to the head, the 3 yang of the foot, which goes from the head to the foot, and the 3 yang of the foot, which goes from the foot to the abdomen. Each of these 4 meridians is in a group, connecting the feet, the organs, the hands and the head from bottom to top, forming 3 special cycles. To this day, he had opened 4 meridians, coalescing a cycle, and his mana had grown quite a bit, and it was only a matter of time before he could penetrate the other meridians. The night was deep and the mountains were silent. Xian Ming returned to the cottage rest.
As for the mountain outside the matter, tomorrow and then ask the same. Just punch Xuanqiu master brother did not look for their own night.
Will know that the result is not bad.
Early the next morning, Xuanqiu went up to the hidden Dao Peak, and Xiankong, Xian Yang, and the other 3 generations of Taoists arrived one after another. Tea, curls, melons and fruits. Changning thoughtfully prepared refreshments. By the way, shrinking in the corner, perked up his ears.
Xian Ming and other did not drive people.
After all, it is not a secret, and is a public trial. Sooner or later, it will spread.
Drink a mouthful of tea to moisten the throat.
Xuanqiu opened speech,
although it is plainly straightforward.
Unlike the storyteller that open mouth fascinating,
but the plot of the twists and turns still let the mood of Changning follow the ups and downs.
The young girl is simple-minded, rich in expression,
sometimes frowning with anger,
sometimes open-eyed smile,
sometimes filled with righteous indignation. Although Xian Ming and the others are not like Changning's outgoing feelings, their heart lakes are also flooded with waves, especially Wang Wang's act of killing Wang Sheng with his own hands, causing Xian Kong and Xian Yang to be dismayed and call out to them that they are ruthless. Knowing that the matter has already been resolved, all the Taoists dispersed and went back to seize the time to cultivate, all because they knew clearly that the seeking truth concept had already flipped with the Wang clan. Although the storm completely calmed before the Wang clan temporarily dare not make trouble, but there will always be a time of reckoning. Before that, the truth-seeking view need to be stronger. Self-strengthened people heaven help, so that we can better resist the future surging undercurrents. Before leaving, Xian Ming for them to answer the cultivation of doubt, a little bit of modest contribution, whether they can see the threshold of qi practice, still rely on their own, accumulated enough or chance to come, the natural water to the channel. On the contrary, cannot force, otherwise, easy to drill bullseye, obsessive fanaticism, make a mistake. After the crowd of Dao left, Xian Ming again instructed Chongning cultivation, and then ordered him to leave. And when he was the only one left in the house of inquiry, the day was already half over. He did not enter the Tibetan scripture pavilion to observe the scriptures, and in the afternoon he wandered all over the floating cloud mountain, moving with his heart, going up to the top of the mountain to watch the snow, fishing in the valley, looking up at the blue cloud sky, stepping on the yellow leaves, heart into the sky and the earth, the spirit of nature, step by step measuring the floating clouds of the mountain, reflected in the heart of the lake. This was his newly thought of method of enlightenment. Not only could he better appreciate the scenery and understand every blade of grass and tree of the floating cloud mountain, but also conducive to the realization of nature, walking the path in the mountains and forests, and pulling enlightenment by walking the path. How effective, is not yet known, after all, has just begun. Just Xian Ming did not deliberately cater to, in the tour of the mountain more focus on visual enjoyment and spiritual experience. Will be treated as a traveler, go with the flow. In the morning, he turned over the scriptures and observed the Tao. In the afternoon, he traveled the mountains, and in the evening, he either cultivated the divine aptitude, comprehended the formations, observed the stars, or flipped through books related to the way of refining weapons. Half a month's time passes in a flash. During that time, the mountain was buzzing with activity. From the day after the case was closed, news of Wang Sheng's collusion with the demon race, human trafficking, and murder for hire spread rapidly, first to the 4 urban areas of Fengyang County, and then to the surrounding counties centered on the county town. And even a merchant fleet brought the news to Lin County, taking this case as a material. Various folk art forms such as storytelling, opera, drama, shadow play and so on take turns to unfold. Some people take Hai Fengming as the protagonist, some take Chu Yunfei as the protagonist, and some take Chang'anzi as the protagonist. There are the people and cultivators spontaneous. There are other forces to help. There are forces hate Chu's and Wang's fight. They can do to reap the benefits of fishing. Some are purely not used to Wang's. There are some as to Chu's and the truth-seeking view of the digging pit. Wang's reputation has plummeted and his popularity has been damaged. The Wang clan launched a vigorous internal self-examination, strict rectification of the family style, but also set up a table in front of the door, set up a notice board, allowing people who have been bullied by the Wang clan's children to report, but also to accept the people and the cultivator to report the Wang clan's children. If the situation is true, will be punished and compensate the clan members, or fabricated, then reported to the government. Thousands of years of inheritance. Wang's family is as numerous as hair, although the great Confucian aptitude, high-level division of labor, but only to rectify the home cultivators will use a few days long. At the same time, some of the clansmen were responsible for pacifying the victims' relatives and friends, sending rewards from house to house, and if they were orphans or their relatives were far away from Fengyang County, they set up a grave for their clothes. It was a busy time, half a month. On the mountain outside the lively, Xian Ming is not very interested, mostly Changning to listen to it when the meal delivery, and she is from the mouth of Xian Kong no. The two have similar interests. Leisure time, often get together to discuss the way of gossip. On this day, the light of the sky broke through. A line of light pierced through the darkness, spewing haze, and rich sunrise violet chi surged into the academy of asking. Sitting on the eaves of the house, Xian Ming carried the circumference of the sky, exhaled and refined. A large amount of purple chi was transformed into mana, flowed through the meridians and injected into the dantian, part of which went into the sea of Yuan, and part of which was purified into Yuan Qi and rose up to the middle dantian. And what was different from the past was that today the purple Qi was condensed into a virtual day that was more rounded and real than in the past, and its energy was even more pure and majestic. For about half an hour, the practice ended. Once again opened a meridian. Xian Ming face with a smile. To be able to have such a fast cultivation speed, in addition to the Dao line has entered the innate realm. The great circumference realm cultivation only need to accumulate mana step by step. but also due to the mixed Yuan Ichi skill perfected to see even more subtle and 9 breaths to search Chi aptitude to add support. In this half-month, in addition to practicing the Earth's fate divine ability, repelling the gods, he is trying to figure out the subtle 9 breath service Chi, which is what he realized. Naturally, he is very quick to catch on. The reason for cultivating the exorcism first is to control the Tit's essence Red Bean. Xian Ming wants her to be an undercover agent, and after returning to Tsanglong Mountain, she will regularly deliver news to herself, so that once there is any movement in the demon race, the Seeking Truth View can make early preparations, and of course, if he encounters an unowned heavenly treasure, he can also be sent or informed, and he will do so according to his ability. After having breakfast, Xian Ming went into the Tibetan scripture pavilion to observe the scriptures, and just turned the pages of the book. His hand gave a slight lurch, and his eyes pierced through the window and landed inside the Fuyun County. The green scale horse pulls 5 carriages, forming a convoy is coming with great fanfare. The carriages hang the Wang clan flag. The foremost carriage sits on an innate realm Great Confucian, middle-aged appearance, head wearing a high crown, easy-going temperament, maids, guards, boys and so on, hundreds of people accompanying. What a battle! Xian Ming muttered, seeing that the caravan had caused many people and cultivators to gather around after entering Floyd County. His eyes flickered and he realized in his heart that it was creating momentum. When you throw a stone into the water, the bigger the ripple, the better. After reading it, Xian Ming continued to observe the scriptures. These things have their own Xuanxu master brother to deal with. He a Tibetan scripture pavilion old Taoist. Just read his own scriptures. Anyway, the commotion is so big, compensation will never be perfunctory. Really want to thunder loud rain point small, is a joke. Since the truth-seeking view cannot eat loss, Xian Ming will not take care of it, and do not want to give Wang's face. Huang Ting Chi added itself, and in just a few breaths, he was getting into a better state, immersed in the reasoning of the scriptures, as if he was discussing the Tao with the Taoist who had written this book across the sky. In the evening, when Xian Ming returned from his trip to the mountains, not surprisingly, he saw Xian Su waiting for him outside the courtyard of inquiry. Chapter 74, Spring and Autumn, the Years of Abundance and Fulfillment. Hidden Tao Peak, Questioning Courtyard. Inside the thatched cottage, 2 Taoists sat around the case. Master and brother no polite. Xuanxu straight to the point. Wang's on the mountain to make amends for the matter. Think brother already know. Other good to say. There is only a treasure need to be personally guarded brother. Taking out a jade box from the Rui sack, he placed it on the table and unsealed it, revealing a jade bottle. Not waiting for Xian Ming to ask, Xian Su took the initiative to explain. The jade bottle contains a drop of spring flower spiritual liquid. Looking at the thing in front of him, Xian Ming knew clearly why Xian Su's voice was heavy. This was indeed a rare treasure, precisely because it was too good. For the truth-seeking view, the misfortune was greater than the blessing. The treasures of the world are divided into 4 classes, heaven and earth, basil and yellow. The yellow level corresponds to practicing the essence. The Xian level corresponds to practicing Qi. Earth level corresponds to practicing God. The heavenly counterpart is higher. The spirit medicine planted in the Xianyin is yellow level, and the spirit medicine and fruit in the Jiaolong treasure is mostly Xian level. But there are high and low qualities in the same level. With the vastness of the earth and sky and the abundance of materials, there are countless types of spiritual creatures. In the past, the Great Qing Divine Dynasty consolidated the spiritual creatures in the territory and selected the most outstanding 300 types from each level, editing them into 4 lists, which were changed once in a year. And the 3 divine dynasties of Dashuan, Dejin, and Deqian have continued this tradition. There is a Xian level list within the Jiaolong treasure, which is a relic of a real person. And there are also numerous books, including many ancient books such as the Record of Strange Things and the Record of Spirituality, which describes in more detail the habits, appearance, and uses of the listed spirits. The list and some of the canonical books were placed by Xian Ming on the 2nd floor of the Bible Pavilion, and Xian Su would sometimes flip through them to check. Spring and Autumn is into the Great Xian God Dynasty Xian level spirit list of treasures. Spring liquid was born in the place of great vitality, extracted in the spring thunder, in the hibernation in the molding, by the test of heaven and earth in order to obtain. This item contains majestic vitality, and when swallowed by a person whose life is hanging by a thread, it can lock the residual vitality, draw the spirit of heaven and earth, and strengthen the vitality. It is just that the person taking it cannot wake up on his own. Even if he recovers as usual, he can only sleep, and he needs to take another autumn spirit liquid. This thing was born in the grass and trees in the autumn, in the place of dense dead air to intercept the origin of autumn frost. Want to come out of the world will also have to go through the test of heaven and earth. Spring and autumn, the years are full of fruitful things. The 2 life and death fit the true meaning of the avenue of life and death. Like yin and yang, superimposed on each other, can be born dead flesh and bones.
Legend has it that 500 years ago, the first generation of Jinbei Marquis stationed at the border had been seriously injured in a great battle. His life was in danger, and when it was a matter of life and death, he took a drop of Chunhua liquid. The Grand Xian Imperial Court, mindful of his great achievements in battle and loyalty, specially bestowed a drop of autumn fruit liquid, pulling him, who was at the sacred fetus realm, back from the line of death,
and even attaining a great creation in the midst of life and death to see the threshold of practicing the divine spirit.
The two treasures stacked up, the value multiplied.
Among the top 10 of the Xian-level spiritual objects list,
for the life-threatening Qi cultivators is a life-saving holy relic. Even other Qi cultivators are willing to collect. After all, as long as it is put together, it will be equivalent to one more life. Not to mention the hidden opportunities that may be possessed.
It was precisely because he was clear about this that Xian Su was worried and gloomy after the surprise.
A piker is not guilty of a crime,
but a person who carries a treasure is guilty of a crime. Wang came here with great fanfare this time, intentionally sending heavy treasures,
appearing to be full of sincerity, but actually harboring evil intentions, wanting to kill with a borrowed knife. Right now,
I'm afraid that the matter of my seeking truth concept having this spring flower liquid has already begun to spread.
Xuanqiu despite the anger, but the anger is not very boiling, still able to rationally analyze, all because the two families sense the hostility. Wang will do so in the unexpected. Reasonable.
Although the spring flower liquid is precious,
if there is no autumn real liquid, it will be a bit of a chicken rib, flashy but not real.
Wang does have a deep heart.
Xian Ming concurred. This object is a finale that shows sincerity, but is also a hidden trap and carefully laid out.
If they did not know the inner mysteries of Chunhua Qiushi, I am afraid that they would really be kept in the dark,
and they would be ignorant and even more unprepared when they entered the pit.
And who cannot say that the gift is not good?
Wang's already heart cannot come up with autumn liquid and keep the spring liquid. It depends on the ability to seek real view. Even if there is a smart person to recognize Wang's calculations, the surface can only see the broken, not to say broken.
Waving his sleeve to reseal the spring flower liquid,
the jade box into the bag,
Xian Ming did not panic and said, "Senior brother, rest assured,
poor Tao will keep this thing. If there are really thieves coveted, will not make it succeed." Xuanqiu rejoiced. Is senior brother going to ask that senior to step in and watch over my seeking truth view?
Xian Ming shook his head. Relying on others is better than relying on oneself.
Uncle is ultimately an outsider,
and he left not too long ago to continue traveling the great Xian in search of the chance to condense the sacred fetus.
As the heavens move on, a gentleman is a self-starter. If I, the truth-seeking concept, want to be at peace, I will ultimately have to rely on my own abilities. Xuanqiu heard the implication and said with half doubt and half surprise, could it be that senior brother has other methods? Without selling a secret,
Xian Ming said frankly, when the poor Taoist was in seclusion last time, he occasionally gained something and created a great formation called the Four-Elephant Formation. This array to gossip, a Qi sword array is the base, walking the road back to the source, from gossip back to four elephants,
contains the four elephants of heaven and earth, subtle, powerful. If there is a poor road main array, the master of the auxiliary array, the other masters to help, can be a war jindan. If we refine the four-elephant formation diagram again, it will be even more like a tiger with wings. Even if it is a jindan, it is possible to get trapped or even drink. At these words, Xuanqiu rejoiced. Many thanks, senior brother.
With the four-elephant formation in place, I have no worries about seeking truth concept. Xian Ming senior brother to participate in the four elephants real cultivation experience and cultivation method for a long time, and watch the rain and listen to the thunder for several months, watching the sky and observing the earth. Coupled with the hidden scripture cabinet, there is no lack of four elephants related to the Taoist scriptures.
With its enlightenment, created the four elephants array. Xuanqiu accidentally and not accidentally, accepting it well. Xian Ming waved his hand unconcernedly.
The old Taoist is also a part of the seeking truth view, so I should contribute to the master's sect.
After thinking about it, he continued. Right now, because of the Wang Sheng case, the truth-seeking view, the Chu clan and the Wang clan are being paid attention to by many parties. Even if there are really people who have malicious intentions, unless 100,000 fires, or else, do not dare to act rashly within a year and a half.
We still have time to practice formations,
refining formation diagrams. Last time I killed the Jiao snake, I, seeking truth concept, gained a share of luck and can give birth to another real person. Senior sister Xian Su may be able to break through the boundary during this period and truly step into the door of Qi practicing. Xuanqiu also thought of these, the eyebrows stretch, put down the heart of the big stone.
And then with Xian Ming said Wang's other compensation gift, mostly gold and silver, and practicing spirit cultivator can use the spirit. The disciples benefit more,
There are part of the Xian level spirit, just not much. This heavy gift value mainly rely on the number of yellow level spirit and Manhwa liquid to raise up. Good looking and practical for the sect. For real people practicing Qi, they are floating but not real. Jinmin was not surprised by this, both because in addition to the Manhwa liquid and some Xian level spirit, yellow level spirit he has in the Wang's caravan into the floating cloud county swept the eye. No, the general, but also because the Wangs is not stupid. How can be too much capital enemy? At present the truth-seeking Guan rely on him and the Xuanchu master brother to support. As long as they do not have much progress in cultivation, the Wangs will not matter. Before leaving, Xuanchu left a few pieces of Xian-level spiritual objects, even if he knew that his senior brother had gotten part of the Jiaolong's treasure, and there was no lack of spiritual objects, but this is the heart of the seeking truth view, and his senior brother is the floating cloud mountain town stone, and he is good, so that the seeking truth view can be benefited. After Xuanchu left, Xianming gazed at the spiritual objects on the table and lamented. Cultivation is still a little slow. Time is running out. It seems to want to think of the best of both worlds to help themselves. Enlightenment cannot be rushed, but the accumulation of mana can be faster. Floating Cloud Mountain had a night of nothing. Accompanied by the sound of insects and frogs, the Taoists went to sleep one after another. Early the next morning, Xiantong received a message from Chang and Zi. Chapter 75, Self as a Furnace. Yin and Yang as Fuel and Salary. True Xian Peak. Xuanfa Hall. Except for Xian Ming, 3 generations of Taoists gathered. After reading the letters one after another, Xuanchu spoke. What do you all think? The familiar sound of table tapping rang out. And not surprisingly, Xian Yang was the first to speak. One's reparation gift to my seeking truth Quan is actually equal in value to the one sent to Chu. His heart can be put to death. It's really a case of the upper beam not being straight and the lower beam being crooked. Xian Kong agreed. What a good trick to disassociate. The Chu clan's inheritance was more than 800 years old, and the ancestor was once a great cultivator of practicing God, with a deep foundation and strong people, and was known as one of the 3 families in Fengyang County along with the Yu clan and the Wang clan. Looking at the Wind and Sun County Taoist forces, only the Rising Sun sect and the Water Moon view can be compared to it, and the Seeking Truth view is not even close. Yesterday, the Wang clan made amends to the Chu clan and the Seeking Truth view at the same time. A huge battle, treating the two equally, clearly harboring evil intentions, disgusting the 2 families, wanting to make the Seeking Truth view and the Chu clan have a gap. Wangs also said that Wang Shang's several times murder Seek Truth view is to give more compensation. Justified, reasonable, simply cannot pick wrong. Seek Truth view and Chus explicitly have nothing to say. This is a tangled yang plot, together with the Manhwa liquid, or a strategy to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Xianyu, senior brother, why don't you go forward and make amends? Xiansu, reparation for what? It's not like I, Seeking Truth Guan, have offended the Chu clan. Xiantong, he who treats people with sincerity. People also respond with sincerity. My Taoist people are simple-minded. No need to bend the rules. Directly to the door as a guest, to explain the original reason. And contact for several months. Choose character how. All of you have witnessed. Martial artists more honest and straightforward. More like straightforward dealings. Not to mention, we can see through its purpose. Chu and how can not? Xianin, senior brother has a point. Poor Taoist believes that Chu will only be angry at Wang's actions and will not take it out on me. Seeking Truth view. So as long as we get the word out, the relationship between the 2 families should be unhindered. Xuanchu idea is the same. Finally clap, poor road tomorrow will be under the invitation. The day after tomorrow personally visit Chu. The 2 families do not have a problem. Is the best, if the Chu's mind. I Seek Truth view will reduce the Chu's dealings. The 2 families do not owe. The deliberation was completed and the paths dispersed. This kind of small matter could be solved by them having a small meeting, and no one bothered Xian Ming. Inside the scripture pavilion, Xian Ming pretended to be unaware of the situation, pulling the Huangting Qi and concentrating on observing the scriptures and realizing the Tao. Each of the 3 generations of Taoists had their own division of labor, and as the first person of the Seeking Truth concept, his business was to cultivate with all his heart, and to hold up a piece of heaven and earth for all the Taoists when they were in need. Time passes like water. Early in the morning of the day after, Xuanchu took a crane out of the mountain and didn't return until late in the evening with a full countenance. Obviously things were going well. Just glancing at it, Xian Ming continued his cultivation, turning over the scriptures and observing the Tao, traveling in the mountains, practicing the sword and practicing the law, honing the divine power, picking up the purple qi in the morning, covering the body with the imaginary sun, swallowing the moonlight at night, clearing the spirit with the taiyin, when the stars roam the sky, lying down in the courtyard, sleeping on one side, with the sky as a quilt, and using this as a bed. running the Jotian nourishing the spirit technique.
Sometimes to the 3 generations of Taoist about the 4 elephants array mystery. Sometimes to the spirit beast longevity wash blood. Sometimes to the spirit of the seed into the input of mixed yuan qi.
Sometimes paralyzed in a rocking chair sun. Relaxation of the body and mind. Asleep is half a day. Woke up is the beginning of the month of the bright moon. The falling moon dawn window false. The ghosts of people good quiet living. The dust and clamor outside the mountains were cut off.
The mountain has its own people to take care of its chores.
The autumn wind was uncertain.
But the human heart was quiet.
He was dedicated to purification.
His cultivation progressed rapidly.
And before he knew it, the autumn was over and winter was coming.
On the evening of the first tremor of winter thunder,
3 feet above the courtyard,
Xian Ming sat cross-legged.
With the setting sun in the west and the bright moon rising in the east, he operated the mixed elements and 1 qi skill, collecting yin and yang qi in a line of fishbelly white. When the power of yin and yang added to the body, dense into an illusory tai chi pattern,
Xian Ming did not rush to refine, from the scales of the jiao snake to take out a spiritual fruit,
swallowed into the abdomen, and then absorb the yin and yang qi into the body,
immediately purify the energy of the spirit fruit,
remove the essence, filter impurities, a yang born, a yin 2 yang extinguished, 2 yin born,
repeated purification 3 times,
until the internal gas from the right.
The external gas is not miscellaneous, Xian Ming before refining the energy,
and at the same time,
running the 9 breath service qi aptitude to pull the spirit of heaven and earth.
Pounds of energy surged into the body,
accumulating for several days.
A meridian was penetrated,
and the flow of mana was so vast that the acupoints along the way were like puddles and swamps. When the sun set and the darkness filled the sky, Xian Ming ended his cultivation and his body landed lightly like a willow.
He opened his eyes and rose to his feet,
looking up at the starry sky,
refreshed. It's number 7.
More than a month has passed since Wang's gift. If according to the previous speed, he opened up 2 meridians in a month at most. But because of the future crisis,
in order to enhance the efficiency of cultivation,
Xian Ming thought of another way. In the collection of the essence of the sun and the moon remains unchanged under the premise of attempting to take advantage of the external forces, swallowing spiritual objects.
It's medicine that's poisonous.
Xian Ming did not take the medicine,
choose to eat the fruit,
abandon the medicine to supplement the choice of food supplement,
more gentle and reliable,
at the same time to themselves as a furnace,
to the yin and yang qi as firewood, to the mixed yuan gas as a real fire, simmering fruit energy, further purification,
and then rest assured that the use of only a short month, on the 3 meridians,
the mana gains significantly.
At this rate, in at most 2 months, he would be able to cultivate to the completion of the great circumstance,
with an increase in both mana and strength,
and the hope of crossing over into the innate realm before the early spring of the coming year.
If he really wants to do this,
he can show his Jindan level combat power to the outside world, and he can better protect the seeking truth view and deter the 4 directions, and he can even bring his own personal goods on next year's Foundation Establishment Taoist Monument,
and set up more prohibitions that are favorable to the seeking truth view. Thinking about this, Xian Ming mood, the night breeze, the Taoist robe,
white hair flying, looking up at the stars,
his heart moved,
suddenly gave birth to a few points of interest. Lift the finger sword, the table on the mahogany sword buzzing out of the sheath, excitedly around the Xian Ming spinning circle, the wind to see the length of the wind in an instant into a zhang big,
carrying Xian Ming, straight up into the clouds, deep night sky, bright stars and moon, bright river in the sky,
white-haired old Taoist with a sword as a boat,
lying on his back,
looking at the stars and moon that can be picked with just one hand. His posture is leisurely, his mind and soul are empty,
intoxicated, unconsciously fell asleep,
his body subconsciously running the circumference of the sky to nourish the spirit skill.
Stars hanging down, nourish the Taoist body,
but also nourish the mahogany sword.
At this moment,
the wooden sword as if the reel into a starboat,
traveling in the void, the boat under the sea of clouds turning waves,
the boat on the Taoist sleeping peacefully, and even the moon is not willing to be lonely. To the Taoist cloak a layer of silver, seems to climb up the coal to the general,
constituting a wonderful picture. The east is white,
and a ray of light breaks through the darkness of the night.
The stars began to fade away.
The bright moon gradually became shadowless,
turning from bright to pale. The hidden Dao Peak, the house of asking, inside the cottage.
Xian Ming woke up from his sleep,
stretched his back, looked cozy, his expression was kind,
and he felt like he was in a better state than ever before.
His essence was full of energy.
Thinking of last night's events, he smiled slightly.
Last night roaming the night sky. This is the interest. I can't imagine that I was intoxicated. The mind and soul relaxation. Even when he fell asleep do not know. When to return also do not know. However, This feeling is not bad. At that moment, his brow twitched slightly, as if he had discovered something, and he looked inward at himself.